The Ancient Sword of Yongzhong Ban, the renowned painting of Paul Cezanne. Brilliant gems, majestic bronze artifacts. Across 5 millennia, traversing the globe, countless rare treasures are within my grasp. Chapter 1. Stepping into a life-and-death game. Los Angeles, Westwood, a street corner on Lucani Avenue. A gentle breeze rustles against an old light box that stands beside an equally aged storefront, creaking as if it might topple at any moment. Inside, a young white man dressed as a shop attendant rests his chin on his hand, dozing at the bar, while only a solitary table of patrons occupies the establishment. "Buddy, I told you, this is a significant deal. A substantial deal." The young black man gestures animatedly in front of him, his tone brimming with excitement, pride, and the unique flamboyance characteristic of his culture. "That's Leonardo DiCaprio. Do you have any idea how much he invests in art every year? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? No, it's tens of millions." Chun Fei chuckles wryly, shaking his head. This guy has been exaggerating with enthusiasm ever since he received that phone call. But in reality, this is merely a commission, an oral agreement. We don't even know how many others will be competing with us. "Oh, Chun, put away your damn calmness." Will Simmons takes a hearty swig of his beer. "Listen to me, Chun. This time we have a significant advantage. Think of your mentor. Think of that institution where you work part-time. Consider where you come from. You must know countless high-profile individuals who possess Chinese antiques. Tell me you have absolute confidence in securing this delightful commission." "All right." Chun Fei nods helplessly, beginning to silently calculate their odds of success. Will Simmons has received a commission from Laos manager, who revealed that the star is currently planning to acquire an antique from China. It is likely to be a piece of calligraphy or porcelain, with a budget estimated around $5 million. They hope to provide several options, and regardless of the outcome, a certain fee will be paid to them. In this matter, he indeed possesses a certain advantage. Chun Fei hails from China, holds an undergraduate degree in archaeology, and is currently pursuing his graduate studies in archaeology at UCLA. His mentor, Professor Matthias, is a well-known religious archaeologist. Since last year, he has been working part-time in an art appraisal center introduced by his mentor. Whether through the appraisal center or via his mentor's connections, he can reach numerous collectors of Chinese cultural relics. There's an update. The guy has arranged for us to meet at a CAF in Long Beach. Will Simmons hangs up the phone, glances at the time, and suddenly stands up, causing the chair behind him to crash to the floor, startling the young white man at the bar. "Silver Dawn CAF. Vincent Joe, just call me Joe. This is Tony Maxey, my lawyer." The speaker is a middle-aged man with graying hair, a weary countenance, and a pronounced belly. Beside him stands a sharply dressed, middle-aged white man with dark hair and brown eyes, exhibiting slight mixed-race features. After a brief introduction, as the four settle into their seats, Vincent Joe turns to Chun Fei and asks, "Chun, I heard from Will that you work at an art appraisal center in Santa Monica." "Yes, it's not far from the school at the Wharton Art Appraisal Center." Vincent nods with a smile. "The reason I invited you here is to seek your help in appraising this ancient painting, an antique from China." Chun Fei, slightly puzzled, takes an ancient scroll and smiles. "Is this a preliminary test for the commission?" Vincent pauses, then chuckles. "If you say so, then let it be that way." Chun Fei places the scroll on the table and carefully begins to unroll it. The ancient gold inscriptions in 6-fold seal script can be traced back to 1400 BC, predating oracle bone script by 2 centuries. If it weren't for Chun Fei's studies in archaeology, he might not have recognized these characters. Treasure Elder? Chun Fei can't help but touch his cheek. His research primarily focuses on ancient porcelain and gemstones, although he has dabbled in calligraphy and painting. It is not his main subject. Moreover, the intricacies of calligraphy and painting are notoriously profound within the realm of antiques. So while he finds the name somewhat peculiar, he doesn't delve too deeply into it. From the imagery, this appears to be a painting of recluses at the foot of a mountainous landscape, painted in hues of azure, brown, and green. A sparse grove of trees encloses several thatched cottages. In front of the cottages, 2 elderly scholars, dressed in traditional attire, engage in a game of chess. The entire painting exhibits a heavy yet graceful brushwork, and the style is steeped in antiquity, suggesting it is indeed a work of a master. However, in the realm of antique appraisal, the term should is most to be avoided. Mr. Joe, our center can provide appraisal services for this, but there will be a fee involved. Typically, it takes 2 to 3 days, but we could expedite it to a few hours if needed. Chun Fei suspects that this is the painting Joe intends to trade with Leo, as there are no stipulations preventing the client from completing the task themselves. Perhaps he planned to take a cut from the beginning. Cost is not an issue. The quicker, the better. However, I lack the time, so I hope you can assist in delivering it as a commission task. Perfect. Tony is the lawyer. Chun Fei is taken aback. Such a valuable item. Will Simmons is already laughing heartily, thumping his chest. No problem, Joe, we're friends. Good friends. You trust friends, and friend will never let you down. Seeing the familiarity between Will and Vincent Joe, Chun Fei's doubts are somewhat alleviated. He raises his hand in a gesture and walks towards the restroom. On the way, he pulls out his phone and enters the name Howard & Beat Associates, hitting the search key. He opens the law firm's official website, searches for Tony Maxey's name, and soon finds a photo along with a brief introduction. Recalling the appearance of the middle-aged man earlier, Chun Fei exhales, finally feeling reassured. Although the request is somewhat unconventional, if Will truly knows him well and with a lawyer present, there should not be any issues. This is a handwritten commission agreement with standard text at the beginning and additional notes at the end. Take photographs of the artwork on site and attach printed copies of the photos, requiring signatures from all three parties on the photos for confirmation. The agreement is prepared in triplicate, with a copy retained by the lawyer. After confirming the terms are correct, the group finds a business center to print the agreement and photos after several signatures. A document in a brown paper folder in a box containing the scroll are handed over to Chun Fei. See, Chun, how simple it is. You not only secured a business deal for the company, but you also earn a commission. $500. You must thank the great Will Simmons for his extensive connections. Will, are you very familiar with Joe? No, not at all. Today is the first time I've met him. Chun Fei is taken aback, not expecting Will to laugh heartily and continue, but Derek knows him quite well. Derek Curry, my best buddy. Haha, praise my name, the great Will, the man of vast connections. The Warden Art Appraisal Center is situated on Hillgard Avenue in Santa Monica, not far from the University of California, Los Angeles. Fortuitously, an individual is present. Professor Lee, I have a rather urgent matter and would like your assistance in authenticating this painting, Chun Fei implored. Mark Lee, a genteel elder approaching his 60s and hailing from Huagua, chuckled upon observing Chun Fei's hurried demeanor. Patience, young man. If you fear that my departure will be delayed, a meal would certainly suffice as an apology that I would gladly accept. Indeed, I wish to impart that in the realm of antique appraisal, haste is detrimental. Rushing may lead to errors, and errors can result in significant financial loss. As Mark Lee casually opened the box he received, he offered this sage advice. Chun Fei's expression momentarily stiffened, and he expressed his gratitude, albeit somewhat dismissively in his heart. The artistry of this painting is profound. However, what does the title Duobao Lauren signify? Is it a product of a game? That seems unlikely. At the workbench, Mark Lee meticulously examined the artwork, murmuring to himself. A game piece. After a period of contemplation, Mark Lee shook his head. From the brushwork, I cannot discern the artist's identity, nor have I ever encountered the name Duobao Lauren. The paper resembles that of the late Qing dynasty or the Republic. Period, though I cannot be certain that I recommend conducting a carbon-14 test to ascertain the date. I shall also research to see if I can uncover any information regarding this Duobao Lauren. Understood, Professor Lee. I will communicate with the client. The carbon-14 test is relatively affordable at $600, yet requires considerable time, at least 14 business days. Moreover, the process necessitates sampling from the paper which, while minimally invasive, deters many clients from proceeding. Following a brief discussion, Xiao Nagua indeed expressed reluctance, merely requesting Chun Fei to provide an estimate based on the current appraisal results. The following day, at the Silver Dawn CF, Chun Fei returned the paper box to Vincent Chiao. Congratulations, Mr. Chiao, this is an exceptional piece. Is that so? Huh. My sole concern is its monetary value. 100,000 is the valuation provided by our chief appraiser, with the primary factor influencing this worth being the inability to ascertain the author. Xiao opened the box and casually unrolled the scroll. As Chun Fei contemplated how to explain the significance of the title, he was suddenly startled by Xiao's exclamation. Oh, for heaven's sake, this is not the painting I entrusted to you. Chapter 2. The Emergence of Abilities. Chun Fei reached out to grasp the agreement from the table, scrutinizing it closely. It was merely a straightforward commission contract, identical to the one they had signed the previous day. He then flipped to the appendix, and his brow furrowed deeply. The photograph had been replaced. This was not the image of the painting in his possession, but rather another landscape that bore some resemblance, yet was distinctly different. However, with 3 copies of the agreement, what purpose did it serve to alter only his version? A sense of foreboding surged within Chun Fei, yet he patiently retrieved his copy of the agreement. At a mere glance, he nearly succumbed to the urge to discard the document. The photograph in his copy had also been swapped. Yet, this agreement had been in his hands since it was signed yesterday. He turned over the photograph to examine the signature on the back. It was indeed his own handwriting. So where did the issue lie? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Chun Fei. Chiao must have switched the photographs while they were signing. No wonder the signatures were on the back of the photographs. How could he do such a thing? Weir trembled as he clutched the agreement that Xiao had carelessly tossed onto the table. Chun Fei gently patted his shoulder and turned to Tony Maxey. Maxey, are you not going to check your copy of the agreement? Or have you known all along? Maxey shook his head with an air of nonchalance. No need to look. If both of your agreements are flawed, how could mine possibly be exempt? Xiao, do enlighten us about your intentions. What do I intend to do? Tony, I am a victim here. You ought to inquire what Mr. Chen intends. Xiao, spare me the insult to my intelligence and sensibilities. Your performance is so woeful it makes me nauseous. All right. You truly lack a sense of humor. Vincent Xiao shrugged, reclining back in his chair with a relaxed demeanor. You are not mistaken. The painting you saw yesterday was indeed this one. However, at the moment you were to sign, I preemptively switched the photographs. But what of the truth? You still owe me 1 million. For the painting depicted in the photograph is indeed valued at 1 million. Moreover, you possess no evidence to prove that I swapped the photographs. Now, I present you with an opportunity for choice. If both of you testify that Chun was the one who replaced the painting, he alone will owe me 1 million, while you, as righteous witnesses, will not only receive my gratitude, but also a handsome reward. Alternatively, if you aid this fool in attempting to prove that I swapped the photographs without evidence, the situation will become rather amusing. Tony, as the attorney in this matter, you would bear the primary responsibility and be liable for a substantial sum. And should this be revealed, your career may be jeopardized. So how shall you choose? Oh, Derek, how could you possibly know such a loathsome character? Weir was utterly astonished. This was truly terrifying. Derek Curry? For the right price, he would even call you daddy. As Vincent Joe displayed a mocking grin, Will's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. In a flurry of panic, he fumbled in his pocket for his phone, eager to make a call. No need to dial. That scoundrel has already committed murder and fled the scene. Oh, for heaven's sake. Cursing under his breath, Will hesitantly made a call. Conversing briefly before hanging up, his expression revealing his frustration that Joe had indeed spoken the truth. Derek was nowhere to be found. Chun Fei gently patted Will's shoulder, urging him to remain calm. Joe, is your sole aim truly that $1 million? You cannot afford more than that. Chun Fei fixed a piercing gaze upon Vincent Joe, his eyes ablaze with suppressed rage. Now, one last question. Why me? Because you are a Chinaman, timid, cowardly, reduced to weeping under the covers when bullied. I loathe your kind, just as I despise your ancestors who lie buried beneath the railway. Joe, you're courting death. Chun Fei's wrath erupted, and with a fierce shout, he swung a punch at Joe's left eye, swiftly following it with a second blow. This punch is for the ancestors you insulted. This one is for your Chinaman remark, and another. Joe took the brunt of the two punches, screaming as he scrambled beneath the table. Chun, just wait. I will sue you. Everyone here witnessed your assault. Prepare to rot in prison. Oh, prison? Excellent. Saves me $1 million. I wouldn't mind that. Chun Fei exerted force, kicking Joe out from under the table. Since he was destined for prison eventually, he might as well enjoy a good fight today. Joe scrambled towards the cafe's entrance, screaming in terror, causing other patrons to flee in alarm. Tony Maxey intercepted Chun Fei, who was poised to pursue. Chun, violence won't resolve anything. Let's sit down and think this through. Maxey, do you truly expect me to trust you? Maxey shrugged in response. Observing Maxey's retreating figure, Chun Fei rubbed his chin in contemplation, suddenly rising. Well, let's head to that business center from yesterday. At the business center, Chun Fei's expression darkened as he watched Maxey question the staff one by one. It seemed this fellow had also considered this location, indicating he was not in league with Joe. But could he truly be trusted? After a while, Maxey turned to Chun Fei, hands outstretched. I've asked each employee. They recall yesterday's events, yet not a single one remembers what that painting looked like. When Joe printed the photos, he utilized a unique software that left us without any means of restoration. In the rented apartment, Chun Fei fixated on the hermit painting before him, his mind a blank canvas. He could not fathom why Joe had targeted him or why such a troublesome affair had befallen him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in terror, filled with astonishment. Before him, the ancient painting laid flat on his desk spontaneously ignited. A layer of ethereal blue flames spread across the canvas like gentle ripples on the sea, and then a small emerald-hued orb slowly rose from the fire, wavering as it approached his forehead. He wished to scream and flee, yet inexplicably, he found himself unable to control his own body, helplessly watching as the orb gradually merged into his brow. All treasures possess a spirit. The first layer, known as the spirit of life, is bestowed by the Creator. Any artifact forged with heartfelt dedication will emanate a layer of spiritual light. The greater the skill of the creator and the more profound the dedication, the more vibrant the light. The second layer, referred to as the spirit of faith, is granted by the worshippers. As people yearn for and covet treasures over time, it becomes possible for a second layer of spiritual light to coalesce within the artifact. The more admirers there are, the deeper the spiritual light becomes. The third layer, termed the spirit of time, is conferred by the passage of time. The longer the duration, the more pronounced the light. This layer arises from the first and second layers. These three layers of spirit are usually invisible. Only those who practice the pearl light treasure technique can refine their vision to perceive myriad treasures. Chapter 3. The Extraordinary Ruby. The Spirit of Life, Spirit of Faith, Spirit of Time. The pearl light treasure technique? What is this? Chun Fei vigorously patted his head, as everything that had just transpired felt like a dream. Yet, the fine ashes on the desk constantly reminded him that it was no dream. Was it not a dream? The refinement of vision to perceive treasures indicates this is a technique for discerning treasures. And the green orb that had merged into his forehead was the awakening spirit for practicing this technique. Without a top-tier treasure, one could not cultivate. But possessing the awakening spirit would allow for a brief usage of the technique, to employ the technique for discerning treasures and uncovering hidden gems. He had indeed chased Xiao away, but that did not signify the end. Rather, the situation could worsen. To resolve this matter, he could either throw 1,000,000 yuan at Xiao's face or find evidence substantial enough to turn the tide, or perhaps hire a top lawyer to buy some time. As it appeared, finding such evidence was no easy task. Thus, either remaining option would require substantial funds, an exorbitant amount. And this pearl light treasure technique might very well bring him considerable wealth. Having comprehended all of this, Chun Fei stood up, invigorated, and turned to enter his bedroom, dragging out a box from beneath his bed. This box contained various trinkets he had purchased during his year-long stay in the United States, which were perfect for testing this so-called technique. If it proved useful, he would hasten to see if he could uncover significant treasure. His gaze swept across the colorful objects in the cardboard box, quickly settling on a target, a blue and white porcelain bowl from the Guangxu era, the piece he felt most confident about. Refining vision, he pressed his fingers to his brow and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly opened them wide, directing his gaze at the porcelain bowl before him. A swirling mass of light, mingling shades of pale green, soft yellow, and delicate lavender, abruptly leapt into his view. Chun Fei was startled, his heart trembling, and when he looked again, all that remained before him was a solitary porcelain bowl. It was indeed real. Chun Fei clenched his fists tightly, silently roaring in fury. "Xiao, just wait for me." The University of California, Los Angeles boasts a dedicated art school offering numerous disciplines, including painting, drawing, photography, sculpture, and ceramics, not to mention the field of archaeology. Consequently, the vicinity around the university is replete with galleries, art shops, and antique stores, most of which are concentrated along a side street on Hillgard Avenue, not far from the UCLA Meteorite Museum. Chun Fei's apartment is also nearby, allowing him to swiftly make his way to his destination. His aim was a secondhand shop. In America, there are many such establishments, a blend of secondhand goods and antiques, making them excellent places for treasure hunting, as well as potential pitfalls. Chun Fei had frequented numerous such shops before, but rarely made purchases, as uncertainty often clouded his judgment. However, today was different. What did he hope to discover? These were items painstakingly collected by his grandfather, many of which held significant sentimental value. The shopkeeper was a lovely young Caucasian woman in her 20s, with silky, shoulder-length brown hair, delicately arched brows, and sparkling lake blue eyes that radiated vivacity. Her fair and delicate complexion lacked the coarse pores typical of many Westerners, and a subtle fragrance lingered around her, hinting at an elusive perfume. "Feel free to browse." She smiled, and Chun Fei began to examine the various items displayed on the shelves. An array of expected and unexpected objects unfolded before him, and soon he felt overwhelmed by the assortment. Things are a bit disorganized. If you're searching for something specific, just let me know, and I can help you find it. All right, could you please fetch that box for me? Yes, the one with the relief design in silver. Are you buying a gift for your girlfriend? It's a beautiful jewelry box, she remarked as she handed it to him. Chun Fei first assessed its size. Approximately the span of an adult's palm, and with its 4 legs, it stood around 10 centimeters tall. He then lifted it, finding it somewhat weighty, estimating it to be between 600 and 700 grams, likely made entirely of pure silver. The woman was correct. It was indeed a finely crafted jewelry box. The lid featured a blooming rose entwined with branches, with two smaller roses adorning the upper corners. At the center of the composition lay a heart-shaped, fruit-like design. The base was supported by four robust pillars, extending outward with rounded ends. The entire box was adorned with intricate relief, the patterns both elaborate yet elegant. Aside from its somewhat dull silver sheen, due to less than ideal preservation, with some areas even appearing tarnished, it possessed few flaws. Upon opening the lid, he found a simple silver-toned interior, devoid of compartments or layers. The walls of the box were thin, and the four legs were likely hollow. Otherwise, it would weigh considerably more. This can barely be considered an antique, likely a product from the 1930s or 1940s. The decorative style is undoubtedly European, though the specific country eludes identification. Chun Fei, relying on his knowledge of silver, made a preliminary assessment and was ready to utilize his expertise in gemology for further appraisal, simultaneously testing his own evaluative skills. As he concentrated, he suddenly sensed a faint, cool breeze coursing through his body, its origin unclear, yet gradually coalescing towards his eyes. A delicate, hazy orb materialized before him, encircled by a faint green, a barely discernible pale yellow, and soft purple hues. Chun Fei's gaze shifted, and in an instant, three intensely vibrant purple luminescences emanated from the base of the box's three legs, momentarily overwhelming him with their brilliance. Startled, the coolness that had gathered in his eyes dissipated, and the box returned to its ordinary appearance. The box itself appeared unremarkable, yet the radiant brilliance from its legs suggested it was a treasure born of nature, possessing a unique essence. Non-attribute treasures often exhibit a purple glow, with deeper hues indicating greater rarity. Attribute treasures, conversely, emanate different colors of spiritual light depending on their characteristics. Could this be a treasure of nature, perhaps a gemstone? He exhaled deeply, blinked, and swiftly calmed the tumult within. How much is this? Sir, have you noticed this pattern? Observe the flower. It appears to be a rose, yet is actually a wild rose. This is the family crest of an ancient European lineage. A woman pointed delicately to the rose on the box's lid, speaking softly. I wonder if you have heard of the Lancaster family of England. They are one of the oldest families in Europe, a branch of the Anjou lineage. The progenitor of the Lancaster family was John of Gaunt, the third son of King Edward III of England, born in 1340 in Flanders. Nobility at the time often derived their titles from their places of birth. Hence he was known as John of Gaunt. In 1362, he was granted the title of Duke of Lancaster, thereby founding this lineage. The Lancaster family crest features a blossoming wild rose. She scrutinized Chun Fei's expression and then smiled as she announced, "Therefore, the price is $25,000. Upon hearing her offer, Chun Fei nodded with a wry smile, a lovely tale. In fact, I'm not only familiar with the Lancaster family, but also the York family. The woman suddenly slapped her forehead and then covered her mouth, chuckling softly. This is what my grandfather taught me. He said if the buyer seems knowledgeable, one should change the story. Oh, I'm not implying you, of course. Well then, how about $1,500? This is merely an ordinary silver embossed jewelry box. And, judging by its design, it appears to be an industrial product. Moreover, based on its silver content, it should only date back a few decades. No, it must be at least a century old. It was acquired by my father's grandfather from a European immigrant, who claimed it belonged to his grandmother. Your father's grandfather, you say? This item has quite the history. Are you sure this approach won't lead your store to bankruptcy? With a sum of $1,200. I could take it. Otherwise, I would have to express my apologies. The woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gestured affirmatively. After some commotion, he unveiled the first compartment, extracting a gem from a small aperture at the base of his leg, a deep crimson stone that shimmered with an enchanting starlight. Instantly, he recognized it as a premier ruby, its hue unmistakably reaching the coveted pigeon blood-red standard. Illuminating the stone, he retrieved a magnifying glass, a ruler, and a scale, and began a meticulous examination of this precious ruby. It was round, exhibiting a mixed cut, and bore no signs of artificial treatment. Weighing in at 364 carats. Its transparency was exceptional, its color a striking pigeon blood red, and its clarity reached a rarity seldom seen. The honey-like structure was evident, with a rich presence of rutile inclusions, leading him to tentatively conclude its origin was from the Mogok region of Myanmar. Currently, the market price for the finest rubies ranges from $110,000 to $120,000 per carat. However, this particular gem transcended such classifications, belonging to the realm of the priceless. Such extraordinary rubies were virtually unseen in the market and rarely appeared at auctions, as they constituted the most coveted resources of jewelers, reserved solely for equivalent exchanges with other gems of similar caliber. Upon receiving the appraisal results, he deduced the possible provenance of the ruby. If the remaining 2 stones also belonged to this elite category, it would affirm that the treasure was indeed from a prominent jeweler of substantial stature. Conversely, it could indicate ownership by a dominant figure in another industry with vast resources. Regrettably, possessing such a remarkable gem served little purpose beyond monetary exchange. It could not fulfill its true potential in his hands. As he lamented, he energetically retrieved the other 2 gems. As he had surmised, they too were of the same exceptional quality. One was a trapezoidal cut, while the other featured a heart shape with 63 standard facets. In the hands of an expert, these 3 rubies could fetch millions of dollars. A wave of relief washed over him as he felt a weight lift from his chest. With resources in hand, he felt no panic. Even if he ultimately had to compensate that individual a substantial sum, he would not fear the outcome. Moreover, he was not so naive as to surrender easily upon being deceived. Regardless of how meticulously the opponent had orchestrated their scheme, he would fight to the bitter end. It was said that in the United States, with sufficient funds, one could manipulate the narrative to turn black into white. Even if the truth could not be obscured, one could financially exhaust the adversary. Thus, he resolved to sell 1 ruby specifically to engage in legal battle against that wretched individual. If one was insufficient, he would sell them all. He would ensure the opponent faced financial ruin. The worst outcome would merely be to accept the loss. With the oppressive feelings dissipated, his thoughts regained their agility. Jewelers had no reason to squander a treasure trove, and even if they lacked gems of equivalent quality, those of a slightly lower tier were still immensely valuable. After pondering briefly, he seized a chisel and pried open the final compartment. Indeed, as he gazed at the slender iron plate that fell onto the table, a smile crept upon his lips, silently commending his own cleverness. This method of engraving words onto iron plates was likely adopted to prevent the molten silver from being burned or melted away. Chun Fei, wielding a magnifying glass, meticulously transcribed each letter from the iron plate onto paper. Mohrenstrasse, which appears to be German, followed by number 132 and 12 meters south of the tree. What could this mean? In the 4th chapter, A Dog's Eye Sees the Human, Chun Fei, due to his studies in archaeology, recognized several commonly used German words and was able to directly translate most of the content. It was an address. The first half was easily comprehensible, yet the latter portion remained somewhat ambiguous. 12 meters south of the tree should ideally indicate a more precise location. However, who knows how many years have passed, and whether the so-called number 132 on Mohrenstrasse still exists is uncertain, leaving the remaining information seemingly devoid of value. Upon consulting a German dictionary, he discovered that Mohrenstrasse translates to Moorish Street, and the subsequent translations were accurate as well, forming the complete address of Moorish Street, number 132, 12 meters south. A quick online search yielded fortunate results, revealing that Moorish Street is a thoroughfare in the heart of Berlin, established in 1707. However, in German, the term Moor has, since the 16th century, been largely synonymous with black, carrying a pejorative connotation. It has since been renamed George Floyd Street. Given the passage of time, it is possible that the location had already been discovered, though that remained uncertain. Imagining what treasures might be unearthed from there, Chun Fei suddenly smacked his forehead. Was it truly important? Was any of this truly significant? Shouldn't he be diligently studying the intricate techniques of the jewel of luster instead? The consumption of energy could be gradually restored over time, while the spirits within exquisite treasures could rapidly replenish one's energy. Gathering 9 distinct treasures, positioning them around oneself, and utilizing techniques to communicate with the spirits within would lead to a continuous increase in one's power. Yet, despite recognizing every individual character in the descriptions, the collective meaning eluded him. What defines a treasure of the highest quality? What constitutes an attribute? Is it merely metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? That still leaves 4 more to identify. Could spirits truly communicate? After much contemplation and scouring his memory for further information, Chun Fei reluctantly set aside his cultivation, deciding that as long as it was functional, that would suffice. The following day, feeling less anxious, Chun Fei indulged in a rare, lazy morning, and upon rising, made his way to Cartier's flagship store in Los Angeles. Today, he intended to sell gems. Only by swiftly acquiring sufficient funds could he find complete peace of mind. Inside the Cartier flagship store, The manager, Selena, was overseeing the staff as they tidied up and organized the displays. "Here, if this happens again, there will be a deduction of $50, she exclaimed, shaking her right hand at one of the employees. The fingertip of her white-gloved index finger marred with a faint smudge. Observing the employee's discontent, yet fear of rebuttal, she maintained a stern facade, all the while feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. She relished this feeling of superiority and adored witnessing the helplessness reflected in others, despite their obvious dissatisfaction. At that moment, she noticed a young Asian man entering the store with a lively gait, and she hurriedly greeted him with a congenial smile. In recent years, it has become widely acknowledged that Asians, particularly those from China, are affluent and easily swayed. A few flattering words can lead them to lavishly part with their money. This opportunity must not be relinquished to those insufferable store clerks. "Sir, how may I assist you? Do you purchase gemstones here?" Upon hearing that he had come to sell something, Selena's smile abruptly faltered, and she forced a response, "We do, but not just any grade of gemstone." "Oh, then how about this one?" Chun Fei said, pulling a round ruby from his pocket and offering it to her. Seeing him so casually produce a gemstone caused Selena's smile to wane further. She began to regret that such a boorish individual was in the presence of someone as refined as herself. However, there was no turning back now. She was a role model for the other clerks. Suppressing her discomfort, she took a velvet-lined tray from a nearby employee and gestured for Chun Fei to place the ruby inside. Chun Fei nonchalantly set the ruby onto the tray. Selena took a glance and immediately furrowed her brow. She had never seen a ruby so vividly red and so transparent. As she carefully picked it up to examine it closely, a cold smile involuntarily crept across her face. The color reached a pigeon blood red. With exceptional transparency and flawless clarity, was he trying to amuse her with a piece of glass? "Sir, we do not accept rubies of this quality." "Not accept?" Chun Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had assumed that upon presenting it, they would be clamoring to purchase it from him. Why would you not accept such a top-tier ruby? Intending to try another store, he suddenly thought it prudent to inquire about the reason. Otherwise, if he were to face a similar rejection elsewhere, it would be quite troublesome. "Do you truly wish to know the reason?" Selena's expression was one of disdain. Indeed, Chun Fei, oblivious to her demeanor, nodded earnestly. "Sir, do you think it's amusing to attempt to pass off a piece of glass as a ruby? Or do you believe that we professionals would be as foolish as you?" Chun Fei was taken aback. He never imagined the basis for her refusal would be such a thing, and her attitude was downright atrocious. "This lady, do you think this gemstone is merely a piece of glass? Might I inquire if you're a gemologist?" Even the most distinguished gemologist wouldn't hastily draw conclusions based solely on a cursory glance. "I'm not a gemologist, but I have encountered many individuals like you. Sir, we need to conduct business. Please do not disrupt our normal operations." Chun Fei was nearly apoplectic with indignation, ready to argue, when an elderly Caucasian gentleman happened to stroll by and suddenly paused with a soft exclamation. "Selena, where did you acquire this ruby?" "Mr. Davis, this is certainly not a ruby. This individual is merely toying with us." "Oh, not a ruby?" The elder cast a fleeting glance at Selena before turning to Chun Fei with a smile. "Might I take a look at your ruby, sir?" "By all means." Chun Fei gestured for him to proceed. The old man donned a pair of white gloves from his pocket and delicately lifted the gemstone. At this moment, even Selena, despite her usual obliviousness, sensed that the situation was dire. With a sheepish smile, she approached Chun Fei, saying, "Sir, I apologize for my earlier misjudgment." "There is no rush to apologize. What if this elder also determines it to be merely glass?" Upon hearing this, the elder, who was scrutinizing the stone, shot a fierce glare at Selena, causing her to shudder in fear. Her eyes, filled with desperation, turned toward Chun Fei, nearly brimming with tears. Chun Fei had little patience for such sycophantic behavior, but chose not to engage with her further, waving his hand dismissively for her to depart. Yet, Selena dare not leave. She cautiously directed her gaze back to the elder, who, in his impatience, gestured for her to go away. Finally feeling a sense of relief, she quietly retreated to the side, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. "Sir, are you certain you wish to sell this ruby?" "Indeed, if the price is right." "Very well, please follow me." "Selena, kindly bring the appraisal tools to the reception room and prepare 2 cups of coffee." Davis led Chun Fei through the grand hall and ushered him into the reception room, stepping outside to make a phone call. As the chief appraiser of this flagship store, he was well acquainted with the quality of gemstones. Although the ruby had yet to be precisely evaluated, his years of experience allowed him to ascertain its caliber with considerable confidence. Such a strategic asset was something no jewelry company would willingly overlook. Moreover, securing this ruby would greatly benefit him personally, perhaps even leading to a promotion. Therefore, he was determined to prepare meticulously and ensure that nothing would jeopardize the impending transaction. After concluding his call, the appraisal equipment arrived just in time. Following a series of operations, Davis put away the gear and began sketching on a form with a pen. Nature's most precious gift. Chun, you are indeed enviable. Chun Fei accepted the form with a smile, first checking the weight, 364 carats. He nodded and continued to examine each aspect. As expected, the transparency, color, clarity, and cut were all of the highest quality, with a special optical effect exhibiting 12 rays of starlight. Other data regarding refractive indices and birefringence perfectly matched the characteristics of a natural ruby. Mr. Chun, may I inquire what price you intend to sell this ruby for? Chun Fei smiled. Could you first share your estimated valuation? Certainly. Mr. Chun, this is a top-tier natural pigeon blood ruby. Based on today's market rates, the price per carat ranges from 110,000 to 120,000. I can calculate the highest rate of 120,000, totaling 43.68 million. Chun Fei shook his head. Mr. Davis, I am also a gem appraiser, and I am well aware that such exceptional gemstones lack a corresponding market price. Hence, my offer stands at $2 million. No, that is impossible. Mr. Davis, I believe if you are unable to make a decision, I would appreciate you contacting your superior. Alternatively, you may choose to decline this transaction, as I still have time to seek another jeweler. A hint of distress flickered across Davis's face. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured for Chun Fei to wait while he made a call. Just as Davis exited, the door to the reception room swung open. In walked a middle-aged Caucasian man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured refinement. A humble smile adorned the face of Selena, who trailed behind him. Mr. Chun, greetings. I am Kyle Matthews, the general manager of Cartier for the Los Angeles region. It is a pleasure to meet you. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Mr. Chun, since you wish to sell this gemstone, could you offer us a more sincere price? Chun Fei, under the impression that Davis had gone to consult this general manager, retorted, what price would you deem more sincere, Mr. Matthews? $600,000. I can authorize that price immediately, and you will receive the funds in mere minutes. Chun Fei shook his head. That price is simply unacceptable. Mr. Chun, you mentioned you're also a gem appraiser, fully aware of the value of your ruby. Thus, you must realize that such a high-grade gemstone is rarely accessible to the average person. So, the question arises, from where did your ruby originate? Chun Fei's expression darkened. He had initially thought this man was merely negotiating, but realized he was being threatened. Did he truly believe that without your firm, I would be left with nothing? Los Angeles is home to more than one top-tier jeweler. Mr. Chun, while it's true that Los Angeles boasts more than one luxury brand, we all maintain connections with one another, a fact you surely recognize. Although we may occasionally acquire gemstones of uncertain provenance, such transactions are typically conducted discreetly. Should this information leak, it could become a weapon for our competitors. Therefore, if all these luxury brands are to learn of this, I dare say, no one would be willing to purchase your ruby. Mr. Chun, you are correct in your assessment. This ruby is indeed valued at $2 million, perhaps even higher. However, as an unverified gemstone, it is worth merely $600,000. Witnessing the general manager's condescending demeanor, Chun Fei felt a surge of indignation. Unverified? This old man was clearly attempting to swindle my gemstone. Mr. Matthews, have you finished speaking? If so, may I request you step aside? I shall not sell this gemstone. Mr. Chun, I urge you to reconsider. There is no need for further contemplation. I am in a hurry to visit Harry Winston. Oh, by the way, Mr. Matthews, you mentioned having connections there. Could you kindly make a call to arrange an appointment for me? Matthews stood there momentarily stunned as Chun Fei let out a cold laugh, pushing open the door to the reception room and stepping outside. Mr. Chun, where are you headed? Where am I going? Mr. Davis, spare me the theatrics and step aside. Theatrics? Davis looked bewildered, but suddenly his expression shifted as he glanced behind Chun Fei. Matthews, what are you doing here? What am I doing? I am the general manager here. Do I need to report my actions to you? In an instant, Davis grasped the truth, his face darkening. Matthews, I have already reported to headquarters. If this transaction fails because of you, you will bear full responsibility. Full responsibility? No problem. As the general manager, I'm already expected to take full responsibility. Chun Fei observed the two arguing at the reception door, realizing that it seemed genuine and not a mere performance. He shook his head, thinking it wise to leave swiftly to avoid complications should the gem not sell. Look at you, Davis. Have you seen how that young man is dressed? Does he appear to be someone who could possess a ruby of that caliber? If you dare to buy his ruby, can you handle the consequences if something goes awry? Chun Fei had just lifted his foot to leave. But upon realizing that the esteemed general manager was indeed a narrow-minded individual, he hesitated. So, you claim I am unworthy of possessing this ruby? Very well. Let us discuss whether I truly deserve it. Chapter 5. The Dawn of Resolution. Witnessing Matthews brazenly insult a guest, a cold smirk crept onto Davis's face. He had initially worried about his credit being diluted, but now it seemed Matthews had dug his own grave. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and spoke a few quick words before expressionlessly handing the phone to Matthews. Mr. Wu would like you to take this call. He then approached Chun Fei with a look of sincere apology. Mr. Chun, I apologize for the inconvenience. I have just consulted with headquarters, and they have approved your offer. Davis had indeed contacted headquarters, speaking directly with General Manager Wood. Initially, they had intended for him to negotiate a lower price. But now that Matthews had presented him with such a splendid opportunity, how could he let it slip by? Securing it at the highest price was the plan. After all, Matthews would shoulder the responsibility. Chun Fei blinked, quickly grasping the situation. When the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to finalize the deal with a mere offer. Ha, Mr. Davis. Yet Matthews has stated that my gem's origins are unclear. Are you not concerned? I am sorry, Mr. Chun, but I believe someone capable of possessing a gem of this caliber can undoubtedly prove its provenance. I only hope you do not hold our company accountable for the ignorance of certain individuals. Oh, Mr. Davis, I believe Matthews may not be entirely wrong. I seem to lack a means to clearly elucidate the gem's origins. Ha, Mr. Chun, you jest. However, none of this presents an issue. As long as you agree to sell us this gem, everything will be resolved. Half an hour later, Chun Fei emerged from the Cartier flagship store, his bank card now enriched by a staggering sum of $2 million. Shortly after his departure, he received a call from Maxie. Upon his arrival, who was already awaiting him. Mr. Chun, based on the current information we have, we either negotiate privately with Joe or face the prospect of litigation. However, the likelihood of our defeat exceeds 80. Furthermore, should we lose, you may also be implicated in some criminal liabilities. Thus, I urgently need to ascertain your stance so we can prepare accordingly. Having missed him for just a day, Maxie appeared somewhat haggard, yet his spirit remained intact. Chun Fei furrowed his brow. Although Maxie had consistently maintained a professional demeanor, he still found it difficult to discern the latter's position. Was this individual merely another victim like them, or was he a double agent for Joe? After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, if we opt for a private settlement, how much compensation should we anticipate? I will endeavor to negotiate with Joe, but it is unlikely to be less than $1 million. His current justification is that you swapped the artwork, thereby rendering the court unable to ascertain the true value of the painting depicted in the photograph. However, if a recognized authority sanctioned by the court issues a verification, the court will heed it. Joe would not commit such a blunder. Will gazed at Chun Fei, a look of remorse etched on his face. Mr. Maxie, do you also advocate for a private settlement? Maxie hesitated momentarily before nodding slightly. If compensation ends up being $1 million, I will contribute 600,000. Should we negotiate a lower amount, we will adjust accordingly. As for how you two divide the remaining sum, that is for you to negotiate. No, we cannot allow Chun to bear the burden. He is innocent. Will interjected without hesitation. Chun Fei regarded the two with surprise, asking each word with clarity. Are you serious? Will nodded vigorously, while Maxie sighed deeply. Chun, I suggest you sign the agreement with me now, as I fear I may change my mind in the next moment. Chun Fei clapped his hands together. Excellent. Let's sign the agreement now. Maxie, you will contribute 600,000, well 300,000, and I shall be responsible for returning the painting valued at 100,000 to Joe. Do you have any objections? Maxie looked at Chun Fei in astonishment. He had presumed that this young man would not concede so readily. However, given the circumstances, especially as he was an international student from Huagua, it was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly to avert potentially graver consequences. Even couples part ways in times of crisis. How much more so for the three of them? With a wry smile, he shook his head, retrieving 2 documents from his drawer and handing them to the pair. Please, review these. I have already filled in my portion. Simply complete wills. If there are no objections, we shall proceed to the company's signing room. where there will be video documentation. Damn it, that wretched Joe. Had he not exploited my trust, how could I have been so careless? Chun Fei observed the actions of the two individuals in silence, until, with the video as witness, the agreement was duly signed. He then smiled and extended his hand, retrieving the document from their grasp. With a swift motion, he tore the agreement in half, discarding the remnants into a nearby shredder. Why should I opt for reconciliation? Maxie was momentarily taken aback. Shin, what on earth do you mean? I mean nothing of significance. I simply had a change of heart. I no longer intend to settle privately with Joe. I am prepared to take him to court. Maxie, may I pose a question? Given the current situation, if I were to offer you $500,000, could you turn this lawsuit around? Maxie began to grasp the situation. This fellow had been doubting him all along. Did his reputation as a prominent lawyer hold so little weight in Chen's eyes? Chun, you truly are. Maxie shrugged, spreading his hands. The relief of not having to shoulder the burden of $600,000 lightened his spirits, though Chen's demeanor irked him somewhat. Clearly, Chen, if I had the choice, I would not willingly part with $600,000. What about $1 million? Maxie shook his head resolutely. Very well, allow me to revise my request. With $1 million, can we secure the most skilled attorney in this area? How long could we delay proceedings? After a moment of contemplation, Maxie replied with certainty, if we enlist our boss, we could stretch it out for 2 years. Excellent. And what if it were 10 million? Maxie stared at Chun in disbelief. Chun, you are truly mad. We could turn the case around. Gentlemen, I do not lack for funds, but I will not acquiesce to extortion. I want Joe to come to me in tears, only to be unceremoniously cast aside. Immersed in the thrill of his bravado, Chun was suddenly interrupted by a meek voice in his ear. Wait, let me think. Chun, are you saying you're willing to spend 10 million to sue Joe? In other words, I would no longer need to pay that fellow 300,000? Oh my goodness, Chun, you are simply magnificent. Chun couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, casting a resentful glance at Will. You sigh. I suppose the reason I became good friends with this fellow in the first place was his honesty, but now it appears this is not honesty. It is sheer naivete. Maxie burst into hearty laughter, feeling several years younger in an instant. With his pretentious display having failed, Chun bade farewell to the two and pondered his next steps. Although he now possessed a rare ruby worth millions, who would willingly toss money into the abyss? Furthermore, the prospect of finding a bargain was not so straightforward. Expertise in appraisal was merely one aspect, and luck played a significant role as well. What if his fortunes turned for the worse? Thus, exhausting Joe through litigation was merely a last resort. He must strive further to uncover sufficient evidence to reclaim his position. Where could such evidence be found? After much deliberation, he resolved to revisit the business center, for it was the one place where flaws were most likely to be uncovered. The business center. Chun Fei ventured into the area he had previously visited, diligently searching for a familiar face among the staff. Sir, how may I assist you? A voice resonated beside him. Turning around, he was met by an Asian countenance. Are you from Hua country? Indeed, I work part-time here. Are you from the mainland as well? The individual spoke directly in Mandarin. Chun Fei smiled. I am Chun Fei from Nanjing. And you? Goulet from Beijing, haha. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Chun Fei inquired, Brother, were you here 2 days ago? I came with 3 others to print photos. Oh, so you were the one. No wonder I found you somewhat familiar. Chun Fei's heart leapt at the revelation. Did you see the photos we printed? Do you remember them? Of course. I study fine arts domestically. How could I possibly forget such an exquisite piece? That's wonderful. Chun Fei exclaimed, striking his palm with enthusiasm. Brother, I have a favor to ask of you. He succinctly recounted the situation, prompting Goulet to nearly leap from his seat. These foreigners are utterly despicable. What is the difference between this and robbery? There is a distinction. Robbery is illegal. Chun Fei jested with a hint of irony. This is illegal too. Wait a moment. Let me show you something. As he spoke, Goulet retrieved his phone. I initially felt a bit hesitant, considering I hadn't obtained your consent. If it were someone else, I would never show this, he muttered as he pulled up a photograph, revealing a moment of Chiao capturing a picture of the Hermitage painting. It was evident that Goulet intended to focus on the artwork, hence the person was not fully captured, yet sufficed. I secretly took a shot while he was photographing. You know, those studying fine arts often find it hard to resist such temptations. No worries, feel free to take pictures. I don't mind at all, Chun Fei replied, snatching the phone to enlarge the image, scrutinizing the painting at its center. Suddenly, a ray of dawn illuminated before him. The answer he sought had been right there all along. Chapter 6. The Reward of Resolution. Silver Dawn Cafe. This was the origin of the riddle, and Chun Fei had chosen to conclude it here. Upon seeing the photograph on the table, Vincent Xiao remained silent for a considerable time before nervously chuckling. All right. Let us conclude this here. Did you bring my painting? You speak nonsense. Chow abruptly stood, glaring intensely at Chun Fei, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Unfazed, Chun Fei reclined, crossing his legs leisurely, and replied, I shan't delve into whether you tampered with it. The artwork is indeed missing, and I lack the funds to compensate you. You can choose to sue. I will hire Maxie as my lawyer to contest you. Maxie, if I were to pay you $500,000 in legal fees, how long could you prolong this? Mr. Chun, even if we ultimately lose, I believe we could extend it for over 2 years. No, I guarantee it. What if I offer $1 million? Wow. Mr. Chun, you are quite generous. Maxie exaggeratedly extended a hand, exclaiming, 5 years. I guarantee no verdict will emerge within that time. Joe was infuriated, his rage boiling over as he ground his teeth, and stood up in a huff. Stop right there. If you dare to leave, I will have Maxie sign a check, ensuring you will never possess that painting. The muscles in Joe's face contorted, and after a moment of tense stillness, he sat back down rigidly. Chun, you have already triumphed. What more do you desire? I desire nothing. Your painting indeed caught fire. Yet I shall compensate you with a sum of $100,000 based on the company's valuation. However, I refuse to frame this as a mere compensation, for that notion repulses me. Merely thinking of it makes me nauseous. Therefore, I require something from you. Anything will suffice under the guise of a transaction. Let us say, that necklace you wear, $100,000. If you agree, we shall draft an agreement. Conveniently, Tony happens to be the lawyer. After a moment of contemplation, Joe reached for the necklace around his neck, yanking it off along with a small amber pendant, which he hurled toward Chun Fei. Take it. It's a worthless trinket bought for $10. Chun Fei chuckled lightly, unfazed by its worth, declaring, this is merely a trophy. Furthermore, I have one last query, Joe. Chun Fei raised a finger. Who was behind your actions? Joe visibly hesitated before coldly retorting, no one orchestrated this. I simply needed money. Chun Fei shook his head. Joe, do you believe this matter concludes here? Maxie, please enlighten him regarding the legal statutes of your esteemed country. At your service, Mr. Chun. Maxie nodded slightly, casting a frosty glance at Vincent Joe, his eyes brimming with pity. Joe, according to Article 2201 of the Uniform Commercial Code, the parties engaged in commercial transactions must trust one another and cooperate in good faith. Any violation of this principle is deemed fraudulent. Thus, we may pursue litigation to demand compensation for a plethora of damages, including emotional distress and reputational harm, potentially amounting to $30 million. Of course, the actual compensation might only reach a few $1,000s, but I am certain Mr. Chun would be more than willing to invest hundreds of thousands to play this game with you. Enough. You've won. Joe spat. It's Sander Blanco. Are you satisfied now? Chun Fei's eyes narrowed at the name, which struck him as vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he recalled the grassy field from days prior and smirked. One can harm a heart without hurting a dog. Chuckling nervously, he added, very well, Maxie, draft the agreement. $100,000. I shall purchase this necklace and pendant, and let this matter rest. Outside the cafe, will excitedly embrace Chun Fei, bouncing with enthusiasm. Did you see that, Chun? You were absolutely magnificent, like a godfather. Is that so? Indeed, I rewatched The Godfather several times before coming here. Seeing Will's astonished expression, Chun Fei chuckled and playfully shoved him, thinking, this guy actually believes it. If you keep this up, I won't dare to joke with you again. Maxie gazed deeply at Chun Fei and said, so, Chun, you were confident all along, weren't you? No, Maxie. It was only after leaving you today, feeling discontented, that I made another trip to the business center. Fortunately, I encountered a fellow compatriot there, an art student. Chun Fei recounted the events at the business center earnestly. Maxie, well, I'm truly touched by the decision you both made. I believe we will become good friends because I share the same sentiment. Wow, Chun, your luck is simply unbeatable. Listen, in a couple of days, I'm attending a warehouse auction, and I think I could really use your luck. You will accompany me, won't you? Of course. After all, we are friends. He yanked the necklace off and tossed it into the trash bin, then threw the amber pendant into the water, rinsed it briefly, and took it out to dry, placing it on a stainless steel plate. Indeed, Joe may not have lied. The necklace was merely a thin layer of silver plating, and even the amber was likely concocted from rosin mixed with certain chemicals. However, when Chun Fei suddenly decided to examine Joe's belongings with a lustrous gem viewer, the amber emitted a rich purple light, rivaling that of several rubies. This indicated that the object encased in the amber, resembling a piece of blue glass, was very likely a genuine blue diamond. He ignited an alcohol lamp, grasped the amber with tweezers, and held it above the flame. After a brief wait, Chun Fei cast the burning amber into the stainless steel plate. Before long, the amber turned to ash, filling the room with a pungent scent of rosin. He collected the remaining items and cleaned them in the basin, a smile emerging on Chun Fei's face. Indeed, it was a large, trapezoid-cut blue diamond. Taking out his tools, Chun Fei began the appraisal. First, the weight, 578 carats. Among blue diamonds, this weight could be deemed colossal. Next was the clarity. Under a tenfold microscope, any impurities within the diamond would be laid bare. Regrettably, it was only rated VVS1, 2 grades shy of perfection. However, the color was sufficient to compensate for this shortcoming. The cut was exquisite, the hue a pure blue, with top-notch optical performance. This is Joe's compensation for me, and I am quite satisfied. Now, San Blanco, what will you compensate me with? Chapter 7. To come without return is unseemly. At the block bar, within the crowded dance floor, a throng of young men and women exuberantly indulged in alcohol and excessive hormones, their faces flushed, foreheads glistening with sweat, and their gazes toward the opposite sex, brimming with provocation and desire. Amidst the crowd, the tall figure of San Blanco swayed his body while scanning the surroundings. He was in pursuit of tonight's quarry. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his feet involuntarily began to move in a particular direction. In that moment, a group of young individuals had formed a small circle, within which a girl clad in short shorts was sensuously and powerfully twisting her slender waist. Her expressions oscillated between allure and innocence, akin to a captivating little sprite. Sander exerted himself to push through the crowd, dancing fervently with the girl while casting intimidating glances at the young men encircling them. Laughter erupted from the girl as she reveled in the attention, delighting in the display of jealousy from the boys. Amidst her laughter, she turned and pressed her back against Sander, audaciously dancing against him. The following morning, in a hotel room, regrettably, the girl had refused to exchange contact information, leaving Sander uncertain if they would ever cross paths again. Meanwhile, outside a second-hand goods store, Lily Morris had just opened the shop when she engaged in conversation with a neighbor. The neighbor was a frail, slightly hunched old woman who ran a porcelain shop inherited from her father. Lily often mused that they should switch places. The pristine environment of the porcelain shop seemed far more suited to a beauty like her, while the chaotic second-hand store felt more fitting for an old crone. Indeed, the old hag had recently sold a set of ordinary bone china as royal antiques to a tourist, earning a staggering sum of $100,000 in a single transaction. Was this not sorcery? Alas, when would the beautiful Miss Lily encounter such a fool? Just then, she noticed a young man striding directly towards her. He was back. Seize him. Make a handsome profit. Lily, you can do this. You absolutely can. Sir, was your friend satisfied with the jewelry box from the other day? She inquired. Thank you, very satisfied. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Antiques. I would like to see some antiques from China. Congratulations, sir. You have come to the right place. Chun Fei accepted the coffee that Lily handed him, observing as she busied herself. She first opened a metal cabinet in the corner and retrieved a cardboard box from within. Then, she dragged out a wooden box from beneath the counter and even climbed a ladder to fetch a storage box from the top of the shelf. Chun Fei's gaze flickered. He recalled hearing about the reasoning behind such storage methods, purportedly to prevent theft or robbery from being executed in one fell swoop. Ah, the plight of the American people. Oh, these were all placed by my grandfather. You know how elderly minds can be a bit eccentric. Chun Fei smiled, indicating that it was of no concern, and bent down to examine the 3 boxes on the floor. The cardboard and wooden boxes contained porcelain, totaling about a dozen pieces. The storage box held some assorted small items. Chun Fei bent down and retrieved a greenish-blue porcelain vase, approximately 20 centimeters in height, from the initially presented cardboard box. The vase resembled an inverted gourd hammer, with a neck that was nearly 10 centimeters long, but only 2 centimeters in diameter at the opening. With sloping shoulders and a protruding belly, the vessel's form tapers gracefully from its spherical base. Grasping the neck of the bottle feels akin to holding the handle of a hammer. The porcelain vase, entirely enveloped in a glaze of verdant hues, resembles the delicate diffusion of jade. Its surface, lustrous and smooth, evokes the pristine nature of ice. Is this exquisite piece a product of the kiln? A term suddenly sprang to Chun Fei's mind as he carefully lifted the porcelain bottle into the light, scrutinizing it attentively. Subtle spiral patterns adorned the vessel's wall, almost imperceptible and easily overlooked without the intention of discovery. The glaze appeared thin, yet remarkably uniform. The base was also fully glazed, bearing a poorly inscribed character resembling a child's hasty etching. This is a Qing dynasty pure porcelain vase from the Gongzi mark of the Xianglin Lake Kiln, an exemplary piece of the Mi colorware. The Mi color porcelain of the Yu Kiln is extensively documented in ancient texts, but its true validation came only after the archaeological excavation of the Feynman Temple's underground palace in 1987. The batch of Celadon unearthed there was chronologically precise, with inscriptions that corresponded directly, establishing it as the benchmark for identifying Mi color porcelain. Some previously unearthed Yu Kiln Celadons were reclassified as Mi color porcelain, consequently skyrocketing their value. This is because Mi color porcelain was the pinnacle of wares reserved solely for imperial use. Chun Fei quietly repeated this in his mind, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he set the porcelain bottle aside and turned to examine another piece. This was a Meiping vase adorned with a purple gold glaze. Its surface a rich brown, thus also referred to as brown glaze. In comparison to the stunning Mi color porcelain, this Meiping exuded a more rustic charm, at least in terms of color. Considering its shape, Chun Fei deduced it to be a brown-glazed Meiping from the Song or Yuan dynasty. Observing the base, devoid of any markings, he was left to rely solely on his keen eyesight. The initial radiance was astonishing, with copper hues reminiscent of vermilion and white akin to jade. After scrutinizing the Meiping, Chun Fei gently shook his head in mild disappointment. While this brown-glazed Meiping was indeed valuable, it was certainly not crafted by the renowned Danjianju kiln. It was likely a product of the Yaozhou kiln. After thoroughly inspecting the porcelain within the cardboard and wooden boxes, Chun Fei selected a blue and white porcelain plate, preparing to perform the final confirmation using the technique of luminous energy. Focusing intently, a refreshing sensation enveloped him once again as he directed his gaze toward the Mi color porcelain vase from the Yu Kiln. A bright circle of green light emanated from it, encircled by a ring of brilliant yellow, beyond which was an even more dazzling layer of true purple. Following this was the brown-glazed Meiping, which also exhibited a tricolored aura, though each hue was markedly fainter than that of the Mi color glaze. The innermost green light represented vitality, indicative of the creator's skill and dedication. The middle layer signified reputation, which could be interpreted as the fame of the object or its maker. The outermost layer represented time, its intensity deepening with age. It seemed this brown-glazed Meiping was merely the work of an average artisan, dating closer to the present than the Mi color porcelain. This outcome aligned perfectly with Chun Fei's own assessment. As for the third piece, the blue and white porcelain plate, it revealed no luminous glow whatsoever. Chun Fei blinked, pondering whether this was a lapse in judgment or a sudden failure of his technique. Once again, focusing his gaze, Chun Fei beheld the shimmering, glazed plum vase. Yet he dared not linger, swiftly casting a glance at the porcelain plate. It appeared he had indeed made an error in judgment. Just as he was preparing to retrieve the remaining porcelain pieces for verification, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged from the depths of his being. Almost instantly, a splitting headache assailed him, rendering concentration impossible. He could not suppress a low cry, nearly dropping the porcelain bowl in his grasp. "Are you all right, sir?" "I'm fine. Just a sudden headache. It's nothing. Let's skip the rest and discuss the prices of these three pieces." In that fleeting moment, he had already assessed that this was likely the limit of his current abilities, perhaps not exceeding a minute, 30 seconds, or 50 seconds. A particular term suddenly sprang to his mind, causing his expression to turn peculiar. The Bandai Yao porcelain is priced at 100,000. The Song Eao Zhou porcelain at 50,000, and the Qing Qing Hua porcelain at 50,000. The Tang Dynasty Yu Kiln Celadon is 100,000. The Song Yao Zhou porcelain 50,000, and the Qing Blue and White porcelain 50,000. Chun Fei could not help but verify once more, for the quoted price of the secret color porcelain was astonishingly low. In his recollection, such a glossy, nearly spherical secret color porcelain vase seemed to exist only in the Palace Museum, while contemporaneous pieces typically bore a ribbed belly. If the right buyer were encountered, not only would a starting price of 100,000 be feasible, but the final transaction could easily multiply by 5 or 6 times. Indeed, the pronunciation of Mandarin is exceedingly challenging, Lily exclaimed, making a face and pointing at the two porcelain vases. "These two are part of my grandfather's friend's collection. He was a traveler who visited Huagua in the 1980s. Both pieces were purchased from state-run antique shops in Huagua, and I assure you, they are authentic." In that instant, a hypothesis took shape in Chun Fei's mind. The individual had indeed identified the piece as Yu Kiln Celadon, yet she might be unaware of the secret surrounding the gong mark. Hence her inability to affirm its status as secret color porcelain. One cannot simply assert that a fine piece of Ukiln Celadon is secret color porcelain without substantial evidence. Characteristics alone cannot convince the masses, as many Ukiln Celadons possess similar traits. Would you boldly claim that this piece of Celadon was unearthed from an imperial tomb? Yet the gong mark could indeed substantiate such a claim. All currently excavated gong mark Ukiln Celadon is classified as secret color porcelain. $70,000. That is my final offer. After a round of bargaining, Chun Fei secured both vases. Just as he stepped out of the second-hand shop, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Will. Chun, everything is proceeding smoothly. The grand performance is about to unfold. Interested in witnessing it? No, I shall pass. I have no desire to encounter that repugnant fellow. That night, at the UCLA gymnasium, an intense collegiate basketball match was underway, with UCLA facing off against the University of Washington, both members of the Pacific 12 Conference. As time passed, a whistle sounded, signaling the conclusion of the game. UCLA triumphed decisively over the University of Washington. Sam Blanco, as a key player, exhibited exceptional prowess, leading the team in both scoring and rebounds. His teammates surrounded him, celebrating joyously, while Sand himself reveled in excitement, shouting and jumping with glee. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixated on a certain direction at the edge of the field. There, he beheld the little sprite from the previous night. Overcome with excitement, he rushed towards her, enveloping the girl in a tight embrace, eagerly anticipating the ensuing battle. I'm sorry, Sander. I truly am. Hi, darling. What are you saying? Let those unpleasant memories be damned. Come, let us revel. Enjoy. The girl struggled to break free from Sander's grip. I'm sorry, Sander. I must know, darling. Please do not reject me. Damn it. Can't you let me finish my words? The girl shouted in anger, eliciting a wave of schadenfreude from Sander's teammates, who looked on with envy. Oh, very well. What is it you wish to say, my dear? The girl lowered her head, retrieving a slip of paper from her bag and handing it over. What I wish to convey is that I just received my test results today. HIV positive. I'm so sorry. Sander Chapter 8. Treasure hunting in the warehouse. At dawn, Lily opened the shop door, greeting her neighbors with a cheerful demeanor. Yesterday, she successfully sold an antique pipe, though she was still far from her goal of earning $100,000 a day. Wasn't he? Every journey taken one step at a time? Regrettably, she missed the opportunity with that young lad from Huagua. It would have been a significant transaction. Then, upon turning around, she spotted that familiar figure again. These two items total $70,000. That's impossible. $90,000. After a heated debate, they settled on a transaction of $750,000. The exquisite Ukiln Celadon vase remained at its original price, while the Song Dynasty Yaozhou kiln jar was reduced from $20,000 to $5,000. Upon seeing Chun Fei's reappearance, Lily was certain he would purchase the vase. As for the jar, it could serve as a mere bonus, as $5,000 still represented a profit. With the two porcelain pieces in hand, Chun Fei immediately rented a safe deposit box at the bank, placing the items along with several gemstones inside, finally feeling a sense of relief. The experiences of the past few days have been far more tumultuous compared to his previously uneventful life. Perhaps it was time to take a brief respite and reconsider the path ahead. As an archaeology student opting to study abroad, many viewed this choice as somewhat irrational. Yet, it was a suggestion from his undergraduate mentor, Professor Chung Siming, and even the selection of his advisor, Professor Xieku, was facilitated by him. In China, whether in the collector-esque community or the cultural heritage sector, young individuals often found the environment rather unwelcoming, especially those lacking wealth or influence. Following a conventional path could easily lead one into obscurity. Studying abroad offered an alternative possibility. The connections and resources available here complemented those back home, presenting extraordinary opportunities if utilized wisely. Indeed, Professor Chung's insights were not to be underestimated. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. It was none other than Chung Siming calling. Professor Chung, you're looking for me? Yet now, with the sudden acquisition of a miraculous ability, he found himself in a state of uncertainty. Teacher Chung, I have not yet made up my mind. That's all right. There is ample time for contemplation. However, certain matters require prompt attention. I believe you have published too infrequently. Remember, no matter the field or the type of journal, once published, it will serve as your credentials in the future. Furthermore, if you have some spare funds, strive to acquire a few distinctive antiques, as this will facilitate your swift integration into domestic circles. I shall refrain from elaborating further. In a few days, a delegation from the school will be visiting your area for a conference and I hope you can arrange some time to guide them through the local antique market. The group will be led by Professor Hijua, who has taught you before, so you should recall him. Another member is Wang Hong, a PhD in archaeology from Huadu University, who has just joined our institution this year. There's also a young lady named Yu Shiyin, the daughter of Director Yu. She specializes in calligraphy and painting, while her mother is an expert in ancient coins, highly sought after by both the National Museum and the Palace Museum. If you catch my drift. Understood. Thank you, Teacher Chung. Utilizing international journals to enhance 1S prestige, leveraging Professor Xie Ku's resources to build 1S own background, and hosting relevant domestic personnel with the advantages of being a local. These were all meticulously planned at the onset of my studies abroad. Although the elder gentleman can be rather verbose, repeatedly emphasizing points during each call, Chun Fei understands that he regards him as a true successor. Without the elder, there would be no present for him. They are expected to arrive on the 7th, with 3 days dedicated to the conference, followed by free time. I have shared your phone number with Professor He, and he will reach out to you. Chun Fei glanced at the calendar. Today is the 4th, and he will be available after the 10th, meaning there is still a week left. The question remains, how should he arrange the itinerary? Aside from the school area, he has only visited the Long Beach Antique Market, reputed to be among the top 10 in America, but its opening hours are limited to the 3rd Sunday of every month, which they will likely miss. There is no alternative but to inquire. Fortunately, this should not pose a challenge, as both classmates and should provide satisfactory answers. This reminded Chun Fei of what S mentioned yesterday about helping him scout for treasures at the warehouse, a novelty not found domestically. Perhaps the guest would also be interested. He could bring it up then. He picked up the phone and called Will. Will, do you know of any renowned secondhand markets in Los Angeles aside from Long Beach? Aside from Long Beach, there is the PCC Flea Market at Pasadena City College, the Rose Bowl Flea Market, and the Silver Lake Flea Market in Echo Park. Is that sufficient? If not, I can ask around more. Please do, and also inquire about the timings. Flea markets in America typically operate on weekends. Some are open only on specific weekends each month, while others welcome visitors every weekend. Some are only open on Sundays, others on Saturdays. So failing to clarify these details in advance could lead to disappointment. It's one thing to explore on 1S own, but it would be quite awkward to leave guests empty-handed. Regarding the warehouse treasure hunting on Tabaugh, it is prudent to scout the location beforehand to avoid giving off an unreliable impression. By the way, didn't you mention yesterday that you would take me along to the warehouse treasure hunt? What time? There's one tomorrow in Lakewood City. I've heard there are some remarkable finds, and I'm currently gathering information. In the United States, there exists a rather unique warehouse culture. Strangely, there are individuals who, after renting a warehouse, suddenly vanish without a trace. Employees from the warehouse companies reveal that these individuals often end up incarcerated or simply disappear. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some irresponsible people, aware of their inventory's lack of value, feign disappearance to avoid dealing with it, leaving the warehouse to sort out themselves. In the U.S., disposing of large quantities of waste usually incurs additional fees, so warehouse companies commonly resort to auctions, selling these spaces to treasure hunters who assist in clearing them out. Chun Fei had previously learned a bit about this intriguing auction process, but lacked a guide, making this an opportune moment to witness it firsthand. Early the next morning, Will arrived in his old Ford to pick him up. I'm also testing the waters. Once I earn some money, I plan to purchase a larger truck. Renting each time has resulted in the rental company profiting from me. Chun, are you planning to make a move this time? Don't mind me. I'll observe first. If I find a warehouse I like, I will ask for your assistance, and I'll give you 10% of the profits. After deciding to accompany Will to the warehouse treasure hunt, Chun Fei specifically searched online for a popular reality show, Storage Wars. He watched several episodes, finding them quite captivating, though it seemed not entirely suited for him. Of course, if the skills of treasure hunting could be applied here, that would be a different matter altogether. By the way, I have gathered information on the flea market you were looking for. Will pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Chun Fei while starting the car. The PCC Flea Market in Pasadena, Southern California, occurs on the 1st Sunday of every month, and it's tomorrow. They can't go, but I can check it out first. The Rose Bowl Flea Market takes place on the 2nd Sunday of each month, which fits well into the schedule. Lakewood isn't too far from the school. Chun Fei tucked the note away, and soon they arrived at their destination. Upon reaching the entrance, Will pointed to the bulletin board beside them. There's the announcement for this auction, a total of 12 warehouses, 3 of which are medium-sized, each exceeding 100 square meters. The remainder are small warehouses, around 50 square meters. We must clear out the warehouse within 24 hours after the auction ends, as it only belongs to us during that period. I know there might be valuable items, but I have no idea what they are or which warehouse they're in. In this field, I'm still a novice. Oh, crap, I despise novices. After receiving a number from the guard and glancing at it, Will muttered a curse. Number 52, damn it, we're late. ISNT it all the same in the end? You would know any insider information anyway. No, the machine gun said, Big Boss Fu always arrives early. It is said that this allows him to better observe his opponents. Just like this time, with over half an hour until the auction begins, 52 individuals have already gathered. This indicates that the item, the nature of which remains unknown to me, may be quite valuable, and it suggests that I might already be out of the running, as my funds are insufficient. That's all right, I can lend you some, came the reply. Previously, Will had informed Chun Fei that this warehouse required cash payment for auctions, so he had withdrawn $30,000 in cash the day before. With that amount, it should be sufficient to bid on 1 or 2 warehouses. The concern, however, is whether one would incur losses after the bidding, but that is another story altogether. In truth, it matters little what the prized item may be or which warehouse it resides in. We simply need to keep an eye on those individuals you deem formidable. Whichever warehouse they contend for, we shall bid on that one. Will's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Chapter 9. The Stainless Steel Pot of Lagatini. After parking the vehicle at the warehouse, Will glanced around and pointed in a particular direction, saying, the machine gun and Big Boss Fu are over there. Let's go greet them. The machine gun was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, accompanied by a middle-aged black man of average height. This man sported a shiny bald head and a round, cherubic face that seemed perpetually adorned with a smile, exuding a somewhat cunning demeanor. He was none other than Big Boss Fu, a well-known figure among the thrifty in Los Angeles. Upon seeing Will approach with a stranger, Big Boss Fu greeted him with a broad smile, first exchanging a fist bump and embrace with Will, then extending his right hand to Chun Fei. Chun, I have heard about you from Will. A friend of Will is a friend of mine. Welcome to the family of warehouse hunters. Thank you. Will often speaks highly of you, saying you are his guiding light and a respected elder, Chun replied. Haha, so tell me, do you have a target this time? None. I simply came along with Will to gain some insight. I have only seen this in videos before. It's quite thrilling and enticing. Ah, young man, do not be deceived by the internet. They merely edit together the most exciting clips. The vast majority of warehouses contain nothing but junk. Right, Will? Will shrugged. Chun is quite fortunate. I brought him along hoping to borrow some of his luck, as he doesn't seem overly interested in this. As they conversed, more thrifty individuals arrived. And by the time the auctioneer made his entrance, nearly 100 warehouse hunters had gathered. Silence, everyone please. The warehouse auction is about to commence. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. If you have questions, consult your companions, and if you are alone, observe how others conduct themselves. Now, let's form a line. 4 individuals per row, with 30 seconds of observation time for each row. The auctioneer led the crowd to the roll-up door of a warehouse numbered A108. The staff opened the door, placed a red line in front of it, and signaled for the first 4 individuals to step forward for their observation. The 4 hastily approached, standing at the entrance with their bodies slightly inclined, wielding powerful flashlights to scan the interior. After approximately 20 seconds, the auctioneer, who had been intently watching the time, began to usher people along, signaling for the next group. Soon, it was Chun Fei and Will's turn. The two stood before the red line drawn at the entrance, mimicking those who had gone before them, their bodies slightly leaning forward as their gazes followed the beam of the flashlight as it swept across the warehouse. The warehouse was impeccably tidy, with only a few dozen uniformly sized cardboard boxes casually scattered near the entrance. Each box bore the image of stainless steel pot, branded Lagostina. Chun Fei counted roughly, and estimated there were over 40 boxes. He attempted to use his special technique to inspect one box, but there was no response. All stainless steel pots? Lagostina, I've never heard of that brand before. Stepping away from the warehouse entrance, Will scratched his head in frustration. Lagostina, a premier kitchenware brand born in Italy, had a new stainless steel pot valued at approximately $800. Will, I believe the information you received likely pertains to this batch. Damn, $800 per pot. Does that mean this warehouse is worth $30,000? Will's eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Fei shook his head. No, I suspect this might be a scam. Firstly, all these boxes have been opened, so they likely aren't original, rendering the labels on the boxes meaningless. Secondly, the warehouse is too clean. Ideally, the boxes should be stacked neatly, yet they are quite disordered. Why is that? Thirdly, did you notice those 2 stacked boxes? The one below is deformed, indicating that the one above is quite heavy, also suggesting that the lower box is either not full or contain soft items. If these were indeed original stainless steel pots, they wouldn't appear like this. Why do I see a floor full of boxes for stainless steel pots, while you notice so many discrepancies? The floor is pristine. It could have been cleaned before re-renting the warehouse, or perhaps it was tidied up by you treasure hunters. Almost all the boxes show no signs of compression or deformation, indicating they were likely stored separately during transport. This implies that the contents within may not be very heavy and are likely fragile. This once again confirms my previous suspicion. They cannot be original stainless steel pots. But why is there one that is stacked? And why is the one on top relatively heavy? Chun Fei ignored Will, his mind racing as he analyzed everything he had observed. The information was scant, making it difficult to ascertain. Yet it was likely that this batch of identical goods had been urgently rerouted here for reasons unknown, and then something went awry. It couldn't possibly be stainless steel pots, as pots don't require urgent transport, nor does it seem like a scam, as it could have been executed more flawlessly. Will, shall we take a gamble? Will, completely bewildered, revealed a bittersweet smile upon hearing Chun Fei's proposition. Chun, even if all your analyses are correct, there will certainly be plenty of fools who believe the boxes contain stainless steel pots. To bid on this warehouse will likely require $25,000 or even more. I don't have that kind of money. I do. What do you say? Shall we partner up? Regardless of your contribution, I shall ultimately grant you an additional 10%, as I require your auction credentials. Alternatively, I can provide the full amount, offering you a commission of 10% for your assistance in bidding. Will gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, declaring, I shall partner with you. This time, I have brought $8,000. You shall cover the remainder. What do you say? Upon witnessing Will's resolute determination, Chun Fei hesitated. Will, I am uncertain of my judgment. My willingness to gamble stems from a lack of fear regarding minor losses. I trust your judgment. Moreover, you are the one I brought along. There is no reason for you to bear the risk alone. Chun, we are brothers. After a while, as everyone had perused the items, the auction commenced. The auctioneer raised his hand, calling out, the opening bid is $1,000, $1,000, $1,000. Is there anyone willing to bid? Soon, someone raised their paddle, and the auctioneer pointed to them, continuing, now it stands at $1,000, $1,000. Is there anyone willing to bid $1,500, $1,500? Another paddle was raised, prompting the auctioneer to immediately point to that individual. Now it is $1,500. Who will bid $2,000, $2,000? Another bid emerged from the crowd, and the auctioneer shifted his attention to the new bidder, announcing, now is $2,000, $2,000. How about $3,000, $3,000? The bidding persisted, with paddles continually raised, and before long, the price soared to $15,000, leaving only 3 competitors. The auctioneer, excitement evident as beads of sweat formed on his brow, remained undeterred. Clearly, the high price fetched by the first lot not only thrilled the treasure hunters, but also invigorated him. Now it is $15,000, $15,000. Look here, $30,000. As the auctioneer reiterated the $15,000 bid, Will raised his paddle and proclaimed a figure that could potentially extinguish the competition. Even if those boxes contained pristine original Lagostina items, such a price would yield no profit. It would undoubtedly result in a loss. It is challenging to sell them as originals, and the $800 estimate merely reflects the market price, not the acquisition cost. $30,000, now $30,000. Is there anyone for $31,000? $31,000? Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer raised his finger. $30,000 for the first time. $30,000 for the second time. Is there anyone else wishing to bid? All right, $30,000. Congratulations to Mr. Number 52. Will within the crowd clenched his fists tightly, yet a wave of concern washed over him. The exhilaration of spending so liberally was undeniably thrilling. However, such a steep price, would it truly result in a loss? Jumping the bid by $15,000? Damn, did this novice think he was merely attending an auction? Indeed, he is partaking in an auction, yet the items he acquires will only lead him to lament. Perhaps he is merely a wealthy scion out to experience life. My friends? In that case, old Quinn, you might as well try your hand at selling stocks. Who knows, you might fetch a handsome price. Damn it, Will. I'm going to stuff my foot into that foul mouth of yours. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Will's expression fluctuated as he took the confirmation slip from the auctioneer and proceeded to pull down the roll-up door, securing it with a hefty lock he had brought. The warehouse did not yet wholly belong to him. It would only become his after he paid the management company, granting him ownership for the next 24 hours. The crowd began to disperse, lining up at the entrance of the adjacent warehouse, leaving only Chun Fei, Boss Fu, and a few others in the vicinity. Will, have you lost your mind? There's no way those are genuine Lagostina products inside. Even if they were genuine, they wouldn't fetch such a price. Boss Fu approached Will, his voice strained with suppressed anger. You know, Boss Fu, I am in desperate need of money, a substantial sum, so I'm willing to take a gamble. Gambling has never been the right path to wealth. It will only lead to your demise. Remember my words, Will. Boss Fu shot Will a fierce glare before turning to rejoin the main group at the end of the line. Will shrugged helplessly. Chun, shall we continue? Of course. Even if we don't bid, we can learn a great deal just by observing. The two took their place at the end of the queue, alongside Boss Fu, who clearly had no intention of engaging with them further. In this warehouse, Chun Fei found no valuable clues. The final bid was a mere $30 above the starting price, won by a burly man with a scruffy beard. In the subsequent warehouses, Chun Fei and his companions refrained from bidding. Before long, they arrived at warehouse C206. At this auction, intense competition erupted once more, culminating in a winning bid of $21,000, claimed by none other than Boss Fu. Did you see that? This is the warehouse mentioned in the news. Thanks to foolish Will, I might have saved myself an additional $2,000. A fleeting glimmer of cunning passed through Boss Fu's eyes. Go, go, go. Hurry and settle the payment. I can hardly contain my excitement. As the auction concluded, Will urged Chun Fei to finalize the paperwork in the office, dashing ahead while Chun Fei struggled to keep pace. As soon as he opened the door, Will rushed in, dragging a box and slicing through the sealing tape with a swift motion. Tobacco leaves? Will pulled out a sealed plastic bag from the carton, opened it to reveal a leaf, inhaled its scent at first, then crumbled a portion, scrutinizing it meticulously. Chun Fei leaned in, taking a leaf of his own, feigning a sniff, shaking his head, and then turned to lift down a stacked box. He had little knowledge or interest in such matters. Upon opening the box, he discovered a collection of rather antiquated tools, a small workbench, variously shaped knives, and several wooden molds. Connecting this with the tobacco leaves Will had produced, Chun Fei surmised that it was likely a set of tools for rolling cigars. Rising, he opened the box beneath, revealing it to be filled to the brim with sealed tobacco leaves. Hey, buddy, it seems I have a whole lot of tobacco leaves over here. What about you? Will was bent over a box, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. Upon hearing the words, he turned his head, revealing that my side was also filled with tobacco leaves. Chun Fei noticed the distortion on Will's cheek and the hint of redness in his eyes, which filled him with a sense of remorse. I apologize, Will. I had no idea it would be nothing but tobacco leaves. It seems we might incur a loss this time. He recalled that tobacco leaves were not particularly valuable. Even with 42 boxes, they would hardly fetch a significant amount. Clearly, he had lost this bet. What are you saying, Chun? We struck it rich. We're going to make a fortune. I knew I was right about you. You are truly the child of fortune. Child of fortune? Ha ha ha. The most expensive shade-grown Cuban tobacco, dozen tea, exceed $20 per kilogram. How much do you think you have here? 100 kilograms or 200? Before Chun Fei could react, a voice filled with sarcasm echoed from the warehouse entrance. Turning around, he saw a large black man known as Machine Gun, flanked by several warehouse hunters sharing similar expressions. Blast! Machine Gun, why aren't you diligently helping Boss Fu tidy up the warehouse? What brings you here? Because some people are always dreaming of wealth. I thought I'd come and wake him up with a splash of cold reality. Ha ha! Machine Gun strikes again. Let me take a turn. You have diabetes. You can't let Will savor the sweetness. The men who had come along laughed boisterously, while Chun Fei noticed that Will, instead of erupting in anger, wore a calm, mocking smile upon his darkened face. Machine Gun, you're not entirely wrong. The purchase price for fresh tobacco leaves is indeed no more than $20, but do you know the price after fermentation? Machine Gun paused. Fermentation? What do you mean? Even if this batch of tobacco leaves has been fully fermented, they won't be worth much. You've certainly taken a loss. A young black man adorned with colorful braids stepped forward. Warehouse trading isn't merely about throwing money around. One must possess sufficient insight and knowledge. Well, who do we have here? ISNT, this Kyle, the so-called Eagle of Alhambra. I've heard his discerning eye can unearth gold from the soil. Yet this time, he seems blinded by jealousy. My uncle is in the tobacco business. Let me enlighten you. The finest tobacco leaves suitable for cigar wrappers, even after complete fermentation. 1 tea exceed $80 per kilogram. Noticing that his companions appeared somewhat bewildered, Kowloon smirked with an air of superiority. Gentlemen, after the new tobacco leaves are harvested, They must undergo curing and fermentation before being sold to tobacco companies, followed by a second round of fermentation and aging before they can be rolled into cigars. Cigars typically consist of three parts: the wrapper, the binder, and the filler. For any cigar, the quality of the outer wrapper is paramount, especially for premium cigars. Thus, the wrapper constitutes the highest cost component of the cigar. The crowd suddenly appeared enlightened. While many had smoked cigars, few possessed such intricate knowledge. Chun Fei had some understanding of this, which was why he had just expressed his sincere apologies. However, upon seeing Will's current expression, he realized that the story was just beginning and the bullets would need to fly a little longer before the conclusion could be reached. Haha, Kael'ron, I can see that you are correct, yet I have another query. Do you know the typical aging period for cigars? It can range from 4 weeks to 10 years, but it will never exceed 10 years. After 10 years, the fermentation cycle of the tobacco reaches its conclusion, causing the flavor to fade and lose its original essence. Oh, 10 years indeed. But what if I were to tell you that this batch of cigars has aged for over 10 years? That is impossible. Cigars that have aged beyond 10 years would be treated as treasures by even the most prestigious tobacco companies, safeguarded with utmost care. How would they be casually discarded here? Hey, everyone look. Kael'ron is getting anxious. He is worried. But Kael'ron, have you forgotten that we are warehouse hunters? It's quite normal for warehouse hunters to encounter treasures of all kinds. Someone has discovered a trove of ancient pirate coins from a warehouse, and another has unearthed $7.5 million in cash. So, is it so strange that I have found a batch of cigars aged for over 10 years? A hushed silence enveloped the crowd. The examples Will cited were indeed true stories, now legendary within the realm of warehouse finds. The fact that he used these anecdotes as metaphors was astonishing. As more and more people gathered at the entrance, not a single soul spoke, and an eerie calm settled over the scene. Ahem. Well, even if this batch of cigars has truly aged for over 10 years, could you enlighten us on their actual worth? After a pause, a faint voice emerged from the crowd. Will's tone was elevated and fervent, exuding a commanding presence. At this moment, he was the king of the warehouse. This batch of cigars has not only aged for over 10 years, but I can also assert with absolute certainty that they hail from the Fuente estate, serving as the raw material for the production of the finest Opus X cigars by our Turo Fuente company. A cacophony of discussions erupted among the crowd, akin to boiling water. Chun Fei, hiding in a corner, relished the expressions of those around him. He noticed Kael'ron's countenance darkening, lost in thought, while Machine Gun wore a look of confusion. Clearly, even with this knowledge, he still couldn't grasp the true value of the cigars. Many others in the crowd shared similar expressions. Hey, everyone, can someone explain to me what exactly this Arturo Fuente company is all about? Arturo Fuente is no trivial matter. It stands as the pinnacle among non-Cuban cigar brands. Its celebrated series, including the A Series, the Don Carlos Commemorative Edition, and the Opus X, are all contenders for the title of the world's most expensive cigars. I seem to recall that we'll just mention the Opus X cigars, with a resounding boom. The feeble sound echoed as if a heavy bomb had been detonated within the warehouse, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment, teetering between ecstasy and despair, rife with jealousy. Damn it, after all this rambling, can anyone tell me how much these cursed tobacco leaves are worth? The crowd fell into an eerie silence once again. Well, to be honest, I cannot ascertain their exact value either, but I estimate that the total should not be less than $200,000. As Will's words resounded, a wave of discussion surged once more, the warehouse transforming into a theatrical spectacle where the audience, captivated by the performers, oscillated between tranquility, excitement, and fury at their behest. Yet, reality, at times, eclipses even the most dramatic of performances. Silence. Everyone quiet down. Kyle raised his hands high, commanding the attention of the crowd. He then turned, fixing his bloodshot gaze upon Will. All right, Will, I can see that your arguments are compelling, but how can you substantiate your claims? How can you prove that this batch of tobacco has been aged for over a decade? On what grounds do you assert that they originate from the Fuente estate? And what evidence do you have that they're the raw materials for Opus X cigars? The crowd fell silent once more, the tension palpable as the metaphorical bullets approached their mark. Kyle, Will Simmons, would not make such assertions without my evidence. Will turned and retrieved a thick stack of documents from a box behind him, raising one aloft. This is the certificate of origin for this batch of tobacco. He then lifted another. This is the record of the processing procedures. Next, he brandished yet another, and this is the quality control record. Suddenly, a loud wail erupted from the stunned crowd. awakening them from their astonishment, as they collectively turned towards the source of the sound. A burly man with a thick beard was lamenting skyward. Why? Why must it be like this? Hey, Shamet, what madness is this? I'm not mad. Never mind. Come with me and see for yourselves. In the adjacent warehouse, amidst a chaotic jumble of debris, a clear space of about 2 to 3 square meters had been made. But curiously, it was occupied by a pile of stones of varying sizes. I can accept that there's trash. But who on earth is responsible for tossing such a heap of stones into the warehouse? Is this not a deliberate torment? Laughter erupted from the crowd, reveling in the misfortune. Indeed, they frequently encountered such situations, where the warehouses were filled with all manner of refuse, and the owners displayed no pretense of their malice. However, never had they encountered such a deliberate act as this, where one had gone to great lengths to play tricks on the warehouse hunters. Perhaps these stones were not ordinary stones after all. You've been duped. Do not reveal to me who it is, lest I be compelled to force his head into his posterior. Ha ha, Shamet, I advise you to conserve some strength for moving stones, as these fellows are not light. At the back of the crowd, Chun Fei's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a moment, he finally resolved to lean close to Will's ear and whisper, Will, assist me in dealing with that pile of stones. Will's eyes shifted, and he imperceptibly nodded. Let us go. I have a considerable amount of rubbish to clear on my end as well. Witnessing Shamet's predicament has brought me a sense of balance. Oh, Shedder, Alan, you scoundrel. I shall make you pay for this. Will, remember to treat us. The crowd eventually dispersed. But Chun Fei was convinced that the splendid spectacle just witnessed was merely the beginning. Bullets would continue to fly. And it would not be long before the entire warehouse resale industry became aware of this affair. Well, that fellow was destined for fame. Hey, Shamet, do you require assistance? With the crowd gone, Will approached the gloomy-faced Shamet and patted him on the shoulder. $50, and I shall help you cart away this rubbish. However, you must handle the packing yourself. Shamet was taken aback, casting an annoyed glance at Will. Buddy, I do not need your pity, nor your sympathy. I can manage this. Chapter 11. So you are here too. Observing Shamet's reaction, Will quickly shook his head. No, Shamet, you misunderstand. You see, during that incident in St. Louis, I accumulated a heap of rubbish as well, but a fellow assisted me. He charged me $50 and used his own truck to transport the refuse. I saved $200 on rental fees, and he earned $50. A win-win. Wouldn't you agree? Shamet suddenly grasped the situation and, without hesitation, retrieved $50 from his pocket, slapping it decisively into Will's hand. Buddy, you are a good man. In front of the apartment building, Will staggered as he carried a large stone into the elevator. Chun, you must provide me with an explanation. I am Will, the keen observer, and you actually had me assist you in moving these cursed stones. Haha, how about this? Once the value of these stones is determined, I shall give you 10%. No. Chun, I do not mention this in pursuit of your money. No, Will, listen to me. You know I study antiques, and in our trade, there exists an unwritten rule that both parties in a transaction pay a certain percentage as a referral fee to the intermediary. This time, your assistance in procuring this pile of stones essentially represents my negotiation for the price. Really? You are not offering me money out of pity? Oh my goodness. Well, how could you think that? You know, there's an ancient saying in Huagua. Even among brothers, business dealings must be accounted for clearly. Will, I find the warehouse resale activity to be quite fascinating. Now that you have entered this field, you may encounter many peculiar items. Feel free to reach out to me. If I express my interest and eventually make the purchase, you can certainly act as the intermediary and receive your rightful share. After nearly half an hour of effort, the two of them finally transported 42 cardboard boxes and 12 stones of varying sizes to Chun Fei's apartment. Will excitedly circled the scattered boxes several times, resembling a general surveying his domain. Hey Chun, did you notice the look in the machine gun's eyes? I can guarantee that fellow must be green with envy. And Kyle Lewin, that insufferable guy, always thinks he's so impressive. The eagle of Alhambra. Haha, this time his eagle eye is utterly blind. All right, buddy, you're impressive. I admit, but could you quiet down for a moment? You're making my head spin. Observing Will's exuberance, his face flushed as if he had consumed expired spring tonic. Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle while pressing his hands down to calm him. All right. So, Chun, can you tell me now? Why keep these stones? I was wondering how long you could hold out, Will. Have you ever heard jadeite? Jadeite? I think I've heard that term somewhere. Let me think. It's a type of gemstone, right? Yes, these stones are all jadeite rough. Oh my god, so much. That means you're about to strike it rich. Not necessarily. Not every piece of jadeite rough contains jadeite. In fact, the vast majority are just worthless stones. Moreover, even if there is jadeite, its actual value depends on the grade. Medium to low grades are not worth much. Only the finest can reach the level of gemstones. Well, this is a gamble. In our region, betting on stones is a high-risk endeavor. We have a saying that perfectly describes this. One cut could lead to overnight riches or total ruin. But now, the possibility of losing everything no longer exists, does it? Indeed, if I choose to gamble, I could cut these rough stones open to see if jadeite is present. Alternatively, I could sell them directly for a secure profit. I'm still uncertain about how to handle these rough stones. So you can choose whether to take your share of 10 based on my current estimate or wait until I make a decision after cutting. I can lend you some money first. Chun Fei smiled. No. One must not be too greedy. I'm already very pleased to receive 10. All right then. I'll quickly estimate a price, and we can settle based on that valuation. Chun Fei retrieved an electronic scale from the room, assessing the quality of the rough stones while weighing them. The performance of this batch of rough stones was quite poor, yet their weights were impressively heavy. Among the 12 stones, the lightest weighed 51 kilograms, while the heaviest exceeded 40 kilograms. Approximately $5,000, give or take. I'll offer you $500. It's a done deal. Are you really not having any regrets? Chun Fei did not employ the method of discerning the presence of jadeite within the rough stones. Not because he was unwilling to compensate more, but because without that technique, he could only reach this point. Quite the contrary. Chun, you truly are my lucky star. With the $500 given to him by Chun Fei, Will hummed a tune as he departed, while Chun Fei began to meticulously examine the raw jade stones. He sought to ascertain whether his keen eye could discern any hidden value. After a prolonged inspection, he arrived at a singular conclusion. These were indeed a collection of the most inferior raw stones imaginable. Even if placed on the market, they would likely be sold by the pound, and at prices akin to scrap. Activating the jewel radiance technique, Chun Fei commenced his appraisal stone by stone. No response. This one too yielded no reaction. Suddenly, a radiant green light burst forth before him, shimmering like the flowing waters of spring, utterly captivating. Was it ice type or glass type? Perhaps he would procure a grinding wheel and investigate further. Out of 12 raw stones, only the smallest exhibited any response. Concentrated on the right side, with the illuminated area barely the size of a human fist. While modest, if the water quality were exceptional, it could represent a considerable fortune. Nature's treasures possess a unique spirit. Non-attribute treasures often emanate a purple light, with deeper hues indicating greater rarity. Attribute treasures, in contrast, radiate various colors based on their specific attributes. The technique would usually sense exceptional attribute treasures, but this time it did not. Perhaps this jade had yet to reach that pinnacle? Contemplating this, Chun Fei felt a surge of impatience. He yearned to discover what type of jade would be deemed extraordinary. Would mere glass type suffice? Or must it be imperial green, or perhaps the legendary dragonstone type? He resolved to acquire a handheld cutting machine without delay. True to his word, 2 hours later, Chun Fei emerged from the restroom, perspiration beading on his forehead, clutching a jade stone that had been opened. The wet window appeared merely a muted, pale green. However, when illuminated with a powerful flashlight, a slightly nebulous green halo emanated, showcasing layers of color from pale yellow to deep green. Reminiscent of a masterpiece by the greatest of painters, captivating the heart with its beauty. The apple green glass type would be considered exceptional in the market, yet alas, the jewel radiance technique did not recognize it. At Pasadena City College, the PCC flea market buzzed with life just past 8 o'clock. The sprawling area teeming with a vibrant crowd. Unlike the antique market in Long Beach, where the wares bore some semblance of authenticity, this was a genuine flea market. Amidst the second-hand clothing, toys, books, records, posters, and even numerous food stalls, Chun Fei had been browsing for some time, having explored nearly 100 stalls. He had encountered numerous peculiar items, yet nothing had truly captured his interest. At a stall specializing in second-hand leather goods, he merely glanced briefly before moving on, but something caught his eye, prompting him a halt. There, casually discarded in the corner of the stall, lay a pair of old, iron-gray leather boots. The leather surface of the boots remains intact, devoid of any damage, yet it is adorned with a layer of moldy white frost. Beneath this frost, the golden yellow embroidery of a soaring phoenix is distinctly visible on the boot shaft. The shaft measures approximately 30 centimeters in height, with 2 golden phoenixes embroidered on each side, accompanied by 4 golden cloud patterns adjacent to each phoenix. The shoe collar also features a golden phoenix and cloud patterns on either side. The style of the boots does not lend itself to determining their age. But the design of the phoenix suggests that they may very well be an ancient artifact passed down from the Tang dynasty. The cloud heads are shaped like a character for 3, with smooth edges, and the central protruding part is trapezoidal, complemented by a whisk-like cloud tail, a hallmark of the standard Tang dynasty cloud pattern, with a total of 12 golden phoenixes on both boots. It is likely that these are not merely the possessions of an ordinary princess, but perhaps the treasured boots of a revered empress. Chun Fei measured the length of the boot sole with his fingers, his face displaying astonishment. Could these belong to a large-footed empress? Shaking his head, he cast a glance over the boots with a discerning eye, signaling to the vendor, "Sir, how much for these boots?" To be candid, he held little interest in collecting such boots. However, for certain museums within the country, these boots would be considered a remarkable treasure. Historically, many decorative golden and silver boots have been preserved, yet to find a pair of leather boots that have withstood the test of a millennium and are still a complete original pair is indeed a rare phenomenon. Clearly, this is a precious artifact whose research value far surpasses its monetary worth, perfectly aligning with the late Mr. Cheng's criteria for unique antiquities. "Sir, are you inquiring about these boots?" The vendor, scrutinizing Chun Fei, cautiously replied, "I acquired these boots from a smuggler in Huagua, who claimed they were excavated from a Grand Tang tomb, the owner of which was of significant nobility. Therefore, I'm asking for $50,000. Chun Fei chuckled and shook his finger, asserting that the provenance of the boots was inconsequential and their age was irrelevant. "As you cannot substantiate such claims, my interest in the price stems from the notion that collecting what appears to be ancient boots could be quite an intriguing endeavor. However, your asking price far exceeds the amount I'm willing to pay for this curiosity." After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about $2,000? I will take them for that price." No, no, no. These are precious antiques from your country." Chun Fei felt a pang of regret, realizing he may have conceded too quickly. Perhaps with a bit more negotiation, he could have secured a better deal. Yet, with a mere turn, a glimmer of joy appeared on both their faces. It was all just a performance. After all, who isn't an expert in their own right? With the box containing the boots in hand, Chun Fei merrily ventured into another aisle. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar face. It was Lily Morris, the owner of the second-hand shop next to the school. At that moment, she stood before a stall selling porcelain, one hand grasping a porcelain vase while the other held a paper box, preparing to pack her goods and leave. Chun Fei couldn't help but smile, thinking of his grandfather's friend, a traveler who juggled adventures with the art of trading. "Hey Lily, have you discovered another genuine treasure?" Chun Fei articulated the word genuine with particular emphasis. Lily, startled, nearly dropped the porcelain vase in her grasp. Upon turning, she was taken aback to see Chun Fei. Her momentary shock quickly transformed into a forced smile. "What a coincidence, Chun. Have you found something of interest? Might I take a look?" Of course. Lily had her eye on a cloud dragon patterned blue and white Tincio vase, featuring a narrow mouth, straight neck, broad shoulders, a spherical belly, and a slightly concave foot, with an unmarked base. The vase's surface displayed a 3-clawed cloud dragon motif in blue, accompanied by honeysuckle and cloud patterns, typical of the Yongle and Xuanda blue and white designs. However, the blue hue of this vase was somewhat unstable, exhibiting a grayish-black tint, with darker shades in areas of concentrated pigment, and it also bore a regular pattern of indigo spots. Chun Fei examined the vase's body and preliminarily concluded that it was an antique from the Daowang period, modeled after the Xuanda Cloud Dragon blue and white Tincio vases. The blue and white porcelain of the Daowang era can be divided into 2 phases, marked by the Opium War. The earlier phase produced larger quantities with superior quality, while the latter phase yielded smaller quantities with poorer quality. Clearly, this vase belonged to the later phase of Daowang production. Suppressing his curiosity about the price, Chun Fei discreetly set the vase down, complimenting Lily on her discerning eye. Lily's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Chun, are you interested? If so, I could transfer it to you at the original price, just a 10 commission fee." Chun Fei widened his eyes in surprise. "Is that how it works?" "You can directly inquire with the owner about the price he offered me. We are business partners, and I receive discounts when sourcing from him. Even adding my commission, it would still be quite reasonable." The word reasonable was pronounced in a more authentic Mandarin accent than her previous attempts. Upon noticing Chun Fei's attention shift, the owner promptly quoted a price, 120,000. Chun Fei chuckled and shook his head, recognizing that such a price would be difficult to find a buyer for domestically. It was evident that these two intended to fleece him. At most 20,000. Any higher, he gestured dismissively, his gaze scanning the stall before cautiously picking up a Dotsai grape-patterned cup. He disregarded the silent exchange of glances between the two, adhering to his principle that in trade, each party should assess value independently. What mattered was one's own perception of worth. 20,000 won't suffice. If you truly desire it, the price is 30,000. Lily handed Chun Fei a settlement slip, revealing the price of 30,000 in bold letters. Chun Fei regarded Lily in astonishment. Was she so resolute? She shrugged, expressing that gaining 30,000 would require minimal effort. Was there a better option? Chun Fei found it difficult to comprehend her line of reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, he discerned no ulterior motive in her insistence and acknowledged that 30,000 was indeed reasonable. He nodded, sealing the deal. Then, shaking the porcelain bowl in his hand, he inquired, "And what about this piece?" The bowl he held was a familiar rose butterfly in blue and white 3-ram pattern bowl. The porcelain bowl features an interior adorned with exquisite blue and white decorations, illustrating 4 groups of flowering branches with grapes and plum blossoms, while the center displays the auspicious image of 3 goats. The exterior is embellished with delicate pastel motifs of butterflies amidst a bounty of flora, including plum blossoms, peonies, magnolias, chrysanthemums, and lotus flowers, with 3 butterflies gracefully fluttering among the blossoms. The base bears the 6-character mark in blue and white seal script, indicating it was crafted during the Daoguang period of the Qing dynasty. If genuine, its worth far exceeds that of the previously mentioned celestial vase from the same era. This piece is undoubtedly valued at a staggering 120,000. The owner glanced at Lily with a perplexed expression, scratching his head before announcing a price. Just as Chun Fei was about to negotiate, a middle-aged Chinese man hurriedly approached, fixating on the bowl in his hands and exclaiming, "Pastel butterfly and blue and white 3-goat bowl. My dear fellow, I've been searching for a similar blue and white pastel piece for ages. Might you consider parting with it?" In Chapter 12, the first exquisite item is within reach. Chun Fei furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual recognized the porcelain at first glance, suggesting he is indeed knowledgeable, albeit seemingly unaware of the unspoken rules of the trade. In the domestic antique industry, there exists an unwritten code. If the seller has not abandoned negotiations, the buyer cannot intervene unless the seller has invited multiple bidders from start. The middle-aged man, seemingly just realizing this, repeatedly apologized, saying, "My apologies. I thought a deal had already been struck. Please, continue your discussion." With that, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and turned away. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Fei gently set down the bowl, deciding against pursuing it, believing that a gentleman should not deprive another of their desires. Although the bowl appeared to be an authentic piece from the early Daoguang period, he had already employed the pearl and treasure technique to discern that it was most likely a high-quality replica from the Republic era. Upon witnessing Chun Fei's decisive abandonment of the bowl, the owner was left in a state of astonishment, while Lily could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Fox, Li, enough with the act. Chun is my friend." Chun Fei observed the embarrassed owner and the equally awkward middle-aged man, a light of realization dawning upon him, leading to a silent torrent of critique in his mind. How audacious! Were it not for my ability to recognize this as a mere imitation, even the slightest greed might have ensnared me. A seemingly reckless action had effectively set the stage for an eager buyer, cleverly manipulating human nature to its utmost. Yet, despite his internal turmoil, his exterior remained unperturbed, calm, and composed. As wise as an elder, how could one be deceived by such trivial tactics? This air of sophistication must be maintained. "Chun, this is Li, a partner of Fox. As you know, sometimes, haha." As Lily spoke, laughter bubbled forth once more. Her curiosity about Chun Fei piqued. This tactic, usually foolproof, had today been seen through by him. Just how formidable was he? Or had he previously fallen victim to a similar con? After exchanging the celestial blue and white vase with a vendor and bidding farewell to Lily, Chun Fei turned and departed with his acquisitions in hand. As he approached the end of the market, he noticed a crowd gathered around a stall, where the faint sound of an argument could be discerned. Intrigued, he moved closer. This stall specialized in knives, and before it, a Chinese elder was engaged in a heated debate with a white elder, while the stall owner looked on with a bewildered and innocent expression. After listening for a while, Chun Fei grasped the essence of their dispute. The 2 elders had come together to explore the flea market, but their conversation had devolved into a disagreement over a bronze sword displayed by the vendor. eventually escalating from discussions on the forgery techniques of bronze artifacts to the methods of authenticating Eastern and Western bronze items. The Chinese elder asserted that the West lacked any systematic approach to the authentication of bronze artifacts, a claim the white elder vehemently opposed. Thus, these once amicable friends found themselves at odds. Chun Fei shook his head in bemusement. He found himself mentally aligned with the Chinese elder's perspective. He believed that Western bronze artifacts, primarily weapons, lacked the variety and inscribed grandeur of their Chinese counterparts, making it challenging to establish a systematic method for authentication. Yet, this debate was largely subjective, as biases often dictate one's stance. After contemplating the situation, Chun Fei decided to extricate himself from the crowd. Driven by curiosity to see the bronze artifact that had incited such a quarrel between the two old friends, he picked up the bronze sword displayed on the stall. This sword was blunt, its surface a muted ochre, entirely free of corrosion. However, its peculiar form caught his attention. It measured only 30 centimeters in length, but was surprisingly broad, resembling a somewhat truncated broadsword, which imparted an odd sense of imbalance. Chun Fei examined the tip closely, pondering whether it could possibly be a broken sword reformed. He recalled a previous article he had read, which discussed various ancient swords unearthed in Europe, many of which bore unusual characteristics, such as a bronze dagger over 70 centimeters long and a so-called ancient sword from Germany, allegedly over 2,000 years old, that gleamed with a steel-like luster. The stall owner, noticing that someone had finally broken the stalemate, quickly addressed the two elderly gentlemen still locked in their argument. "Gentlemen, I still have business to conduct here. Might I kindly request that you allow this gentleman some space?" Upon noticing Chun Fei examining the bronze sword, the two elderly gentlemen, flushed with fervor, simultaneously huffed and turned their gazes toward him. With their quarrel finally abated, the stall owner breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully introduced the sword to Chun Fei. "Sir, this ancient sword is a broadsword once wielded by the royalty of the ancient Roman Empire, unearthed from the ruins of an ancient church in Gaul, remarkably preserved for over 2,000 years without a hint of rust. An ancient sword from over 2 millennia ago, belonging to the Roman nobility?" Chun Fei mused. If the grip were not offset but centered, one might easily mistake it for a kitchen knife from a Roman palace. Chun Fei, feeling rather speechless, shook his head and was about to set down his sword when an unexpected thought struck him. He quietly activated the pearl light treasure technique. A subtle chill gathered between his brows, swiftly transforming into two delicate streams that flowed into his eyes. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a blinding orb of yellow light erupted before him, akin to a resplendent sun. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a thick, liquid-like band of brilliant yellow light, seamlessly connected at both ends, flowing gently as if it were a luminous golden river. Majestic and splendid, as the dazzling brilliance faded, Chun Fei noticed the outermost circle, equally dense with a purple hue, and the innermost circle, which had been suppressed by a spiritual force into a singular green that representing a living entity. An inexplicable sensation surged within him, and Chun Fei instantly comprehended that this was, indeed, a supreme treasure. Observing that Chun Fei remained utterly transfixed by the ancient sword without uttering a word in response to the vendor's introduction, the elderly Caucasian could no longer contain himself. "Young man, have you discerned anything? Do you believe this item could be an ancient sword from over 2,000 years ago?" The elder's voice dripped with sarcasm, jolting Chun Fei from his reverie. He glanced at the ancient sword a few more times before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Apologies, I was momentarily distracted. I am not well versed in bronze artifacts. My studies in this realm are rather superficial. However, this sword evokes a peculiar feeling in me, though I cannot pinpoint what exactly is strange about it." "Peculiar? Huh. It resembles a broadsword, yet is so short. It claims to be an ancient sword, yet shows no signs of rust. Anyone would find it odd." Perhaps Chun Fei responded, all the while contemplating his next course of action. Although anything recognized as a supreme treasure by the pearl light treasure technique will be worth any cost to acquire, he preferred to spend as little as possible. It would be foolish to willingly expose himself to unnecessary loss. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he shook the bronze sword in his hand and directly addressed the vendor. "Do not speak to me of ancient Rome or the origins of its excavation. Just tell me, how much do you wish to sell it for?" Upon hearing Chun Fei inquire about the price, the onlookers fell silent, their expressions a mix of bewilderment as they wondered what this young man intended. They had been observing the heated exchange between the two elders, and while it was clear that their dispute was one of principle, the sword itself had been tacitly condemned by both parties. A flicker of delight appeared on the vendor's face. Sir, this ancient sword was indeed unearthed in France. Very well. Then tell me, to which member of the ancient Roman nobility did this sword belong? How did such an archaeological find end up in your possession? That is, enough with this superfluous discussion. Just state your price. If it is reasonable, I shall take it. If not, you may continue to sell it here. Chun Fei chuckled, realizing that the vendor's offer lacked conviction. $1,000. That is impossible. The lowest I can accept is $18,000. Two individuals engaged in a spirited negotiation, ultimately sealing the deal at a price of $3,800. As Chun Fei grasped the ancient sword, preparing to depart, the elderly Chinese man hastily intervened, imploring, "Wait a moment. Young man, could you share with me what insights you have gleaned from this sword?" Chun Fei retorted, "I discerned nothing of consequence. If it weren't for the Pearl Radiance technique, I could easily express my disdain towards this seller. Do you believe me?" Apologetically, he continued, "I regret, old sir, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Shall we converse another day?" The elder acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Please hold on a moment while I fetch you a business card." In the apartment's living room, after a brief period of contemplation, Chun Fei's emotions settled into tranquility. He gradually unwrapped the cloth bag encasing the ancient sword, gripping the hilt with one hand and the blade with the other. With closed eyes, he silently commenced the practice of the Pearl Radiance technique, guided by the cultivation diagram etched in his memory. In the enveloping darkness, a vibrant emerald light materialized, gradually intensifying until it transformed into a swirling point of verdant luminescence. As this point rotated, a gentle warmth emanated from the hilt of the sword, slowly coursing into his body, merging seamlessly with a luminous orb. The investigative aspect of the Pearl Radiance technique could unveil all veils, discerning the true essence of treasures and revealing their flaws. Chapter 13, Jade Sheep. As the information manifested, a refreshing aura flowed from the luminous point, tracing down his left arm and through his left hand into the ancient sword, creating a harmonious cycle with the warmth from his right hand. Was this what they referred to as communication? Yet, what was the nature of this artifact? Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, and Chun Fei gently opened his eyes once more. At last, he could confirm the elusive source of the cool aura he had experienced during previous practices. It originated from that emerald light. So this was the awakening of the spirit. Gazing at the ancient sword in his hand, Chun Fei remained silent for a moment before once again invoking the Pearl Radiance technique. The hue of this object surpassed that of the secret-colored porcelain from the Tang dynasty. Though lacking a reference, he could not ascertain its historical significance. It seemed prudent to visit a museum when time permitted. Could there be additional incantations within the investigative technique that required more exquisite artifacts for unlocking? After pondering for a while, he retrieved the boots and the celestial ball vase he had purchased that day. The technique could penetrate all disguises, discerning the true nature of treasures and revealing their flaws. Under the scrutiny of the investigative technique, the ancient boots adorned with the golden phoenix and auspicious cloud patterns revealed numerous patches of varying sizes and colors. Chun Fei examined them meticulously, quickly discerning what each patch represented. It became evident that although the boots appeared relatively intact, several areas exhibited leather in a state of imminent collapse. A careless application of force could easily result in damage. Cautiously storing the ancient boots, Chun Fei then picked up the blue and white celestial ball porcelain vase. This time, the examination was considerably more straightforward. However, through the lens of the investigative technique, he noted that the vase's body was uneven, with certain areas exhibiting fine density while others were porous, and a few spots even contained minute air bubbles. In correspondence with this, the glazed layers in these places exhibit subtle differences. Chun Fei silently observed for half a day, gaining some insights. "Hey Peter, how was your weekend?" "Gary, have you finished your paper?" "Hi, Mary, I heard you reeled in a big catch again?" After exchanging pleasantries with his classmates and just settling down, a tall, striking young Caucasian man with prominent brows approached, wearing an air of mystery. "Chun, I stumbled upon a treasure this weekend." "A grand treasure." With that, he pulled from his pocket an oddly shaped jade bai and gently placed it before Chun Fei. A Han Dynasty Hettian jade bai horse. A superb treasure over 2,000 years old. Look at this patina, this crimson infusion, and this chicken bone white. Absolutely marvelous. Although his Mandarin was heavily accented and some sounds were indistinct, the physical object made it easy for Chun Fei to comprehend. Casting a glance at the items on the table, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow and picked up the jade bai for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was a piece of Hettian jade comprising a round, perforated jade by, and a galloping horse affixed to it. This design was indeed the epitome of jade bis, the standard form of Han Dynasty jade bis. The jade by stood approximately 8 centimeters high and was about 5 centimeters wide. The horse was depicted in a rearing posture, with its hindquarters connected to the circular jade by. The rear half of the horse was entirely oxidized, commonly referred to as chicken bone white. The neck and mane of the horse, as well as the contact area between the jade by and the horse, also displayed partial oxidation accompanied by blocky crimson infusions. The jade by felt slightly cool to the touch, its texture smooth, indicative of a fine quality of Hitian white jade. After scrutinizing it for a while, he pondered and turned to the self-satisfied youth. "Tyler, have you ever heard of sheep jade?" "Sheep and jade?" Tyler shook his head, and the surrounding classmates wore expressions of bewilderment. By cutting open a sheep's leg and placing small jade pieces inside, then sewing it up after a few years, the jade will develop blood-red filaments on its surface, resembling the crimson veining found on ancient jade artifacts. Moreover, due to the sheep's movement and friction, a thick patina will form on the surface of the jade, which is what we commonly refer to as sheep jade. "Oh my goodness!" Gasps erupted from the crowd, with varied expressions of disgust, compassion, and curiosity. Noticing that Tyler had begun to sweat slightly, Chun Fei smiled. "Of course, yours is not one of those. As sheep are relatively small, and typically only small jade pieces can be processed, yours is too large." Suddenly, a chill ran down Chun Fei's neck, accompanied by some unidentified droplets. He shuddered involuntarily. "Which rascal is this? Why react so intensely over something that's not yours?" Tyler, meanwhile, was mentally berating Chun for being so insufferable, nearly scaring the life out of him. "This won't do. I must retaliate. Wait, could it be that he's jealous of me? Their treasures have ultimately fallen into my hands. Haha, it must be so." Instantly, he regained his haughty demeanor. "Today, I present to you this jade disc, intending to elicit your envy and resentment. Come now, let us see what further tricks you possess. I shall withstand them all." Observing the expressions of those around him, Chun Fei continued, "Are you familiar with dog jade?" I know. Is it not akin to sheep jade, where jade artifacts are embedded within a dog's leg?" Chun Fei chuckled. "Then this piece belonging to Taylor cannot be dog jade, as most dogs are smaller than sheep." With a grin, he extended his thumb, acknowledging the eager response. Dog jade involves placing a jade artifact within the abdomen of a freshly slain dog before burying it underground for several years. Upon extraction, the surface of the jade will exhibit signs of blood spots and earthy patterns. "Goodness, how utterly cruel!" the classmates exclaimed in shock, though some quick-witted individuals seemed to grasp an underlying revelation. While a dog's leg may not suffice in girth, its belly is indeed ample. As complex glances fell upon the jade disc on the table, Taylor gradually realized the implications, his expression darkening. At this moment, Chun Fei, panting slightly, remarked clearly, "This piece is not dog jade either." A wave of excitement and unexpected gasps filled the air, interspersed with sounds of disappointment. Chun Fei chuckled at the notion that some felt disheartened. "Oh, Taylor, how unappreciated you are." Taylor glared at Chun Fei with a menacing gaze. All right. Let me share some additional knowledge about ancient jade as a means of enlightening you all. In addition to sheep jade and dog jade, there are two other types of imitation ancient jade, plum jade and wind jade. Plum jade is created by boiling softer jade with black plum juice, followed by oil coloring. We refer to such artifacts as plum jade. Of course, nowadays, black plum juice is largely replaced by chemical agents. It is evident that this piece of jade belonging to Taylor is neither plum jade nor wind jade. Observing the dawning realization on everyone's faces, Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle internally. It is advantageous to possess a modicum of knowledge, for merchants delight in deceiving those with only a superficial understanding. "Is there any method to discern these types of counterfeit ancient jade?" someone inquired. Taking imitation shinsa as an example, genuine shinsa formed over centuries progresses gradually, transitioning from light to deep. This gradual transition is what we term color root. Naturally, this concept of color root differs slightly from that of jadeite, so bear that in mind. Furthermore, authentic shinsa penetrates the jade surface, while the color blocks are often unevenly distributed. In contrast, false shinsa tends to linger superficially, appearing insubstantial and unnatural, as though devoid of root. As for plum jade and wind jade, due to the aggressive methods employed, they inevitably damage both the surface and internal texture of the jade. When examined under a high-powered magnifying glass, the distinctions become readily apparent. What a complex subject! It feels as though my mind has suddenly expanded with an array of peculiar knowledge. I must make it a point to explore the market more. Who knows? I might even become an expert in identifying ancient jade from Huagua. Does that mean this piece is indeed authentic ancient jade from Huagua? Taylor, congratulations. The crowd marveled, finally recalling the main topic at hand. With an air of self-satisfaction, Taylor rose, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, undoubtedly a lesson imparted by Chunfei. Regrettably, Chunfei's instruction for the day was far from over. Everyone, it suddenly occurs to me that I seem to have neglected to mention a particular technique reminiscent of the ancient methods. Chapter 14. News from the Field of Archaeology. Facing the astonished gazes of his classmates, Chunfei spoke languidly. This involves making an incision near the thigh of the ox, allowing one to insert the jade artifact within. The atmosphere grew eerily silent. Ah, Chun, I shall take your life. Taylor lunged forward recklessly, seizing Chunfei by the neck and shaking him vigorously. Chunfei, unable to mount any defense against his self-inflicted predicament, could only stick out his tongue and raise his hands in a plea for mercy. The harm you have inflicted upon me cannot possibly be remedied by a mere feast. If one meal is insufficient, then let it be two. Chunfei lamented inwardly, questioning the wisdom of imparting such peculiar knowledge. How could they have known what a grand banquet entailed? A simple hot dog would suffice at most. Taylor extended a hand, fingers splayed wide. This is all you have left. With such skills, how dare you engage with the antiquities of Huagua? Truly, it is absurd. Scratching his head, Taylor remarked, Chun, though I may not fully comprehend, it seems you have uttered something rather unfavorable. No, no. Observe this gesture. It signifies your triumphant acquisition of 2 sumptuous meals. At that moment, Mary eagerly squeezed her way forward to add her commentary. Chun, then this piece of jade should be referred to as ox jade, correct? No, no. As this technique closely resembles that of sheep jade, it shall still be classified as sheep jade. $18,000, just like that, vanished. Peter, who had accompanied Taylor to purchase jade, sighed. As soon as he spoke, Gary seamlessly chimed in. It's merely a fortnight's allowance for Taylor. Once more, silence enveloped the group, and a shared sentiment arose within them. Why must life be so arduous? Dear students, due to an unexpected announcement, there will be some adjustments to this semester's field archaeology course and examination. Preliminary assessments indicate that the site covers an area exceeding 10 square kilometers. Professor Christapis has extended an invitation to our institution, proposing a collaborative large-scale excavation. Our university will primarily focus on the excavation and documentation of the southern periphery of the site, encompassing roads, bridges, ditches, farmland, and mines. The instructional method will shift predominantly to field-based teaching, while examinations will transition from written tests to the submission of academic papers, with each student required to submit a satisfactory essay. Naturally, this will be a paid endeavor, with specific working hours and compensation still under discussion. Additionally, we have extended invitations to archaeology students from UC Berkeley, the University of Pennsylvania, and Arizona State University to partake in this excavation, each responsible for the eastern, northern, and western peripheries of the site, respectively. Students, my expectation is this. You may not achieve any personal gain, nor outshine the other 2 institutions, but you must absolutely, unequivocally not be outperformed by Berkeley. Should we falter, I am more than willing to resurrect this course of field archaeology next semester. As Professor Wesley's words resonated through the classroom, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the students. By the time he concluded his final statement, a chorus of lamentations erupted, including from Chunfei. Surely, one must have witnessed a pig's trot even if one has never tasted pork. Disheveled and disheartened, the students gazed at their female counterparts with envy in their eyes. Just when they thought their predicament could not worsen, they were confronted with the looming threat of retaking the course. We are merely children. After all, you have a fortnight to prepare, though you may also choose to forego this challenge. A sinister smile crept across Professor Wesley's aged visage as he cautioned, bear in mind, that region is mountainous. Regrettably, to the south of the ruins, a mere kilometer from the heart of the site, lies a formidable mountain. Oh no, why do we opt for this direction? Regrettably, you must direct that query to Professor Xia. After all, who could have predicted his ill fortune in the draw? Oh heavens! I wish to withdraw. I renounce my credits. Professor, the ruins span an area of 10 square kilometers, and the southern suburbs alone encompass at least 2 square kilometers. Yet there are only 17 of us. Mary continued to lament her desire to withdraw. Indeed, how could such a small group possibly shoulder such a daunting task? Well, that is your dilemma. Very well, let us commence the lesson. Please turn to page 83 of your textbooks. Today we shall discuss the preservation and analysis of pollen samples, which you will soon find indispensable. Chun, I fear I may perish in those mountains. In the cafeteria, Taylor regarded Chun Fei with utmost seriousness. Surely, it cannot be that dire. It is merely an archaeological examination. Not to that extreme. Therefore, you must treat me to those 2 missed meals before we depart. Otherwise, I shall not find peace in death. In that moment, Chun Fei comprehended that this fellow must have been deprived of a proper 9-year compulsory education, which explained his peculiar demeanor. Peter approached with a food tray, a bitter expression etched upon his face. I inquired with a senior who had previously participated in a field archaeology expedition. He recounted a classmate who accidentally fell into a fissure. To their surprise, the geothermal resources there were remarkably rich, and when he was finally rescued, he was nearly transformed into a roasted piglet. He gestured towards Gary, who was indulging in a hearty meal, asserting it is said that his skin resembled that succulent meat. Instantly, Gary found his appetite diminished, casting aside his fork in exasperation. Allow me to share a tale of my own, concerning a doctoral student from 2 years past. After much searching, he found no suitable location, ultimately resorting to a tomb for his endeavors. And guess what transpired? Did he encounter a ghost? Or was he apprehended? They enjoyed themselves thoroughly, and nothing untoward occurred. Damn it! Chun Fei could not help but chuckle. He had anticipated a tale akin to an American version of Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. Yet this was the outcome. After he had his fill, for reasons unknown, he fell asleep right there in the tomb. Upon awakening, he was perplexed as to how he had ended up in such a place. After a moment's reflection, he recalled the extraordinary encounter of the previous night and yearned to find that mysterious woman once more. After searching for quite some time without success, his mentor requested him to retrieve the reconstruction portrait of the tomb's owner, prompting him to check if it was completed. Chun Fei mused to himself, sensing a certain familiarity. Perhaps this fellow had indeed perused the English version of Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. Meanwhile, Peter eagerly interjected, only to discover that the woman with whom he had shared a fleeting moment the previous day was none other than the tomb's owner. Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this chap had also encountered the tale. No. That senior brother ultimately found out that the person he had been with last night was actually the mentor responsible for the skull reconstruction, a woman in her 50s, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. He couldn't fathom how he had the audacity to engage with her. Damn it, Taylor exclaimed, tossing a paper towel across the table. Is it even possible to enjoy a meal anymore? Chun Fei burst into laughter, realizing that this fellow wasn't reading strange stories, but rather engaging in a mental exercise. By the way, those without a gun license should hasten to obtain one. I hear hunting is permitted over there. Chun, if you require assistance, I can help. Chun Fei's eyes gleamed. This could be advantageous. He could not discern the origins of this ancient bronze artifact from the west, but perhaps the professor could. This sword appeared to be a genuine relic, and the engraving sparked a flicker of recognition. Please hold on a moment. Professor Xie Ku examined the bronze sword for quite a while before finally delivering some encouraging news. After perusing his computer and rummaging through an ancient notebook, he pointed to a page and inquired of Chun Fei. Chun, have you heard of the ancient Bon religion? Chun Fei shook his head, tilting it to inspect the contents of that page. The origins of the ancient Bon religion remain shrouded in mystery. Its founder is unknown, as is the time of its inception. The Yungdrung Bon, however, was founded by Dunker Sinram, circa 18,000 BCE. Judaism traces back to Moses, approximately 1800 to 1700 BCE. Zoroastrianism was founded by Zoroaster, between 628 to 551 BCE. Buddhism was established by Siddhartha Gautama, around 565 to 486 BC. Christianity arose with Jesus, between 4 BCE and 33 CE. Islam was founded by Muhammad, from 570 to 632 CE. The origins, location, and founder of the ancient Bon religion remain unknown. It is widely accepted that its history can be traced back to the Stone Age. Yungdrung Bon can be viewed as a distillation of the ancient Bon religion. According to ancient texts from the kingdom of Zhangzhang, where Yungdrung Bon served as the state religion, there exists a sacred place in the west of the earth, known as Weimar Longren, understood to be the abode of the deities. The entire Weimar Longren is shaped like a lotus flower, with a towering pillar at its center, surrounded by 4 rivers. Dunker Sinram was born in Weimar Longren in 1617 BCE. At the age of 32, he transformed into a golden-winged Garuda and descended into the west, Tibet, establishing Yungdrung Bon. However, There are three prevailing scholarly theories regarding the history of Yangzheng Bon, positing origins of 4,000, 6,000, and 8,000 years ago. Subsequently, Sansan Gampo eradicated the ancient Zhangzheng and founded the Tubo dynasty, leading to the introduction of Buddhism into the Tibetan region. During the era of Princess Wensheng, the primitive Bon religion, Yangzheng Bon, Taoism, and Buddhism began to converge, ultimately forming the contemporary Tibetan Buddhism. As for the origins of the primitive Bon religion and various prominent Western religions, I shall refrain from elaborating. If you are intrigued, I suggest conducting your own research. Chun Fei diligently scrutinized the rather abstract patterns on the ancient sword, and after a moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. If one were to consider the sword's hilt and guard as integral components of the design. Chapter 15. The Ritual Vessel of Weima Longren. Professor, this resembles what you just mentioned regarding Weima Longren. The hilt is shaped like a lotus. This represents the celestial pillar, and this signifies the river. Indeed, this is an emblematic design associated with Weima Longren that has been preserved since the early Yangzheng Bon period. The professor opened a document on his computer, stating, "Look here. This illustrates the evolution of the Weima Longren motif. What you have is the earliest version, traceable back to 1500 to 1300 BCE. At that time, the Tibetan region could hardly produce such exquisite bronze swords. Could this possibly be an import from elsewhere?" Chun Fei pondered, realizing that this ancient sword might indeed be an artifact from Huagua. He began to contemplate which Central Plains civilization possessed the capability to craft such a finely detailed bronze sword during that period. The patterns certainly belong to that era, but the sword itself may not. Nonetheless, I can assert with certainty that this is undoubtedly a ritual vessel. The symbol on the hilt, when combined with the Weima Longren design, represents the essence of ancient sacrificial vessels. Chun Fei examined the patterns on the hilt closely and discerned a threefold linear engraving, resembling a linear version of the letters, albeit with the topmost bend being slightly shorter. What could this signify? He scratched his face, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Having studied under a master of religious archaeology, yet lacking interest in the subject, he had not delved deeply into this knowledge, rendering him unable to decode even such a simple symbol. Doesn't this resemble a kneeling figure? Chun Fei suddenly realized, prompted by Xie Ke's observation. Indeed, it did. No wonder it could be deemed a rare treasure. It was, after all, a significant sacrificial artifact of the Yangzheng Bon religion. Professor, is there any way to ascertain the exact era of this ancient sword? Professor Xie shook his head and countered, "What methods are there for dating bronze artifacts? Archaeological typology and stratigraphy, morphological dating, epigraphic dating, and scientific dating. Which of these methods can be applied?" As Chun Fei contemplated this, he slowly shook his head. None of them can be utilized. Precisely. Carbon-14 primarily measures organic materials, while thermoluminescence can only date the ceramic or sand molds used in the creation of bronze artifacts. Thus, you must rely on techniques such as observing through a super-depth microscope, analyzing corrosion products, or employing X-ray photography, in conjunction with expert appraisal, to determine the specific age of this bronze sword. Of course, if you could uncover the sword's provenance, for instance, information on where it was excavated, that would also aid in dating it. Or was it unearthed? Could it be that the vendor was not lying? It's improbable. If it could be confirmed as an archaeological find, how could it be sold for such a meager price? Moreover, this is evidently an item from the Tibetan region. How could it possibly have ended up in the ruins of Gaul? Well, having grasped the general origin, one ought to be content. As for the rest, who cares? After all, it is not as if he could sell this ancient sword. Whether others recognize it as an artifact or ascertain its provenance, does it truly matter? Chun Fei absent-mindedly scratched his cheek, pondering that perhaps it was indeed somewhat significant. If the era and origin of this object could be established, might it not lead to the discovery of more exquisite treasures based on those clues? With no classes on Tuesday, Chun Fei resolved to visit the Los Angeles County Museum to see if there were any exhibits that resembled the ancient sword in color and style. If such an item existed and its dating could be confirmed, then the age of the ancient sword would also likely be deduced. Just as he was preparing to leave, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Chun, the Jade Roughs have found a buyer. I'll be over shortly to pick them up." Chun Fei was intrigued. Westerners generally held little interest in jade, yet here was Will, managing to sell them so swiftly after merely mentioning it 2 days prior. Who was the buyer? Where were they? Helping Will load the roughs into the car, Chun Fei decided to follow, as the museum was conveniently nearby. A Chinese individual owns a jewelry store over in Chinatown. He asked me to bring the roughs over for inspection. If all is satisfactory, He purchased them all. Indeed, it appeared that it was still the Chinese who held a deep affection for jade and a penchant for stone gambling. However, Chun Fei felt somewhat indifferent towards Chinatown and Los Angeles. He perceived it as rather desolate. He had once encountered a perspective suggesting that such desolation might not be entirely negative for Chinatown. It signified that the Chinese community could more harmoniously integrate into the local society, leading many to depart from Chinatown and settle in nearby neighborhoods. This also indicated that the second and third generations of Chinese had the capability to venture beyond Chinatown for their development. While this viewpoint was subjective, Chun Fei found it to possess a certain validity. Before long, the two arrived at the jewelry store, greeted the owner, and unloaded the roughs at the entrance. The proprietor, a middle-aged Chinese man in his 40s, sported a buzz cut and a square face, with deep furrows etched between his brows, as if he were perpetually furrowing his brow. Young man, the quality of this batch of gambling material is rather unimpressive. Is it really worth the trouble to bring it to America? Noticing that Chun Fei was also Chinese, the owner spoke directly in Mandarin, leaving Will visibly bewildered. Shouldn't I be the one selling the roughs? Boss Wong, these are not from me. This brother here sourced them from a warehouse. Warehouse sourcing? Who would carelessly discard such roughs? Although he found Chun Fei's excuse rather flimsy, Wang Chung was disinclined to argue further and turned directly to Will. Buddy, how much do you want for these? Will had long considered the price, intended to add a bit to Chun Fei's estimate before gradually lowering it. 8,000. Wang Chung shook his head, extending a finger. I'll buy by weight, 10 per kilogram. Will is aware of the approximate weight of these raw stones. By calculation, their value can only reach at most half of Chun Fei's previous estimate. As a warehouse hunter, one cannot claim to be a competent hunter if they fail to sell their good finds for a decent price. $7,500. The two engage in a back-and-forth negotiation, ultimately settling on a transaction at $4,000, which is $1,000 less than Chun Fei's appraisal. With the deal secured, Wang Chung cheerfully invited Chun Fei, suggesting that a chance encounter is often more fortuitous than a planned meeting, and proposed a visit to his shop for some insights. Chun Fei hesitated but thought it would be enlightening, even if he wasn't too keen on offering critiques. Wang Chung signaled to his staff to move the raw stones to the warehouse while he led Chun Fei into the store. The shop was modest in size, roughly 100 square meters. It primarily featured various gold and silver jewelry, with only two counters measuring 4 to 5 meters in length displaying an array of jade and emeralds, which appeared rather low-end. The local clientele was not particularly discerning, as these items catered mainly to local Chinese and some tourists. However, Wang Chung reassured him that he could be contacted for high-quality goods in the future, as he had access to some valuable resources. Chun Fei recognized the implication behind the invitation, realizing that Wang Chung likely harbored ulterior motives. Indeed, it became apparent that Wang Chung did not believe Chun Fei's earlier claims and instead regarded him as a jade merchant probing for opportunities with these raw stones. After a brief tour of the store, which offered little of interest, Wang Chung invited Chun Fei to sit in his office. Just as Chun Fei was about to decline, a large group of people suddenly surged into the store. Leading the pack was an elderly gentleman in his 60s, with sharp, gaunt features. Chun Fei chuckled to himself. What a small world this is. This was the same Chinese elder he had encountered at the flea market on Sunday. Although he had been eager to leave at that time, he had taken the courtesy of examining the business card, and since the man's name was quite memorable, it instantly came back to him. Ren Tianxing, an appraiser from an auction company. The specific company name, however, had slipped his mind. Ren Tianxing hurried into the store, scanning the interior with keen interest, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected familiarity of the situation. He was curious whether this young man would divulge any unusual details about the bronze sword. A slight nod served as a greeting to Chun Fei, and Ren Tianxing led his companions to Wang Chung. Boss Wang, there's an item a friend of mine in the country is interested in, an idea like your expertise. Oh, an antique porcelain? Ren Tianxing nodded, stepping aside to introduce his companions. This is Mr. Huang from Tongda Group, and these are Mr. Liu and Mr. He. This is Mr. Trebek and his consultant, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Huang has taken a liking to a piece of ancient porcelain belonging to Mr. Trebek. I examined it and found no significant issues, but without your endorsement, I feel rather uneasy. If it makes you uneasy, I fear I might not be able to assess it properly either, Wang Chung remarked, stepping forward to greet the guests. Meanwhile, Ren Tianxing gestured to Chun Fei. Ah, Chun, my young friend, we meet again. Greetings, Ren Lao, Chun Fei replied, initially contemplating a swift exit. Yet, upon hearing the mention of antique porcelain, he promptly altered his intentions, deciding to remain and not leave until compelled to do so. Rinlao, do you know each other? Wang Cheng was taken aback to discover that Rin Tianxing was acquainted with Chun Fei. Rin Tianxing briefly recounted the events, and Wang Cheng chuckled. It seems my young brother is quite the expert as well. Let us see for ourselves. Come, let us ascend to the second floor. Upon reaching the reception room on the second floor, everyone settled into their chosen seats. Trey Burke cautiously placed the box he had been holding onto the coffee table and gestured that it was time to reveal its contents. Wang Cheng first opened the box and took a glance inside, then washed his hands in the basin brought in by the attendant. After donning a pair of white cloth gloves, he delicately retrieved a fist-sized wine cup from a box. Chun Fei's eyes narrowed as he recognized the item. It was a Doucai great pattern goblet, famed from the Ming Dynasty's Chenhua period. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that this was indeed an authentic piece. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chun Fei leaned in closer. Wang Cheng shot him a sidelong glance, noting his lack of composure, and with a slight shake of his head, chose to ignore Chun Fei, focusing instead on the goblet. The cup featured a flared rim and a shallow belly that tapered inward beneath the lip, connecting to a trumpet-shaped foot. The foot's rim was unglazed, and inscribed on the inner side was the mark Daming Changhua Nianji in blue underglaze. The exterior was adorned with a grape motif in Doucai, with lush green leaves accentuating the clusters of grapes. The interplay of vibrant purples, soft browns, delicate pinks, and vivid greens created a stunning visual harmony, showcasing the distinctive characteristics of its era. The blue displayed a subtle grayish hue, exuding a soft and elegant luster. With a stable composition, the blue and white decoration exhibited the hallmark of fine craftsmanship, indicative of the quality of the material. This Chenhua cup was first documented in Jiaochuang Jiulu, authored by the Ming collector Xiang Yuanbian. Following the Qing invasion, Xiang Yuanbian's Tianlai Tower was ransacked and the goblet vanished. It re-emerged in the possession of Gao Shiqi, who was then the right Shujishi of the right Chunfang. The provenance of the piece was clear, with ample documentation affirming its authenticity beyond doubt. However, consultant Zhou's unwavering confidence sparked some skepticism in Chun Fei. The notion of an orderly lineage sometimes felt like mere deception. Certain items, like paintings, could indeed be traced through the marks of previous collectors. Yet, with porcelain, identical items often existed in multiples. Even with documentation, how could one be certain that this particular piece was the one referred to? As consultant Zhou had mentioned earlier regarding Jiaochuang Jiulu, the 9 records encompassed paper, ink, brushes, inkstones, calligraphy, paintings, musical instruments, and incense, bearing little relevance to porcelain. Could one truly consider this a washing bowl? Yet, collectors relished such narratives, and even appraisers sometimes succumbed to the prevailing customs, for collecting is often about catering to their whims. President Huang first glanced at President He and then at Ren Tianxing, inquiring, "Mr. Zhou, may I ask how much Mr. Trey Burke is willing to part with for this piece?" Consultant Zhou offered a slight smile, but refrained from providing a direct figure, instead embarking on a lengthy discourse. In Rongchali, the Qing scholar Cheng Zhe noted that during the reign of Shenzong, a pair of these goblets was valued at 100,000. Hence, during the Wanli period, the Chenhua cup had already reached astronomical prices. The Changhua Doucai great pattern goblet had made several appearances at auction houses. On 2 occasions, a pair of cups appeared, one fetching a price of 13,100,000, while the other was sold for 59 million. In the case of single cups, one was auctioned off for nearly 50 million in 2016. Certainly, each piece of Doucai varies in price due to factors such as kiln origin, form, decoration, and the quantity in existence. However, Mr. Burke's Doucai great pattern goblet is an exceptional choice in terms of kiln origin, decoration, and provenance, hence the price. At this moment, Trey Burke suddenly interjected, surprisingly articulating in impeccable Mandarin, offering a flat rate of $10 million. Mr. Huang was taken aback. He had just contemplated suggesting some incentives to consultant Zhou, hoping to negotiate a lower price for the Doucai cup, but now it seemed fortunate that he had refrained. Otherwise, this transaction could have been jeopardized. Observing the 2 parties negotiating the price, Chun Fei, who had been a silent observer, felt a sense of difficulty. Initially, he believed these individuals would seek alternative avenues for trade after inspecting the goods with Wang Cheng. Yet who could have anticipated their eagerness? Although he had merely glanced at the item through Boss Wang's assistance, his insight through the Pearl Radiance technique revealed that it was indeed a remarkable treasure. However, upon employing the inspection technique, all flaws became glaringly apparent. Under the scrutiny of this technique, The Dotsai cup exhibited defects in both its body quality and glaze color to varying degrees. The flaws in the body were minimal. Compared to other porcelain of the same era, the fineness of this cup was exceptional, though it still lacked absolute uniformity. Additionally, there were slight variances in the glaze thickness. Yet, these imperfections were inconsequential, as they stemmed from the technical capabilities of that time. However, another defect he observed was a significant issue that could potentially undermine the entire transaction. Chapter 16. The Terrifying Expert in Microexpressions. Through the inspection technique, Chun Fei discerned a fine crack on the cup's wall. Moreover, the glaze covering this crack had been polished and reapplied. This indicated that the Dotsai cup had indeed been cracked and subsequently repaired by a skilled artisan. What remained unclear was why neither Wang Cheng nor Ren Tianxing had noticed this flaw. This was quite unexpected. Ren Tianxing, being an appraiser for an auction house, undoubtedly possessed a high level of expertise, and if he required Wang Cheng's assistance for validation, then Wang Cheng must also be a master in his own right. Such a significant defect. Chun Fei's heart sank. Could this be a setup and he merely stumbled upon it? Or perhaps there exists a repair technique so advanced that even top appraisers fail to detect it. Chun Fei furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. It shouldn't be. If this were indeed a well-planned scheme, then clearly he would be an unforeseen variable they would seek to exclude from the equation. Thus, they must have genuinely overlooked it. Intrigued, Chun Fei thought that missing an opportunity to witness a repair technique that could elude two seasoned experts would be a regrettable misfortune. With this in mind, he rose and swept his gaze across the room. I apologize, everyone, but may I take another look? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, casting simultaneous glances at Chun Fei before redirecting their gaze towards Rebirth. Rebirth tilted his head in contemplation, then smiled and gestured towards Chun Fei. Chun Fei pressed his palms together in reverence multiple times, accepting the gloves from Wang Cheng with care, and cautiously picked up the exquisite Dotsai goblet resting on the table. There were no flaws. The inner and outer glaze layers were smooth and delicate, transitioning seamlessly. Particularly, the crack running along the cup's wall, where at least 3 colors needed to be mended, revealed no trace of imperfection to his discerning eye. Not a single sign of repair was visible. Grasping a high-powered magnifying glass nearby for a closer inspection, he found still no discrepancies. Doubting the absence of anomalies, he gently rubbed his fingertip along the cup's surface, but felt nothing amiss. With a wry smile, Chun Fei shook his head and activated his investigative technique once more. The visuals shifted, revealing the glaze layers flanking the crack anew. He confirmed the width of the repaired glaze and repeated the earlier steps, ultimately detecting a faint hint of irregularity. Were these areas just slightly thicker than they ought to be? It was ambiguous. Even knowing the answer, he struggled to articulate it. How could he convey this to them? If he merely claimed the cup was cracked, they would surely suspect he intended to sabotage the transaction. Noticing Chun Fei fixating on a particular spot with a magnifying glass, Wang Cheng shook his head dismissively. He had examined it closely just moments ago. This artifact was undoubtedly authentic, devoid of any issues. However, Ren Tianxing appeared somewhat anxious, recalling the ancient sword. Could it be that this young man had discerned something they had overlooked? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his back as he stealthily moved closer. Wondering if there was a problem, Chun Fei shook his head, hesitant to respond affirmatively. Old-Ren, do you have a coin on you? A coin? Ren Tianxing rummaged through his pocket and produced a $1 coin. Will this suffice? Chun Fei accepted the coin. Let's give it a try. With that, he pinched the coin between his fingers and began to tap it gently against the surface of the Dotsai cup in rapid succession, producing a series of crisp, short sounds. He then directed the coin towards the crack, tapping continuously. The sound remained clear, yet a discernible difference emerged within the brevity and clarity. There lingered an undertone of muted dullness. A heavy weight lifted from Chun Fei's heart as he exhaled deeply. Old-Ren, did you catch that? It seems somewhat different. Indeed. It carries a hint of dullness, he confirmed. This indicates damage. I suspect this cup is cracked and has been repaired. A cracked cup, Ren Tianxing exclaimed in disbelief. His expression one of shock. Rebirth stood up, equally tense, while consultant Zhou pointed at Chun Fei and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Whether it is nonsense or not will be revealed through testing," Chun Fei replied, placing the cup and coin on the table and gesturing for Ren Tianxing to try it himself. Ren Tianxing furrowed his brows. "Little Chun, could it be due to how you held it?" Before he could finish, he dismissed his own thought. "No, your fingers remained stationary while you rotated the cup. Let me give it a go." Observing that Ren Tianxing was reluctant to take action, Consultant Zhou donned a pair of gloves and approached, gently tapping a coin against the rim of a cup. The result mirrored that which Chun Fei had produced. Moreover, this time, with everyone prepared, the muffled undertone hidden beneath the clear sound became even more pronounced. In unison, their gazes shifted towards Chun Fei. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Boss Wang, requesting, "Could you fetch me a porcelain cup? Or anything porcelain will suffice." Wang Chung nodded and swiftly exited the reception room, returning shortly with a tray. The tray was adorned with an assortment of porcelain cups, plates, and bowls. Chun Fei smiled and casually picked up a cup, inquiring, "Would it be all right if I broke this?" "No problem, feel free," he was assured. Chun Fei glanced around, moved to the window, and gently tapped the porcelain cup against the windowsill, causing a thin shard to chip off the rim. Amidst the audience's puzzled expressions, he took the coin and lightly struck the intact rim, then proceeded to tap the newly created opening. Just a gentle knock was sufficient for the audience to discern the difference. The same piece of porcelain could emit two distinct sounds, the reason being the imperfection. A collective sigh escaped the crowd as they cast complex glances at Triberg. With disbelief, Triberg raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Surely, you cannot believe that this cup truly possesses a crack because of that? Goodness, are you not aware? Each strike's angle and force can never be identical. The sounds will inevitably exhibit subtle variations. This is quite normal." While speaking, he confidently retrieved a whole porcelain cup from the tray and casually struck it with the coin in varying strengths a dozen times before once again raising his hands in exasperation. "No, this is different, Mr. Triberg. The force may determine the volume, but it cannot alter the essence of the sound. I've studied music. This is not something I can be deceived about." Zhong, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Mr. Triberg, given the current circumstances, I believe we should temporarily suspend our negotiations. What do you think?" "Goodness, you would actually believe such a clumsy performance?" Triberg exclaimed in indignation, then helplessly shook his head with a wry smile. "All right, I understand that you Chinese have a saying, business may fail, but courtesy remains. No worries. There should be opportunities for collaboration in the future. However, I will no longer engage in discussions regarding this porcelain transaction. This is where we draw the line, understood?" Zhong responded with a few polite remarks. Watching as Triberg and his associate hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed, his expression gradually darkening. "Old Huang, did you catch that?" he remarked with a chuckle. "That rascal Triberg is quite unscrupulous. Had it not been for our young brother Chun, we might have ended up in quite a predicament." Wang Chung, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Even as a professional appraiser, he remained somewhat skeptical. How could these inexperienced individuals have reached a conclusion so swiftly? Did they truly place such trust in a young lad they had just met, who still bore the scent of youth? Teacher Wang. When it comes to the appraisal of porcelain, we certainly cannot rival your expertise. However, as for the identification of individuals, Mr. Huang shook his head, remarking that Triberg's performance had indeed crossed a line. It was evident. He had already revealed some inconsistencies earlier, when Chen Xiao mentioned that the cup had a crack. Everyone was taken aback, but his astonishment differed from yours. In the realm of microexpression psychology, that reaction signifies a classic response to having a secret unexpectedly uncovered. After a pause, Mr. He continued, "As for my claim about having studied music and being able to discern the essence of sound, that was purely nonsense. I merely intended to pressure him further, and, as you all witnessed, the outcome was quite revealing." Not only was Wang Chung stunned, but even Chun Fei was left dumbfounded. What do we witness? Triberg's reaction. His incredulous remark about your belief in such a clumsy performance. Didn't you detect even a hint of Erkong's essence in it? What? Erkong made an unexpected appearance? A hollow and soulless outburst. In truth, Triberg is a person of considerable strength. Had we not struck a nerve, he would not have so readily raised and then gently placed down the matter. He would have firmly demanded our apology, even seeking compensation. Observing the self-assured expression on Mr. He's face, Wang Chung found himself at a loss for how to react, his expression turning blank as he glanced towards Ren Tianxing. Ren Tianxing, with a wry smile, extended his hands to show the sweat stains in his palms, signaling them not to look at him. After all, his legs were still weak. He nearly became the scapegoat. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret. Had a transaction been completed today only for someone to later discover defects in the object, he, in old run, would be subjected to scorn beyond imagination. Being called blind would be a mild rebuke. If accused of colluding with foreigners to set traps for our own people, he would find himself unable to defend his innocence, no matter how many mouths he had. Mr. Liu chuckled heartily, stepping in to alleviate the tension. The ordeal has passed. Regardless of the process, the outcome is favorable. Therefore, as a gesture of gratitude for your hard work and to celebrate our narrow escape today, what do you say, Mr. Huang? Please make arrangements. No, Mr. Liu. I feel undeserving of such generosity. Old Run, you err in your thinking. We are a team, and the triumph of the team is the victory of each individual. You must heed my words. This matter is settled. By the way, Brother Chun, I have always had a question I wish to pose. Before striking the cup, you must have noticed something, correct? Could you enlighten us on how you discern that the cup had issues? Of course, if it pertains to any secrets, feel free to withhold. I am merely curious. Chen Fei, having contemplated his retreat prior to making a move, smiled wryly in response. There's nothing I cannot disclose. In fact, I didn't actually notice anything. I simply had good fortune and stumbled upon it. Good fortune and stumbled upon it? Indeed, previously, I encountered a nearly identical Dotsai cup, which had a crack running between two grape leaves. Moreover, the lineage presented by the counterpart was quite similar to what the consultant surnamed Zhou had stated. I cannot be certain if this was the same repaired piece, so I decided to test it. A few individuals suddenly understood. It turned out to be a matter of luck. Wang Cheng and Run Tianxing exhaled deeply, almost convinced that there was indeed a significant disparity in skill. Chun, dear brother, your fortune is our fortune. It seems we must cultivate a closer relationship with you henceforth. General Huang approached, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he patted Chun Fei on the shoulder. Chun Fei wished to brandish a card of polite refusal, but alas. All right, everyone, this is where we conclude the matter. Let me outline the arrangements moving forward. Given the time, it would be a tight squeeze for lunch. So let us find a place to grab a bite, and in the evening, we shall dine at Providence. After that, I will take you to a splendid location. General Huang, there is truly no need for such courtesy. I have matters to attend to shortly, as a friend awaits me outside. Really? Truly. In that case, I shall let you off the hook for lunch, but you must come tonight. Rest assured, everyone, we never bring old he along on our outings. So there is no need to worry about him lurking in the shadows, studying our micro-expressions. Even as Chun Fei settled into Will's old fort, he shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that when it came to socializing, if the people of Huagua truly became entangled, he was utterly outmatched, especially when confronted with seasoned individuals like General Liu and General Huang, whose thick skins were as supple as that of a newborn babe. What troubles you, Chun? Have you encountered something perplexing? No, it's just that I ran into a few fellow countrymen. It's a long story. Will shrugged in confusion. Chun, do you have any other plans? Just now, Boss Fu called me. He wishes for you to visit him. Oh, what is the matter? He recently acquired a warehouse, within which resides what appears to be an ancient painting from Huagua. He would like your assistance in examining it. An ancient painting from Huagua? Very well. Let's go take a look. Chun Fei held little faith that Boss Fu had procured anything remarkable in terms of Huagua's ancient art. However, having just discussed the matter of the intermediary with Will, he found it inappropriate to outright decline. The vehicle soon entered a predominantly African-American neighborhood, parking with ease. The two men traversed a relatively clean corridor, arriving before an apartment door. This community where Boss Fu resides is likely the safest in the area. Once I earn enough, I shall purchase a couple of units here, one for myself and one for my family. Chun Fei remarked with a nod. In truth, individuals like Will represented the majority within the African-American community. The characters depicted in novels were often those embroiled in conflict, for without strife, where would the tension arise? Hey, Will Chun, welcome. Please come in. As Chun Fei stepped into the room, he surveyed his surroundings. The living room was spacious, encompassing nearly 40 square meters. While the number of bedrooms was indiscernible, it was reasonable to assume there were several. The living area was warmly and neatly arranged. Boss Fu likely shared this space with family, as it was not the sort of abode that a single man could maintain. Chun, I heard from Will that the warehouse was a suggestion of yours for him to acquire. Could you share what led you to advocate for its purchase? Chun Fei succinctly recounted the analysis process from that day. Boss Fu, there is nothing commendable about my actions, as I never truly intended to make a profit. Wei Er merely boarded my pirate ship. Boss Fu sighed. Indeed, indulging in a gamble once in a while is inconsequential. But if one continuously relies on luck to rummage through warehouses, one might as well venture directly to Las Vegas. Casually tossing 2 cans of beer to the pair, Boss Fu turned and entered the storage room, emerging with a large cardboard box. Atop the box lay a fabric-like object, vaguely folded and covered in dust and grime, with several black mold spots. Chun Fei's heart leapt. He instantly recognized it as a silk painting, highly likely to be an ancient masterpiece from Hua country. However, its condition was appalling. and he had no idea whose painting it was or what value it might hold. This very piece had been carelessly tossed together with a pile of scrap paper. Surprised, Chun Fei glanced at Boss Fu. This fellow indeed possessed some intellect. Had it been someone else, they might have carelessly discarded this item like they did with the jade. He approached cautiously, lifted the painting, and placed it on the table to slowly unfurl it. Chapter 17. A painting purchased for 1,000, restored for 50,000. The artwork bore numerous cracks, with colors faded and peeling. The silk threads were brittle, and 2 portions had detached from the core. The painting combined meticulous brushwork with a layered perspective, employing a pointillist technique that rendered every railing, terrace, and figure's movement unmistakable. In the painting, 2 individuals leisurely engaged in a game. 3 stood casually in the middle, surveying their surroundings, while 5 servants below either conversed or served wine and music. The figures were vividly animated, clearly the work of a master artist. What do you think? Chun, is this an ancient painting from your country? Indeed, it should date back several years. Chun Fei refrained from employing any gemstone appraisal techniques or researching Su Hanxiang's identity, for he had already resolved to acquire the painting. The more he knew, the more he could ascertain its value, and thus, during negotiations, he would be less likely to inadvertently reveal any weaknesses. Is it still valuable? How much might it be worth? Chun Fei shook his head, unperturbed, affirming its worth without a doubt. However, the specifics eluded him. I suggest you take it to our company for appraisal. You might also get an estimate. Boss Fu had been keenly observing Chun Fei's expressions, and upon hearing the suggestion to have it appraised at the company, he relaxed and plopped down heavily onto the sofa, gulping down a mouthful of beer. Chun, $2,000. Help me find a buyer, and any amount over that is yours. Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, poised to agree, but suddenly noticed the glint in Boss Fu's eyes, causing his heart to race. This fellow was still testing him. Why complicate matters? Boss Fu, give me $1,000 to take care of it. Whether it sells or not, I'll bear the risk myself, and you'll have resolved one of your troubles. One to you? No, Chun. That warehouse cost me over $2,000, and this is the only gain I've made. Chun Fei shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that had it not been for the item being of Chinese origin, he would not have entertained any offers. Since the other party was insistent, he agreed to explore the possibility of finding someone interested in it. Boss Fu scrutinized Chun Fei for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, $1,800. Chun Fei chuckled and shook his finger, stating that it was just $1,000. If he raised it by even a cent, he could wait for Chun to sell it before receiving any payment. Oh, come on. Chun, you truly are a master negotiator. All right, $1,000 it is. Boss Fu, do not think for a second that I am taking advantage of you. This $1,000 is solely due to my being Chinese. Yes, you. Had it been someone else, you wouldn't have received a dime. Upon leaving Boss Fu, Chun Fei counted out $500 from his wallet and handed it to Will. Selling the jade for $400 and buying the painting for $100, this was the referral fee Will was owed. No, Chun, last time evaluation was $5,000, and I took an extra 100. You needn't pay me. You mentioned that we would keep the accounts clear. Chun Fei lazily replied, No, Will, last time you earned a commission from helping me purchase the jade. This time, it's from selling the jade. I told you. You can benefit from both ends. Will, puzzled, scratched his head, suddenly stiffening. Did Chun mean that he should also seek $100 from Boss Fu? After Will escorted him to the company, Chun Fei made a beeline for Mark Lee's office with the painting in hand. It was imperative that this artwork undergo immediate restoration and protection, for it could be irreparably damaged at any moment. Chun Fei surmised that Boss Fu had so readily agreed to sell the painting because he likely believed there was no possibility of restoration. In fact, his assumption was not entirely erroneous. Without appropriate channels, the restoration of an ancient painting so severely damaged was virtually impossible. Engaging just anyone to repair, it could potentially ruin it further. Xiao Chun, what treasure have you acquired this time? Teacher Li, I have come to seek your guidance regarding the restoration of this painting. Oh, is the damage severe? Chun Fei cautiously unveiled the painting, carefully removing the newspaper that had concealed it. Upon witnessing Mark Lee's suddenly grave expression, his heart sank. He had already learned on the way that Su Hanxiang was a renowned painter from the late Northern Song to the early Southern Song dynasty, who once served in the Xuanhe Academy of Painting, established by Emperor Huizong of Song, as a waiting scholar. This title implied readiness to receive imperial edicts, akin to a junior clerical position or a state-supported artist in contemporary terms. However, despite the same rank, the status varied according to the department served. The Xuanhe Academy was the artistic creation center of the Northern Song dynasty, and the painters therein held a considerably high social standing, far from comparable to that of ordinary artists. Among them were luminaries such as Zhang Zidwan, the creator of Along the River during the Qingming Festival, who was also merely a waiting scholar during his tenure at the academy. Su Hancheng specialized in figure painting, particularly ladies and religious themes, and was especially adept at depicting playful infants and peddlers. His artistic prowess in children's paintings has nearly reached an unparalleled zenith, with many subsequent infant play illustrations falsely attributed to his name. The authentic works of Su Hancheng that have survived the ages amount to merely a handful, all of which are housed in prestigious museums, leaving no genuine pieces circulating among the public. However, this particular artwork, Su Hancheng's Autumn Garden Outing, is indeed an original. The cost of restoring such a masterpiece is not inconsequential. Xiao Chun, will your client consent? It is imperative to communicate clearly in advance. No problem, Teacher Li. This painting now belongs to me. Haha, good lad, you've done well. What was the acquisition price? $1,000. Mark Li staggered back in astonishment, exclaiming, good heavens, what incredible oversight. Well then, I need not compromise my dignity to negotiate a discount for you. Prepare to pay the market rate. Oh no, Teacher Li, even a landlord's family has no surplus grain. Wait a moment, I shall make a phone call. If I wish to engage that person for repairs, I may need to queue, and I'm uncertain about the feasibility. Mark Li retrieved his phone, made a call, and after a brief exchange, turned to Chun Fei with a grin. Grab your things and come with me. Fortuitously, she has no projects at the moment, so you're in luck. Seeing Mark Li exit the company and head straight for the street, Chun Fei felt a bit puzzled. Aren't we taking a car? Young man, you remain unaware, do you? That individual is a tenured professor from your university school of arts, now retired, who can afford to be selective in her engagements. However, given the quality of your painting, she would undoubtedly accept your request without my introduction. Chun Fei gasped in astonishment, realizing that a master was indeed so close at hand. Song Chuyen, a seemingly amiable elderly lady, welcomed them into her villa and briefly inquired about the painting's provenance before leading them into her studio. After unfurling the artwork and scrutinizing it closely, Song Chuyen furrowed her brow and remarked, Xiao Chun, this piece can be restored, but the process may be rather lengthy. Moreover, it is now impossible to find silk that matches the original weaving technique of one warp and one weft. We can only substitute with a one warp, one weft alternative. I must clarify this with you first. That is acceptable, Teacher Song, as long as the quality remains unaffected. Quality will certainly not be an issue. This is the standard procedure for such paintings in our country today. Now, you may leave. I need to commence my work. What? Chun Fei, with a furrowed brow, exchanged a knowing look with Mark Li, wishing to observe the restoration process, which was a rare sight. There's nothing to see. Just the first step will extinguish your enthusiasm. Mark Li chuckled and turned to leave. Chun Fei quickly detained him. Isn't it merely cleaning the surface of the painting? It may be tedious, but witnessing such meticulous craftsmanship is, in itself, a form of enjoyment. You have a naive outlook. Before any hands-on work, one must first establish a record, documenting the painting's original details, and then create a comprehensive record for each area of damage. Are you interested in staying behind to count how many warp and weft threads the elderly lady has? Chun Fei immediately capitulated. The task was beyond his capacity to discern, let alone count thread by thread. He then gestured to Mark Li. Shouldn't we inquire about the price? A painting purchased for $1,000 requires a restoration costing $50,000. In that moment, Chun Fei realized that the affluent gentleman had readily sold him the artwork not for any other reason, but because he had surely inquired about the restoration cost beforehand. Had he not been certain that this was indeed a genuine piece by Su Hancheng, he would have contemplated a return. Do not be misled by the exorbitant price. Given the extent of the damage to this painting, a complete team would require approximately 1 to 2 months to restore it. If I were to undertake this alone, I would need at least 6 months. Chun Fei was genuinely astonished. 6 months. A tenured professor from the University of California would earn $50,000 for 6 months of labor. This truly is hard-earned money, a price that speaks of integrity. In the conference room of Arturo Fuentes' Los Angeles branch, the general manager, vice president, and technical director were meticulously reviewing a stack of documents. A box of sample cigars lay scattered in a corner, presumably having been inspected already. Across from them, Will sipped his coffee with a serious demeanor. He had previously inquired through several channels, none of which offered a satisfactory price. Thus, he decided to take a gamble and directly approach the original company of the cigars. After all, the items acquired from the warehouse were legally recognized personal property, should they dare to challenge him. He would not hesitate to employ Chan Fei to engage in a lawsuit against them. Spending $1 million to hire the most proficient lawyer to win a case? What about $10 million? I'm not short on funds, but I will not tolerate extortion. Just listen to the commanding tone, the audacity. There's a certain thrill in having a powerful ally. Moreover, this ally is none other than Will Simmons, a modest yet formidable partner from humble beginnings, a true brother. After a while, the others finished reviewing the documents and engaged in quiet discussion. The Mediterranean general manager finally spoke. However, I have one more question for Mr. Simmons. Aside from these cigars, is there anything else present on site? Will immediately recalled the box resting atop a crate of cigars, which contained a set of antiquated handmade cigar rolling tools. The inquiry sparked a new thought. Perhaps he and Chun Fei had been mistaken in their focus. In other words, that box of tools might be even more precious, even more valuable. As his mind raced, he nodded. Yes, there's indeed another box of tools. Then, Mr. Simmons, could you return that box of tools to our company? The bald general manager's tone held a hint of urgency and excitement. No. It is not a return. It is a sale. Yes, a sale. Absolutely. But this hinges on what price you're willing to offer. Very well, Mr. Simmons. Please hold on while we deliberate. The group quickly exited, and Will followed them, ensuring the hallway was clear before closing the conference room door. He retreated to a far corner and retrieved his phone. Chun, we are about to strike it rich. Are you at home? If so, please check if there are any distinguishing marks on that box of tools. I suspect it may hold significant value. When Chun Fei received the call from Will, he was at home engrossed in a book. His recent experiences had illuminated certain shortcomings within himself. In the realm of antiques, aside from ceramics and jewelry, he recognized that the rest were areas of weakness. In the past, he might have simply avoided these shortcomings, but the present circumstances were different. Now, he could directly date objects without any knowledge of their provenance or even the slightest information. Consequently, he did not need to delve into profound research. A solid grasp of fundamental knowledge would suffice. Naturally, a comprehension of the market for their works was also essential. Wouldn't this be akin to the misfortunes of those who had ventured into stock trading? Furthermore, this understanding must encompass the works of renowned foreign artists, which would be his primary focus in the days to come. He needed to seize the opportunity while abroad to acquire more of their pieces, primarily due to financial constraints. His ambition to amass wealth through astute collecting hinged on this. All of this necessitated extensive reading and memorization of vast amounts of information, making it no less challenging than specializing in a singular field. Yet, specialization could scarcely rival versatility. If he sensed that the other party placed greater importance on that set of tools, he would immediately investigate. Chun Fei located a cardboard box, opened it, and carefully examined each tool, such as a cutting knife and a small workbench. Soon, he discovered a commonality among these tools. They were all inscribed with the letters AF. Arturo Fuente? Could these tools have belonged to a notable member of the Arturo Fuente family? Resolutely, he activated his gemlight technique and gazed at the old workbench. The life aura was dim and almost imperceptible, yet the trust aura shone brightly, radiating faith. Based on the intensity of the trust aura, Chun Fei quickly formed a judgment. Well, this set of tools likely belonged to none other than Arturo Fuente himself, perhaps even serving as his personal tools. What their value? To others, they might hold little worth, but for the Fuente family, their significance was profound. The situation was somewhat intricate. To put it simply, if one encountered the right person, a high price could be attained. However, if the individual were a member of the Fuente family, negotiations would likely prove challenging, possibly requiring several rounds to reach a conclusion. Chin, what if finds the right person? To what extent could a high price ascend? Why would dealings with the Fuente family be more arduous? The simplest answer to what constitutes the right person is someone who has a vested interest in the Fuente company, for this represents the most exquisite gift. The price could escalate based on what the other party desires from the Fuente family. As for the final question, do not concern yourself with it. If you encounter such a person, a deal will certainly not materialize today. Remember this principle: do not be greedy. We are conducting business, not extorting. In the conference room of Arturo Fuente Company, Mr. Simmons, let me be candid. That set of tools once belonged to a predecessor of the Fuente family, holding no utility for others, yet bearing significant sentimental value for the Fuente family. Should you be willing to sell it back to us? We cannot simply proceed without acknowledging this gesture. We are therefore prepared to allocate an additional $20,000, combined with the $190,000 from Chie, totaling $210,000. Mr. Simmons, what are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Will suddenly inquired, Mr. Terry, You're not a member of the Fuente family, are you? Terry nodded, responding, I am merely the general manager of the Los Angeles branch, a professional manager. Well then proposed, how about this? I have no objections regarding the price of Che. As for the tools, could you inform the Fuente family? I believe a direct conversation with them would be more advantageous. Terry furrowed his brow, hesitating in silence. However, Will, reading his reaction, confirmed his judgment. This transaction was indeed an independent decision on Terry's part. This might indicate that the branch possesses such authority, but more likely, Terry wished to keep the Fuente family unaware of this deal, at least until its completion. What could be his reasoning? Chun Fei had already provided the answer. Mr. Terry, I once had a friend who served a prominent family, yet despite his efforts, he never achieved any significant recognition. Until one day, he discreetly accomplished something for a notable figure in the family, and soon after, he soared to prominence. Mr. Terry, that set of tools was used by the company's founder, Arturo Fuente, correct? Or perhaps they were his personal tools? Terry's face paled, Mr. Simmons. What exactly do you mean? Will replied with a smile. $200,000. I take the credit, you achieved promotion and a raise. A win-win situation. Merely half an hour after the last call, Chun Fei received another call from Will. Chun, you are truly remarkable. You guessed everything correctly. I sold the tools for $200,000, totaling $390,000. After hanging up, and having read for a while, Chun Fei received a call from General Huang. The Providence restaurant is a Michelin 2-star establishment. Restaurants of such caliber not only command exorbitant prices, but also require reservations well in advance, often a week or more. Remarkably, General Huang and his companions decided to dine here only this morning, yet they managed to secure a table, which left Chun Fei somewhat awestruck by their underlying power. Gazing at the exquisite dishes before him, so artfully presented that one hesitates to disturb them with cutlery, Chun Fei noticed a somewhat lewd smile upon General Huang's face. He glanced around and observed that aside from Ren Tianxing's slight awkwardness, Wang Chung and General Liu also bore rather lascivious grins. Brother Chun, how long have you been in the United States? A little over a year. Have you ever visited a nightclub? Of course. However, I don't favor such places. They are too chaotic. Haha, it seems Brother Chun has yet to immerse himself in the scene. Today, allow me to introduce you to it. After their meal, General Huang presented each of the three with an envelope, clearly stating it was the fee for today's appraisal. Observing Wang Chung and the others accept it without hesitation. Chun Fei naturally followed suit. This was a sum of $10,000. The car came to a halt in front of a small establishment adorned with neon lights resembling red lips. General Huang exited first, engaging in a brief conversation with the doorman before leading the group inside. This was a strip club with no dress code, operating legally. Enjoy to your heart's content. Chapter 18, The Crazy Horse Show. As they traversed a long corridor, Chun Fei and his companions arrived at a bustling hall. The spacious area, approximately 400 to 500 square meters, was filled with the lively chatter of guests. Close to the entrance, clusters of sofas were arranged, leading into an open space. And at the far end stood a grand stage elevated about a meter above the floor. At this moment, the sofas were nearly all occupied, while the area in front of the stage was a whirl of dancing figures. Chun Fei, feeling both anxious and secretly exhilarated, followed General Huang into a lavishly decorated private room. Situated on the second floor, the room spanned about 30 square meters. 3 sets of sofas formed a semicircle around a large mirrored coffee table. One side of the room faced the stage below through a floor-to-ceiling glass window, flanked by deep black curtains. Let us watch the performance first, and if it's not satisfying, we'll call a few over to dance, just for us. Liu said, chuckling. This sort of thing is merely for novelty. At our age, we've seen it all, haven't we? Liu shot a glance at Chun Fei and burst into laughter. Old Wang, you are mistaken. Some have never witnessed it. And let me tell you, seeing someone fully undressed is indeed rather dull. But the sight of someone in a skirt, well, that is another matter. He tapped the coffee table, and Wang Chung immediately understood, joining in the lewd laughter. Chun Fei pondered for a moment before realizing what hanging in neutral meant. And upon glancing at the expansive mirrored table, he nearly spluttered with surprise. Oh my, 2 lecherous perverts. When the waiter brought their ordered drinks and exited, Liu called out, raising his glass. Come, everyone lift your glasses. Let us express our gratitude to General Liu and General Huang. If it weren't for the 2 of you guiding us today, we wouldn't have even made it in here to witness such curiosities. Liu's booming laughter filled the room. Though I don't frequent this place often, I am quite familiar with some intriguing locales. Should you ever need assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Even in my absence, I can arrange help for you. Chun Fei shook his head in confusion. What are you all talking about? So far, apart from the colorful lights, I haven't seen anything yet. I can hardly understand what you're saying. I'm still just a child. As he held his drink to mask his naivety, Ren Tianxing suddenly sat beside him. Little Chun, I haven't found a right moment to ask you. What is the significance of that bronze sword you purchased? Chun Fei was taken aback. Was it appropriate to discuss such matters in this setting? Wait, a bronze sword. Well, perhaps it is fitting. It is a sacred object of the Yangzhongbin religion, dating back nearly 2,000 to 3,000 years, a rather precious item. Yangzhongbin religion? 2,000 to 3,000 years old? Little Chun, are you pulling my leg? How could I dare deceive you? I consulted my mentor. It's confirmed. Who is your mentor? Professor Shekmatius from the University of California, a top expert in religious archaeology. I must inform that old Chandler about this immediately. Let us see if he can sleep after hearing it. Oof. If it weren't for his insistence on arguing with me, perhaps the item would have been mine. Oh, the heartbreak. I can't breathe. Chun Fei gazed at the old gentleman's face, which alternated between shades of blue and white, feeling a twinge of regret for his own earnestness. Why was he so forthright, answering every question with such detail? Could he deceive the old man by claiming he had lost a piece of meat? Yet, his mother had always taught him that lying was unbecoming of a good child. Suddenly, as his thoughts wandered, the lights in the hall dimmed, plunging the venue into darkness. Moments later, beams of crimson spotlights illuminated a line of girls who had mysteriously ascended the stage. These young women, adorned with blood-red bobbed hair, possessed athletic physiques and striking beauty, clad only in black safety shorts with large circular cutouts on their backsides, as if they had just undergone a cupping treatment. The red lights cast circular spots the size of cups upon them, accentuating their forms, particularly the 2 dots on their backsides, which seemed to embody the essence of Yayoi Kusuma's artistry. As exhilarating music erupted, the dancers moved with an elegance reminiscent of jellyfish, their short hair flowing and their enchanting smiles captivating the audience, all while the red spotlights chased their every pose, illuminating both appropriate and inappropriate areas. It was a chaotic spectacle, a dizzying display of indulgence. Upon the conclusion of their dance, the girls blew kisses and scurried off stage, while a broad black curtain was drawn back to reveal a colossal mirror. With no one on stage, several long, bare legs adorned with high heels suddenly emerged from below the platform, dancing gracefully to the soothing music, at times soft and at others vigorous, resembling great white serpents entwining and coiling sensuously. The reflection in the mirror created a unique aesthetic that was utterly captivating. A group of 8 or 9 girls, dressed as the royal cavalry of a foreign land, appeared as one with their steeds, which were in fact themselves. The most astonishing aspect was that their uniforms were not actual garments, but rather painted onto their bodies. The audacity of this display profoundly challenged Chun Fei's worldview. How is it, my friends? Have we failed to impress you? The bizarre and colorful lights danced across the faces of the audience, their expressions continuously shifting, resembling a gathering of mythical creatures. General Liu chuckled, raising his glass. Come, let's drink. The others lifted their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. Little Chun, do not blame your elder brother for bringing you here. I am not particularly fond of this capitalist extravagance either. Just look at this decor. How crass. Indeed. You have a point. Your insights are truly profound. Chun Fei tilted his head back for another drink, not out of thirst for alcohol, but simply due to a parched throat. The subsequent performances were equally peculiar and eclectic. Some dancers, nearly bare, adorned their lower halves with luminescent paint, enacting primitive tribal war dances that transported the audience to the wilds of the Amazon. Others swung on ropes, performing aerial yoga with grace and agility. Some donned glittering, eccentric hats while seated in a transparent, spherical vessel mimicking a spaceship, exploring the mysteries of a cyberpunk universe. Each act was unexpected, both alluring and tastefully unconventional, leaving one in awe of the choreographer's profound artistry. Approximately an hour and a half later, the performance concluded. With a resounding clap, Mr. Liu inquired, "What do you think? Everyone, shall we invite a few more for a deeper exploration?" Chapter 19, Let's Conspire Together. In the early morning, at the hotel, on a grand bed, Chun Fei abruptly opened his eyes and quickly lifted the covers to glance down. Fortunately, he was still dressed. After the performance, Mr. Liu had summoned several girls, each with their distinct charms, and chaos ensued, leading him to drink to the point of oblivion. He had actually blacked out. He resolved never to indulge with them again. It was far too depraved. Struggling to the bathroom, he immediately spotted the facial cleanser on the sink. A vivid image flashed through Chun Fei's mind, a massive, soft, red fruit covering his face, writhing up and down, nearly suffocating him. They actually referred to this as washing one's face. The adult world was indeed terrifying. Even a simple act of cleansing one's face could pose a mortal danger. In the classroom, a listless Chun Fei lay weakly on his desk, while Taylor idly tossed a coin into the air. Suddenly, Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, reached out, and snatched the coin from the air. Did you buy this? How much was it? It was an old copper coin from the Qing dynasty, featuring the inscription Da Qing copper coin along the outer ring and the character Ning in the center with the Ministry of Revenue on either side. The upper edge bore inscriptions in classical Chinese, flanked by the characters Fu, while the lower edge read Dong Chan, 20 cash. The reverse displayed a dragon motif, encircled by a beaded ring, with the outer edge inscribed with both English and Chinese characters commemorating the Guangxu era. Upon recognizing the coin's design, Chun Fei felt invigorated. Sitting up straight, isn't it valuable? Seeing Chun Fei's reaction, Taylor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chun Fei countered with a question, how much did you spend on it? Though not well-versed in ancient coins, he had memorized the most valuable ones. This specific Guangxu-era copper coin, inscribed with Gong Zhu Chan, certainly belonged to that category. Hey, I got it for free, I snatched it. Snatched? That's easily worth over 10 years. Come on, Chun, you haven't told me it's worth yet. This specimen is a bit worn and doesn't quite reach the mint condition level. I estimate it to be around $20,000 to $30,000. There exist numerous variants of Qing dynasty copper coins, most of which hold little value. However, this particular one is noteworthy, with auction records documenting sales as high as 483,000 RMB. Yet, auction prices often differ significantly from market value, and given this coin's lesser condition, Chun Fei believed a conservative estimate of around 40% of that price would be reasonable. Wow, this could make us rich. That guy Robert claims he has an entire roll. What? An entire roll? Chun Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Are they all identical? He mentioned that they were indeed the same, and that he had taken this particular coin from the roll years ago. Lately, he needed some cash and asked if Chun Fei had any connections to sell them. Noticing Chun Fei's interest in collecting trinkets from Huagua, he thought to bring it over for a trial. What do you think? Are you interested? I can get it for an even lower price. Goodness. Chun Fei was genuinely on the verge of jumping up. Do you know why this copper coin can be sold for such a high price? It is said that only 5 of these coins exist. Just 5, my friend. And now you tell me there's a whole roll? The price must be astronomical. Taylor was taken aback. Indeed, with antiques, the rarer they are, the more valuable they become. Otherwise, perhaps we should have that fellow bring over the rest and see exactly how many there are. Let's take a look. The 3 of them huddled in the corner of the classroom, 6 eyes fixated on a cloth roll on the table, their emotions tangled. Let's open it and see. Chun Fei gestured for a fellow named Robert to take action, but Robert shook his head repeatedly, fearing that if he opened it to find a pile of identical coins, his heart might not withstand it. With a sigh of resignation, Chun Fei slowly unwrapped the cloth, revealing a collection of pristine copper coins, at least 11 in total. The 3 of them picked up each coin for careful comparison, and indeed, the roll contained nothing but identical Guangxu-era copper coins produced by the Ministry of Revenue. With 5 plus 12, that totals 17 coins, an increase of 3-fold in the price. Taylor murmured, while Chun Fei remained silent. Half price. Chun, based on your earlier valuation, can you help me sell them all at half price? Chun Fei smiled ruefully. The pricing of antiques is often capricious. The same item might fetch an exorbitant price with the right buyer. You might be deemed overpriced with the wrong one. Not to mention, selling such a large quantity within a short time frame is a daunting task. Carefully rewrapping the 11 coins, Chun Fei pondered. You can give me one as a sample, and I'll ask around for you. However, if you wish to sell all 12 in the short term, the price is unlikely to be so high. I cannot hide the fact that there are 12 from my friends. Selling them one by one is too slow. $10,000 each, sold all at once. Chun, please help me. Chun Fei nodded slowly, yet doubts about the origin of these coins began to arise in his mind. This fellow is so eager. Could there be something amiss? After leaving the classroom, Chun Fei pulled Taylor along and inquired about Robert's background. He had recently stolen these coins from his home while quarreling with Sanders over a girl. Stolen? And you still dare to help him? Aren't you afraid his family will cause you trouble? What trouble? He is an adult, and what he took was from his own home. If it comes to light, they can only confront him. Such a reckless youth. Taylor's eyes gleamed with mischief, and he leaned in to whisper, Chun, how about we partner to buy these coins, and you can take a larger cut when we sell them. If we want to sell them all quickly, The price will be hard to raise. Is it worth wading into this murky water for a small profit? Taylor shrugged, then said, well, I'll leave it to you. Just play along, since you have no real ties to him anyway. No, Taylor, you just reminded me. Since this fellow is desperate for cash, we can press him on the price. Wow, Chun, you are quite cunning. Not only do you want to negotiate a lower price, but you also want to keep the profit for yourself. No, I must have a share. Otherwise, I'll expose you. Chun Fei chuckled. Let us split it 5-7. That old coin is mine. As a form of compensation for the minimal share, I permit you to take one piece to Sotheby's for a trial. Who knows, you might just make a handsome profit. Really? Taylor's eyes sparkled like a constellation. However, this could surely offend Robert, although he is currently the one begging us to sell. Should I be concerned about him? Besides, he might not even find out. Taylor stroked his chin and then added, Never mind, Chun. You need not involve yourself. I will arrange for someone to collect the item, and then we shall divide the spoils. Chun Fei chuckled, saying that neither the elder brother nor the second brother was particularly virtuous. Following this, Chun Fei did not inquire further about the matter, as he received a call from Professor He, who informed him that they had arrived in America. The conference would conclude this Friday, and Saturday and Sunday would be entirely at his disposal for arrangements. Suddenly, a peculiar thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to quickly mutter a prayer to the Buddha. On Sunday, he planned to visit the Rose Bowl flea market, and, in the afternoon, there was a warehouse auction in Inglewood. If interested, they could attend. If not, they could explore the antique street near their school. Does this arrangement seem suitable? It could not be more fitting. Young Chun, I truly appreciate your help. No problem at all. It is my duty. I will bring a driver and a 7-seater van to pick you up. Will that suffice? Absolutely. There are just 3 of us. I am accompanied by 2 younger companions, all of whom are familiar faces, so there will be no fuss. Time flew, and before they knew it, Saturday had arrived. Early in the morning, Will picked up Chun Fei in a borrowed Buick van and turned towards the hotel where Joie and his party were staying. Outside the hotel, Yu Shiyin looked helplessly at the champagne gold Maserati Quattroporte parked before her. With a clever thought, she decided to claim that he had been with her all along. Surely that would suffice? Do you think I would trust you again? How many times have you betrayed me throughout our lives? Does your conscience not ache? Yu Shiyin could not help but smile, for this rascal had always been mischievous, yet she never intended to betray him. However, her mother was astute, often deducing the situation from the slightest hints. After numerous instances, she ultimately ceased her resistance. Thus, this fellow soon found himself in a more lamentable position. Liang Yu, observing Yu Shiyin's demeanor, wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this outcome, and then he leaned closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial whisper, I noticed Wang Heng's gaze towards you is rather unsettling. I must keep a close watch. You are the fiancé I have long since reserved. Yu Shiyin felt exasperated by this topic. The two had grown up together, and their families were closely knit. The elders wished for them to develop a deeper bond, yet neither of them harbored such intentions. After much back and forth, this subject had become a running joke between them. Very well, if you wish to tag along, do so, but do not complain of boredom. I'm only considering following you, because I'm indeed bored. Upon seeing Liang Yu's flickering eyes, Yu Shiyin's guard was instantly raised. Liang Yu, you haven't entangled yourself with another girl, and wish to use me as a shield, have you? Chapter 20. The Iron Authority of Wu Dalong. A sleek black Buick commercial vehicle came to a gentle stop beside the Maserati, and Chun Fei alighted from the car. My apologies for being late, Professor He. I am Chun Fei, a student of Professor Chung. It's not your tardiness. Rather, we arrived a bit too early, replied Professor He with a chuckle. Come, Xiao Chun. Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Heng, a PhD in archaeology from Peking University, who joined our institution last year. And this is Yu Shiyin, the daughter of Dean Yu, a talented student specializing in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting. I truly appreciate your assistance today. Professor He, around 50 years of age, was of modest stature, clad in a neatly tailored suit. His fair, slender face was framed by gold-rimmed glasses, giving him an air of scholarly elegance. Wang Heng, in his early 30s, sported a black casual jacket. His square face, thick eyebrows, and expressive eyes suggested a cheerful disposition. Yu Shiyin struck Chun Fei as breathtakingly beautiful. Her features, eyebrows, eyes, and lips, perfectly harmonious, creating an ineffable impression of beauty. Particularly captivating was the expression on her face, a blend of playful annoyance and reluctant joy, which animated her presence. Suddenly, a surge of inspiration washed over Chun Fei, and poetic lines flitted through his mind. two crescent brows that seemed to frown, a pair of eyes that hold a hint of joy. In the midst of his thoughts, he had greeted the three individuals and turned to open the rear door of the vehicle, ready to invite them aboard. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Professor He, you haven't introduced me yet. Chen Fei turned to see a young man dressed in a white casual suit, standing tall with a handsome countenance, wearing a cheeky grin. You are. I am Liang Yu, Shurian's bodyguard. No need to mind me. Just make sure to greet Professor He and the others. Chen Fei was taken aback, realizing that this self-proclaimed guardian had audaciously followed them abroad. The group boarded the vehicle in succession, with Liang Yu unceremoniously trailing behind Yu Shurian. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Where's your car? Liang Yu chuckled, producing a $100 bill wrapped around the car key, tossing it to the hotel doorman. Make sure it's parked nicely. The flea market stretched along the lakeshore in a meandering fashion. Though modest in scale, it boasted a diverse array of goods: vinyl records, furniture, books, jewelry, porcelain, and even potted plants. Let's stick together. If we get separated, we can regroup at the entrance. With a throng of people around, Professor He was unconcerned, asserting that in such a small area, one could hardly get lost. As they entered the market, the group soon dispersed into smaller clusters. Chen Fei, Professor He, and Wang Heng ambled along leisurely, while Liang Yu closely followed Yu Shurian, leading the trio by a couple of stalls. Liang Yu is the son of the principal, studying finance here. He has known Shurian since childhood. Let's allow the youth to navigate their own affairs, Professor He remarked, shaking his head. The three continued their exploration of the stalls. Xiao Chun, you've been here for about a year and a half, right? How are you finding it? It's quite satisfactory. If one isn't too particular about food, it's fairly similar everywhere, Chen Fei replied. According to Teacher Chung, your expertise primarily lies in ancient porcelain. There's quite a collection of ancient porcelain here. Have you made any notable discoveries? I have acquired one or two pieces, though none of them are particularly remarkable. Young people often fantasize about finding treasures, yet the reality is that few exquisite items are left to wander the market. Achieving any sort of gain is already commendable. Wang Heng, accompanying us, sighed and shook his head. I spent half a year studying and exchanging ideas in the UK. On one occasion, while browsing Chinatown, I stumbled upon a remarkable piece, a bronze vessel adorned with coiled dragon patterns. Such vessels are rare, having only been popular during the late Western Zhou and early spring and autumn periods, completely vanishing by the late Warring States period. The three of us strolled leisurely along the lakeside, pausing to examine anything that piqued our interest, if nothing caught our eye. We simply enjoyed the scenery and engaged in casual conversation, which was quite delightful. Suddenly, Hijua halted before a stall, pointing at an oddly shaped object and inquiring, Xiao Chun, do you recognize this item? Chen Fei followed his gaze and observed a peculiar iron block, rectangular in shape, with circular stepped bases and square rings, inscribed with characters. Is this a weight? Hijua nodded, clarifying that it should be referred to as an iron weight, with copper weights known as tong quan and stone weights as shi quan. While such items are commonplace in our homeland, they are quite rare abroad. Who would carry a bunch of iron weights around? Not only are they not worth much, but who would even buy them? As I pondered this, a hand reached over, picking up a circular iron weight that resembled a curtain rod end. Chen Fei turned to see a young Caucasian man carefully deciphering the inscriptions on the weight. Xian He, Yuan Yi Liao Cheng Wu Jia. Has he come here to learn Chinese characters? Recognizing these few characters demonstrates considerable skill. At that moment, the gray-haired, blue-eyed vendor pointed at the iron weight and began his sales pitch. Shui Hu, do you know? The pronunciation of Shui Hu was surprisingly clear, albeit with a distinct accent. The young man nodded in acknowledgement. The vendor continued, struggling yet earnestly. Li Ao, Chan, Wu Jia, Wu Song. To my astonishment, the young man quickly responded, Wu Song. Fighting the tiger. The vendor raised his thumb in admiration, his expression one of respect. Chen Fei was taken aback, taking a moment to process this exchange. Indeed, Wu Song's battle with the tiger occurred in Yanggu County, which is now under the jurisdiction of Liaoqing. However, during the Northern Song period, Liaoqing and Yanggu were not in the same administrative region. Back then, Liaoqing belonged to the Hebei East Road under Boizhou, whereas Yanggu was part of the Jingdong East Road under Dongping Prefecture. If one were to reference water margin, the Wu family of Yanggu or the Wu family of Dongping would be far more fitting than the Wu family of Liaoqing. This was undoubtedly a misstep in cultural referencing. Yet what surprised him further was that the young man began to inquire about the price. $1,000. What a revelation. It turned out that this item indeed had a market. It truly opened my eyes. Hijua, while laughing, could hardly stand upright from his amusement. The one who conceived this idea is undoubtedly a genius. One cannot help but wonder which celestial being is behind it. Yet, it appears this divine figure has been somewhat negligent, or perhaps they believe that the Wu family of Liaoqing is more comprehensible than that of Dongping, making it easier for foreigners to grasp. The three of them watched in astonishment as the young Caucasian left, satisfaction radiating from him as he clutched the weight. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing they had truly broadened their horizons today. Previously, they had only heard tales, but now they were witnessing it firsthand. Chun Fei picked up the remaining iron weights, examining them one by one, and found only one that stood out as peculiar. The rest appeared rather ordinary. He chose the one inscribed with the script of the Fag's Paw, focusing intently as he employed the jewel light technique. Indeed, it was a counterfeit. Chapter 21. Persuasion through reason. As if the technique was on the verge of dispersing, his gaze inadvertently swept across an object. He reached for a red lacquered pen holder nestled in the corner of the stall, scrutinizing it carefully. This appeared to be a wooden pen holder, approximately 20 centimeters in height and 15 centimeters in diameter, with a wall thickness nearing 1 centimeter and a weight around 900 grams. The moment he held it, he sensed something unusual. It was likely crafted from a solid piece of some exotic redwood. Yet, he could not ascertain who had made it, for the surface was coated with a thick layer of dark red paint, completely obscuring its true nature. This paint invoked an uncanny sense of familiarity within Chun Fei, and as he pondered, he suddenly recalled an article he had recently read. During the Cultural Revolution, individuals had used paint to cover their ancient porcelain in an effort to preserve it, resulting in a complete transformation of appearance. Some of these items, due to their owners still being alive, were fortunate enough to regain their original beauty later, while others, with the passing of their owners, succumbed to an uncertain fate. No wonder he felt a sense of recognition. After studying it for a while and finding no discernible details, Chun Fei concentrated his gaze once more. Indeed, beyond a vibrant green aura, there lay a layer of bright yellow, and further out, a faint reddish-purple glow. Under the scrutiny of the character decoding technique, the pen holder exhibited near perfection, with scarcely a flaw to be seen. "Sir, how much for this?" $50. 20. With little effort, Chun Fei secured the pen holder for $30. As they departed the stall, Hijua picked it up, weighing it thoughtfully and inspecting it from various angles. "Do you suspect it is a redwood pen holder from the Cultural Revolution?" Chun Fei nodded, affirming that indeed, they shared the same discerning eye. "Let us find a place to purchase some banana oil and clean it up for a closer look." Placing the pen holder in his backpack, the three continued on their way. Just after rounding a corner, they suddenly noticed a crowd gathered around a stall ahead, where it seemed a dispute was unfolding. Chun Fei scratched his head, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Hijua suddenly strode forward, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the throng. As if he had heard Xiao Yu's voice, Chun Fei and Wang Heng hurriedly pushed into the crowd, and indeed, they found Yu Shiyan facing off against several women clad in floral attire. The ring was already agreed upon in price with the owner, yet those few women rushed in to snatch it away. Hijua took the ring and glanced at it. It was an ordinary gold ring, but the gemstone embedded in it was anything but ordinary. It was a jadeite cabochon of a size comparable to the fingertip of an adult's pinky, a vibrant green of pure glass quality. The green of the jade was exceptionally vivid, though it was just a small piece. It exuded a luster that seemed almost ready to drip, reminiscent of a bottomless spring pool. "Glass-type imperial green. How much?" Hijua inquired softly. "We had agreed on $30,000, but they have raised it to $40,000. Hijua couldn't help but adjust his glasses. A jade of such quality could fetch millions back home, and now it was only $30,000. No wonder some were disregarding the rules to seize it. He glanced at the group of Asian women across from him. Are they Chinese? He pondered. No, they're from the Philippines. He returned the ring to Yu Shiyan, realizing this matter needed to be addressed with the owner. Chun Fei noticed Hijua was about to confront the owner and quickly took out his phone to call Wei Er, who was waiting outside, succinctly explaining the situation and urging him to find the market manager. Without payment, there was no transaction, and other customers should indeed be allowed to participate in the bidding. However, there should be a sense of order. The last bidder at the auction would ultimately be the victor. Chun Fei reached out to hold Hijua back. "Teacher, Wait a moment. I've already asked someone to find a manager." He had observed the surroundings earlier and noticed the absence of surveillance cameras. Understanding that today a situation might become troublesome, it was essential to stabilize the vendor first and explore alternative solutions. If the vendor realized the true value of the ring, the ensuing circumstances could become unpredictable. Even if you offered the full price, he might still think you were trying to deceive him. After waiting a few minutes without the manager's appearance, a group of security guards arrived instead, pushing back the onlookers and monitoring the two parties locked in a tense standoff. As Chun Fei contemplated whether to make another call to hasten things along, he suddenly spotted a group of burly black men striding menacingly toward them from around the corner. The leading man was both hefty and robust, with a fierce gaze that made him resemble a shorter version of Shaquille O'Neal. Dare to cause trouble in Shark Brothers territory? Do you all wish to meet your end? O'Neal bellowed, startling several individuals into a shudder, while Yu Shiyin anxiously clutched Chun Fei's arm. Chun Fei noticed Wei Er, following closely behind the hefty man, signaling him discreetly, and he exhaled in relief. Turning to whisper, "It's all right, they're on our side." Only then did Yu Shiyin realize, in her panic, that she had been gripping Chun Fei's arm. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly released her hold. Shark Brother surveyed the crowd with an imperious glance before pointing sternly at the group of Filipino women and commanding, "This place does not welcome those who disregard the rules. Have them leave at once." Upon hearing this, several of his underlings began to aggressively usher the women away, leaving them pale and screaming as they hurried toward the exit. Immediately thereafter, Brother Shark approached Chun Fei and Yu Shiyin, his pudgy face adorned with a serious expression that, despite its gravity, appeared somewhat comical. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "previously, Anthony had consented to your offer, but the price has now escalated to 40,000. While it is true that Anthony has acted in disregard of the rules, I cannot allow him to suffer unduly. I can offer 38,000. If you accept, we have a deal. If not, I am at an impasse." Yu Shiyin glanced at Chun Fei, nodding in agreement. This price was acceptable. Brother Shark then turned and approached Anthony, engaging in a hushed conversation. After a moment, Anthony, visibly displeased, nodded in affirmation. A deal could be struck. A smile spread across Brother Shark's round face. I, Brother Shark, thrive on reasoned persuasion. As they watched Brother Shark depart, Hijua shook his head and urged the group, "Let us take our leave and find another venue to discuss matters." The group exited the market with grave expressions, and it was not until they were inside the car that Hijua finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Inside the vehicle, the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Indeed, even at 38,000, it was a bargain. Such a swift resolution for merely a few words was remarkable. Liang Yu and Wang Heng were somewhat bewildered, having not registered Will's presence, or perhaps failing to recognize him amidst the throng of people. A large crowd of black individuals often made face recognition challenging, especially in such circumstances. Yu Shiyin, however, was different. Having been alerted by Chun Fei, she might not have recognized Will, yet he easily came to mind. "Is that Will?" She inquired softly of Chun Fei, and upon receiving confirmation, she hesitated before continuing. "Chun Fei, should I offer him some money?" Primarily, she felt that Will had also sought assistance from others, and since they could not directly thank Brother Shark, it seemed only fair to acknowledge the substantial favor they had received. Chun Fei chuckled lightly. "It's fine. Just be direct with him. They appreciate straightforwardness." With that, he patted Will on the shoulder. "Will, Miss Yu mentioned wanting to give you a token of appreciation for Brother Shark's help. Is that all right? We are immensely grateful to you all. However, expenses at the nightclub will arise, and this is a gesture of my sincere gratitude." Yu Shiyin extracted 5,000 from her bag, and although Will initially declined, he accepted it at Chun Fei's urging. The others finally understood that Brother Shark had indeed come specifically to assist them. However, Liang Yu had a few reservations regarding Chun Fei's actions, noting that Will had firmly declined the offer, yet Chun Fei had encouraged him to accept. With a glint of mischief in his eye, he leaned closer to Chun Fei and whispered, "Chun Fei, do you have a girlfriend?" "No, why do you ask?" Chun Fei replied, perplexed. A wave of cheerful laughter erupted within the car, leaving Chun Fei bewildered. What was so amusing about his single status? Chapter 22. The Commission from Jodie Foster. Teacher He, how do you propose we proceed next? Shall we head directly to John Marshall High School? Indeed, the intention of visiting the flea market was to immerse you all in the essence of American culture. However, Chun Fei and Xiao Yu unexpectedly stumbled upon some hidden treasures, altering the entire atmosphere. Hijua sighed with a wry smile, realizing he must now take action to ensure he does not fall behind these youthful enthusiasts. "Ah, Chun Fei, you too found treasure? What is it? May I have a look?" A moment of conflict, perhaps an unintended grab, or merely a jest from earlier, swiftly bridged the gap between Chun Fei and Yu Shiyin, dissolving any previous awkwardness. A rosewood pen holder, a mere trifle, pales in comparison to yours. Yu Shiyin took the pen holder that Chun Fei offered, examining it thoroughly before exclaiming in astonishment. You could discern that it was a find? Remarkable. I might not have even cast it a glance. I stood right beside Xiao Chen at the time, and, as you mentioned, I didn't even notice it. Hijua couldn't help but smile wryly once more, then burst into laughter. Let me tell you, today, both Chun Fei and I have gained considerable insight. When they recounted the incident involving the iron rights of Wu Dalong at the stall, laughter erupted among the group in the car. The flea market at John Marshall High School sprawled across the schoolyard, thousands of square meters filled with stalls and visitors, creating a sense of scale that seemed even larger than that of the Pasadena City College Market. America is a nation devoid of ancient history, which is why its flea markets predominantly feature early technological products. Items such as coffee machines, telephones, wall lamps, and bicycles may not catch our fancy. Yet that does not diminish their collectible value. Moreover, items like vintage cameras, posters, and Native American artifacts are worth considering for collection, enriching one's assortment. In our pursuit of collecting, we should not solely focus on high-value items. After all, historical significance and cultural artistry should take precedence. Indeed, encountering that buyer of iron rights today may very well embody the joy of collecting. The market has been swayed by capital. Perhaps certain matters profoundly resonated with Hijua, or perhaps his relationship with Chun Fei deepened. As they wandered through the market, Hijua imparted his collecting philosophies to Chun Fei. Chun Fei sincerely believed that Hijua's views were sound, yet he recognized that correctness may not be singular. Whether one attributes the deviation to capital or a shift in value orientation, if collecting cannot yield profit, how many would venture into it? Without the throngs drawn by profit, what would collecting be but a trivial delight for a select few? Furthermore, without the fervent market dynamics stirred up by these individuals, how would esteemed experts like Professor He and Professor Chung attain their current income and status? Without the skin, where would the hair attach? Thus, in the face of prevailing trends, adapting accordingly is indeed the prudent approach. This poster is intriguing. You can sleep when you're dead. Hijua came to a halt in front of the stall, while Chun Fei glanced at the poster. It was an old advertisement with a vibrant red background, featuring elegant script that spelled out coffee at the top. In the center, there was the image of a woman's head accompanied by a hand holding a cup of coffee, and, at the bottom, a phrase that seemed to urge one to rise and drink coffee. Was it suggesting one should wake up rather than sleep? Chun Fei thought his interpretation was more fitting than Hijua's, judging by the woman's hairstyle and the style of the cup. It was likely a poster from America in the 1930s or 1940s. If he could also acquire an antique coffee grinder, this gift would be complete. He readily paid, and they continued onward. Not far ahead was a stall selling Native American jewelry, where Chun Fei spotted Yu Shiyin and her companion. What have you set your sights on, little Yu? He inquired. These ocean jasper pendants and bracelets are exquisite. Yu Shiyin had her eye on a bracelet made of 16 beads alternating in blue and white, while the pendant was a sky blue teardrop shape, with varying white lines running through it, resembling silvery lightning in the sky. Truly beautiful. It was indeed lovely, but it had an appearance that seemed somewhat artificial. Liang Yu foolishly interjected, earning himself 2 disdainful glances. Ocean jasper is a treasured gem among Native Americans. They believe that the most beautiful objects possess magical powers, bringing strength and good fortune while protecting their families. As a result, ocean jasper is frequently crafted into necklaces and pendants for personal adornment. The only source of ocean jasper is the Beruco Mountains in the Dominican Republic, with a mining area of approximately 15 square kilometers, making its yield exceedingly limited. A scarce supply signifies rarity, and rarity often leads to an abundance of counterfeit products, lending some credence to Liang Yu's remarks. I don't quite understand. Do you, teacher He? Wang Hong expressed a hint of regret. He had dabbled in ancient jade, but felt somewhat inept regarding this obscure gemstone. I know a little. Let me take a look. Chun Fei volunteered upon noticing he was shaking his head. Having recently immersed himself in various related knowledge for an archaeological expedition to Native American ruins, he had studied ocean jasper among other topics. Currently, there is no universally accepted grading standard for ocean jasper, particularly in the absence of specialized equipment. Quality can only be assessed through experience. Although Chun Fei lacked extensive experience, he possessed a technique. Under the scrutiny of his appraisal method, the pendant appeared as a crystalline sky, breathtakingly beautiful. However, at the center of the pendant lay a faint, elusive crack. After examining it closely for a moment, Chun Fei discerned that the crack was short and entirely encased within the gemstone. It should not propagate without external force. This pendant is genuine. The deeper the color, the larger the piece, and the more intricate the pattern, the more valuable it is. Although this one sky blue hue does not qualify as exceptional, its luster and clarity are quite commendable. Just be cautious. Do not squeeze or drop it. Returning the pendant to Yu Shiyan without concerning himself with her negotiations with the vendor, Chun Fei casually scanned the stall. Suddenly, his brow arched, and he reached out to grasp an irregularly shaped piece of white material resting on the table. This fragment was roughly the size of half his palm and no thicker than 1 centimeter at its thickest point, resembling a piece of bone. However, its weight made Chun Fei hesitant to draw conclusions. It was significantly heavier than an ordinary bone fragment. Could it be a piece of stone? Or perhaps it was a fossilized bone? Upon the surface of the bone fragment, an unknown hand had etched a rudimentary depiction of a large tree, leading Chun Fei to suspect it might be a totem from some ancient tribe. Given that numerous Native American tribes embrace nature worship, the presence of such a totem was hardly surprising. After examining it from various angles for some time and gleaning no further clues, Chun Fei employed his techniques to take another look. A blinding green light erupted, revealing the almost imperceptible spiritual essence and temporal essence suppressed within. Upon further scrutiny of the temporal essence, Chun Fei noted that its hue closely resembled that of an ancient bronze sword. From his observations in the museum, he understood that this particular color of temporal essence indicated the bone fragment had existed for no less than 3,000 years. To possess such a robust temporal essence that could remain unnoticed at first glance spoke volumes about the formidable nature of the being that had suppressed it. Visions from his dreams began to materialize in his mind. The essence of a being is conferred by its creator. Any artifact forged with heartfelt dedication emanates a layer of spiritual light, with the creator's skill directly correlating to the vibrancy of that light. Were there masters of such caliber thousands of years ago? No, given the intensity of this luminescence, even a grandmaster might have been incapable of such a feat. Chun Fei glanced once more at the crudely inscribed tree on the bone fragment and found himself questioning whether it was indeed a tree. Regardless of its identity, the level of craftsmanship suggested it could only have been produced by someone at a kindergarten level. When one eliminates all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Thus, the radiance represented by this being's essence must have originated from the bone fragment itself. Naturally birthed treasures possess unique spiritual qualities, with their luminosity deepening in correlation to their rarity. Was this truly a treasure born of nature? Chun Fei activated his deciphering technique and looked at the bone fragment once more. To his astonishment, he discovered the surface was interlaced with numerous vertical, curved filaments that resembled fibers found within wood. Yet there were no signs of the porous structure characteristic of bone, nor could he detect any features indicative of a stone structure. Could it be that this was, in fact, a piece of wood? A piece so dense it weighed more than an equivalent volume of stone, rivaling even steel? Shaking his head, Chun Fei dispelled such thoughts and raised the wooden piece to catch the vendor's attention. The vendor's asking price was not exorbitant, so he haggled little, acquiring it for merely $200. In stark contrast, Yu Shiyan's pendant came with a hefty price tag of $3,000. While the quality of the gem was undeniable, this price seemed somewhat steep. However, as the adage goes, one cannot place a price on desire. Moreover, given the significant leak from earlier, this minor price difference felt utterly inconsequential. In truth, all of the above is mere nonsense. Chun Fei believes the paramount reason lies in Liang Yufei's eagerness to pay up front, compelling the boss to steadfastly maintain the price. However, the thought of Yu Shiyan picking up that significant treasure makes Chun Fei unable to suppress his urge to scoff. How could one mistake a piece of exquisite jadeite for an ordinary emerald? This is an affront to both magnificent gemstones. With such a lack of discernment, how dare he brazenly set up a stall specializing in jewelry? He is bound to incur losses. Chun Fei, what exactly is this you've purchased? A bone fragment? A stone? Chun Fei handed the wooden piece to Yu Shiyan, who scrutinized it from every angle, yet discerned nothing noteworthy. Curiously, she gazed at Chun Fei, awaiting his explanation. I am to participate in an archaeological field study of Indian tribal relics next week, so I'm intentionally gathering artifacts from Indian tribes. The carvings on this piece likely represent a tribal totem. It may not be of great value, but the material is rather peculiar. Hishua took the wooden piece from Yu Shiyan's hand, examining it closely before hesitantly stating, by weight, it should resemble a stone-like material. yet it feels entirely unlike stone. I can't shake the impression that it's akin to wood. Upon hearing He Zhuo's astute observation, Chun Fei silently applauded him, acknowledging his keen insight. Regardless of the material, it is undeniably ancient and distinctive, warranting collection, with a decisive stamp of approval. He Zhuo validated this artifact with his collector-esque perspective. At the filming location of True Detective, Lily Morris, clad in police attire, stood nervously in a corner, watching the ongoing shoot. Her scene was next. She portrayed a traffic officer who would share the frame with one of the dual protagonists, Jodie Foster. The indoor shoot would later incorporate street backgrounds in post-production. Originally, this character did not exist in the script, but by a stroke of fortune. The show's props department had taken an interest in several antiques from her store, wishing to rent them for use as props. Without hesitation, she proposed waiving the rental fee in exchange for the opportunity to act. The outcome was splendid. The director not only acquiesced to her request, but also crafted a role for her with 2 lines of dialogue. Most significantly, she would be acting alongside Jodie Foster. Although Jodie was considerably older, old enough to be her grandmother, she was still Jodie Foster. At the age of 14, she starred in Taxi Driver, inspiring fans to take extreme measures to capture her attention. By 29, she had won her 2nd Academy Award for her role in The Silence of the Lambs. Lily trembled with anxiety, struggling to control her emotions. For heaven's sake, are you a pig? Position. How many times must I remind you to be mindful of your positioning? The director's stern reprimands echoed through the set, amplifying Lily's trepidation. A wave of urgency surging within her. No touching her face, no running fingers through her hair, no drinking water, and certainly no trips to the restroom. The makeup artist's words reverberated in her mind, and for a moment, Lily felt as though time had come to a standstill, engulfed in an unbearable torment. Child, relax. Acting is actually quite simple. Do you remember those traffic officers on the streets? Those individuals who issued tickets to your vehicle? Imagine yourself as that ticketing officer, witnessing a driver you despise parking haphazardly. You stride over and with a swift motion say, "Ah, Miss Foster, look at me. I'm no different, am I? Quite reminiscent of the elderly lady next door, wouldn't you say? No, you're far younger and more beautiful than she is, Ms." Foster chuckled heartily. "Lily, I've heard you run a second-hand store filled with many intriguing items." "Well, not so intriguing. They are rather antiquated, appearing somewhat worn, but yes. Some are indeed cool. Might I enlist your help in finding some fascinating adornments? You know, I frequently attend various events, yet I always wear the same jewelry from those commercial brands. I yearn for some variety, or perhaps a fresh endeavor." Jodie Foster gestured, momentarily at a loss for words. "Something distinctive," Lily quickly interjected, and Jodie nodded with a smile. "What a clever girl. You can count on me, Miss Foster." With Jodie Foster's encouraging guidance, Lily gradually began to ease her tension. The subsequent filming proceeded smoothly, as it was inherently an uncomplicated scene. "Oh dear, Lily, you're in peril. Why, don't you realize? Jodie is not fond of men. She must have taken a liking to you. Otherwise, why would she treat you so kindly? A person of her stature would hardly be enamored with the items in your store. Her request for your help in sourcing adornments is merely bait. She intends to reel in you, the beautiful mermaid. Jenny, you are simply envious, glaringly so. How dare you?" Lily indignantly hung up the phone with her friend, her mind racing. Yet, she soon resolved to assist Miss Foster in her search for jewelry. She is so graceful and amiable, even if she prefers women. What does that matter to her? However, where could she possibly find adornments that would impress even Jodie Foster? She wouldn't even consider the most extravagant brands. Chapter 23, Profitable Ventures. Flea Market. Chun Fei stood before a stall, gazing vacantly at a piece of kiln celadon in his hands. It resembled a dinner plate far too closely. Approximately 30 centimeters in length, about 15 to 16 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters in height. The lower half flared out in a circle, suggesting it once had a lid, now long lost. The square celadon plate's edge was divided horizontally into 3 sections, left, middle, and right. The left and right sections were of equal width, each with a horizontal partition that divided them into 2 smaller compartments. The middle section was slightly wider, also featuring a horizontal partition, but its upper division was further divided vertically into 2 smaller sections. It appeared just like the clumsy ceramic plates made by amateurs in a pottery workshop. Yet, Chun Fei was certain this was a genuine piece of kiln celadon, dating back at least to the Han Dynasty. The empire of gluttony has been passed down since that time? Teacher, could such artifacts have existed during the Han Dynasty? This seems rather far-fetched. Haha, In June 1984, while construction was underway in a suburban area of Mianshan, the tomb of Zhu Ran, a general from the Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms period, was discovered. Although the Grand Tomb had been looted, over 100 precious artifacts were unearthed, including wooden clogs, which are considered cultural symbols by the local community. At that time, they were preparing to propose the preservation of traditional clothing and wooden clogs to the United Nations. And the discovery of the clogs from Zhu Ran's tomb thwarted their plans. This event caused quite a stir in the archaeological community. Among the unearthed artifacts was a similar item, accurately referred to as a square box of celadon from the Yu kiln of the Three Kingdoms. This could very well be one of the looted treasures from the Grand Tomb. Yizhuo picked up a plate, scrutinizing it closely while explaining to Chen Fei. "So, what do you think, Xiao Chen? Are you interested? If not, I might just make a move." Chen Fei shook his head and gestured politely. He understood clearly that, much like collecting that ancient boot, his pursuit of certain items was purely to pave the way for the future. Given Yizhuo's status in the country, he represented at least a narrow path. Thus, why should he compete with him? Moreover, the most crucial point was that this square box of celadon from the Three Kingdoms was truly quite unattractive. However, Yizhuo was unfazed. Seeing Chen Fei's reluctance brought him great joy. The plate was not in excellent condition, having been buried underground for an extended period, which led to the degradation of the celadon glaze on many edges, presenting a rather unsightly earthy yellow hue. As a result, the vendor's asking price was not particularly high. The youth is still a bit naive. What sort of fear about something being ugly? It's a rare item. Sometimes, collecting is simply about the thrill of the chase. In the reception room of the David Sullivan law firm, a composed, middle-aged Caucasian man looked solemnly at the elderly Chinese man beside him. At that moment, the elder was intently examining a brand-new copper coin through a high-powered magnifying glass. Seated across from them were Tyler and Robert. "Mr. Cromwell, there are no issues with this batch of copper coins." The elder set down the last coin and provided his assessment. "Is that so? Mr. Jack, could you offer me an approximate valuation?" The elder pondered for a moment, leaned closer to Cromwell, and whispered a few words. Cromwell listened attentively, nodding repeatedly, though his expression remained inscrutable. "Tyler, since the coins are confirmed to be authentic, we can discuss the price now. I recall your previous offer was $15,000 per coin. To be frank, if it were just one coin, I would agree without hesitation. However, the current situation involves a total of 12 coins. You must understand that the value of collectibles inversely correlates with their quantity, especially for items that few have ventured to collect. After purchasing them, I will require a series of complex maneuvers." Just as the other party seemed poised to drone on with lengthy arguments, Robert impatiently interrupted. "All right, Mr. Cromwell, I am well aware of all that you have stated. Please state your price directly. What amount would you find acceptable?" Cromwell pondered for a moment. $70,000. "For all of this? That is simply impossible. Well, I can't be bothered to haggle over such a trivial sum. Let me reveal my bottom line. $120,000. Upon noticing Cromwell's hesitation, Robert rose from his seat, declaring, "This is the price. Do not presume that I am unaware of the situation. At this price, you stand to gain significantly. However, that is of no concern to me. I require $120,000, and I need it immediately. If you agree, we have a deal. If not, let us not waste each other's time any further." Cromwell's gaze swept over Taylor, who was pinching the bridge of his nose with 2 fingers, seemingly troubled by a headache. He raised an eyebrow, relaxed into his chair, and languidly addressed Robert. $100,000, Mr. Robert, and that is my final offer." Robert hesitated, turning to look at Taylor. Taylor shrugged, indicating that Robert should make the decision. He was merely an intermediary. All right, 100,000 it is. However, I must make one thing clear. Payment must be made immediately. I expect to receive the funds today." "That is entirely agreeable." "Hey, Chun, it's settled, totaling $100,000. Damn you, Taylor. You managed to cut off another 20,000. Yet, I must admit, well done, my friend. Oh my goodness. Taylor, I must say, you are utterly shameless. Listen, Chun, Robert wishes to express his gratitude for your assistance in authenticating the coins. Thus, he has prepared $1,000 for you. Surprising, isn't it? Unforeseen, right?" Chun Fei chuckled at this news, feeling a twinge of guilt about accepting the money. Yet if he declined, would Robert suspect something between the two of them? Haha, does this weigh on your conscience? Chun, if you were to run a company, you would not be a competent manager. Let me unveil the truth to you. The truth is, that fellow Robert merely intends to use this money to maintain our relationship. He will undoubtedly steal more from his home in the future. I assure you, he will contact Cromwell at the first opportunity when he does so. and the two of us will merely be his backups. Now, that is a truly shameless scoundrel. At the foot of Beverly Hills, at the Pastillo restaurant, Hijua set down his knife and fork, turning to Chen Fei with a somewhat apologetic expression. Xiao Chun, there's been a change of plans. Both Wang Heng and I might not be able to attend the group activity tomorrow. There's a collaboration to discuss at the Conley Laboratory, and we must be present. However, Xiao, you should have no issues. You young people can enjoy yourselves. The group conferred for a while longer before finalizing their itinerary for the following day. Early tomorrow morning, Chen Fei would pick up Yu Shiyan at the usual time, and Liang Yu, the additional burden, would naturally accompany them. Hijua and his companions would head directly to the laboratory, and if time permitted, they would meet again. If not, they would have to wait for another opportunity in the country. Xiao Chun, have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Chen Fei was slightly bewildered. The pen holder. Oh. Chen Fei was suddenly enlightened. Teacher, the smell of banana oil is quite strong, and the hotel is poorly ventilated. It's all right, I'm not afraid. Besides, witnessing the return of a treasured item to the light is a rare opportunity. Indeed, the fact that the owner took such considerable risks to preserve this item suggests it is anything but ordinary. The sooner we see it, the better. Wang Heng nodded in agreement. Haha, perfect. It's already cleaned up in your room. I'm getting older and my sleep ISNT is good. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, one cannot be so shameless. You just said you weren't afraid. Ha, just a joke. Just a joke. Although it was said in jest, Wang Heng could not dismiss it as mere humor. Thus, they all proceeded to his room where a basin, brush, and banana oil had already been conveniently purchased during their market visit. Chen Fei selected a spot by the window and began his work. The method of using banana oil to clean paint was straightforward. Simply apply it, wait for the paint to soften, and then wipe it away, followed by a thorough rinse with clean water. However, the paint layer on this brush holder was particularly thick and aged, requiring careful attention to avoid damaging the surface, which posed a significant challenge. After nearly an hour of effort, Chen Fei had finally managed to clean the paint from the surface of the brush holder. It was only a basic cleaning because while the paint was removed, remnants remained in the engraved signature due to its recessed nature. This could be meticulously removed later with a toothpick and banana oil, but that was a delicate task to be addressed when time allowed. For now, only the final rinse remained before it could be appreciated in detail. However, with a signature present, anticipation mounted. The others could not resist gathering closer to discover the identity of the artist. Pu Zhongqian. It's actually the work of Pu Zhongqian. How extraordinary. Chen Fei took the brush holder to the bathroom to rinse it, while Hijua was already excitedly shaking his head. Who is Pu Zhongqian? Is he that impressive? Compared to the others in the room, Liang Yu was rather clueless. Pu Zhongqian was a master of bamboo carving and wood sculpture during the Ming Dynasty, specifically from the Wanli to the Tianqi eras, and the founder of the Jinling School of bamboo carving. The Ming literary figure Zhang Dai wrote a piece in Taoan Manyi specifically to describe Pu Zhongqian's artistry. In Nanjing, Pu Zhongqian's skill is unparalleled. His bamboo pieces, a broom, a brush, bamboo ear, each crafted with a few strokes, fetch a high price. His works are considered exceptional, as even a slight touch of his hand can elevate an item's value significantly. Thus, it was evident that his creations were already quite valuable at the time. As for Pu Zhongqian's background, Hijua spoke with ease, even reciting Zhang Dai's original text verbatim, leaving everyone astonished. I happened to read it while flipping through a book and memorized it. Hijua maintained a calm demeanor, though internally he reveled in his knowledge. Interestingly, just before traveling abroad, an old friend of his had casually acquired a bamboo carving and was boasting about it, claiming it was a work by Pu Zhongqian. As a result, another elderly gentleman insisted on contesting the authenticity, claiming it to be a mere imitation by Pan Shifeng of the Jinling School, while his own collection was purportedly an authentic masterpiece by Pu Zhongqian. Eventually, their small circle became embroiled in a heated debate over whether it was indeed the work of Pu Zhongqian or Pan Shifeng. Just when clarity seemed elusive, he Lao sure. The teacher was asked if this piece could also be a later imitation. Moreover, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be crafted from wood rather than bamboo, which is Pu Zhongqian's forte. In terms of material, however, there was little issue. Pu Zhongqian was famed for his dual mastery of bamboo and wood, with his wooden carvings being particularly precious. Compared to the bamboo engravings that have survived, Pu Zhongqian's wooden sculptures are exceedingly rare. Once its identity is established, the value would be immeasurable. At that moment, Chen Fei emerged from the restroom, holding a pen holder that had been drained of water. He Lao sure. I initially thought it was made from a lighter density hardwood like big leaf rosewood, but it turns out to be Hainan Wangwali. His excitement was palpable. This was akin to a black chicken transforming into a phoenix, dramatically increasing its worth. As he spoke, he handed the pen holder to Hijua, having admired it while washing. This was a meticulously carved pen holder from Hainan Wangwali, characterized by its dense and clear grain, vibrant patterns, and simplistic elegance, polished to perfection. The piece bore no superfluous embellishments, yet exuded a natural fluidity. He felt that this seemingly minimalistic approach perfectly showcased the inherent beauty of Wangwali, a technique that Pu Zhongxian excelled at. This was undoubtedly a pinnacle work of a master artisan. Has Wangwali truly transformed from a black chicken into a phoenix? Chen Fei, do you know who Pu Zhongxian is? Of course, he is the founder of the Jinling School of Bamboo Carving, a renowned master in the field. Noticing Liang Yu's growing frustration, Chen Fei patted him on the shoulder and said with a grin, "Don't be disheartened. I only remembered after hearing He Laosher mention it. I don't usually delve into this stuff." Observing Liang Yu's expression brighten, he continued, "In truth, I only know that aside from the Jinling School, the equally esteemed Jia Ding School by Hassan Zhu and the Zhe School founded by Zhang Shihuang also exist. See, I told you I don't have a girlfriend." Chapter 24. A chilling thought at the Rose Bowl flea market. Lily Morris murmured to herself while keeping an eye on the surrounding stalls. Once she calmed down, she began to understand the complexity of the commission. Given Jodie Foster's identity and stature, she required attire worthy of grand occasions. Ordinary accessories simply would not suffice. Moreover, what truly defines cool? The concept was incredibly nebulous. These were likely just casual remarks made by Jodie to alleviate her nerves. Yet, Lily felt a sense of unwillingness. Regardless of its authenticity, it had sparked a glimmer of hope within her. If she grasped it firmly, what was fake might become real. Without effort, even the genuine could fade into the false. 10,000 a day. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The market buzzed with chaos, and suddenly, a voice reached her ears. She turned sharply, having heard someone proclaiming that it was indeed quite cool. Lily swiftly approached the stall from which she had heard the sound, observing several girls playfully trying on a peculiar hat. The crown of the hat was adorned with several golden Eastern dragons. Cascading downwards were vibrant blue feathers, which upon closer inspection revealed exquisite phoenixes crafted from blue plumage. Beneath this was a trio of rows embellished with red and blue gemstones, each stone encircled by two concentric rings of pearls, one large and one small. The brim of the hat flared upwards, similarly adorned with pearls and gems, creating a magnificent spectacle. Lily gasped, her first instinct being that wearing such a heavy hat for an extended period could potentially compress one's neck into one's body. Yet, the hat exuded an undeniable allure. If the jewels, pearls, and gold were authentic, no other ornament could rival its splendor. As the girls set the hat down, Lily stepped forward to examine it closely. Her frequent encounters with artifacts from the Hua Kingdom had granted her a modicum of knowledge regarding its history. At the very least, she was aware that in ancient Hua, dragons and phoenixes were not decorations for the common folk. They were reserved for nobility, at the very least. Particularly this hat, boasting 9 golden dragons and 9 phoenixes, indicated that its wearer must be of utmost distinction. Its owner could only be the most esteemed woman in the realm, the Empress. A bold idea sparked in Lily's mind. However, before taking action, she deemed it prudent to seek further counsel. Naturally, one should consult a native of the Hua Kingdom regarding its treasures, and her thoughts instinctively turned to Chen Fei. When Chen Fei received Lily's call, he and his companions were leisurely wandering through the Rose Bowl flea market. Lily relayed the stall number, and it was a simple task for Chen Fei to locate her. "How splendid, Chen. I didn't expect to find you here. Please come and take a look. Is this the hat of your Empress?" Lily exclaimed, excitement bubbling as she skipped over and seized his arm. In the few minutes of waiting for Chen Fei, she had further refined her thoughts, growing increasingly thrilled and animated. At that moment, her exhilaration surpassed even the moment she encountered Jodie Foster on set, rendering her oblivious to how her actions might be perceived as overly familiar given their relationship. Chen Fei cleared his throat awkwardly, subtly turning his body to extricate his arm from Lily's grasp. "Allow me to introduce you, Miss Lily. These are 2 of my friends from my homeland. This is Lily Morris, whom I just mentioned to you." "Oh, my apologies. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement," she stammered, her attention now drawn to the striking visage of Yu Shiyan, awakening a sudden realization. Oh no, could this be Chen's girlfriend? She had heard that people from Hua were quite conservative, The earlier action she had taken now compelled her to feel a strong urge to cover her face in embarrassment. No, please. Meanwhile, the charming Liang Yu was completely overlooked by her. Yu Shiyin smiled as she regarded the fair-skinned girl before her, silently admiring Chun Fei's discerning taste. Liang Yu wore a look of disdain, pondering who had claimed just yesterday that he was single. Such hypocrisy is the very essence of the people he despises most. Little did Chun Fei know that the minds of these individuals were rife with intrigue. His earlier dismissal of Lily had merely been an instinctive reaction to his own awkwardness. That hat, he exclaimed. I counted 9 golden dragons and 9 blue phoenixes atop it. Surely, it is a crown fit only for the queen of your nation. After a slightly awkward greeting, Lily regained her composure and led Chun Fei and the others directly to the stall. The 9 dragons and 9 phoenix crown? Quite an impressive replica, Chun Fei remarked, though before he could elaborate, Yu Shiyin recognized the hat. In 1954, 4 crowns of the Empress were unearthed from the tomb of Emperor Wanli in the Ming Dynasty's 13 tombs. This 9 dragons and 9 phoenix crown is one of them, currently housed in the National Museum. Chun Fei silently nodded, grateful that Yu Shiyin had accompanied him. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to searching online. Lily, are you considering purchasing this crown? No, Chun, I have a different idea. Lily meticulously recounted her motivations for participating in a television drama, the experiences she encountered on set, and her recent thoughts. Instantly, a chilling image formed in Chun Fei's mind. An elderly Caucasian woman, adorned with an opulent phoenix crown and dressed in a deep blue robe embroidered with pheasants, gazing upon him with a benevolent expression. What a peculiar sight. Turning to glance at Liang Yu, he found a similar expression of astonishment mirrored on his face. As for Yu Shiyin, her demeanor appeared somewhat unsettling. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on a particular spot, her eyes vacant. Was she earnestly contemplating the possibilities? Chun Fei couldn't help but shiver. Is every woman so formidable? Lily, upon reflection, your idea is intriguing. Yet using this crown seems rather inappropriate. I sense that the people of Huagua might struggle to accept it. Although our dramas frequently feature emperors and empresses, there remains a significant distinction between the two. Furthermore, this crown is exceedingly difficult to replicate. Its craftsmanship is far too intricate. The pointillism technique, in particular, requires numerous kingfisher feathers, which is simply unattainable today. I suggest you consider accessories fit for a princess. A princess? Indeed, either a prince's consort or a county princess would suffice. Not only are they sufficiently opulent, but they also allow for versatile combinations, making it easy to find accessories suitable for duty. Lily shrugged her hands in dismay. Today was the first time she had seen this crown. And as for the accessories of a prince's consort or county princess, where could she possibly procure such items? If you don't mind, I can assist you in exploring this further. Wow, really you? Are you truly willing to help me? Oh, you are simply wonderful. Seeing Yu Shiyin not only support her plan, but also offer to help with ideas left Lily at a loss for words to express her gratitude. Never mind. Perhaps in the future, I shall sell an antique of Chen's at a modest price. As for Yu Shiyin, she contemplated that without Chun Fei, there would have been no monumental blunder on her part, since she was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Chun Fei. Assisting his girlfriend emerged as a commendable solution. Moreover, she harbored a keen interest in this plan. Just imagine the illustrious Academy Award-winning actress, Jodie Foster, adorned in an ensemble of her own design, inspired by ancient Chinese attire. The very thought of such an event sends a thrill coursing through one's veins. I possess some images of Ming Dynasty royal jewelry that I believe could be utilized in this endeavor. We could start by creating a model using Jodie's photograph, then incorporate various accessories and garments. This way, we might discover the perfect ensemble for her. Lily blinked her large, watery eyes in admiration, gazing at Yu Shiyin with a look that suggested she would readily offer herself should the conversation continue, sending a chill down Chun Fei's spine. Ingle's warehouse. Chun Fei surveyed the warehouse before him, yet his thoughts lingered on the moment he encountered Lily that morning. He found it utterly perplexing how 2 women, who had only just met, could exhibit such an intimate camaraderie. Could adorning an elderly Caucasian woman in Ming attire really possess such allure? Not only had they abandoned their market exploration, but they had also forsaken the previously planned warehouse auction. They had hurriedly followed that eccentric Lily, originally a party of 6. With Yizhua and his companion withdrawing, it now consisted solely of him and Will, left isolated in the vastness. Oh well, as long as they were happy. Huh, where's that fellow Will? Chun Fei turned around, searching in vain for Will, only to find a throng of warehouse hunters gathered, seemingly engaged in an animated discussion. Approaching the periphery of the crowd, he quickly discerned Will's familiar booming voice. The moment I saw those cardboard boxes arranged haphazardly, I immediately thought the contents must be fragile, and that whoever packed them was in quite a hurry. A look of astonishment gradually surfaced on Chun Fei's face, followed by a bemused shake of his head. Did this guy truly not realize that the more he boasted, the harder it would be to secure the warehouse later? Wow, it's Arturo Fuentes' exclusive tools. Will, you're incredible. The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Chun Fei noted that a few eBay sellers even exhibited a tinge of jealousy in their eyes. With a swift motion, Chun Fei covered his face with his hands. Damn that Will. It appeared today would not yield any warehouse treasures, and it was likely that future opportunities would also slip away. Alas, one reaps what one sows. As he removed his hands from his face, Chun Fei was suddenly taken aback to find that the warehouse hunters, who had previously clustered together, had dispersed, now fixated on him with unwavering intensity. A few individuals even took steps closer, attempting to approach him. What on earth was happening? The expressions on their faces seemed as if they intended to tear him apart. Chun, so it is you. I did say that Will could not possibly be so astute. Indeed, Chun, could you perhaps offer us some guidance? I am on the verge of starvation. As several Taobao sellers moved about, the crowd swiftly enveloped Chun Fei. The smile on his face began to stiffen, and he could not help but let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Damn Will, how could he resort to such underhanded tactics? Yet, why did he feel a hint of exhilaration? Could it be that he too was as superficial as Will? This notion was truly terrifying. No, it cannot be so. Silence. Everyone quiet down. The warehouse auction is about to commence. It's time to line up. For goodness sake, hurry and form an orderly queue. This auction is rather modest, featuring only 7 warehouses. Moreover, coinciding with today, there's a much larger warehouse auction taking place in neighboring San Diego. Many capable warehouse hunters have flocked there, resulting in a smaller turnout here, with Chun Fei and his companions numbering fewer than 30. The first warehouse, a mere 20 square meters in size, was not even worth their bid, ultimately being claimed by another hunter for a starting price of $50. For the subsequent warehouses, Chun Fei discerned no useful clues, prompting Will to casually participate in a few bids. Before long, they arrived at the final warehouse. It appeared that today would yield no fruitful discoveries. The quality of these warehouses was abysmal. Perhaps your standards are simply too high. In reality, most warehouses at auctions are like this. The two conversed as they moved along with the line, and soon it was their turn to inspect. This was the only medium-sized warehouse of the day. Upon reaching the open doorway, a mere glance elicited a soft gasp from Chun Fei. What lay before him resembled not a warehouse, but rather a quaint little bedroom. To the right, against the wall, was a white sofa with a carpet laid out on the floor in front of it. Opposite stood an antiquated TV cabinet, upon which rested a flat-screen television. The central area contained a dressing table and wardrobe, and further in was a large bed, neatly made with a tidy arrangement of bedding, beside which sat a bedside lamp. Was someone secretly residing here? Will shook his head. Such warehouses were not permitted for habitation. There were no signs of life, Chun. Look at the dust on the floor and the dressing mirror. Indeed, the warehouse had no power, but why was it arranged in such a manner? After a swift inspection, Will pulled Chun Fei aside for discussion. Chun, we must bid on this warehouse. Why? I recognize that sofa. If I am not mistaken, it is from the Italian brand EDRA. To my knowledge, even the cheapest model from this brand costs over $10,000. If the sofa's brand is indeed legitimate, then the other furniture may also be of considerable value. Although they appear somewhat worn, with careful cost management, it is still possible to make a significant profit. Impressive, Will. You were able to identify the brand of that sofa. With a slight lift of his chin, Will had, after the last warehouse shoot, diligently sought out every top-tier furniture brand, as well as safes, bicycles, outdoor gear, and more, striving to familiarize himself with their logos and distinctive styles. The sofa that had just been presented was likely the EDRA brand's free model, first launched in the year 2000 and remaining in production until its discontinuation in 2015. The starting bid for Warehouse 401 was set at $300. Do I hear 400? 400? Is there anyone? The price soared rapidly, soon surpassing $500. Chun Fei discovered a rather disheartening fact. Each time Will placed a bid, the subsequent bidders displayed an extraordinary eagerness, without a hint of hesitation. Now at 2,000, 2,000, here, 5,000. The auctioneer, vociferously announcing the 2,000 bid, was suddenly interrupted as Will jumped straight to 5,000, plunging the room into silence. As the crowd's gaze shifted towards him, Chun Fei erupted unexpectedly. Damn it, Will, don't you see that those are merely old, worn-out pieces of furniture? Their age could match that of your grandfather. Do you really expect to sell them for $1 million? Chapter 25. The Mysterious Warehouse. No, Chun, listen to me. These pieces are definitely no more than 10 years old. Even 10 years isn't worth 5,000. Have you lost your mind? The sudden quarrel caused an uproar, momentarily catching the auctioneer off guard. Silence. Damn it, everyone be quiet. He pointed fiercely at Chun Fei, sweeping his arm dramatically. You, get out. I'm done with this. Damn it, well, go eat your dreams of wealth. Now at 5,000, 5,000, 5,100, 5,100. Is there anyone? 5,100. Noticing the silence around him, the auctioneer swiftly repeated the 5,000 bid 3 times, then waved his hand decisively. Sold. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as a towering man, over 2 meters tall, staggered over to Will, exclaiming in exaggerated tones, "Hey Will, have you lost your mind?" "Ha ha. No, Mike. He hasn't even started yet. We must wait a bit longer." Meanwhile, the anger on Will's face vanished, replaced by a cheerful smile as he regarded them. Damn it, I've been duped. Those two must have known something beforehand. A few quick-witted individuals suddenly realized they might have been tricked, and soon everyone began to awaken to the reality, their glances toward the 2 men turning increasingly hostile. Regardless, they'll find out sooner or later. Chun Fei shrugged. So why not take a moment to relish their expressions? Look, that guy resembles someone who just ate a pile of dung. Damn it, Chun, your insults are truly appalling. It's all an act, merely an act. Everything is for the sake of profit. Forget it, mate. Just forget it all. As Chun Fei opened the roll-up door of the warehouse, he stood silently at the entrance for a moment before stepping inside. He first reached out to touch the leather surface of the sofa, observing the dust that clung to his hand, and shook his head. Will, we may have inadvertently made a grave mistake this time. Even though all this furniture is from the EDRA brand, I fear it won't fetch a good price. They are simply too old and not well preserved. Perhaps, Will replied, hastening to the large bed, throwing back the sheets to inspect the brand of the mattress. Oh my God, Hastens. This mattress is indeed a Hastens. Chun, forget about the old furniture. Just this mattress could bring us a considerable fortune. Hastens. Is it expensive? It is the most expensive mattress brand in the world. One model even retails for as much as $1 million. A stranger's voice drifted in from the doorway. Damn. Surely, it can't be our model? Chun Fei was astonished. A mattress worth $1 million? What was the difference between that and sleeping on a pile of gold? No, obviously it isn't. Your model is the standard one. Even if brand new, it wouldn't exceed 100,000. Goodness, are you all ghosts? You walk without making a sound. Chun, I feel we have been wronged. You have betrayed our trust, so, oh, poor Bruce, he lamented, sounding like a jilted lover. Why is no one listening? Damn it, Will, I swear I'll have your head for this. Come here. This is Will's territory, the clever, wise, and formidable Will, who fears nothing. Chun Fei slapped his forehead, exclaiming, goodness, it's a miracle that Will has survived this long. A steady stream of warehouse hunters came to visit, and finally, the warehouse fell silent. Chun Fei, who had nearly dozed off leaning against the bed, suddenly sprang up to begin rummaging through the place. Will, retreating from his provocative stance, began to meticulously examine the brands of other furniture. Will, their essay letter here. What does it mean? Is this some kind of prank? As Chun Fei pulled open the drawer of the vanity, he discovered an unsealed letter lying quietly inside, which sent a wave of unease through him. Shall we take a look? Will grabbed the bedsheet, carelessly dusted off the sofa, and plopped down, indifferent to the clouds of dust that rose around him. Chun Fei scratched his head, picked up the letter, and sat beside Will on the sofa. You read it. I have a very bad feeling about this. Will shrugged, took the letter, and upon discovering it was unsealed, poured out its contents. Inside the envelope were 2 photographs and a thin sheet of paper filled with handwriting. One photograph was a family portrait. The young couple and their child, perhaps around 10 years old, had golden hair and striking blue eyes, exuding beauty. The other was a solo portrait of the girl, who appeared to be older, around 17 or 18. After examining the photographs, Will unfolded the letter, reading softly, Dear kind-hearted individuals, I am Zhu Brantley, an unsuccessful businessman and a far more lamentable husband and father. By the time you read this letter, I shall likely have departed from this world. I implore you to assist me in one matter, to locate my daughter, the girl depicted in the photograph, and to deliver this letter along with the contents of this warehouse to her intact. I have succumbed to bankruptcy, and the bank is poised to seize all that I possess. In desperation, I surreptitiously transported the furniture from my wife's room to this warehouse for safekeeping. I endeavored to arrange the items to mirror the room she once inhabited, hoping that when my daughter eventually discovers it, she may find it within her heart to forgive me. I truly loved her mother. Reflecting on the past, during the flourishing days of my business, I admittedly became somewhat arrogant. However, Connie, your mother's demise was an unfortunate accident. Since your departure from home, I have not relinquished hope in searching for you over the past decade, yet despite my earnest efforts, I've been unable to locate you. I have invested my last assets to cover the rent for this warehouse. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. Dear kind souls, I earnestly hope you can find Connie, as I believe she would be willing to compensate you generously for your efforts. If she cannot be found, I beseech you to preserve everything here for 3 years. Though the furniture may be somewhat antiquated, it should suffice to cover the warehouse rent for that duration after proper arrangements. In conclusion, I again implore you to show compassion for a lonely old man who has lost both his wife and daughter. Help him find his only remaining kin. Thank you. Connie Brantley, driver S license number. Juwan Brantley, April 15, 2020. Upon finishing the letter, Chun Fei and Wilmer exchanged a glance of disbelief. How could all of this feel so surreal? Damn, they merely photographed a warehouse. Has capturing a warehouse become so fantastical? After a pause, Chun Fei murmured the letter, dated 2020, reveals he has been searching for his daughter for 10 years. After her mother's death, she lived with him for a few years. So these belongings must date back to the early century? Wilmer rolled his eyes. So your primary concern is still how much these items might sell for, right? But, buddy, is that really the crux of the matter? Chun Fei scratched his head, noting that based on the driver's license number, the daughter should be 31 this year, having left home at 18. With so many years without a trace, where could we even begin to look? Wilmer shrugged. Don't ask me. I'm just a sidekick. You're the one leading this auction. Wait, doesn't this fellow have a single friend? Even if he is an orphan, he could certainly have asked someone to look after the warehouse. And he had a wife. No family or friends at all. Even if his wife's relatives blame him for her death, these are still her belongings. Can't he ask for help? Could this truly be a mere prank? Wilmer shook his head. No, Chun. You know that's impossible. What do you suggest we do then? Paying rent for another 3 years? Please, Will. Such a course of action would render me a fool. Will furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. Hey, Chun, I have an idea. Perhaps we could turn all of this over to the television station. Will's excitement surged. Listen, I know those damn reporters. They will pounce like sharks, sensing blood. This is an excellent, newsworthy story. Not only could we rid ourselves of this troublesome situation, but we might also leverage the television station's influence to track down that wretched Connie. Chun Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Yes, why not seek out the reporters? Moreover, they could provide leads not just to television journalists, but also to newspapers, magazines, and websites. Perhaps simply selling these leads could yield a substantial profit. Bravo, Will. This formidable task is entrusted to you. Do well, and you may even find yourself on television. Chun Fei slapped Will's shoulder heartily, causing Will to appear as though he had been injected with a dose of potent excitement, his eyes glinting with fervor. At Sotheby's auction house, Los Angeles office, Taylor sat in the reception area, observing the appraiser across from him, who was meticulously examining a copper coin with an expression of growing impatience. He had been waiting for nearly 3 hours, watching as the appraiser scrutinized the seemingly ordinary coin as if it were a long-lost lover, yet failing to produce a definitive evaluation. That guy, Chun Fei, merely glanced at it and declared it authentic. Surely, he couldn't have been mistaken? No. If it were a forgery, it wouldn't warrant such an extensive examination. At last, the appraiser set down his tools and nodded to the manager beside him. Taylor exhaled a sigh of relief. Mr. Taylor, this is indeed a remarkably valuable ancient copper coin. May I confirm that you wish to entrust our company with its auction? Taylor nodded. Will you be selecting the auction session yourself, or would you prefer to hear our recommendations first? Please, share your recommendations. Very well. We suggest participating in the spring auction held in Hong Kong next April. As you know, artifacts from China tend to fetch the highest prices when auctioned on home soil. Then I shall participate in the Hong Kong spring auction. What are the next steps? May my lawyer review the agreement? Both types, please. Taylor nodded again. I have heard that there are only 5 such coins in the world. Is that true? The manager chuckled and shook his head. Such statistics lack scientific basis. What I can confirm is that only 2 museums in China currently possess your type of copper coin. As for how many exist in private hands, perhaps only God knows. Can you provide an estimate of what this coin might fetch at auction? Additionally, does the number of private coins affect its value? Mr. Taylor, this particular coin has scarcely appeared at auction, so I cannot provide you with an accurate appraisal. However, I can inform you that our suggested starting price is 40,000. As for the impact of the quantity held by the public on prices, it is a matter that eludes definitive answers. However, I believe that as long as there is no sudden large influx, the effect should not be significantly pronounced. So what constitutes a large quantity? How does one define this numerical value? The manager shrugged and remarked, let us put it this way. For certain exceedingly rare antiques, the emergence of even a single additional piece could be deemed substantial in relation to their existing quantity. Conversely, for others, an increase of several dozen or even 100 pieces may not considerably affect their prices. The factors influencing price are indeed numerous, rendering this a question whose answer can only be discovered through experience. Taylor silently nodded, reflecting on the manager's lengthy discourse, which, despite appearing amiable and reasonable, upon closer inspection, was entirely vacuous. At Lily's second-hand shop, Liang Yu was reclining in a chair at the entrance, dozing with his eyes closed. The setting sun cast a slanting light upon his face, accentuating the already sharp contours of his nose. Chun Fei approached and gently kicked the leg of the chair. Wake up, were they? Liang Yu startled and sat up abruptly, only to lazily recline again upon seeing Chun Fei. What time is it? The sun is nearly setting. Chun Fei glanced around the shop, not spotting anyone, and inquired again, where are they? Liang Yu lethargically pointed a finger towards the interior of the shop. All 3 of them have gone mad. 3 people? Yes, Lily called over a friend, claiming she's a computer whiz. They initially used a photo of Jodie Foster to create a model, then began frantically downloading images online. They started with ancient jewelry and clothing, but it devolved into chaos. Chun Fei, can you imagine what Jodie Foster would look like in a primitive animal skin skirt? Chapter 26. The Ming Dynasty Princess Jodie Foster. Chun Fei's hair bristled at the thought. He craned his neck to glance into the shop and silently began to retreat. Don't tell them I've been here. Haha, dream on. Lily called out, poetry in. Chun Fei is here. Quick, let him help you decide which outfit suits Jodie best. Hurry, or he will run away. Dejectedly, Chun Fei trailed behind Lily, realizing why he hadn't seen anyone earlier. There was a small door on the back wall of the shop. Passing through this inconspicuous door, he discovered an additional room behind the store. At that moment, Yu Shiyin and a young Caucasian girl were seated at a computer, pointing at an image on the screen. Chun Fei, you're here just in time. Help us decide which of these looks is more suitable for Jodie. Chun Fei leaned in to examine the first image. In this image, Jodie Foster had her hair intricately styled atop her head, adorned with a golden flower-shaped ornament, flanked by 2 fluttering butterflies. The central piece was a floral hairpin, while the butterflies were smaller hair accessories. Further down, the flower was a floral crown pin, and the gem-studded butterfly was known as a grass insect pin, with 1 on each side. The tower-shaped piece in the foreground was a heart-shaped hairpin, specifically a gem-studded Queen Mother's golden heart-shaped pin. The broad ornament resembling a hairpin is known as a floral hairpin, specifically the gem-embedded 8 Immortals gold hairpin. The narrower piece is a headband. The 2 adornments at the temples are called temple hairpins, and this particular pair is known as the gemstone-inlaid double dragon Fu Shou temple hairpins. The garment is a modified qipao dress, a style I found on Taobao. I plan to reference the patterns of Zhai clothing from historical texts, weaving vibrant colors of gold, red, yellow, blue, and white peacock motifs on a deep navy silk background. Chun Fei listened, somewhat muddled, overwhelmed by the resplendence before him. Strangely, these accessories, paired with the azure qipao and the ageless, androgynous visage of Jodie Foster, evoked an inexplicable sense of harmony within him. I believe do not rush to voice your opinion. Let us first review the remaining designs. This helmet-like piece is called a G, which I intend to weave entirely from golden threads. These hairpins, decorative pins, and temple hairpins can be directly inserted into the G. This particular outfit is a complete ensemble utilizing traditional ceremonial attire, consisting of Zhai clothing, an inner garment, knee coverings, jade rulers, jade belts, broad sashes, grand ribbons, and jade pendants, among others. This is the 3rd design. Listening to Yu Shiyin's incessant commentary, Chun Fei initially wondered when this girl had become so loquacious. But suddenly he found himself understanding her plight. After exerting such effort to create these items, Realizing the difficulty in explaining them to foreigners must have been quite exasperating for her. Well, we've reviewed everything. Which combination do you find most appealing? Chun Fei scratched his face, expressing that he found the first option quite attractive. However, I believe our focus should not be on your preferences or mine, but rather on what Jody would think. You make a valid point, but shouldn't we be thoroughly prepared before delivery? Perhaps Jody might prefer the second set? Very well, don't just say it's good. Help me identify areas for improvement. For instance, should we add another set of floral hairpins? Or perhaps replace it with a different style of pin? Chun Fei grimaced, asserting that he found them all quite satisfactory. Yu Shiyan immediately furrowed her brows, giving him a sharp glare before impatiently waving her hand, declaring, "All right, you may leave now. You're just as useless as Liang Yu." Chun Fei chuckled wryly as he made his escape. How terrifying it was to witness such an abrupt transformation from the gentle and graceful girl into such a tempestuous demeanor once in work mode. Did you get kicked out? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, never attempt to influence a woman's judgment on attire. Otherwise, you will find yourself in dire straits. Liang Yu laughed gleefully at Chun Fei's expression. I said nothing. Saying nothing is even worse. Early the next morning, before Chun Fei had even risen, he received a call from Will. Hey Chun. Quickly turn on ABC's Good Morning America. The warehouse incident is on television. So soon? Absolutely. After assessing the news value, they made an offer of $5,000. I didn't negotiate, but I insisted on retaining the right to provide leads to websites and newspapers. Is it also in the newspapers? No. ABC demands exclusivity. So in the end, they offered me $10,000. Ha ha ha. The great and sagacious Will. Can it really be done this way? Chun Fei hurriedly donned his attire, washing up while watching television, and soon enough, he indeed saw the news. The report not only elaborated on the intricate details of the incident, but selectively disclosed portions of the correspondence, along with a brief introduction to Zhu Wanbrantley's life. This fellow's fortune once peaked at over $500 million. However, after the economic crisis of 2008, his circumstances deteriorated until he ultimately faced bankruptcy. Remarkably, he committed suicide shortly after penning that letter. Hey buddy, did you see that? I made it onto television. I am destined for fame. I anticipate an influx of journalists seeking to interview me soon. Damn, I must go. There's a call coming in. Listening to the busy signal reverberating in the receiver, Chun Fei shrugged his shoulders. Who would have thought this matter could reach Good Morning America, and that they would be willing to invest such a substantial sum? With the influence of Good Morning America, coupled with subsequent coverage from other media, that girl named Connie should certainly take notice, right? I hope for a favorable resolution. Yet, that fellow will seems to be, perhaps, possibly veering further away from the path of securing the warehouse. At the University of Southern California, in a classroom, Chun Fei and Tyler were huddled over a corner desk, whispering. We've decided to participate in the spring auction at Hong Kong next April. I'm planning to join you, Chun. Hong Kong, sounds good. If I have no other commitments, I will accompany you. By the way, that appraiser mentioned that coin is a pristine specimen. Do you know what that means? Pristine specimen? What did the appraiser you consulted say? Which one? Oh, you mean the appraiser who accompanied me when I sought to purchase the coin from a friend. Tyler couldn't help but chuckle. That was just some random Chinese person. Not only was he unqualified to appraise it, but he knows nothing about antiques. Just think about it. How could I possibly consult a true expert? If the quantity were to leak, it would be catastrophic. Chun Fei was taken aback, then promptly gave a thumbs up, quite cunning. I see. A pristine coin refers to those that have not circulated in the marketplace after minting and have been exceptionally well preserved. The surfaces of these coins often retain the original luster from the minting process, signifying a perfect specimen within the industry and commanding an exorbitant price. Exorbitant price? Tyler sat up straight, akin to a hound at the sound of a gunshot. To what extent can be expensive? Chun Fei shook his head. He was not involved in this realm, and he could not even appraise ordinary ancient coins, let alone this pristine specimen he was hearing about for the first time. Yet, as he pondered, he felt he might be overlooking something. Pristine coins? Ancient coins, yes. His eyes lit up suddenly as he recalled that when old Master Chung introduced Yu Shiyan to him, he mentioned her mother was an expert in ancient coins and even a specially appointed professional for the National Museum and the Palace Museum. Though her self-taught skills may not align perfectly with the subject at hand, her familial background undoubtedly surpasses the capabilities of this mere amateur, does it not? Upon the conclusion of class, Chun Fei hurried directly to Lily's second-hand shop, observing the three young women before him. Visibly exhausted, yet brimming with fervor, he shook his head in bemusement. These three ladies had endured an all-nighty yesterday and scarcely rested this morning. To add to the absurdity, they had sent the items they had produced to Jodie Foster, who astonishingly replied promptly, expressing a desire to meet with them at her earliest convenience. Liang Yu bore a look of utter despondency. We had initially planned to arrive in New York last night, and now our entire schedule has been thrown into disarray. Chun Fei chuckled, remarking that exploring the sights was far more enjoyable than stirring up trouble. Jodie has invited us to her place at 2 o'clock. Would you care to join us? Lily inquired, sipping her coffee daintily. Chun Fei shook his head, pondering what involvement he could possibly have in the women's fashion and jewelry endeavors. Lily, you should really take him along. Even if we manage to finalize the initial plan today, there will undoubtedly be a considerable amount of communication required thereafter. I cannot frequently make the trip here, and as for Lily, she is rather oblivious to these matters. You are the most suitable candidate. Glimpsing at the time, Lily decided to take a brief respite to regain her energy, while Chun Fei seized the opportunity to pull Yu Shiyan aside. Original coins? They are indeed quite precious, yet their value is contingent upon the specific currency. One cannot expect that while an original currency might fetch only a few dollars, an original coin would command an exorbitant price, can one? And what if it were the Guangxu year of the Bingwu, a copper coin minted by the Ministry of Revenue? Worth 20 cash. Yu Shiyan murmured, repeating Chun Fei's words, her expression suddenly shifting to one of bewilderment. Chun Fei, you haven't been duped, have you? Such coins were merely experimental in their time and were never circulated. To have a few survive is already a rarity. How could any original coin still exist? All right, let's set that aside for now. Let's assume there is such a copper coin in its original condition. What do you think it could be worth? For someone your field, you seem to remember only the monetary aspect. Yu Shiyan retorted, if such an original coin did exist, estimating its value would be quite a challenge. After pondering for a moment with furrowed brows, she suggested, perhaps I should call my mother for advice. Chun Fei nearly stumbled, almost straining his back. Why is it that I, a mere amateur, can speak freely, yet you find it so difficult? He soon recalled the consequence of his offhand estimation, recalling that Robert's 12 coins had sold for a mere $100,000, though this outcome was primarily due to the untrustworthiness of Robert and Taylor. It was an ominous sign nonetheless. Perhaps it is wiser to exercise caution. What? You claim I am the instigator? Preposterous. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall sue you for defamation. Moments later, Yu Shiyan returned with a grim expression. My mother said that such rare coins are virtually impossible to appraise. If a transaction were to occur, one could only set their own price, provided they do not feel cheated. With that, she turned without sparing Chun Fei a glance and walked away. Chun Fei stood there, astonished. Liang Yu approached with a mischievous grin, mysteriously glancing at his wristwatch. Chun Fei looked down and noticed it was 11:40. What's up? He inquired. Time difference. With a sudden realization, Chun Fei slapped his forehead. Los Angeles was 16 hours behind Beijing, which meant it was currently 3:40 a.m. back home. Everything Shiyan had said earlier was merely her own fabrication. Curious about what they discussed on the phone, Chun Fei shook his head. The old lady is quite grumpy in the morning and holds grudges. What does that have to do with me? Someone retorted stubbornly, though their voice betrayed a hint of uncertainty. After a while, the takeout arrived, and the group enjoyed a lively meal. As they finished, Lily waved her hand and declared, let us go. We're heading straight to the hotel. Judy is taking this matter seriously and has even requested time off from the director, so our chances of success are quite high. Yay, we're going to strike it rich. Along the way, Lily and her friend in the driver's seat chattered excitedly, while Yu Shiyan in the back seat maintained a sullen expression. Chun Fei and Liang Yu sat quietly, trembling in silence. Hey Lily, I never expected you to find the answer so quickly. Is this the expert you invited? Welcome. Judy, dressed casually and appearing to be in her 40s, warmly greeted them at a hotel near the filming location. Originally, I only had a preliminary idea, but after meeting you, we stayed up all night brainstorming. She is about to leave soon, but no worries. Chen is also an expert in this area and will handle the subsequent communications. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I am eager to see how I will look in those outfits. Judy Foster resided in a spacious suite, with the living area exceeding 30 square meters. After inviting everyone into the room, she gestured for her assistant to bring coffee and eagerly urged Lily to present her proposals. Ms. Foster, call me Judy. All right, Judy. We have prepared 5 proposals, 2 of which are authentic period costumes. Time is tight, and many will have to be represented by images, but if necessary, we can create models. As Lily opened her laptop, flipping through images while explaining, Judy interjected, I don't think modeling is necessary. You can initially create these costumes using inexpensive materials and try them on directly. Once you've confirmed what you want to use, we can proceed with the actual production. After thoroughly introducing the various proposals, particularly the jewelry, Judy had yet to express her opinion when her manager proposed a solution. Are you suggesting we produce all the costumes involved in these proposals beforehand? Yes. After all, there's a considerable difference between modeling and actual wear. You must understand that with someone of Judy's stature, any issues could become quite problematic. That sounds reasonable. Shall we find someone to create replicas? Indeed. Please estimate the cost for both the replicas and the actual production, and let us know once you have an assessment. If everything is satisfactory, we can proceed to sign the agreement. Lily clenched her fists in excitement, rightly asserting that these items were modeled after tangible objects. The process of imitation would necessitate communication with the museums housing these collections, which could prove rather cumbersome, and the time required remains uncertain. In contrast to Lily, whose enthusiasm was palpable, Yu Shiyin maintained a calm demeanor. However, Chun Fei noticed that her seemingly idle left hand, resting at her side, was also tightly balled into a fist, the blue veins on the back of her hand distinctly visible. The materials for actual production must be predetermined. Otherwise, it will be impossible to provide an accurate quote. The group spent several hours in Judy's room before finally solidifying a plan. They decided to create models of all the costumes and accessories using inexpensive materials and subsequently quote the prices based on the original materials after Judy tried them on, ultimately determining which items would be produced. Oh, we did it! I want to shout to the world that I, Lily Morris, am Judy Foster's costume consultant. After bidding farewell to Judy Foster, Lily could not contain her excitement and began to bounce in the elevator, prompting Chun Fei to quickly grab her. Lady, if you want to risk your life, don't drag us down with you. Surprised by how smoothly everything had gone, she exclaimed, Thank you, you. Without you, we could accomplish nothing. A beaming smile illuminated Jennifer Owen's youthful, doll-like face, reflecting her uncontainable joy. We are a team. Every individual is indispensable, aren't we? You articulated that perfectly. Together, we are invincible, more formidable than Charlie's Angels. We are the Holy Maiden Squad. Observing the ecstatic girls embracing one another, Chun Fei pressed himself against the wall, desperate to avoid their exuberance, fearing he might inadvertently be swept into their youthful exuberance. Chun, why are you still standing there? You are part of our team, and you will be pivotal in later communications. Huh? What do you mean? Lily reached out, tugging at Chun Fei's collar, pulling him in for a grand embrace. Before he could even comprehend the warmth of her affection, he felt another warm body leap onto his back. Chun Fei's heart raced, and his mind immediately recalled the previous night's facial cleanser. Ahem, I am a gentleman. I suspect you all are taking advantage of me. Let me go. I am still an innocent child. Liang Yu. Chapter 27, splashing you with a face full of wine. On his way upstairs, he casually purchased several newspapers. The Marvelous Warehouse Taobao was a rather conventional title, and the publication was from a reputable major newspaper. Warehouse Taobao uncovers astonishing secrets had a slightly sensationalist flair. The tales that Taobao people and rich heiresses must tell was clearly off the mark. Upon glancing at the header, it was indeed from the so-called Big Four of American gossip magazines, U.S. Weekly. Chun Fei read on with great interest, bemused that a letter of a beggar's last wishes was absurdly portrayed as a wealthy man's creative matchmaking endeavor for his daughter. As the page turned, a large, colorful photograph printed on copper paper appeared before Chun Fei's eyes. In the image, Will grinned widely, appearing almost foolishly ecstatic. Hey Chun, have you seen a newspaper? I'm famous. I'm famous. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon answering, Chun Fei was greeted by Will's exuberant shouts. He distanced the receiver slightly from his ear in annoyance. Come on, buddy. Can't you use that pitiful brain of yours to think? Your too scant experiences of photographing warehouses have been exaggerated beyond belief. Do you really think you can continue to photograph warehouses in peace? Haha, Chun. You might not believe it, but I've already received several invitations from warehouses. They are willing to pay me to attend the upcoming auctions. They're offering me appearance fees to join their warehouse auctions. I'm a star now. Ha, hello. Are you still listening? Chun Fei, speechless, hung up the phone. Well, as long as you're happy. But don't even think about me joining you. I certainly don't want to find myself one day like you, grinning foolishly in a gossip magazine. At that moment, his phone chimed again. Picking it up, he saw a notification for a new email. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the appraisal center, inquiring whether he was available tomorrow morning for a client's scheduled jewelry appraisal. Chun Fei's part-time job lacked a base salary, hence he was not required to be on site. Typically, Clients would make appointments, and the company would communicate with him in advance. If he had time, he would go in and be compensated based on the work done. After considering, he realized he had no other commitments for tomorrow and responded affirmatively. Shortly thereafter, he received another email from the company, instructing him to arrive by 10 o'clock in the morning. The clients were a young couple seeking an appraisal for an emerald pendant they had purchased during a trip to Brazil, where the price per carat was 6,000 2 years ago. Recently, they attempted to sell the emerald, only to be offered a mere 300 per carat by a jewelry company, having depreciated 20-fold over 2 years. This was intolerable. Consequently, they sought a neutral institution for a reevaluation and, through a friend's introduction, found their way to the Wharton Appraisal Center. After patiently listening to the client's introduction, Chun Fei took the emerald and its accompanying certification and began the process. First, he confirmed the client's needs. They required both a grade assessment of the gemstone and evaluation. Next came the specifics of the appraisal. Chun Fei's practice was to first examine any certification provided by the client, as a genuine certificate could offer valuable information. The certificate presented by the clients bore the letters CTC, indicating it was an official certification from Colombia, quite popular locally but not widely recognized in other countries. The reason behind their purchase of a Colombian-certified emerald, while in Brazil, was irrelevant to this appraisal and could be disregarded. Immediately, Chun Fei glanced at the comment section, specifically the appraiser's evaluation. Here, he observed phrases such as treated with synthetic resin oil. Upon reading this, Chun Fei could surmise, without the need for detailed appraisal, that this couple had most likely been deceived by unscrupulous vendors. The price range for emeralds varies significantly, with per carat prices ranging from over $100 to more than $100,000, not accounting for those of exceptionally rare quality, which Chun Fei referred to as superior grade. Several factors influence per carat pricing: weight, color, clarity, cut, and origin. Clients generally find it easy to grasp these aspects, as most gemstones prominently advertise them. However, in truth, treatment, certification, and sourcing channels are also critical determinants of emerald pricing. To briefly elucidate treatment, it is widely known that emeralds often possess numerous inclusions and fissures. Consequently, the market frequently employs filling treatments for emeralds with prominent cracks. The principle involves infusing the fissures with substances that possess a similar refractive index, thereby concealing the cracks and enhancing the emerald's quality. It can be stated that emeralds that have not undergone clarity enhancement or filling treatment are exceedingly rare and thus highly valuable. Such emeralds are denoted as having an N treatment level on their certificates, an abbreviation of the Spanish word ninguna, meaning none. Following this are 3 additional levels: F1, F2, and F3, corresponding to light oil, medium oil, and heavy oil, respectively. An emerald that reaches the F1 treatment level is generally regarded as having assured quality, often retaining or even appreciating in value. However, there exists another purification treatment where the filling material is either resin or colorless wax. This method significantly impacts the gemstone's value. The necessity for resin filling implies that the emerald's fissures or cavities are larger and more numerous than those requiring only colorless oil filling. The emerald in question for Chun Fei's clients had undergone a filling treatment utilizing both resin and oil. As for the certification agency and purchasing channels, it is straightforward. The more reputable the certifying institution, the greater the enhancement to the gemstone's value. Similarly, gemstones produced by more renowned jewelry companies command higher value. After a swift review of these details, Chun Fei commenced the actual appraisal. Time passed gradually, and, at last, he completed all the assessment procedures, arriving at the moment to deliver his findings. Ladies and gentlemen, this emerald weighs 396 carats, exhibiting a rich green color. The clarity enhancement level is F1. These details are without question. However, the certificate conceals a crucial detail. It has undergone resin filling treatment, which has reached a C3 level, indicating heavy filling, thus significantly affecting the emerald's value. Chun Fei meticulously explained the distinctions between resin treatment and colorless oil filling. Ultimately, the valuation he provided starkly contrasted with that offered by the jewelry company. This is utterly outrageous. This is blatant deception. I shall sue them. The clients finally comprehended the root of the issue, their frustration palpable and intense. Over $20,000, an amount that cannot be overlooked by any ordinary family. Chun Fei offered a wry smile and shook his head, lifting the certification document to point at the comment section, stating, "Please observe here. The appraiser has noted that this emerald has undergone resin filling treatment, yet has not specified the exact grade of treatment. I believe that even if you were to sue them, victory would be elusive. After bidding farewell to the client, Chun Fei leisurely ambled towards his office. Just as he reached the entrance of the VIP reception room, he was startled by a sudden outburst of angry shouting from within. The heavy door was thrust open, and a tall, burly African-American man stormed out. Chun Fei instinctively stepped back, narrowly avoiding a collision with the imposing figure. Following closely behind was a middle-aged Caucasian man in a suit, cursing vehemently as he hurried after the African-American man without a glance at Chun Fei. At that moment, another individual emerged from the reception room. A familiar face, Thomas Mueller, the client manager responsible for business negotiations. Thomas's face was pale, and upon spotting Chun Fei, he hesitated momentarily, offering a slight nod as a greeting before hastily making his way toward the office. Chun Fei cautiously advanced a few steps, and, as he passed by the reception room, turned a glance inside. There sat another person he recognized, Lydia Bowers from the oil painting appraisal department. Though young, his expertise in authentication was commendable, and their rapport was amicable. Intrigued, Chun Fei paused and turned to enter the reception room. Meeting Lydia Bowers' curious gaze, Chun Fei spread his hands, silently inquiring about the situation. No worries. Come and sit. You may encounter such circumstances in the future. There will always be clients who refuse to accept our appraisal results. Those two just now exhibited particularly egregious behavior. Observing Chun Fei's lingering curiosity, Lydia Bowers chuckled softly, pushing a photograph toward him. It was a professional image of an oil painting, strikingly detailed. The perspective captured was from a hill gazing toward a distant mountain peak. The sky was a blend of gray-blue and gray-green hues, while the gray-blue mountain resembled a breast. The houses, fields, and trees below were indistinguishable, leaving only the essence of form and color. A sense of familiarity washed over Chun Fei as he scrutinized the painting. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Is this Paul Cezanne's Mont Saint-Victoire?" "Indeed, the painting they brought for appraisal is this one. Is there an issue with it?" "Certainly. Chun, do you know where the genuine Mont Saint-Victoire resides?" "At the Zurich Kunsthaus in Switzerland." Some individuals are truly naive, believing that if they are unaware, others should be as well. I cannot fathom the audacity they possess to challenge us. Chun Fei chuckled softly. Paul Cezanne is regarded as the father of modern art by Western artists. Yet even so, the average person pays little heed to his work. A painting titled The Card Player fetched a staggering $274 million, propelling its creator into the limelight and achieving a remarkable balance between high art and popular appeal. Even among those who might not grasp its nuances yet dare to express their admiration. Consequently, an array of eccentric personalities emerged. Setting aside such matters, Chun, do you have business here today? Well, a couple visiting a tourist area purchased an emerald, spending over 20,000. I cannot fathom where they mustered the audacity. Perhaps it was a woman surnamed Liang who emboldened them? What? Chun Fei waved his hand dismissively. The remark was merely a casual quip. Even if he explained, it would likely elude their comprehension. Perhaps one day, if she sells a song for 80 million, they might understand. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chun Fei rose to take his leave. He had not visited his mentor's laboratory for several days, although the mentor had no pressing demands. It was wise to make occasional appearances. Chun, you're about to embark on an archaeological expedition. How prepared are you? Chun Fei scratched his head in mild embarrassment. I suppose I am ready enough. The climate there is not significantly different from here, and there is not much to prepare. Sieko shook his head, turning to fetch a substantial stack of documents from his drawer. This is the information regarding the ancient Indian site along the Osira River. Delve into it thoroughly. You should glean something of value. Chun Fei accepted the materials, bidding farewell to Sieko before making his way to the library. He realized he had not conducted extensive research on Indian sites, and it would be a grave folly to miss an opportunity due to ignorance. The following day, as Chun Fei prepared to continue his studies at the library, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he discovered it was Mr. Rin Tianxing. I am hosting a small gathering, a wine soiree for acquaintances in our circle. Would you care to join? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mr. Rin extended a direct invitation. An invitation from you is one I cannot refuse. When and where? The timing is a bit rushed. It will be tonight at 8 p.m. You may arrive a tad earlier. The location is at 7:30 p.m., Culver City, Monken, North Carolina Manor. Mr. Rin grasped Chun Fei's hand, introducing him to his old companions. You have met Alfred Chandler, a professor of architecture at USC, who possesses extensive knowledge of the history of the European Dark and Enlightenment periods, particularly in the assessment of ancient weaponry and armor. Chandler smiled and nodded at Mr. Wren. In your esteemed company, I would prefer to engage in discussions rooted in my architectural theories, lest I appear entirely foolish. Chun, I regret missing that remarkable ancient sword the other day. Fortunately, your discerning eye has afforded me another chance to see it. May I? Of course. That is no trouble at all. Professor Chandler, your modesty is truly commendable. After a few more exchanges, Mr. Wren continued to introduce Chun Fei to his associates, including Kenyon Brown and Christian Howard, both of whom were his longtime companions, along with their disciples. A group of individuals gathered briefly to exchange pleasantries before dispersing. Ren Tianxing accompanied Chun Fei as they made their way toward the hall. Chun Fei expressed his gratitude repeatedly, acknowledging that while he had attended similar social gatherings, the outcomes were often modest due to his age and status. Nonetheless, these events served as a valuable stepping stone. At the very least, he could avoid being met with outright rejection when reaching out to certain individuals in the future. As guests arrived in succession, Ren Tianxing, as one of the hosts, found himself unable to devote much time to Chun Fei. Chun Fei, content in his solitude, took a glass of wine and positioned himself in a corner of the hall, quietly observing the comings and goings of the attendees. Hey Chun, a young Caucasian approached him, whose face seemed somewhat familiar, yet whose name eluded Chun Fei's memory. Oh, forgive me. I'm David Brown. Professor Chandler is my mentor. Perhaps in Mr. Wren's eyes, we are unworthy of names, which is why he did not introduce me earlier. Just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Chun, I heard from the professor that the ancient sword you purchased shows no signs of rust. Is that correct? How can you be certain it is indeed a sword from over 3,000 years ago? The engravings don't signify much. One could easily inscribe anything onto an object. Wouldn't you agree? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, beginning to discern the young man's intentions, perhaps defending his mentor or simply seeking to provoke him. That sword is indeed well preserved, but the presence of engravings allows for the extraction of some corrosion products. By analyzing these corroded materials, one can approximately ascertain the sword's historical context. You realize that it's unreliable, don't you? It's far too easy to fabricate evidence from corrosion, especially when extracted from crevices. Moreover, at that time, you lacked professional equipment. Brown, what exactly are you trying to convey? A sly smile crept across Brown's lips as he leaned closer to Chun Fei and whispered, "Listen, mate, this is our territory. If you wish to thrive here, you must learn to respect the owners of this domain." Huh. A chink who has wandered in from who knows where, daring to claim greater familiarity with our bronze artifacts than we do. I truly wonder whether you are arrogant or simply foolish. What are you doing? Brown wiped the drink from his face, glaring at Chun Fei with an intimidating demeanor, as if ready to pounce and assault him. I have never been one to indulge ill-mannered brats. I have no doubt about Professor Chandler's refinement. But if he has produced students of your ilk, Brown, should I inform everyone here of the way you just addressed me? FCK. Brown snarled in anger before turning on his heel to leave. Stop. Apologize. Dream on. You filthy, rude barbarian. As David Brown strode away, Chun Fei's tense expression gradually softened. Such scoundrels exist everywhere, and he would not punish his own mood for their folly. It was merely a shame to waste a good drink, which he found rather palatable. After refilling his glass, Chun Fei stepped out of the hall and began to meander leisurely through the garden. Despite his capacity for self-soothing, the recent events left him somewhat disheartened. Paul Cézanne's Mont Saint-Victoire is indeed a commendable piece. However, I cannot fathom that the individual you mentioned would truly possess such a masterpiece. My friend, collecting art requires discernment, and a mere mud-stained individual, only slightly larger than a chimpanzee, hardly seems worthy of such an acquisition. Not far away, a familiar voice resonated from a verdant enclave, causing Chun Fei to pause. How is it that I keep encountering this insufferable fellow? Chapter 28. The Scalding Leak. David, lower your voice. I do not wish to incur my mentor's wrath over this. Have I misspoken? Alan, it is said that now 60% of newborns in Paris are of African descent. Your country is on the verge of being overrun by these individuals. Stop. David, let us return to the matter of the painting. Both Hutchison and I have viewed that artwork. Though it bore no signature, it strikingly resembles an authentic Cezanne. The most crucial point is that their asking price is relatively modest. Only $6 million. Indeed, David, Alan, and I have gauged the situation, and there is considerable room for negotiation on that price. Hold on. This discussion is predicated on the assumption that the painting is genuine. Are you certain of that? Furthermore, Regarding the theme of Mont Saint-Victoire, Cezanne produced over 60 variants on this subject. Not every rendition holds significant value. Goodness, do you think he is unwell? Why does he not explore different themes? Does he not realize this presents considerable challenges for our authentication efforts? Chun Fei gazed skyward in exasperation. Engaging with such a person felt utterly beneath him. This fellow was akin to a teddy bear, eager to gnaw at everything in sight. That is precisely why we sought you out, David. By the way, I took some photographs. Please ascertain whether they merit action. Chun Fei stroked his chin. Another rendition of Mont Saint-Victoire? A moment of silence ensued before a raucous laughter erupted. You two inept fools cannot even recognize this painting? This is the last artwork Cezanne created before his death, reportedly taking nearly 5 years to complete. Does that not render it quite valuable? Certainly. However, I must convey some unfortunate news. The authentic piece is currently housed in the Zurich City Museum in Switzerland. Oh heavens! It is indeed that Mont Saint-Victoire. Chun Fei smiled faintly and quietly turned to depart in another direction. The garden was expansive and uniquely arranged, featuring open grassy areas alongside several relatively private spaces separated by lush greenery. However, the soiree had only just commenced, and most guests remained clustered in the hall, leaving the vast garden devoid of human presence. It was no wonder those individuals felt emboldened. Haha, Chun Fei, I just heard Rin say you were here. I was pondering why I had not seen you. And here you are. Upon turning, he encountered a familiar face, General Huang Jianbin. General Huang, greetings. Come, Chun Fei. Allow me to introduce you to a few friends. This is Mr. Liu Jiaxiang from Jiaxiang Real Estate, and this is Mr. Wang Huasia, the proprietor of Huadu Mingxi Studio. This gentleman is Zechariah Harris, a renowned collector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Chun Fei, the esteemed disciple of Professor Chung Siming, a prominent figure in the realm of ancient porcelain in our country. At the upcoming discussion session, I am particularly interested in an ancient porcelain piece, so I would appreciate your keen insights, my friends. As they chatted amiably, they entered the grand hall and quickly integrated into a larger circle. Chun Fei observed that the Chinese attendees constituted a third, if not more, of the total number present at this gathering. It is inevitable, as the concept has been fervently promoted. National pride and a sense of ethnic dignity cannot be said to be merely exploited. They are essential elements in their own right, subject to individual interpretation. This topic, indeed, could be expounded upon for 3 days and nights without end. Now, gentlemen, let us first admire the artifacts before delving into discussions. Shall we? With these words, the lights in the hall dimmed suddenly, and Chun Fei noticed a vast projection emerging on one wall of the banquet hall. The image displayed a porcelain bowl adorned with a deep crimson base and various floral motifs, accompanied by 6 photographs showcasing different angles. Beneath the images were several lines of descriptive text. Item 1. A coral red ground, multicolored floral bowl from the Kangxi era, China, 17th century. Height, 7 centimeters. Diameter at the mouth, 14. 8 centimeters, foot diameter, 5. 7 centimeters. The bowl features a flared mouth, deep curved walls, and a circular foot. The interior is coated in white glaze with no decoration, while the exterior is embellished with multicolored peonies and hollyhocks on a coral red ground. Price, $1 million. Item 2. A pair of copper-gilt enamel wall vases, England, 18th century. Height, 43 centimeters. Width, 19 centimeters. Diameter at the opening, 54 centimeters. These vases are constructed of copper with painted enamel, depicting 2 men with feathered headdresses holding a small vase. Price, $500,000 USD. Item 3. A copper-gilt perfume bottle, USA, 19th century. Height, 28 centimeters. Width, 11 centimeters. The images changed every minute, sequentially showcasing the 12 items available for sale today. Once all 12 collectibles have been individually presented, the display culminated in a summary image. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have 12 collectors presenting their treasures. You may communicate directly with the collectors regarding any items of interest. We charge no intermediary fees. Furthermore, you are welcome to register your purchasing inquiries with me. Chun Fei watched with keen interest the figures standing before the projection. So, is this essentially an auction? Not entirely. Come, let's take a look, and you shall see, Huang Jianbin replied, leading Chun Fei towards the staircase. Chun Fei noticed that most attendees shared the same inclination, suppressing his curiosity as he followed the crowd upstairs into a spacious room. The room was divided into several equally sized booths by semicircular sofas, resembling the layout of a nightclub. As the crowd entered, It appeared as though they were streams of water being diverted into the independent spaces encircled by the sofas, in an open and solitary space, where every action is laid bare to the discerning eye. Do you know how to play this game? Chun Fei blinked, still somewhat perplexed. If it were indeed an open space, why not proceed directly with an auction? Boss Wang of Mingxi Zhai, while surveying the surroundings, chuckled amiably. Lu Jiaxiang of Jiaxiang Real Estate nodded, suggesting, shall we proceed according to plan and act separately? Very well. Let us toast to our hopes for smooth sailing and successful endeavors. Chun Fei followed Huang Jianbin toward the sofa booth marked with the label number 5, which, at this moment, was devoid of guests, save for the proprietor who sat alone on the couch. It's this pair of chicken cups, Xiao Chun. Take a good look at them. Instantly, information about the treasured items flooded Chun Fei's mind. They were Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial Pastel Chicken Cups, with a valuation of $20 million. What audacity, Mr. Huang, he remarked, nodding toward the seller, standing nearby. He donned the gloves that had been prepared on the table and carefully lifted one cup. This chicken cup exhibited a distinct form compared to the Changhua cup. Though both were of an open mouth and reclining foot style, this piece had a deeper belly, resulting in taller walls. On one side of the wall, a lively young boy clad in pink gestures animatedly towards a magnificent rooster adorned with golden feathers. The opposite side bore an impressive inscription of 132 characters, signed by the Qianlong Emperor himself. Li Tang's vessels are rare in this world. Zhao Song's official kiln is a morning star. The vessels of the Yin and Zhou dynasties abound, yet the quality of their clay is discernible. This was indeed the famed chicken cup song penned by the illustrious Eisen Zhoro Hongli of the Qing dynasty. Chun Fei examined the base, which bore a 6-character vertical blue and white seal mark indicating the Qianlong period. He scrutinized the glaze color and activated the pearl and treasure technique. A halo of colorful light emanated. Upon closer inspection, the outermost ring shimmered faintly, the middle ring glowed a bright yellow, and the innermost circle was vibrant and lively. Clearly the work of a master craftsman. Under the scrutiny of the character recognition technique, the porcelain body was tightly compacted and flawless, devoid of any bubbles. The glaze exhibited 2 slightly dull patches, both located on the rooster. Setting the cup down, he picked up the other porcelain cup. The 2 cups appeared nearly identical at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that this cup's glaze was slightly brighter overall. Through the lens of the pearl and treasure technique, this cup's spirit appeared somewhat stiff, indicating that the 2 cups were not crafted by the same artisan. There is nothing wrong with the items. Let us open the doors wide. However, these 2 cups were not made by the same hand. They are likely a mismatched pair put together by later generations. Huang Jianbin's eyes widened in astonishment. Xiao Chun, you can discern that? The subtle differences in glaze and overall sensation were apparent. This one has a brighter glaze, giving it a more refined appearance, whereas the other possesses a grander aura. Huang Jianbin crouched down, aligning his gaze with the cups for a meticulous comparison. Then there was silence. Mr. Huang, to say there is a significant difference would be an exaggeration. It's purely a matter of my perception. Very well, Xiao Chun. What do you think is a suitable price for this pair of cups? Chun contemplated for a moment, deciding that he could stretch his budget to a maximum of 8 million. However, opinions on this matter varied greatly. How about we start by offering 2 million to test the waters? Huang Jianbin exclaimed in shock. 2 million? Such a ridiculous price. It's embarrassing to demand such sums. Look around. No one else has come forward yet. That fellow might be feeling even more pressure. Chun, with a half-smile, patted his shoulder. Why don't you take some time to ponder over it, Mr. Huang? I could explore a few other places meanwhile. All right, Xiao Chun. I shan't express my gratitude this time. Perhaps I'll treat you to a facial another day. Chun nearly stumbled, almost falling flat on his face. Goodness, these LSPs are utterly lacking in decorum. Can such matters be so brazenly discussed in public? If one truly had sincerity. But sincerity can only go so far. I remain a pure-hearted child. The exquisite items before him, such as the Qing Kangxi blue and white bowl depicting the 3 stars of happiness, the coral-carved statue of Manjushri, and the lacquered black and gold landscape pattern plate from the era of Empress Shokin, Japan's last reigning empress, set his heart aflame with desire. Yet the more splendid the item, the steeper the price. Assessing the thickness of his wallet, he reluctantly opted to let them go. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed as he spotted David Brown seated comfortably in the nearby booth number 11, alongside a young man of similar age, who meticulously examined a bronze bust standing about 30 centimeters tall. David Allen, this is indeed a work by James Fraser. His style is unmistakable. David Brown nodded. then turned to the owner of the statue. "Mr. Paul, we may now discuss the price." A collective shake of heads ensued. Although the figure was not of any historical celebrity, it was confirmed that the model was a friend of Fraser, making the asking price of $200,000 quite reasonable. No, Mr. Paul, we acknowledge Mr. Fraser's mastery in figurative sculpture. Yet it is undeniable that the value of an artist's work can fluctuate significantly depending on various stages of their career and the degree of investment put into them. After a lengthy negotiation, the price was reduced to $160,000, but Mr. Paul remained steadfast, unwilling to lower it further. "Mr. Paul, I do have a question. Observe the neck of this statue. The texture appears somewhat unnatural. I suspect it may have been broken at some point." Paul's expression shifted. "Let me put it this way, Mr. Brown. Had this statue not sustained any damage, I could not have possibly set the price at $200,000. At that moment, a voice interjected. "Mr. Paul, may I examine this statue?" "Of course, please." The reason collectors are willing to bring their treasures here for sale is that the trading rules do not shy away from competitive bidding among buyers. Occasionally, the intensity of competition for a coveted piece can surpass that of small auction houses. Moreover, the organizers here do not charge any fees. Upon witnessing Chun Fei audaciously intervening in their dealings, David Brown's countenance abruptly darkened. His gaze fixed upon Chun Fei with a chilling intensity reminiscent of a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. "Mr. Paul, this truly is an exceptional piece. I am quite intrigued. How about 170,000? Blast it, Chun. Are you determined to oppose me? It's merely a standard bidding process. I simply have an interest in this item and harbor no intentions against anyone," Chun Fei replied calmly. David's frigid stare lingered on Chun Fei for a moment before he gritted his teeth, declaring, 18,000, 20,000, 20,000? Huh. Suddenly, David transformed into a master of disguise, his previous fury dissipating in an instant. Relaxing against the back of his chair, he crossed his right leg over his left, a provocative glint in his eyes as he casually tossed out a new bid, 25,000. After a brief hesitation, Chun Fei contemplated and countered with 260,000. "Very well, it is yours." A smile graced David Brown's face as he turned to Hutchinson, exclaiming, "Behold, the allure of America! A fellow from the so-called mysterious Eastern nation exerts such effort to secure this artifact, merely to better integrate into our land. As the rightful owners of this nation, how could we not exhibit the generosity and hospitality befitting our status? Fool! By your logic, those trading in Chinese artifacts are likewise striving to assimilate into China. Yes? Shouldn't I, as a Chinese national, extend my congratulations as well?" David Brown dismissed Chun Fei entirely, directing his attention back to Paul. "Mr. Paul, I suggest you ensure he pays immediately, for I recall an auction where a Chinese individual secured an item but later refused payment, claiming it was a cultural relic lost from their nation. How ludicrous. Therefore, Mr. Paul." Chun Fei's eyes turned icy. Initially, he had no desire to engage with this lunatic, yet the man resembled a rabid dog, relentless in his biting until he was struck. Once the intermediary confirmed the transaction, Chun Fei promptly transferred 260,000 to Paul via his phone. "Mr. Paul, it now belongs to me." "Indeed, Chun, from top to bottom, inside and out. It is entirely yours." Paul, unexpectedly receiving an additional 100,000, could hardly contain his elation. Had he not known better, he might have suspected David was in collusion with him. "Congratulations, Chun, but this is merely the beginning. You must continue to strive." "Silence," Chun Fei barked, applying force as he audibly snapped the head off the statue. Chapter 29, The Unintentional Accusation. Paul and his companions were taken aback by Chun Fei's brutality. While David Brown sprang from the sofa, his expression one of alarm, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. His mind began to whirl with frenzied speculation, contemplating whether this individual would strike his nose or his eyes, whether he should flee now or seize the moment to administer a thorough beating. "Incorporate the fool," he thought, "and I shall show you precisely what you have overlooked." Chun Fei cast a cold glance at David, forcefully shaking the statue, and amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he slowly extracted a yellowed scroll from the statue's fissure. With great care, he unfurled the paper, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It was not the small artwork he had previously imagined, but rather a letter filled with letters. "Impossible, this cannot be." David stared vacantly at the letter in Chun Fei's hand, his thoughts tumultuous like crashing waves. How could he know? How could he possibly know that something was concealed within the statue? Turning his bewildered gaze, he noticed the same look of confusion in Paul's eyes. which brought him a modicum of solace. Yet, he soon recalled that Fraser's statue was already quite valuable. The existence of this letter, which compelled the owner to risk damaging the statue to keep it hidden, must indicate its extraordinary worth. In a moment, a torrent of regret, jealousy, anger, and frustration surged within him, akin to a swarm of ants gnawing at his soul. That damned chink! This was supposed to be his treasure. Quick, let us see what it is. As Chun Fei began to unfold the paper, the equally impatient Alan could not resist inching closer. Chun Fei extended a hand to keep him at bay while he swiftly scanned the contents of the letter. In the course of human affairs, when a people must dissolve the political ties which have connected them with another, and out of respect for the opinions of mankind, they must declare the causes which impel them to this separation. What nonsense is this? Chun Fei's brow furrowed. He had easily detected the hidden letter within the statue using the Pearl Radiance technique earlier. The essence of the letter appeared ordinary, but the brilliance it emanated was nearly on par with that of his ancient bronze sword, nearly leading him to believe he had stumbled upon another superb treasure. Otherwise, he would have been mad to provoke this rabid dog. Therefore, we, the representatives of the United States of America assembled under the Continental Congress, do solemnly declare that in support of this declaration, we firmly trust in God's protection, pledging our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor to one another. Chun Fei gasped in disbelief, his expression reflecting incredulity. The Declaration of Independence. This is the manuscript of the Declaration of Independence, connecting the brilliance he had observed with the Pearl Radiance technique. Chun Fei suddenly considered a possibility. This might very well be the original version of the Declaration of Independence drafted by Thomas Jefferson. The original document of the Declaration of Independence is currently housed in the National Archives and Records Administration, while its drafts are preserved within the Library of Congress. However, those who have studied the Declaration of Independence are well aware that the so-called original document in the current collection refers to the official version signed by the 56 delegates of the Continental Congress on July 19, 1776. The original draft of the Declaration, penned around July 4, 1776, has long since vanished. Chun Fei was initially indifferent to these matters, but he recalled that Tyler had once casually mentioned the original manuscript of the Declaration during conversation. At that moment, the young man's face was alight with aspiration and yearning, expressing that his initial motivation for studying archaeology was the thrill of treasure hunting. He even claimed that if he were to discover the original manuscript of the Declaration, he would have the power to command and demand at will. Although Tyler's words were somewhat exaggerated, Chun Fei believed that there was a grain of truth in them. For a nation like the United States, devoid of a rich historical tapestry, the worth of such a manuscript would undoubtedly be acknowledged by all with raised hands in agreement. Yet, if such a relic were to fall into the hands of an American, it might merely lead to a gathering over tea, discussing the price one must pay to persuade the owner to part with it. Even if the individual held no power or influence, a clever approach could yield considerable benefits. However, should it become known that the manuscript was in his possession, the outcomes could be far less favorable, especially given his lack of preparation at present. Surrendering it would be inevitable, and while a sufficiently humble demeanor might procure some minimal advantage, the disparity between that and the immense value of the manuscript was certainly not to be measured in mere monetary terms. As for refusing to relinquish it, he chuckled grimly, contemplating the likelihood of never escaping this room. It was an astounding blunder, yet also a scalding hot potato. At this moment, Chun Fei felt a wave of regret wash over him. Damn it, he had previously vowed not to punish himself for others' folly. How had he so easily forgotten that? He should have recognized the preciousness of this item upon seeing the letter's divine aura, yet he had foolishly lowered his intellect to match that of his counterpart, allowing his fervor to lead him into a confrontation. Although the exhilaration of striking back was palpable, what would it yield in the end? At this juncture, he felt an immense sense of relief that he had retained a modicum of rationality and had not revealed the contents of the letter to anyone. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. A flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind, while the original owner, Paul, and David had become increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, news of a hidden letter discovered within the Fraser statue was slowly circulating around the room. Many cast their gazes in that direction, with some gradually drawing closer. Chun, whose letter is this? What does it contain? Chun, you only traded the statue with Paul, not this letter, so David, with bloodshot eyes, fixed a piercing stare on Chun Fei, his heart overwhelmed with regret, nearly bleeding from the weight of it. Just moments ago, he had reveled in outsmarting this fellow. Little did he expect that the tables would turn with such swiftness and severity. Yet, how did he come to know that a letter was concealed within the statue? Was he truly going to allow that damned chink to waltz away with such a treasure, while he was left to wallow in mockery and remorse? Greetings, young one. Do not be so unfeeling. Even if you share the contents of the letter, it shall not diminish your ownership of it. Perhaps others might come to appreciate its value, and you could find someone eager to negotiate with you. Such a wondrous artifact might fetch a handsome price. My apologies, dear friends, for I failed to discern the handwriting or the signature. Thus, I am regretful. No matter. If you are unable to see clearly, we can assist you. The absence of a signature is inconsequential, for we have many here well-versed in the study of notable handwriting. Oh no, young man, you must not be so cruel as to reveal only half of the secret without disclosing the conclusion. I fear I shall lose sleep over this. It is merely a letter. Chun Fei could only smile wryly at these individuals, who, despite appearing dignified, now displayed such unseemly behavior. He shook his head resolutely while making his way outside. Just moments ago, he pondered whether to feign indifference and linger a while longer, but given the current atmosphere, it was truly unbearable. At that moment, Ren Tianxing hurriedly approached upon receiving news. Chun Fei, with a resigned expression, paused and nodded. Whose letter is it? You truly cannot say? The handwriting was too hasty. I barely recognized a few words. Chun Fei shrugged with a bitter smile, relieved he did not decipher it. For had it belonged to a notable figure, they would likely have devoured him. Ren Tianxing chuckled, patting his shoulder. Fear not, everyone. Please remain calm and allow me a moment to speak. Alas, what a pity. Who could it possibly belong to? I must insist, once you ascertain the truth. Please notify me at once. The gathering crowd began to waver, murmuring softly as they gradually dispersed. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a voice rang out. I know what that is. It is the original manuscript of the Declaration of Independence, the draft penned by Thomas Jefferson on July 4th, 1776. With a thunderous jolt, Chun Fei felt as though struck by lightning. The crowd erupted in chaos, akin to a powerful magnetic bomb detonating within the room, leaving nearly everyone in a daze. Struggling to comprehend the revelation, Chun Fei nearly lost control, prepared to flee, but quickly regained his composure. It was impossible under those circumstances. No one could have seen the letter's contents or known its secret. As thoughts raced through his mind, he looked up to see a face grinning maliciously at him. This Chinese man seeks to stealthily abscond with a treasure that rightfully belongs to all Americans. What, I ask, are his true intentions? Noticing the startled expression on Chun Fei's face, David's momentary triumph faded, replaced by a self-righteous outburst. Young man, may I have a glance at it? An elderly white gentleman, his hair completely white, stumbled through the crowd, extending his trembling hands toward Chun Fei. I have conducted a study on the handwriting of Thomas Jefferson. Chun Fei slowly and resolutely shook his head, pointing at David and exclaiming, he is lying. He has not seen the contents of the letter at all. Indeed, I did not fully discern the letter's content. Yet, I can assure you, it is undoubtedly the Declaration of Independence. Chun, do you dare to wager with me? I am eagerly waiting for you to slap my face. The sight of David's smug countenance nearly drove Chun Fei to the brink of apoplexy. How infuriating! This man is blatantly slandering me. Yet by some cruel twist of fate, he has inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. This has rendered what initially appeared to be a straightforward matter exceedingly complex. Chun Fei believed that if everyone took a moment to reflect, most would see through David's clumsy ruse. Yet, an overwhelming curiosity and a sense of serendipity compelled them to refrain from intervening and, paradoxically, to further incite the situation. After all, the villain is not one of them. David, falsely accusing others carries legal repercussions. I apologize, Chun, if it ultimately proves that I have wronged you. I am willing to accept any consequence, apologies, compensation, even imprisonment. So why not reveal the truth? Or do you truly wish to secretly take away the national treasure that belongs to all Americans? The murmurs among the crowd swelled in intensity. Fear not, young man. I support you. Present the letter and deliver a resounding slap to this scoundrel. At this point, if you still refuse to present the item, it can only affirm one fact. You are indeed suspicious. Observing even Ren Tianxing's gaze tinged with doubt, Chun Fei felt a surge of rage. You people are truly repugnant. So, if I were to claim that David has yet to reach puberty, would you also compel him to prove it before you? No, Chun, I wouldn't mind. I can remove my trousers right now, for everyone to see if you have wronged me. As David spoke, he reached for his belt buckle. Chun Fei felt a surge of bile. This was a blatant display of shamelessness. Was revealing the truth truly the only option, hastily confronting the ensuing chaos? In such circumstances, how could he negotiate any favorable terms? With the crowd's fervor and David's provocations, he might even be coerced into an involuntary donation. But why should he? He was unrelenting in his malicious assumptions about his adversary, and understood that his suspicions might very well be accurate. Stop. I demand to review the surveillance footage. It should clearly demonstrate that this man has not seen a single letter of the document. He is slandering me. Chun Fei's gaze inadvertently swept across the ceiling, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Enough, David. Have you made enough commotion? The letter belongs to Chun. Whether or not to disclose, it is entirely his prerogative. What nonsense are you causing here? Apologize to Chun immediately. A voice of fury suddenly erupted from the crowd, followed closely by Professor Alfred Chandler, who, brimming with indignation, pushed his way through the throngs and approached Chun Fei with swift strides. My sincerest apologies, Chun. I have only just been informed of this matter, and I must express my earnest regret for David's discourteous behavior. He then bellowed, David, you had better come over here at once. Right away, Minter. David sauntered over to Chun Fei with a languid grin, his posture slightly bent, but the smile vanished in an instant. I apologize, Chun, for any distress I may have caused you. I hope you can accept my contrition. However, he leaned closer to Chun Fei's ear and whispered, Kid, don't think this will simply blow over. Just contemplate the repercussions if word of this spreads, even a mere whiff of suspicion. How would it feel to be wrongfully accused? You must be itching to strike me, right? But you can't win against me. Chun Fei's pupils abruptly constricted as he realized he had made a grave error. The Declaration of Independence was indeed invaluable, and clandestinely profiting from it could yield extraordinary benefits. Yet, must he endure this fellow's humiliation merely to maximize those gains? Chun Fei, have you lost your senses? Enlightenment dawned upon him. With a silent chuckle, he disdainfully pushed David away, focusing intently on the proud, smug face that sported a prominent nose. Take that, right there. With a single, powerful punch, he aimed for David's face, envisioning it bursting like a jar of sauce, the salty, sour, and spicy contents spilling forth. Then, he witnessed his fist land squarely against David's visage. A piercing scream echoed, and David collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose, a trickle of crimson seeping through his fingers. The crowd fell into stunned silence, quickly followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Chun Fei, astonished, turned to find Tyler standing beside him, nonchalantly blowing on his knuckles. You've stirred up quite a mess, but I am indifferent. As you might say, this is merely an internal conflict among the people. As the crowd's attention shifted toward them, Tyler's demeanor shifted, and he pointed an accusatory finger at David. This scoundrel dared to openly engage in racial discrimination. I simply cannot abide it. Indeed, I overheard him refer to Chun as a chink. Another young man stepped forward, revealing himself to be Gary. Observing the incredulous expressions on the faces surrounding them, Chun Fei could hardly suppress a triumphant laugh. Those who scheme against others often find themselves ensnared in their own traps. Now you taste the bitterness of false accusations, do you? What brings you here? Tyler shook his head and whispered, We'll discuss that later. Did you see that old man? He was lurking in the crowd, waiting for you to mention reviewing the surveillance before he intervened. Chun Fei's gaze swept across the gathering and landed on the elderly figure Tyler had mentioned, none other than Professor Chandler, who had just moments ago attempted to shield David. His eyes narrowed, and as he prepared to confront the old man, he caught a glimpse of a shadow springing up from the ground, accompanied by a chilling wail. How dare you strike me? You should perish, Chun Fei exclaimed, reflexively delivering a swift kick that struck David in a most vulnerable area. A blood-curdling scream, more akin to the wail of a tortured soul than that of a human, erupted as David collapsed to the ground, clutching his injured self. The icy demeanor on Chun Fei's face flickered momentarily before he turned his piercing gaze upon Professor Chandler, uttering words that seemed entirely unrelated. Enough, Tyler. Have you not caused enough chaos? Although David openly discriminates against Asians, that is his prerogative, and the law will take its course. What folly is this? Shoot till you check if he has hurt? With that, he approached Chandler once again. My sincerest apologies. Professor Chandler, I was unable to restrain myself, and your student, David, suffered as a result. While violence is regrettable, I believe it is justifiable in this instance. Tyler acted in defense of righteousness, and I merely defended myself. Furthermore, the genesis of this altercation stemmed from David's audacity to call me chink in front of everyone. Did he presume that a whisper would render him unheard? No, I did not. I am not. They have slandered me. Upon hearing Chun Fei's repeated accusations, David, lying on the ground and writhing in pain, became frantic. Ignoring his agony, he clutched Alan's hand and struggled to rise, grimacing and shouting. His visage, smeared with blood and contorted with a mixture of fury and torment, rendered him akin to a vengeful spirit. Tyler, with an air of disdain, retorted, "My apologies, David. If it is ultimately proven that I have wronged you, I shall accept any consequence. Apologize, compensate, even serve time. So, where's your evidence? Damn the evidence. I'm calling the police. You all better prepare for incarceration. Feel free to call, for we are ready to accuse you of racial discrimination as well. I have stated that I did not. If shouting could serve a purpose, what need would there be for the police?" As the verbal sparring intensified, Chandler remained fixated on Chun Fei, his face laden with animosity. How dare he? How dare he strike David before him? How dare he echo David's words back with such precision? This is America. Chun, you shall pay dearly for your insolence. Oh, is that the esteemed Professor Chandler's viewpoint? Very well, I shall await your action. At that moment, a middle-aged white man in a suit emerged from the crowd, angrily pointing at Chun Fei. Young man, do you not find your audacity excessive? Who granted you the audacity to provoke Professor Chandler? Chun Fei raised an eyebrow, preparing to confront the interloper, when a sardonic laugh resonated from within the crowd. Today I have been enlightened. So this is what provocation looks like. Were you when Chandler uttered those words? Emerging from the throng, Huang Jianbin confronted the man and then turned to Chun Fei, nodding. My apologies, brother, I arrived late. Chun Fei shook his head. No, 3 against 3 is just right. Huang Jianbin chuckled heartily, about to respond when he suddenly noticed another elderly white man pushing through the crowd. A battle of attrition, is it? It seems that the people of Huagua have never truly feared anyone when it comes to idle chatter. Silence, all of you. Do you not feel ashamed? Chandler, you, and you, come over here. The rest of you, attend to your own business. To his surprise, the elder completely disregarded him, merely bellowing a couple of imposing phrases, causing the surrounding crowd to begin to disperse. Chun Fei quickly spotted Run Tianxing, who was persistently signaling him from behind the elder. Understanding that this must be his means of helping them out of the predicament, he nodded slightly, turned, and grasped Taylor's arm, quietly positioning himself behind the elder. In a room on the 3rd floor, Chandler, David, Chun Fei, Taylor, and Gary sat distinctly on opposite sides, while the elder brought by Run Tianxing occupied the center, his face a mask of fury. How many times had such a gala been held without encountering such outrageous behavior? Not only had there been physical altercations and bloodshed, but it also involved racial discrimination. Gasping for breath, he pointed a finger at Chun Fei, commanding, "You apologize to Professor Chandler." He then shifted his gaze to Taylor, demanding, "You apologize to David." Chun Fei was momentarily taken aback, then rose in indignation, glaring fiercely at the elder. "You expect us to apologize? Are you truly serious? Mr. Martinson, is this your approach to resolving issues? If so, allow me to inform you that this matter is beyond your control." He then turned his attention to David Brown, ominously stating, "Kid, do not think this will simply blow over. Offending the Wilson family is not a matter that can be easily resolved." With that, he pointed at David Brown, tossed his head back, and declared, "Chun, we are leaving." Chun Fei cast a deep glance at David Brown, then turned and strode out behind Taylor. Observing the 3 depart with such aggression, Chandler's displeasure was palpable. "Sandy, are we just going to let them leave like this?" "No, you must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to involve the authorities." "An explanation? You seek an explanation from the Wilson family?" Sandy Martinson shook his head. "It seems I am truly aging, having failed to recognize that little fellow. He must be named Taylor Wilson, right? He does bear quite a resemblance to his brother, even sharing the same temperament." Chandler's breath caught in his throat. "The Wilson family he speaks of, are you referring to the Wilsons of the wealthy bank? What do you think?" Chandler gasped, resolutely stating, "Sandy, you must assist me. What nonsense about the Wilsons? I have never heard of them. Besides, what of it if they are a prominent family? Does that grant them the right to bully others?" Seeing the 2 elderly gentlemen adopting a demeanor of peacekeeping, David Brown grew frantic, his voice rising in protest. "Silence. Just because you have not heard of them does not mean they do not exist. These prominent families often remain hidden beneath the surface, if you do not provoke them. They may appear even kinder than your neighbor, but once they set their sights on you," while Chandler's expression shifted, demanding, "David, I ask you, did you truly discern that it was the Declaration of Independence?" Chandler had failed to intervene promptly with David, driven by curiosity, but primarily due to underestimating Chen Fei. A powerless and unremarkable Chinese international student unexpectedly acquires a windfall, provoking envy among many. Yet, he dares to defy the wishes of so many. Attempting to safeguard his secret, shouldn't he expect to be tormented for such audacity? However, circumstances have shifted. The Wilson family has now become involved, necessitating a thorough evaluation. David's eyes flicker as he hesitantly murmurs, "I didn't see clearly. It's merely a guess." Indeed, although Chandler has long been aware of the truth, he still harbors a sliver of hope. If it truly is the Declaration of Independence, even the Wilson family could find it advantageous. But now, upon hearing the conversation between Chandler and his apprentice, Martinson promptly decides that it is time to apologize publicly while everyone is still present to clarify matters. Even if that Taylor wishes to pursue the issue, as long as he cannot leverage family influence, there is nothing to fear. "Professor, let's proceed, as Mr. Martinson suggests. Quickly, or it will be troublesome if they leave. Does that mean my beating was in vain?" Chandler, upon hearing this individual still fixating on such trivial matters, nearly erupts in frustration, nearly delivering another blow. "If you go, this matter may conclude here. If you do not, I might have to consider whether my laboratory needs to seek a new sponsor." David's eyes widen in astonishment. His brazen demeanor is not without foundation. Although his family's business may not be at the pinnacle, it holds a measure of influence in the Los Angeles area. His ease in navigating Chandler's world stems from their family's role as the principal sponsor of the Chandler Laboratory. Now, for Chandler to even mention changing sponsors signifies the gravity of the situation. However, while the Wilson family controls only 35 of the shares in the National Bank, their influence extends to over 30 of the shares, not to mention their other enterprises and considerable sway in political circles. Although I do not believe they would escalate matters over such a minor issue, they have certainly taken note, and at the appropriate moment. A gentle nudge could leave your family in disarray. I've said all I can. The rest is for you to ponder. Seeing David still appear obstinate, Martinson sighs. "Child, even in a lawsuit, are you certain you can secure victory?" David Brown finally calms down, contemplating seriously, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even if Taylor is indeed a member of the Wilson family, that vast clan would never mobilize over such trivial matters. However, once a lawsuit is initiated, the dynamics change. If he wishes to prevail, he must leverage his family's influence, and the opposition will likely need to do the same. This, indeed, is a recipe for escalating the situation. In the apartment's living room, "Chun, can you now reveal what you discovered?" Chun Fei smiles slightly as he retrieves a bronze statue from his backpack, an object that grants one the power to demand and take at will. Taylor, taken aback, asks, "What do you mean? Have you forgotten the very reason you pursued archaeology?" I recall one instance as Chun Fei spoke. Taylor's mouth gradually gaped open, his wide eyes reflecting an ever-growing sense of astonishment. Suddenly, as if his posterior were aflame, he sprang up from the sofa with remarkable speed, gesticulating beside the bronze statue, appearing both eager to grasp it, yet hesitant to do so. Could it be that David's claims were indeed true? Chun Fei nodded, though he had seen nothing. He had inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. "Taylor, mind your drool." With a gulp, Taylor swallowed hard, then, as if on a pilgrimage, he reverently accepted the severed bronze statue from Chun Fei's hands. With utmost care, he extracted the note, delicately unfurling it on the table as the two began to decipher its contents. It spoke of the brutal war that suppressed humanity's nature, infringing upon the sacred rights of life and liberty, capturing individuals to be enslaved on the other side of the earth, or tragically perishing during transit. Now, let us examine the handwriting. I once studied Thomas Jefferson's penmanship. He had a penchant for a distinctive cursive style when writing the letter M, and he exhibited a rather unfortunate habit when forming A. Bingo, that's it. Taylor's eyes sparkled like two high-powered light bulbs as he feverishly scanned the note, reciting the words with fervor, enveloped in an overwhelming excitement. "Damn it, Chun, you've struck gold. This is truly Jefferson's original manuscript." After confirming the contents of the note, Taylor, exhilarated, punched the air in triumph, his mouth spewing expletives as animated as a randy stallion. "Chun, I have a request. You must grant it." After a brief pause, Taylor finally quieted down, his gaze intense as he looked at Chen Fei. "Chun, please allow me to be recognized as the discoverer of this national treasure. Of course, as your second in discovery. I am willing to pay any price for that honor." Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "No, Taylor, You are the sole discoverer of this Declaration of Independence. The only discoverer. The phrase "the only discoverer" echoed softly in Taylor's mind, and suddenly clarity returned to his eyes, though a flush of excitement still lingered on his face. Indeed, such an artifact would never be permitted to fall into the hands of outsiders. Chun, have you contemplated how to handle this? I never intended to keep it, nor could I, Chun Fei replied. In fact, Taylor, had it not been for you, I would have sent it directly to the consulate tomorrow. Oh my God, if you truly did that, I fear you might be expelled from the country. No, more likely, you would be branded a spy and then suffer a dismal existence in prison. Chun Fei shrugged. That's why I sought you out. I wish to exchange it for a few items, specifically the portraits of dynastic monarchs and the grinding of textiles from the Boston Museum. Additionally, I must acquire the Northern Qi manuscript, a wooden sculpture of the water moon Guanyin from the Jin dynasty, a standing Guanyin statue from the Sui dynasty, and a tripod vessel from the Western Zhou period. Stop. Chun, can we consider a different target? Even the Metropolitan Museum gives me a glimmer of hope. But this one, why? The Boston Museum of Fine Arts was established through the initiative of Harvard University and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to exhibit their collections of art. These two institutions are not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with? Chun Fei shook his head. Tyler, my perspective is quite the opposite. I believe such a background should make matters easier to handle. Chapter 31. Recklessly Playing with Fire. Easier to handle? Indeed, these two schools possess formidable influence, and confronting them head-on would likely result in severe repercussions. However, we need not engage in direct confrontation. We merely need to exploit their weaknesses to compel them to acquiesce. Weaknesses? Precisely, they share a common flaw: greed, an insatiable greed. Whether it be prestige, wealth, or anything else they deem desirable, they covet it all. And so, Tyler regarded Chun Fei with an enigmatic smile. When it comes to illustrious alumni, a mere whisper of potential donations from wealthy individuals in our homeland would likely leave them salivating. Chun Fei felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Thus, they will undoubtedly seize such opportunities. Under these circumstances, what is there that cannot be negotiated? Chun, it's not as simple as you perceive. Those treasures you mentioned are their prized possessions. Prized possessions? When needed, they are deemed valuable. When not, they are mere trifles. Moreover, which is of greater significance, those from our nation or those from abroad? Tyler, the portraits of historical emperors and the image of the spinning wheel are artifacts I must obtain, for they are relics lost from the Summer Palace, and you should comprehend the weight of this for us, the Chinese. Equally, I understand what the Declaration of Independence represents for you Americans. I understand, Chun, but the situation may not be as straightforward as you believe. Tyler's expression darkened as he paced a few steps. I know you sought me out to leverage the Wilson family's background, but have you considered that my family might be even more avaricious? Chun Fei managed a wry smile. I believe your family would also benefit sufficiently from this endeavor. However, compared to securing all the benefits, let us hold off on that for now. The room fell silent as Chun Fei gazed at the stationery on the table, feeling a weight in his heart. Indeed, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. While leveraging the Wilson family's influence to achieve his objectives was undoubtedly a valid strategy, he had overlooked Tyler's limited sway within his own family. Given Tyler's age and position, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to exert any significant influence over family decisions. A wave of melancholy washed over Chun Fei. He felt utterly inadequate. If he possessed a robust background and formidable strength, he would not need to entangle himself with a scoundrel like David Brown. What difference would it make if he publicly presented the Declaration of Independence in Brown's possession? What would it matter if he approached the Boston Museum of Fine Arts for negotiations in good faith? In that instant, the typically unambitious Chun Fei was suddenly engulfed by an intense yearning. Chun, I have made up my mind. I will use my shares of Wells Fargo 01 as collateral, and you will hand over the Declaration of Independence to me. This way, even if unforeseen circumstances arise, you will not leave empty-handed. Chun Fei gasped in astonishment. Shares of Wells Fargo. As one of the top 3 banks in the United States, Wells Fargo boasts total assets of $175 trillion and a market capitalization exceeding $200 billion. The shares of 01 are valued at no less than $200 million. Tyler, are you serious? With a grave expression, Tyler nodded. Chun, this is the best solution I could conceive. Only in this manner can I persuade my family to act in accordance with your wishes. Chun Fei gazed deeply at Tyler, a smile breaking across his face. Tyler, trust me. I will ensure you do not regret this decision today. Tyler vanished, and did not reappear until the classmates began to pack their belongings, preparing to depart for the archaeological site. This time, Chun Fei and the others were heading to an Indian tribal site located in the wilderness southwest of Tucson, Arizona, nearly 700 kilometers from downtown Los Angeles. The archaeological endeavor is set to last for half a month, without any breaks, with a daily work schedule of 8 hours and a meager hourly wage of just 20. Chun Fei tossed a massive backpack, nearly as tall as himself, along with a sleeping bag into the bus's luggage compartment, shouldering a smaller bag as he boarded the bus. This expedition is led by Professor Wesley, with 17 students enrolled in the course field archaeology, and aside from the mysteriously absent Tyler, none were overlooked. Once everyone had gathered, the bus set off, speeding along the I-10 interstate for a full 7 hours before arriving at a budget hotel on the southern outskirts of Tucson. We will rest here for the night. Tomorrow we will officially enter the designated archaeological area. I must emphasize again that the archaeological site is in the absolute wilderness, over 50 kilometers from the nearest town, so do not expect any evening activities. Later, please come to me to collect your room keys. I advise you to check your equipment once you are in your rooms. While we're still in Tucson, any omissions can be rectified. It will be impossible to address them once we reach the site. On the bus, Professor Wesley reiterated the rules and precautions before leading everyone off to the hotel. The climate of the Los Angeles area resembles that of a Mediterranean climate, characterized by a dry subtropical atmosphere, with minimal temperature fluctuations throughout the year, making it quite livable. However, Tucson, situated at a similar latitude, is distinct, primarily classified as a desert climate, marked by high temperatures, low humidity, and scarce water. Yet, this also bears the advantage of comfortable temperatures in autumn and winter, with minimal rainfall, making it particularly suitable for outdoor activities. The timing of this archaeological expedition coincides perfectly with autumn. Aside from contending with the annoyance of mosquitoes, the climate is simply ideal. Ah, my mosquito repellent. That was all sourced from the Yaqui Reservation. Just after settling in, a chilling scream erupted from one of the rooms. Before long, Chun Fei spotted the only female graduate student in the archaeology program, Mary, standing at the door with a half-broken pot, looking quite pitiful. "Come in, what's wrong?" Mary shook the pot in her hand and said, "Chun, I've run out of my mosquito repellent. I've heard that there are many mysterious herbal remedies in the East. Could you spare me a little? Herbal remedies?" Chun Fei chuckled wryly. "Well, since you have such faith, it would be a shame not to let you experience them." He turned and retrieved a small pouch from his bag, beginning to lay out various items on the table. Huaxiang Zheng Qi liquid, delightful to drink. It can treat colds, heat stroke, motion sickness, and gastrointestinal distress. Then there's 10 drops water, which serves a similar purpose. Adding it to bath water can alleviate prickly heat and has some mosquito-repelling properties. Lastly, there's flower dew, a potent itching relief oil that can prevent mosquito bites. Just apply a drop where you've been bitten. If the itching persists, you can press across with your nail and rub it in. Which one do you prefer? Mary glanced at the dark 10 drops water and Huaxiang Zheng Qi liquid, shivering slightly, and focused her attention on the bright flower dew and the oil. "Can I have both of these?" "Oh, very well, they're yours." Chun Fei shook his head in mild regret, eager to recommend the Huaxiang Zheng Qi liquid once more, yet fearing the repercussions from Mary. It was truly a pity. "Thank you, Chun. You are such a good person," Mary exclaimed, eagerly snatching the 2 bottles and quickly pecking Chun Fei on the cheek before giggling and dashing out of the room. Chun Fei rubbed his face with a wry smile, contemplating how open foreign girls could be. Alas, why was it not Lily who kissed him? "Stop. Chun Fei, what are you thinking? When did you become so depraved? What good is a woman? They only hinder your treasure appraisal speed." A night passed without incident. The following morning, during breakfast, Chun Fei encountered Mary once more. Just as he was about to greet her, he suddenly noticed her puffy eyes and unsteady gait, looking as though she had overindulged. He was taken aback. Had she not rested well last night? Mary noticed Chun Fei as well and weakly waved at him. "Hi, Chun, I have a question. Is that oil toxic?" "Toxic? How could that be? You could even use it for cooking." "Well, here's the thing. Last night, I got bitten by a mosquito and I applied a drop, but it didn't seem to work, so I ended up applying several more drops and rubbed it in for a while. At first, it was fine, but then it started to sting terribly." "Where? Were you bitten? What happened next?" "Oh dear, right there," she exclaimed. "You are so dense." Chun Fei looked at Mary in confusion, and suddenly, a realization struck him. His gaze involuntarily dropped, and he shivered. "You applied the oil there, and not only did you apply several drops, but you also rubbed it in for a considerable time? How are you feeling now? Is everything all right?" Mary shook her head, uncertain whether she was fine or still suffering. "I was so frightened at the time that I rushed to wash it off, but in the midst of washing, I ended up looking like this." Mary's voice grew increasingly faint, her head slowly drooping as Chun Fei listened with mounting confusion. Are you dealing with something or not? Please, articulate your thoughts. He reconsidered, deciding it best not to inquire further. After all, he was a grown man. Later, I attempted to address Chun again. Could you spare me a few more bottles of that essential oil? Chun Fei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Even in your state, you still wish to ask for more? What a twist of fate. Suddenly, he recalled Mary's earlier hesitations, and, glancing at her pallid complexion, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. What on earth are these people? I muttered, feeling overwhelmed. After breakfast, the group boarded a bus and traveled for another hour, before switching to 5 modified off-road vehicles in a small town named Alcoa. They sped away from the town at breakneck speed. After covering just 10 kilometers, they entered the wilderness, where no established roads existed. The off-road vehicles struggled along the ruts left by others for nearly 2 hours, finally halting before a towering, dense forest. Beyond this woodland lay their destination, yet the vehicles could not proceed any further, necessitating a trek on foot. Amidst the crowd arose wails of despair, and Mary appeared ashen. The earlier jostling having rendered her utterly exhausted, and now they faced the prospect of walking. She weakly raised her hand. Professor, is it too late for me to withdraw? A few classmates looked on with hopeful eyes. Mary, hold on. We can help you with your luggage. Just walk slowly behind us. Rest assured, your stamina is bound to surpass that of this 50-something old man. All right, everyone. We have less than 2 kilometers to go. Would you like to collapse on the eve of victory? Use this time to rest and replenish your energy. We shall depart in an hour. After nearly an hour of arduous trekking, the group finally emerged from the forest, arriving at the archaeological campsite not far from the tree line. The camp was simply arranged, with 3 rope circles marking a cleared area, at the center of which stood several military green tents, neatly aligned. At the entrance of the tent area stood 3 burly guards armed with firearms. The leader held a string of wooden tags inscribed with numbers, presumably the tent identifiers. 2 people per tent. Please organize yourselves and collect your tags here. Chun Fei pondered whether to share a tent with Gary or Peter when, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from one of the tents. To his astonishment, it was Taylor, who had been missing for several days. What the hell? How did he arrive before us? It was not only Chun Fei who noticed Taylor. The crowd erupted in disbelief. They appeared as disheveled as refugees, yet there stood someone who, like them, should have been in a similar predicament, impeccably dressed and waiting for them like a dapper gentleman. How could they bear such a sight? Taylor's situation was unique. He had taken leave earlier and, in order to save time, had rushed directly from home. Well, everyone, let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Quickly set up your tents and get some rest. We must begin work tomorrow. Please cherish your time to recuperate. Chun Fei followed Tyler into the tent and found the conditions quite satisfactory. There were even 2 air mattresses. He tossed his backpack aside and collapsed onto one of the pads. After a long journey, he felt unexhausted yet genuinely jostled. Tyler, when did you arrive? Tyler kicked his luggage and replied, I just got here. I haven't even had the chance to unpack. Just arrived? Didn't you travel the same route as us? It was the same route, but I flew in. Tyler gestured with a motion mimicking flight. Chun Fei sat up abruptly. Wow, is that even possible? Do you think those professors are like you? If they had to make multiple trips, they would have fallen apart long ago. Let me tell you, they always travel by helicopter. Oh darn. Chun Fei cursed under his breath, glancing around before whispering, what is the situation? We didn't contact the museum directly. Instead, we sought out a senator to intervene, and the museum expressed their willingness to negotiate. My brother will represent that senator in the talks. I anticipate the negotiations will be quite arduous, so you'd best provide me with a clear bottom line. We will formulate our strategy based on that. The imperial portraits and the weaving diagram must be secured. If they are unwilling to part with the remaining items, let them assemble $200 million worth of Chinese artifacts instead. Tyler sighed with a wry smile. Chun, you are exceedingly greedy. Greedy? Cunan's exchange fetched $500 million, and Da Vinci Savior went for $4.5 billion. Even Gauguin's when Will You Marry commanded $300 million. Is the Declaration of Independence not worth as much? Tyler fell silent for a moment before softly responding. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. Chun, I'm afraid I must consider the interests of the Wilson family. What do you think would be a fair exchange? Tyler rubbed his forehead vigorously. We will strive to secure those 6 artifacts you mentioned. If that proves impossible, we will prioritize the imperial portraits and the weaving diagram, and then complement them with $50 million worth of Chinese artifacts. Chun Fei pondered for a moment. The senator's involvement indicated that both parties had no recourse. This meant that I cannot withdraw and negotiate with the Metropolitan Museum, correct? I'm sorry, Chun. No, Tyler. You needn't apologize. In fact, regardless of the outcome, you have been immensely helpful. If I were on my own, Chun Fei interrupted, I would never set foot on American soil again. Yet there are so many treasures here waiting for me. Tyler, we all have our self-interests, but that is human nature, which cannot be faulted. So regardless of the outcome, thank you. Chapter 32. Fighting is my specialty. Chun Fei slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, a group led by Professor Wesley finally met with Professor Kristaps, who was overseeing the archaeological expedition. Accompanying them were students from 3 other universities, totaling around 60 to 70 individuals, all crammed into an enormous tent designated as a conference room. The elderly professor's expression was undeniably radiant and spirited. Dear students, allow me to share some of the remarkable achievements we have attained thus far. Following preliminary surveys and excavations, we can confidently ascertain that this site is the most significant settlement in the history of the Awapa people, and indeed, the largest city they ever constructed. Current estimates suggest that the city's area may well exceed 20 square kilometers, with a population potentially reaching 200,000, rivaling the grandeur of Chang'an during its zenith. The most pivotal discovery to date revolves around a vast complex of structures surrounding 2 pyramids, encompassing temples, altars, and palaces. As Professor Kristaps recounted these findings, the projection at the front of the tent intermittently displayed astonishing images. Monumental pyramids constructed from sand and earth, a colossal plaza encircled by multiple 4-tiered altars, and an immense quadrilateral fortress. We have ample reason to believe that what we have unearthed thus far is merely a trivial fragment of this grand city. Countless edifices and historical narratives lie buried beneath this enigmatic land. This discovery has the potential to rewrite the history of Native Americans on the continent, and you, dear students, will have the extraordinary privilege of being witnesses, participants, and perhaps even discoverers of this monumental revelation. After this exhilarating speech, Chun Fei and his peers exited the tent, gathering eagerly around their respective professors, their eyes brimming with anticipation directed towards their mentors. None had anticipated that this archaeological excavation would be so vast and consequential. The prospect of uncovering something significant within such a grand endeavor was exhilarating. Professor, might we visit the sites showcased earlier? In response to the eager gazes of the students, Professor Wesley shook his head, jesting. Those areas are still under protection. How could I allow you raucous novices to trample about? If anything were to be damaged, who would be responsible? Professor, are we not about to commence excavation alongside Professor Kristaps and his team? Let us begin swiftly. My hands are itching with eagerness. I can already envision a magnificent palace emerging under my diligent hands. Professor Wesley shook his head once more, pondering the student's naivety. What whimsical thoughts! Such a critical excavation requires utmost caution and meticulousness. Allowing you to participate would only invite disruption rather than discovery. Students, as per our plan, our task is to excavate the agricultural fields, mines, and roads surrounding the city, which will provide substantial evidence of its agricultural, technological, and cultural sophistication. Do not underestimate this. It is equally important and noble work. A chorus of lamentations arose from the students, akin to witnessing a sumptuous feast laid before them, only to be relegated to mere water and plain buns. Such a predicament would be intolerable for anyone. Listen to the lamentations echoing from several other schools, dear professor. You cannot disregard the will of the populace. Yet, alas, their desires were ultimately met with resolute indifference. Forsooth, to have such an ancient city left unexplored while we wander aimlessly in this desolate wilderness is simply intolerable. Taylor raised his wooden staff and cleaved a patch of wild grass towering at half his height, continuously grumbling. This marked the 3rd day of their archaeological endeavor. With 17 individuals divided into 5 groups, scattered across this vast expanse of wilderness, their eyes met only with wild grasses, withered trees, and fragments of earth and stone. What a fruitless venture! Catching Taylor's gaze, Chun Fei first gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his recent colloquialism. Had there been a Chinese level 8 examination, this fellow might have indeed passed. We are presently treading upon the correct path, with a modicum of patience. We shall surely uncover something. Discover? Discover what? Have you seen the depth of the excavation in that city over there? It's at least 2 meters deep, if not 3, which serves as ample evidence that this entire basin has been inundated with sediment. Here we are, wandering about empty-handed, How can we ascertain whether anything lies beneath 2 meters of earth? Chun, do you possess the gift of X-ray vision? Or does Gary? Taylor, please be patient. Prior to selecting our search direction, I meticulously studied the city restoration maps provided. We are currently aligned with the direction facing the city's southwestern gate. Since there exists a city gate, it stands to reason that a road must extend beyond it. Given the city's scale, even the roads outside would likely be flanked by dwellings. If the sediment does not exceed 3 meters, it is plausible that some houses remain partially uncovered. I have examined the characteristics of the roofs of the structures already unearthed. As long as we remain on course and search diligently, we should make a discovery. Forsooth. Chun, you truly are a scheming lad. From whence did you procure this information? I failed to notice it. Chun Fei rolled his eyes. It was included in the materials Professor sent us. Do you spend all your time gaming? Oh, Taylor glanced at Gary, and both wore awkward expressions. To speak of it, are not the materials intended for viewing films and gaming? When did they acquire such functionality? After a brief discussion, they aligned themselves according to Chun Fei's suggestion, spacing 3 meters apart in a horizontal line, and gradually proceeded forward in search. Chun, I believe I have found what you mentioned. Where? What is it? Look here. This small mound of earth appears quite irregular. Does the elongated bulge in the center not resemble a roof ridge? Indeed, it is quite conceivable. Chun Fei used his staff to clear away the underbrush, carefully inspecting the small mound Gary referred to. To be precise, this cannot merely be called a mound, but should rather be termed an embankment. Let us check the sides. Being in the center, there might be roof ridges on either side. As Chun Fei continued to clear the earth, concealing the roof ridges, he directed 2 others. We have found it. In this location, there exists a roof ridge beast. Soon, feedback came from Taylor's direction. Chun Fei hastened forward, while Tyler pointed with a wooden stick at a dark, unassuming stone. Had there been no prior warning, I would have certainly mistaken it for an ordinary rock. The 2 crouched down, gently excavating the soil beside the stone with small wooden shovels, and soon a small beast's head emerged in its entirety. What could this be? A wolf? Or perhaps a leopard? At that moment, Gary's voice echoed from a distance. I found something over here as well, but seems to be broken. Could someone come and take a look? Just as Chun Fei was about to make his way over, he suddenly turned his head, his eyes narrowing instinctively. Approximately 100 or 200 meters away, a group of individuals was briskly approaching. What is it? Surely, it must be those fools from Berkeley. Never mind them. Let us first see what is happening with Gary. The 2 reached Gary's side, only to discover that the ridge of the roof was indeed broken. They dug a bit along the fracture, but found no additional artifacts. It appeared that the collapse had originated from this very spot. Chun Fei estimated the remaining length of the ridge, silently contemplating the nature of this structure. Gary, call Professor Wesley to inform him. Tyler, go clear out that ridge beast. I'll take a look around. It's likely there are other buildings in this vicinity. A vision of a courtyard swiftly formed in Chun Fei's mind. Based on the direction of the ridge and potential pathways, he could surmise where any additional structures might be located. As he surveyed the area, the approaching figures grew nearer. Leading the group was a tall, handsome young Caucasian man, followed by 3 others, 1 in black and 2 in white. Hello there. Have you found anything of interest? The young man in front inquired, glancing at Tyler, who was crouched down clearing the ridge beast, feigning nonchalance as he moved closer. Well, whether you've discovered something or not is inconsequential. Chun Fei and Gary exchanged knowing glances, stepping forward in unison to obscure the newcomer's view. If you found something, we thank you. If not, I must insist you take your leave from this area promptly. Leave this area? Chun Fei's eyes narrowed dangerously, an air of menace surrounding him. Did they encounter another rabid dog like David? Indeed, gentlemen, are you not aware that you have crossed into our territory? This area is under the jurisdiction of Berkeley. We cannot allow you to conduct your explorations here. If our instructor were to find out, we would be in serious trouble. Right, Baker, farmer? Hand it over. Seeing the confident demeanor of the young man, Chun Fei remained calm, allowing him to finish his speech before extending his hand before the man. The young man paused, bewildered. Hand over what? Evidence. Chun Fei retorted. You claim this is your jurisdiction. So I could just as easily assert that the very spot you stand upon belongs to my family. The young man's expression darkened. You little brat. Don't think you can play tricks. We searched this area yesterday. Those broken branches over there are our marks. Oh, the situation is quite dire. You have audaciously explored our territory without our knowledge. If our mentor were to discover this, we would be in serious trouble. Therefore, I implore you to leave immediately. The young Caucasian shot a fierce glare at Chun Fei before suddenly darting past him. Chun Fei exclaimed in surprise and swiftly grasped the man's arm. Unfazed, the assailant retaliated with a punch, but Chun Fei yanked him back, evading the blow while simultaneously kneeing him in the soft spot between his chest and abdomen. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Meanwhile, Gary had also subdued one of the others. And with two remaining individuals nearing Tyler, who was cautiously retreating, Chun Fei cursed under his breath at the fool and sprinted after them, shouting, "Tyler, bury the items." "Hurry up!" Tyler, suddenly realizing the urgency, scooped up a handful of dirt and hurled it at the two men, before frantically covering the half-exposed roof beast with soil. The young African-American was quick on his feet, evading the flying dirt and lunging forward to tackle Tyler, resulting in a scuffle on the ground. The remaining Caucasian youth, slightly slower to react, bent down to uncover the soil just as Chun Fei arrived. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the first assailant had risen. Without hesitation, Chun Fei struck him hard near the kidneys. The man emitted a short, pained grunt, contorting his face as he clutched his side and gradually fell to the ground, letting out a series of agonizing screams. Chinese martial arts. The first Caucasian's expression shifted dramatically as he abruptly veered around Chun Fei and rushed to assist his fallen companion. Chun Fei quickly followed, delivering a kick to the down man's head. The young African-American howled in anguish, providing Tyler with an opportunity to mount the fallen foe and unleash a barrage of punches, leaving the man bruised and wailing in despair. "Enough, Tyler, you'll injure him," Chun Fei exclaimed, bemused, as he pulled Tyler up, who continued to struggle and delivered a couple more kicks before relenting. Gary, having freed himself, noticed the youth Chun Fei had struck still writhing on the ground and expressed concern. "Is everything all right, Chun?" "All is well. The guy told me that with my strength, I can only cause temporary discomfort unless my opponent is frail or weak." "Who asked about him?" "I'm concerned about you," Gary retorted. "Do I look like I'm in trouble?" Chun Fei shot him a disdainful glance and approached the moaning individual. "Don't come any closer. What do you want?" "Assaulting someone is a crime." The man suddenly appeared unhurt, pushing himself off the ground and stumbling back a few steps before being supported by his companions. The four of them stared wide-eyed at Chun Fei, their faces etched with fear and trepidation. Chapter 33. A shocking discovery. "You all remain right there and do not move. We have already informed the mentor. Once he arrives, we shall engage in a thorough discussion. I have never encountered such shamelessness among you, unwilling to explore on your own and merely intent on taking advantage of others." Within a week, encountering two such incidents has left Chun Fei utterly incensed. Previously, he had restrained himself due to excessive concern, but this time he would not indulge their behavior any longer. "The arrival of your mentor is quite timely. I intend to inquire how he instructs his students and why they resort to violence without provocation." "Oh, without provocation? Do you think I am unaware of your little tricks? You wish to ascertain what we have discovered before brazenly attempting to usurp our findings?" Taylor scoffed, stepping forward defiantly. "Do you think we can be thwarted just because one of us is absent? Have you considered who my companion is? The martial arts of Huagua. Have you heard of it? When it comes to fighting, he is a professional." Taylor dismissed them with a contemptuous sneer. "You lot? Even if you brought more, it would be futile. Do not move. Did you not hear me tell you to stay still? Move again, and I shall break your legs." Taylor bent down to retrieve the branch he had discarded, brandishing it menacingly, while Chun Fei rolled his eyes incessantly. "Brother, just a few shouts will suffice. Does parading around with two black eyes like a panda make you seem formidable?" Before long, the sound of an engine echoed across the plains. In the distance, two small black dots slowly approached. As they drew nearer, the dots enlarged until a vehicle stopped beside Chun Fei and the others. Before the car had even come to a complete halt, Professor Wesley leaped out, followed closely by a robust, elderly Caucasian man. Wesley, eager to inquire about their findings, was met with the sight of Taylor deliberately flaunting his two prominent black eyes. Instantly, the professor's expression darkened, and he questioned in a hushed tone. "Some individuals, lacking ability, are perpetually intent on seizing the achievements of others. Professor, we were in the midst of excavating when these individuals from Berkeley arrived, claiming this site as theirs. When we refused to let them see, they resorted to violence." Taylor elaborated, embellishing the events that had transpired, which only darkened Professor Wesley's countenance further. "Not only is this territory designated for the Los Angeles branch, but even if it were not, our prior discovery should rightfully belong to us. Hawk, how do you propose we address this matter?" "Professor, we did not initiate the violence. They struck us first. Look at my injuries, Becks, and Farmer's. Our eyes are barely open." Chun Fei glanced at Farmer, who indeed looked quite unfortunate, His face was askew, and it seemed as though his nose was bleeding. Alas, there is no semblance of skill involved. Look at the knee I took, the punch I endured, and the kick to my forehead. None left any marks. We explored this area yesterday and suspected there might be an issue here, planning to return today for a thorough search. Yet, upon arrival, we encountered them. Ah, so you intended to claim the discoveries of others as your own? Have your minds been devoured by dogs, lacking capability, yet yearning to seize what belongs to others? If you could truly take it, that would be one thing, but what is the outcome? Oh, Hawk, what do you mean by if you could truly take it? Is this truly how you educate students at Berkeley? How we instruct our students is none of your concern. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry and assist in unloading the items. This is utterly infuriating. Approaching were two light pickup trucks, their beds brimming with various signs and rolls of colorful plastic strips. Upon seeing this, Lang and the others rushed to unload the vehicles, while Tyler deftly unearthed the recently buried ridge beast. Gary, meanwhile, animatedly recounted the process of discovery. Wesley's expression gradually softened as he carefully examined the ridge beast and the elongated ridge, capturing photographs with his camera. All right, let us first bury these with soil, then help them cordon off the area, the professor instructed. Chun believes there may be additional structures here. I am aware. Let us encircle it first. We can decide on the excavation later. There is no need for further exploration in this area. Tomorrow, you'll change direction. Wesley scanned the surroundings, pointing in a particular direction. That way. Huh. The ruins were situated in a basin, with mountains receding in the direction Chun and his companions had been exploring, explaining why they had not yet reached the mountainous terrain. However, the direction Wesley indicated was different. The peaks jutted outward, and even beginning the exploration from the designated city boundary would lead them into the mountains within a kilometer or two. What nonsense! You all chose this direction out of laziness. Wood and the others ventured into the mountains yesterday. A group of individuals busily erected conspicuous signs, encircling a large area. Chun Fei and his two companions, being the discoverers of the ruins, were fortunate enough to sit inside the vehicle, while Lang and the others had to climb into the truck bed. Why do we have to walk here when the vehicle could have driven in? Chun Fei suddenly recalled an issue as they walked. This is quite unreasonable. The vehicles were hoisted in by helicopter. Professor Klee had advised against opening this naturally enclosed space to better protect the ruins. Hadn't you noticed? Your school's camps are all constructed in locations with external access to safeguard the ruins more effectively. Chun, I want to learn martial arts. You can forget that. Even I couldn't endure the rigorous training. I quit after just a couple of days, and you, a delicate young master, would never last. But today I was the one getting beaten up. Next time, carry a couple of bundles of cash. Anyone who dares to strike you, just throw money at them. The following morning, Chun Fei and Tyler packed their belongings, ready to embark on the exploration towards the direction determined the previous day. Gary, what are you doing? Putting on makeup? Hurry up and get out. We're leaving. After waiting for quite a while without seeing Gary, Tyler impatiently marched toward his tent. A pale Gary appeared at the entrance of the tent, dressed in sleepwear. Sorry, Tyler. I think I'm unwell. I want to be able to join you today. What's wrong with you? I've had a terrible stomachache all night and couldn't sleep at all. Oh my goodness. I feel like I'm about to die. Have you seen doctor? I've already taken some medicine. I feel much better now. Just need a rest. Tyler shrugged. All right, you take care. Chun, let us go. Chun Fei approached and patted Taylor on the shoulder before turning to follow him. Chun, do you think that guy might be pretending? Chun Fei chuckled. Does it really matter? Indeed. Why don't we find a place to pass the time? After all, yesterday was Chun Fei couldn't help but roll his eyes at this guy, who still dared to claim he wasn't in the same boat. The two walked along, engaging in a casual conversation, when suddenly Chun Fei seemed to remember something. Taylor, I just recalled that we had discussed going hunting in the mountains. Has my gun license been processed? Oh damn. Chun, you finally remembered. Your gun license is ready. But to hunt, you also need a hunting permit, and to obtain that, you require a hunter education certificate. Clearly, you don't have time to acquire that. Oh. Chun Fei responded with a blank expression. That works out, as there is no time for a break anyway. Hey, why are you so dull? Hunting is the epitome of manly romance, a true symbol of masculinity. Chun Fei appeared unimpressed. So what? All right, I concede. It's all sorted now. Sorted? Didn't you just say you lack a hunting permit? I found a hunting guide service that will send specialized guides who can assist with obtaining various permits, provide firearms, and even help us locate prey. In America, as long as you pay, everything is possible. Chun Fei rolled his eyes. So in the end, we can still hunt? Why all the unnecessary chatter before? Puffed. Taylor nearly spat blood in exasperation. They continued to bicker and discuss how many days they would spend hunting after finishing their archaeological work, unknowingly wandering into the mountainous region. What I detest most is climbing these hills. Damn, who is so unsanitary as to relieve themselves everywhere? Taylor grumbled while climbing, suddenly lifting his foot to rub it against a nearby rock. Ha! Finding animal droppings in a place like this is quite normal. It just indicates an abundance of game. Damn, Chun, don't you dare eat anything with me later. How can you even call yourself an archaeology student if you can't even recognize coprolites? Don't ever say you know me again when we're out. Huh, is that coprolite? Indeed, so substantial, and who knows what creature produced it. All right, mate, let us not move forward just yet. We should thoroughly search this area. If we can collect a few more pieces, we'll strike it rich. Strike it rich? Who will buy this stuff? Taylor shuddered, disgust compounding upon disgust. Chun, is this really that significant? Do you think Professor Chris needs this? Oh, there is plenty of droppings in the city, but surely none that are this ancient. Moreover, the information contained within wild coprolites far exceeds stop. No need to discuss this any further. I'll defer to your judgment. Chun Fei shrugged, took out a plastic bag to wrap the items, and stuffed them into his backpack. During my time in China, I visited the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, where they had a plethora of such oddities. Damn. Chun, I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Tonight, I shall change my tent. The two of them laughed and jokingly searched the vicinity, only to find nothing. Chun, should we continue onward or turn back? After all, you mentioned that Professor Kelly would appreciate that thing. Surely, if we indulge in a bit of laziness, we won't be reprimanded, right? Chun Fei shot a glance at this lethargic companion, feeling as if this lackluster teammate was truly a burden to carry. All right, you're the boss. Your word is law. After a brief respite, they rose and headed towards the stone wall Chun Fei had indicated. It was a steep, nearly vertical cliff, obscured by trees when viewed from the valley below, rendering it invisible. However, as they drew nearer, the oppressive sense of its enormity became increasingly palpable. This thing won't suddenly collapse, will it? Chun, I have a rather ominous premonition. Oh, damn. Taylor muttered as he scrambled up a large rock, the massive stone wall looming before him. Suddenly, he let out an expletive, his curses raining down like gunfire, startling Chun Fei. What's wrong? Chun Fei inquired as he too ascended the rock, only to be met with a shocking sight. Before them lay a vast fissure, spanning 20 to 30 meters in width and plunging several meters deep, with a steep cliff on the opposite side. The base of the cliff was not solid, but rather formed a large cave, shallow yet wide, measuring at least 60 to 70 meters in length. Yet, what truly astonished them was that this expansive cave had been divided by ochre-hued bricks into numerous roofless chambers. This place had once served as a tribal settlement. We struck gold. This is a genuine fortune. Taylor gazed in awe at this extraordinary sight, nearly drooling. Whether we truly struck it rich remains to be seen. We must first ascertain if there are any valuable items here, and then determine the ownership of this mountain. This mountain cannot be privately owned. However, I wonder if Professor Kelly has applied for excavation rights in this area. Let us descend and investigate further. Chun Fei had researched the American approach to the handling of accidentally discovered artifacts. Unclaimed treasures should be negotiated for proportional distribution between the discoverer and the landowner. Yet, he had never experienced the practicalities of such negotiations. Nevertheless, it seemed premature to ponder this now. If all that lay below were merely these dilapidated structures, he wouldn't desire them, even if they were all allocated to him. The two of them scoured the fissure for a while before locating a narrow passage that barely allowed for descent. Upon reaching the valley floor, they split up to begin their search. Chun Fei was the first to enter a small chamber, roughly 10 square meters in size. The room contained numerous items, most of which had decayed beyond recognition, while the remainder consisted of ordinary household goods. They might hold some research value, but certainly not monetary worth. Chun Fei refrained from rummaging through the contents, meticulously observing from the doorway until he was certain he had missed nothing before retreating. Taylor, how is it on your end? Having seen little of worth, Chun Fei decided to survey the entirety of the area before proceeding further. The rift before him was not merely a simple chasm, but rather a narrow passage that appeared as if a blade had cleaved through the mountainside. Exiting the cave, he ventured left along the rift. The leftward extension was rather short, devoid of any other caverns or structures, suggesting it had been utilized solely as a passageway. In contrast, the right side extended over 100 meters and featured a bend. As he rounded the corner, Chun Fei's gaze fell upon a dark entrance. He cautiously approached the mouth of the cave, illuminating its interior with his flashlight. The cave sloped downward, revealing a walkway. Following the path, he counted approximately 20 steps before reaching the bottom. At the cave's base lay an open area, barren of any contents, yet the inner recess was shrouded by stone, obscuring his view. Carefully, he descended the walkway, step by step, until he stood at the cave's floor, where he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Chapter 34. The frantic treasure. Chan Fei immediately recognized the cave as a temple. He stood approximately 20 to 30 meters from the cave's base, where life-size terracotta figures were arranged neatly in 2 rows on either side. In the center, a path of black tiles about a meter wide led directly to the cave's depths. He counted a total of 24 figures, 12 on each side, facing each other. At the end of this procession stood a square altar, towering over a person. Moving forward slowly, Chan Fei began to examine the terracotta figures beside him. Their bodies were simple conical shapes, lacking limbs. They gradually thickened from the neck down, with the part touching the ground expanding to about half a meter in diameter. Some figures were adorned with simple patterns painted in white and black, while others remained unembellished. The faces of the figures bore a striking resemblance to one another, featuring sunken eye sockets, prominent noses, and pointed chins, each topped with various styles of headgear. Under the gaze of the pearl and gem secret technique, these figures emanated a vibrant aura, though their spiritual essence varied. Chan Fei scrutinized them closely, discovering that the figures farther from the altar were more contemporary, with the 2 nearest dating back only about 700 years. Conversely, the 2 oldest figures spanned an impressive 2,000 years. The professor had mentioned that the city below began to decline over 700 years ago, suggesting a common lineage. Having examined the terracotta figures, Chan Fei's mood lightened as he shifted his gaze to the altar. Suddenly, a wave of intense trepidation seized him, rendering him motionless. Upon the altar lay a copper-red mask, quietly positioned, but he had not noticed before that among the stone crevices of the lowest tier, a resilient green sapling, measuring over 20 centimeters, was defiantly growing. At this moment, beside a small tree, a red python, thick as a calf, coiled itself into a serpentine formation. Its triangular head flicked its tongue incessantly, aimed directly at him, as if poised to strike at any moment. A shiver of trepidation coursed through Chan Fei's body, while his muscles unfroze. The lingering weakness in his limbs made him feel as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Yet, paradoxically, a sense of relaxation enveloped his mind. He harbored no fear of snakes. His childhood experiences in the countryside had rendered him indifferent to most serpents. In fact, should he encounter a common snake, it might very well become a sumptuous meal for him. His earlier reaction was merely a natural response to an unexpected peril. Was this a Mexican rosy boa? After deciding to participate in field archaeology, the school had provided some relevant training, including an introduction to wildlife in archaeological regions. The rosy boa is indigenous to northern Mexico and the southwestern United States, particularly California and Arizona, favoring dry, warm thickets, grasslands, and semi-desert areas. Encountering one in a cold mountain cave, while somewhat surprising, was not entirely extraordinary. However, Chan Fei recalled that these creatures typically reached a maximum length of around 90 centimeters. Yet the specimen before him appeared to measure at least 3 or 4 times that length. Had it mutated? Or was he mistaken in his identification? He scratched his head and dismissed the thought. No matter the species, encountering him would spell misfortune for the snake. Nevertheless, as he surveyed his surroundings and glanced at his frail, pitiful walking stick, he shook his head in resignation. Engaging in combat here, amidst the darkness and armed with insufficient tools, posed a significant risk. If he failed to subdue the creature in a single attempt, the ensuing chaos could result in the destruction of several precious terracotta figurines, leading to considerable loss. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to keep a vigilant eye on a massive python while cautiously retreating. Before long, he exited the cave, pondering how he might safely deal with the snake. There was no food within the cave, and he found no signs of snake having passed through. Could there be another entrance? As he mused, his gaze wandered aimlessly until it fell upon a large tree at the edge of the cliff. Shin, what are you doing? Oh, there's another cave. Aren't you afraid to enter alone? Below is a temple, housing 24 terracotta figures from various eras, and a mask of indeterminate material. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry. Wait, there's a python inside, and I'm contemplating how to deal with it. A python? Taylor exclaimed, startled. What species? Is it large? 3 to 4 meters long, resembling a Mexican rosy boa. The space is cramped and dark. I'm worried about damaging the figurines if I try to catch it. Impossible. The rosy boa only grows to about 90 centimeters. You're definitely mistaken. Chun Fei wore an innocent expression. Does that really matter? Chun Fei pointed to the large tree he had been observing, selected a branch, and fashioned a noose to ensnare the snake's head, allowing it to entangle itself before binding it. What do you think? Splendid. A stroke of genius. Let's proceed with this plan. They had rope in their backpacks, and acquiring a thick branch a couple of meters long was easily accomplished. Soon, a noose attached to a long pole was ready. Cautiously, they ventured into the cave, and as the beam of the flashlight illuminated the interior, the python's head abruptly lifted, glaring directly at them. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Isn't Snake's vision supposed to be poor? Taylor paused in his steps. Foolishness. Just because its eyesight is lacking does not mean it is insensible to light. Hurry up and keep pace. Treading lightly, they approached within 3 or 4 meters of the python, which seemed to sense danger and began to stir restlessly. Chun Fei attempted several times, but felt uncertain, his temper flaring as he raised the branch and struck down. You want to just sit there waiting to be caught, will you? Taylor, standing behind Chun Fei, watched in astonishment as he assaulted the python, momentarily at a loss for words. Wasn't he the plan to ensnare it first and then bind it? Wasn't he their concern about damaging the pottery figurines? A man of no integrity. Stand aside, let me have my fun too. Chun Fei's first strike landed squarely on the python's vital spot, and he continued to strike with fervor. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his hands and realized that his last blow had inadvertently ensnared the snake's head in the noose, lifting the python off the ground. He hurled the writhing creature outside the cave, and the two of them eagerly dashed back inside. Taylor, clutching a pottery figurine, began to pound it. Chun, I don't think this trinket holds much value. The artifacts of the Native Americans, aside from gold and gemstones, generally lack worth. Chun Fei, however, moved directly to the altar, and upon grasping the mask, he recognized its composition. A golden mask. Alas, it is not the mask of the sun god. Otherwise, we would have struck it rich. After thorough examination, confirming that the reddish-brown patches on the mask were indeed signs of oxidation, he activated his treasure-seeking technique. A brilliant green light enveloped the mask, surrounded by a vibrant golden glow, while the outermost layer revealed it to be an artifact over 700 years old. After carefully placing the mask aside, Chun Fei began to investigate the altar. Gradually, some Native American tribes developed a habit of concealing treasures within temples. The previous structures contained an abundance of everyday items, but lacked any valuables. If there were indeed treasures, they were likely hidden within this temple. The altar, being the most convenient place for stashing treasures, beckoned. Holding the flashlight, Chun Fei circled the top of the altar, attempting to shift one of the massive stones. As he exerted more force, his smile grew ever broader. Stop fiddling with the figurines, and come help me move this stone. Is there treasure? Hearing Chun Fei's call, Taylor's eyes brightened, and he swiftly bounded up to the altar. After considerable effort, the stone was finally moved aside, revealing an irregular hole about the size of a fist. 2 beams of light simultaneously illuminated the interior, revealing something within, and, as the angle of the light shifted, reflections occasionally flickered at the entrance. Hurry, remove the stones. Although heavy, the allure of treasure quickly spurred the two to push aside the topmost large stones, unveiling a circular opening approximately half a meter in diameter. Gasping in unison, they drew in a sharp breath. Under the beam of their flashlight, they beheld 3 masks of distinct colors, beneath which lay a plethora of gems of varying sizes and hues. Is this Mexican fire opal? The colors are simply unbelievable. Is this a tourmaline? Chun, have you ever seen a pure green tourmaline the size of a human head? Taylor exclaimed excitedly as he sifted through the gems, while Chun was captivated by a pure white mask. Indeed, under the gaze of the pearl and gem technique, the green light emanating from this mask was comparable to that of the wooden piece. However, the spirit sensing revealed that this mask was only about 800 years old. Is this truly made of wood? It's so heavy. I wonder what kind of tree it comes from. Chun pondered as he set the mask aside and picked up a celadon mask. The moment he grasped it, he recognized it to be made of a material akin to a particular type of jade. Upon inspecting it with the pearl and gem technique, he discerned its age to be approximately 1,200 years and then placed it aside. The final mask was crafted from an unknown animal bone, dating back around 2,000 years. For masks in total, similar in shape yet diverse in material. Their significance remained a mystery. After carefully setting the mass aside, he casually picked up a gemstone to examine. What kind of gems do we have here? Can you estimate the approximate quantity? There are tourmaline, rubies, sapphires, and a myriad of fire opals. As for the quantity, Taylor gestured, stating, "Just now, my hand went up to the elbow without reaching the bottom." "Goodness, so many?" Chen remarked. "Quality may be lacking, but quantity compensates." "Isn't that fair?" "Fair? Nonsense. I doubt they're all gems. Should we dig a bit deeper to see?" Taylor suggested. "Guess how much this pile might be worth?" 100,000. 200,000. All right, even if it's 200,000, let us see who can unearth more. Chun accelerated his efforts, swiftly excavating 2 handfuls of colorful gems. "Goodness!" Taylor exclaimed, hastening his own pace. Gradually, a small mountain of gems began to accumulate beside them, while the treasures within the hole seemed boundless and bottomless. "Goodness! If I dig this last bit, I wait. It feels like I've hit something solid." Taylor, who was complaining, suddenly touched a flat, hard object. He quickly cleared away the gems on top, and after a moment of exploration, he successfully retrieved a dark yellow brick from the depths. A gold brick. Taylor's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually tossed aside a gold brick, bent down, and began to sift through the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, he straightened up and peered over the altar. "What's going on?" Chun Fei asked, equally puzzled, leaning in to look down. "If I'm not mistaken, this place must be filled with gold bricks." As he spoke, Taylor rummaged through his pocket for his phone, tapping away rapidly. The cylindrical volume of gold. "Oh my goodness. If this hole reaches the ground, there must be at least 4 or 5 tons of gold here. I recall that gold is priced at $2,000 per ounce. So 5 tons would amount to $5 billion. The atmosphere became thick with tension, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing and the swallowing of saliva. Although the gemstones they had just encountered were plentiful, most were merely opals of little value, and while they had felt a thrill, they had managed to keep their composure. Yet the mention of $5 billion pierced their hearts like a sword. In a state of shock, Chun Fei abruptly stood, leaping off the altar and bending down to pick up a black brick from the ground. Almost immediately, a slightly hoarse voice reached Taylor's ears. "Here. The road is also paved with gold bricks." "Oh my God, I'm losing my mind." The tension was shattered as Taylor hopped down from the altar, seizing a black brick to measure it with his fingers. The volume of a gold brick is roughly equivalent to 600 cubic units. Here there are. He shone his flashlight and counted, then fiddled with his phone. A total of 1,000 bricks, which equals 167 cubic meters multiplied by the density equals 32 tons. Then multiplied by 2. $24 billion. Taylor's phone slipped from his grip, clattering onto the pile of gold bricks. Chun Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he calculated. 24 billion plus 3. 5 billion, along with that heap of gemstones of uncertain value. My goodness, what have they discovered? After a moment of stunned silence, Taylor shakily rose to his feet. "Chun, I propose we entrust the entire treasure to the Wilson family for management. I assure you, apart from the necessary share for the landowner, the family will take no more than a 30 handling fee, and the remainder will be split between us. What do you think?" Chun Fei, intrigued by treasure hunting and having done considerable research, understood that while discovering treasure was challenging, the subsequent handling was an entirely different realm beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. First, one must negotiate the division of shares with the entity holding the land ownership rights, and then there was the matter of liquidating the treasure. Not to mention, they had stumbled upon dozens of tons of gold. Without the backing of a formidable force, his life could be at stake at any moment. Thus, Chun Fei did not hesitate and nodded decisively. "No problem. Very well. I need to step outside to make a call. You must ensure this place remains undisturbed. Not a whisper of our discovery should escape before our people arrive." Chun Fei nodded, and Taylor, with a resolute expression, picked up his phone and prepared to leave. "Wait. Taylor, I believe we should select a memento from these items. What do you think?" "A brilliant idea. I shall choose that large tourmaline. How about we each select 2 items? As you wish. For my first choice, I select the white mask. Fire opal. Golden mask. Haha. All settled then. Within 3 hours. Someone will arrive. Should we wait here or find a place to hide?" Chun Fei pondered for a moment. "Let us stay here. If someone comes, we can conceal ourselves." "Very well. Chun, I must now share some critical information with you that may pertain to your life. I have already discussed the situation here with my father, and he has agreed to my proposed distribution plan. We will first ascertain the ownership of this area. after which my father will communicate with the other party to swiftly determine the distribution ratio. My brother will be responsible for transporting the treasures and managing future dealings. We have also estimated the approximate value of these treasures. Assuming no significant discrepancies, each of us should receive around $400 to $500 million. Chun, you may not fully grasp what $400 to $500 million in cash signifies, but I can assure you it embodies both wealth and destruction. It will drive countless individuals to madness, willing to pay any price, even sacrificing their lives. The consequences that arise from this are beyond what any of us can bear. Therefore, it is imperative that you keep this secret. With a serious expression, Taylor delivered his warning, silently allowing Chun Fei time to digest the gravity of the situation. After a while, he added, Chun, you have already said everything that needed to be said. What further questions could I possibly have? Chun, please do not hold it against me. You are alone in a foreign land. I shudder to think what would happen if others were to discover you possess such an astonishing fortune. Chun Fei's demeanor grew solemn. Taylor, I must remain incognito during this treasure affair. Haha, Chun, the very reason I have said so much is for you to utter that line. Our family will announce the treasure incident at an opportune moment, and I will be recognized as the sole discoverer of the treasure, which will bring me immense fame. Do you not envy that? Envy? I would need to be alive to feel envy. Haha, enough teasing. Let us venture out nearby and see if we can find a suitable location for the helicopter to land. As they descended from the altar, Taylor's flashlight inadvertently swept across a small tree. Odd, there is neither water nor sunlight here. How can there be a plant? Chun Fei felt a stir of curiosity. Indeed, how had he not considered such a peculiar phenomenon? Taylor approached the small tree and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Who knows? Perhaps it's a seep from the cave. Or some animal came by and relieved itself. It's just a plant after all. Chun Fei scratched his face and, in a good mood, uprooted the small tree. Let's save it. You brute. You might have just killed it with such roughness. Upon exiting the cave, the two individuals ascended the slope they had previously traversed and soon discovered a flat expanse of stone nearby, ample enough for the landing of a helicopter. This level area was evidently not a natural formation, but rather a creation of the indigenous people from the ruins, unexpectedly benefiting them once again. Time languished in anxious anticipation until, at last, two small black dots appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging as the sound grew louder. Two helicopters swiftly approached from the distance. Chapter 35, An Abundance of Wealth. One helicopter descended first, and a Caucasian youth in his 30s leaped from the craft. Taylor rushed to embrace him briefly before leading him towards the cave. We can depart now. My brother will handle the rest. Did you encounter anything peculiar? Oh, we noticed two helicopters flying over and intended to investigate, but we were chased away. Wesley nodded somberly. Tomorrow, you should explore a different direction. Do not return to that area. Taylor acknowledged this. Then, with a cautious demeanor, inquired, Professor, could you enlighten us on what precisely transpired? This is not your concern. Remember, that direction is off limits. Meanwhile, in Professor Cleary's chamber, have you ascertained who they are? The middle-aged Caucasian shook his head. Can we determine what they are doing? There exists a small ruin beneath a massive stone wall within a large cave. Their objective is a nearby smaller cave, which is somewhat deep. It remains unclear what they have discovered. As they conversed, the middle-aged man's phone suddenly rang. He answered quietly, listening intently before turning to Professor Cleary. I observed them extracting several boxes from a cave, which they directly loaded onto the helicopter. Smith and the others suspect they may have uncovered some treasure. Professor Cleary's countenance darkened considerably. We must continue negotiations. We need to ascertain precisely what they have found. Upon returning to the tent, Chun Fei prepared to plant a small tree at the entrance, intending to excavate it later for transport. However, he had injured the roots when removing it from the altar, and he was uncertain if it would survive. By the way, Chun, I just recalled if they discover the items we retrieved from the temple, it could pose a serious problem. How do you plan to address that? After a moment of hesitation, Chun Fei suggested, perhaps we could bury them beneath the small tree? A splendid idea. Make the pit larger and include my items as well. No, Taylor. If we bury everything together and complications arise, it would be disastrous. Here is the plan. You dig a hole at Gary S. tent entrance and plant a small tree there as well. Later, we can also plant at the Professor S. and the Cafeteria S. entrances. Has Gary not gone out? This is quite simple. When it's time to store the items, we'll distract him for a moment. It's just a matter of 2 shovels of dirt. Naturally, they had no shortage of archaeological tools for excavation. And Chun Fei and his companions promptly addressed the task at hand. As for Gary, recently recovering from illness, He exhibited no interest in such activities, preferring to lie down and play video games instead. As time slowly passes, dusk approaches. Huh? What are these fellows up to? By the following morning, as Chun Fei anticipated, not only were the tents inhabited by people overgrown with wild grass, but even the entrance of the tent designated as a toilet was also adorned with a profusion of weeds. This should be considered somewhat secure. What does Xing Shu Ju mean? The Xing Tan was established to commemorate the great sage Confucius, where his 45th descendant oversaw the construction of a Confucian temple, relocating the main hall and creating an altar surrounded by apricot trees, hence named Xing Tan. I'm afraid you may not understand if I simply write Xing Tan. Are you certain that this is an apricot tree? Chun Fei chuckled lightly, but that is of little consequence. Just like in this world, it is defined by your perception. Whatever you see, that is what it is. Taylor burst into laughter, giving a thumbs up. Chun, you compel me to award you a score of 101. You are truly something else. Chun Fei retaliated with a swift kick, exclaiming, Grandma, have you ever seen 101 Dalmatians? The next day, the trend continued, and Chun Fei noticed that someone had affixed a sign on the toilet door, proclaiming it a grass hall, while the entrance to the dining hall bore the title of a pigsty. He secretly gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, now this is genuine wit, to mock the unpalatable food by likening oneself to a pig. The two found an open stretch of wilderness. Chun, everything has been cleared out. There are a total of 367 tons of gold, but due to insufficient purity, it ultimately amounts to 332 tons of pure gold. At today's market price, it is valued at $23.5 billion. There are 426 gemstones, including 532 rubies and 373 sapphires, with the tourmaline estimated at approximately $83 million. Additionally, my brother suggests donating the 2 masks and 24 terracotta figures to the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, so we won't calculate their value. Do you have any objections? Chun Fei shook his head. The land belongs to the state government, and our family's negotiated distribution ratio is 50-50, meaning each of us will receive $42.6 billion. Chun Fei's breath caught in his throat. Although he had long anticipated this figure, its realization still sent waves of exhilaration through him. Reflecting on that day's experiences now seems almost dreamlike. Who could have foreseen that a mere archaeological internship would catapult him into the realm of billionaires? Converted to RMB, it exceeds 3 billion. No wonder a mere treasure legend can drive countless individuals to madness. At this moment, Chun Fei could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists and let out a series of roars into the wilderness, vivid images of heroism flashing through his mind. Perhaps his initial intentions in exchanging these artifacts were not entirely pure, but at this moment, he truly felt a clear and profound sense of responsibility. Chun, how do you plan to handle those artifacts? You must understand that if they are not properly preserved, they will soon deteriorate. Taylor wore an expression of understanding and added, in light of this, I have a humble request. I hope you will acquiesce. The Wilson family has also prepared several Chinese artifacts to donate to your country, and we hope to contribute alongside you. Oh, this is indeed a splendid matter. I am elated and would never dream of rejecting such an opportunity. The artifacts we have donated pale in comparison to your invaluable treasures, which is precisely why we wish to ride on your coattails. This approach not only facilitates publicity, but may also yield greater benefits for the Wilson family. Would you object to that? Chun Fei's expression turned grave. Tyler, I have previously stated that we all possess our own selfish motives. However, this is a natural human inclination, and it is entirely justifiable. Moreover, each individual weighs the pros and cons, and if they deem it unworthy, no amount of hype will secure additional benefits. What you are entitled to is precisely what you deserve. Chapter 36. The Hunt for a Gorgeous Beauty. Subsequently, the two, alongside Gary, paddled for several days until, with only 5 days remaining in their archaeological endeavor, they finally secured a genuine opportunity for excavation. They were assigned a modest residence located in the inner city, the upper portion of which had succumbed to erosion, while the lower half remained relatively intact due to its burial in the earth. Previous archaeologists had unearthed a portion of the wall, and their task was merely to excavate further along the established traces. Goodness, this is hardly preferable to exploration. With such a small shovel, how long must we toil? Fool, until we depart, of course. Gary, consider yourself fortunate that you are not yet a formal member of the archaeological team. Otherwise, you would truly be digging until the end of days. I believe I shall never pursue archaeology again. Once is sufficient for such folly. Sitting in a museum office, courting lovely ladies and appraising treasures. Doesn't that sound delightful? I might as well present this to Professor Wesley, considering it as additional rent for a few more days in the tent. Furthermore, this camp would soon welcome a new cohort of students, as this was indeed Professor Clay's plan. Utilizing this extensive field excavation as an internship base for numerous schools would not only provide a wealth of free labor, but also foster countless connections. What is not to gain? As for the remuneration for Chun Fei and his colleagues, that would naturally be covered by their own institution. Copperlight. Did you unearth that from the residents? Professor Wesley expressed keen interest in the item Chun Fei presented. Given that the city is only about a millennium old, the feces of humans and animals would not typically fossilize. If this indeed originated from that dwelling, it would be quite intriguing. Chun Fei shook his head, explaining, "This was something we found during our excursion to the mountains. It simply slipped my mind amidst subsequent events." After recounting the circumstances, Professor Wesley's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Excellent. This copperlight is remarkably valuable. It will provide crucial insights into the mysteries of this city's ruins. Your performance during this internship has been exceptional. If I were to assign a grade, it would undoubtedly be an A+. Be diligent in your thesis." Seeing the elderly professor nearly beam with joy, Tyler seized the moment to mention extending their stay in the tents, to which the old gentleman readily acquiesced. Tyler had already coordinated with the guiding company, and with a single phone call, 2 guides arrived at the camp that very evening. "Greetings, I am the guide, Sulo Jones. You may simply call me Sulo. This is Bam Allen. For the next 3 days, we too shall guide you on your hunting expedition. Allow me to first address the matter of discipline." To the astonishment of Chun Fei and the others, the leader dispatched by the hunting company, Su Luo Jones, is a young Caucasian woman, and rather attractive at that. Bam Allen, on the other hand, is a slender young black man. Despite his slight frame, his muscular definition is quite evident, indicating remarkable endurance. "Hey, you two, I have an announcement. I've fallen in love. I have feelings for Su Luo. You won't compete with me, will you?" After a fortnight without the company of women, this fellow would likely fall for a sow if he encountered one. Tyler, accustomed to such antics, shrugged and busied himself with other matters, while Chun Fei shook his head, expressing disinterest, content to let him revel in his infatuation. The following day, before dawn, Chun Fei and his companions were roused by Su Luo, who urged them to hasten to the water source, as the early morning might lure some small creatures to drink, presenting a prime opportunity for hunting. "Remember my instructions from yesterday. According to the company's data, I am certain that there are black bears, wild boars, and no fewer than 10 other dangerous creatures in these mountains. Therefore, you must adhere to my commands. In an unnamed valley, under the guidance of the 2 hunting instructors, Chun Fei and his companions each found a location to lie in wait. Not far ahead lay a small pond, where various birds flitted about. Yet no other animals were in sight. Chun Fei gripped his shotgun tightly, feeling a touch of anxiety. He had only fired a rifle at the shooting range a few times and had never handled a shotgun before. As time passed, small animals began to appear by the pond. Chun Fei aimed at a rabbit, but hesitated, awaiting the instructor's signal to shoot. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, causing Chun Fei's heart to race, and he instinctively pulled the trigger. In the ensuing chaos, several more shots rang out, followed by Su Luo's urgent commands. "Stop! Everyone! Stop! Take cover!" Chun Fei ducked behind a rock, peering out to gauge the situation, uncertain of what had transpired. He had assumed one of them had fired first, and in the excitement, he had merely reacted. At that moment, Su Luo crouched and rushed over, warning him that something was amiss. The recent gunfire was not that of a hunting rifle. Before she could finish her thought, several more gunshots echoed from the direction of the earlier commotion, and a figure appeared atop a distant hillside. Su Luo quickly raised her binoculars for a closer look, and Chun Fei and Tyler instinctively followed suit. It was a woman with long hair. Her features were obscured, but it was clear she was wielding a handgun. Shortly thereafter, 2 men emerged on the slope, also armed with handguns. They were in hot pursuit of the woman, intermittently raising their weapons to fire. The woman, however, deftly altered her route and occasionally retaliated, preventing her pursuers from closing the distance. "Quickly, everyone follow me." Upon discerning the scene from afar, Su Luo urgently beckoned her companions to take shelter behind a large rock. "If they arrive later, aim your guns into the air. Remember, do not aim at people. It is likely that the gunfire from Chun Fei and the others attracted that woman, who is now running towards us." Gradually, her features become clearer. She is a very young woman, possibly not yet 30, strikingly beautiful, with long golden hair. However, at this moment, Her delicate cheeks are drenched in sweat, her brow furrowed, and her tightly clenched jaw causes her facial muscles to slightly contort. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of familiarity rises within Chun Fei. He feels as though he has seen this woman before. It cannot be. Such a beautiful woman would surely leave a lasting impression if they had met. He raises the binoculars and gazes for a while longer, yet cannot recall. Amusingly, he muses, perhaps all beauty is akin, while ugliness is uniquely diverse. Everyone, point your guns skyward and be prepared. When I say fire, you may shoot. As the woman draws nearer, Su Luo peeks out from behind a large rock and shouts, "Do not come any closer. I warn you, do not approach, or we shall open fire. Help me, please." They are coming, accompanied by two nearly simultaneous gunshots. The woman collapses to the ground. At my command, fire. Upon witnessing her fall, Su Luo bellows, issuing the command to shoot. 5 shotguns discharge simultaneously. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the two men swiftly dive to the side, and an eerie silence envelopes the scene. A chorus of shouts ensues. Chun Fei glances around, recognizing the voices as Spanish, yet unable to comprehend their words. Does anyone understand? Su Luo observes everyone shaking their heads, and then turns to shout, "Leave, hurry and depart, or we will fire. Leave, we have already called the police. Wait here, I will go see." After instructing a few individuals, Su Luo slowly approaches the woman on the ground, calling out, "Are you injured? I mean you no harm. Please put down your handgun." "Me fine. I've been shot in the arm. Thank you for your help." A handgun flies out from the grass, and the woman sits up, her upper body stained with blood, her left sleeve completely soaked. "Alan, the first aid kit." Su Luo rushes to the woman, while Alan, who has been following her at a distance, swiftly retrieves and tosses the first aid kit. Seeing that she is ultimately unharmed, Chun Fei and the others emerge from behind the rock and slowly approach the woman. The bullet has grazed her left arm, but fortunately, it merely scraped away a piece of flesh without hitting any major blood vessels. Su Luo's methods of stopping the bleeding, applying medication, and bandaging are professional. He quickly attends to the wound, halting the blood flow for the moment, though further treatment at a hospital will still be necessary. Thank you so much." A smile breaks through the pallor of the woman's face, and a name escapes Chun Fei's lips. "Connie Brantley. You are Connie Brantley." The woman's smile instantly reminded Chun Fei of where he had seen her before, in the Ingers warehouse. He and Will had collaborated to secure a storage space arranged to resemble a bedroom. Within that warehouse, there were 2 photographs, and the girl's smile in those pictures bore an uncanny resemblance to this woman. "No, sir, you must have mistaken me for someone else." The woman paused momentarily, then cast a cold glance at Chun Fei. The chill emanating from her gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Taylor quickly pulled Chun Fei aside and whispered, "Do not provoke her. She has killed before, and more than once." Chun Fei stared at Taylor in shock as he nodded. "I have seen that kind of look before. Several of my bodyguards possess it." Chun Fei silently turned away, thoughts of Spanish, Mexico, and drug lords flashing rapidly through his mind. This was not mere fanciful thinking. In fact, they were only a few dozen kilometers from the Mexico border, in a desolate area, just as depicted in films and television shows. Never mind. He had initially intended to inform her about the warehouse, but now he was spared the trouble of dealing with poor old Juwan. Meanwhile, Su Luo engaged the woman in hushed conversation, then turned to retrieve a backpack, extracting some personal items before handing the backpack and a first aid kit to her. He then accepted a roll of cash from her. "Let us depart." The group left the woman behind and hastened towards the valley's exit, remaining silent throughout the journey. Outside the valley, Su Luo halted. "Taylor, this area is no longer safe. I suggest we change our hunting grounds." Taylor glanced at Chun Fei and shook his head. "Su Luo, thank you, but I have decided to conclude this hunt. Of course, I will pay the penalty. Ending it is fine. We may have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. However, there's no need for the penalty. I will explain the situation to the company." Su Luo raised his hand, revealing a roll of cash within. "Here lies $10,000. Alan and I will take 4,000, and the remainder is yours." The helicopter Taylor summoned would take at least another hour to arrive. It was only after Su Luo left that Gary erupted with excitement. "FCK, that was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. What do you think that woman is? A gangster or a drug lord? Chun, do you know her?" Chun Fei let out a wry smile. It seemed he was not the only one with a vivid imagination. "Do you remember the news from a while back? A letter was discovered in a warehouse, written by the former tycoon Juwan Brantley to his daughter. Are you suggesting that woman is his daughter?" "FCK, you can't be serious." Chun Fei pointed to his eyes, What do you think I do for a living? I wouldn't mistake her. Oh my God, this hunting experience has been absolutely surreal. We actually encountered a stunning beauty. What a shame. What a shame, you say. Listen, if you don't want to attract trouble, keep today's events to yourself. All right, but Taylor, such an exhilarating experience. If you wish to keep your life, just say so. Do not drag me and chin into this. Taylor then threw an arm around Gary's neck. Come, let us go greet Professor Wesley. As he turned, Taylor exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Fei, who nodded eagerly and turned to retrieve a small shovel from the tent. Over the past 10 days, perhaps due to the abundant sunlight and moisture, the young tree exhibited an astonishing vigor, and not only sprouted several new shoots, but also boasted leaves that gleamed with a lustrous sheen, the delicate emerald hue appearing as if it might drip at any moment. Goodness! Chun Fei exclaimed involuntarily upon unearthing the young tree, his face a mask of disbelief. In his hands, the sapling had transformed, boasting countless fine roots that had not been there when it was initially planted. Even more alarming was the sight of these intricate roots, resembling a tangled mass of dense tendrils, tightly encasing an object. This object was none other than the souvenir Chun Fei had retrieved from the temple, the enigmatic white mask of unknown material. Regaining his composure, Chun Fei lifted the sapling to scrutinize its roots closely, only to quickly realize the dire situation. The mask was beyond saving. The roots did not merely encase it. They had penetrated deep into the mask itself. The main root had even pierced through the mask and wrapped around from the back, causing Chun Fei to feel both vexed and perplexed. Had he misjudged the material of the mask? Was it not wood, but rather some unknown bone? A thought sparked in his mind as he subtly activated the radiant gem technique. A vibrant green light suddenly illuminated before him, clear and pure, akin to the finest jadeite, yet infused with a hint of ethereal spirit. His mouth agape in astonishment, he pondered. Could this plant possess a spiritual essence? No, that wasn't quite right. It was not that living plants possessed spiritual essence, but rather, if even the rosewood artifacts held life, why should it be surprising for a living plant to do so? Chun Fei smacked his lips. While it was indeed rational, it still felt slightly strange. He resolved to seek out some living rosewood specimens when the opportunity arose. Or perhaps, this sapling was a variant of rosewood? Lowering his gaze and invoking the radiant gem technique once more, he discovered that the spiritual essence of the mask remained vibrant, albeit lacking the initially overwhelming intensity. This was understandable. Having been compromised, the spiritual essence would naturally diminish. Yet, an odd notion suddenly surfaced in Chun Fei's mind. It seemed that the sapling sought not the nourishment from the mask, but rather was drawn to its spiritual essence. Startled by his own thought, he questioned the feasibility of a life form absorbing the essence of another. Was it possible? If it truly could absorb the essence of other treasures? Chun Fei suddenly felt that the greatest bounty from this treasure hunt might not be the several tons of gold, but rather this sapling he held. Perhaps the ancient Indians had not revered the mask as their offering to the gods, but instead, this very sapling. Amused by his own musings, he chuckled. After all, this sapling was clearly a juvenile. There were scarcely any plants that could live for a millennium in normal conditions, let alone in the environment of a temple. Chun Fei carefully packaged the small tree along with the mask in a plastic bag, and then excavated the large tourmaline, the size of a human head. That belonged to Taylor. Fortunately, the small tree had no interest in this trinket, or else it would have been quite difficult to explain. After tidying up that area, he swiftly made his way to Gary's tent, where he unearthed the golden mask and the fiery opal, ensuring they were all secured properly. The helicopter finally arrived, whisking the three of them directly to Los Angeles. Chun, help me. If you don't assist me soon, your dear Will is going to die. As soon as the call connected, Will's distinctive booming voice erupted from the receiver. Chun Fei disdainfully activated the speakerphone and tossed the mobile onto the sofa, simultaneously dropping his backpack and inquiring, "What's wrong, Will? Is someone bullying you?" "Why, they're all picking on me. Every time I set my sights on a warehouse, they scramble to snatch it away from me. They're relentless. It forces me to spend exorbitant sums just to secure one, but I have no idea why. Despite my prior diligence, I always end up with a pile of trash. Absolute rubbish." Chun Fei chuckled. "Don't you have any self-awareness? Have you forgotten how lucky you were with your previous 2 successes?" The overwhelming publicity had made him a target, and it was astonishing that he still dared to compete for warehouses. Who else could possibly be more foolish than him? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. If he faced more setbacks, fewer people would dare to contest with him over warehouses in the future. If they did, it would simply mean digging a few more pits. Ah, this is fantastic. There's an auction in Inglewood tomorrow morning. Chun, will you accompany me? All right. I'll go with you to see how you bid on warehouses. Chapter 38. I have a divine tree, continued. After discarding his backpack onto the floor, Chun Fei retrieved the small tree from the plastic bag, placed it in an empty flower pot, and tossed in the jewelry box he had purchased from Lily. After a moment of contemplation, he added the white wooden piece he had acquired from the flea market into the pot. Having completed these tasks, he took a refreshing shower and settled onto the sofa to await Will's arrival. Chun, do you have any idea how miserable the past half-month has been for me? I visited 5 cities and participated in 7 warehouse auctions, each time becoming the target of ridicule. I only managed to win 3 warehouses. It cost me a staggering $80,000. 80,000. I've lost everything. Observing Will's woeful expression, Chun Fei couldn't help but laugh. Did you receive invitations to the warehouses in other cities? How much were you offered for your appearance? Is tomorrow's auction also by invitation? No. Only the first 4 warehouses offered me an appearance fee, and after I lost twice, they stopped inviting me. Chun, I must prove myself. You have to help me. Although much of the archaeological endeavor had been lackluster, the thrill of treasure hunting had left him mentally exhausted, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. In the pitch-black void, a small tree, standing at a height of 20 to 30 centimeters, floated in mid-air, its numerous roots undulating like the hair of Medusa, growing longer and larger by the moment. Suddenly, one of the serpentine heads opened its gaping maw. In the depths of slumber, Chun Fei was jolted awake, abruptly sitting up in bed, panting heavily for a few moments before turning on the lamp and rising to investigate the small tree. The dream he had just experienced felt overwhelmingly vivid. Shaking his head, he hastily made his way to the living room, only to squint in disbelief at what he saw. The jewelry box was immaculate, devoid of any roots, yet the white wooden piece was ensnared tightly by a mass of roots, reminiscent of a mask. Indeed, the material of this object was identical to that of the mask. However, Chun Fei gazed at the small tree, perplexed. Its appearance seemed unchanged, yet there was a subtle difference, as if it emanated a familiar aura. This sensation sent a jolt through his heart, a feeling akin to encountering an extraordinary treasure. How could this small tree possibly be a rare gem? The bizarre transformation nearly bewildered him. Rubbing his face vigorously to regain composure, he resolutely activated the pearl light and treasure technique, lifting his gaze towards the small tree. If the small tree had initially exuded a mere hint of sentience, akin to a piece of glassy imperial green jade, at this moment it radiated like a pool of glowing emerald spring water, transparent, clear, vibrant, and lively. Indeed, it was different. Thus, the mystery unraveled. This entity was absorbing the essence from the mask. Furthermore, it could enhance itself through the absorbed energy. Based on current observations, its capacity for absorption appeared limited. For instance, it could not draw from the tanzanite or the jewelry box, suggesting it could only assimilate the essence from materials akin to that of the mask. After pondering for a while, Chun Fei adopted a serious expression and seated himself upon the sofa, gently placing both hands upon the leaves of the small tree. Closing his eyes, he silently began to cultivate according to the memory of the technique. In the darkness, accompanied by a shimmering green light, the spirit once more emerged. As the spirit swirled, a stream of cool energy flowed from Chun Fei's fingertips into his body, ascending and gradually merging with the spirit. The pearl light and treasure technique's appraisal mantra could discern any treasure. Time slipped away unnoticed until Chun Fei slowly opened his eyes. Was it true that each extraordinary item corresponded to a specific mantra? If he were to gather 9 such treasures, could he not then communicate with the essence within, thereby amplifying his power, resulting in 9 distinctive mantras? He contemplated the remaining mysteries of the appraisal technique, but found himself at an impasse. Ultimately setting those thoughts aside and activating the appraisal mantra again, directing his gaze towards the small tree. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. Chun Fei blinked in surprise. No appraisal could be made? What had happened to the promise of discerning all treasures? Undeterred, he tried once more, but yielded no results. Very well. If he could not make an appraisal, he would accept that knowing it was extraordinary sufficed. Subsequently, he activated the appraisal mantra yet again, focusing on the encased white mask. Suddenly, a thought surged forth in his mind. The Chuck mask, dating back 798 years. Chun Fei blinked again, intrigued by the peculiar name. He then picked up the golden mask and scrutinized it with the appraisal mantra. The Chuck mask, dating back 724 years, is indeed the same object, merely differing in material. As he pondered this, he retrieved his phone and opened the search page, swiftly unraveling the significance of Chuck. In Maya mythology, Chuck is the god of rain, one of the 9 deities alongside the sky god, cloud god, god of death, and others. This aligns perfectly. The region in question boasts a desert climate characterized by high temperatures and scant rainfall. Who else would they worship if not the rain god? Regrettably, the craftsmanship pales in comparison to that of the golden mask from ancient Egypt, leaving one to wonder about its value. Setting his phone aside, Chun Fei activated his identification technique once more, directing his gaze towards the white wooden piece. His mind went blank again. Amused and exasperated, he thought to himself, how ridiculous. With this identification technique, I've encountered 2 items in one evening that I cannot authenticate. Nevertheless, it was originally meant to nourish the little tree, so knowing what it was did not truly matter. He resolved to venture out more often to seek additional pieces to feed the little tree, curious about how much it could ultimately grow. Initially, Chun Fei intended to consult a plant expert to determine the tree species, but it was evident that such an approach was no longer feasible. However, repeatedly referring to it as little tree felt unpleasant and did not suit its extraordinary nature. Perhaps he could bestow upon it a more melodious name? A being capable of absorbing other treasures and undergoing self-transformation must possess some divine quality, should it not? How about calling it the divine tree? Yet, that seemed somewhat lackluster. Upon reflection, reversing the name sounded rather appealing. Divine tree could become tree of divine communication or simply communication tree. Yes, from now on, you shall be known as the communication wood. Chapter 39. The Found Wagtail Painting. The night passed without incident, and the following morning Will arrived to pick up Chun Fei, and they set off towards Inglewood. Given its proximity to UCLA, they quickly reached their destination. This auction was modest in scale, comprising only 5 small warehouses, with a mere 30 warehouse hunters in attendance, most of whom were unfamiliar to Chun Fei, just as he was unknown to them. Will, however, had achieved considerable fame in this industry. Everyone recognized him. Yet, it was evident that his recent misfortunes had cast a shadow over his reputation. For Chun Fei detected a hint of provocation and mockery in the glances directed their way. Well, look who it is. Isn't that our all-seeing, invincible Will Simmons? Huh. What brings such a prominent figure to this insignificant auction? It hardly befits your stature. Glaring at the middle-aged white man in a baseball cap with a protruding belly, Will's face flushed with anger. Max, spare me your sarcasm. If you're so confident, let's wager again. All right, what shall we bet on? Name your stakes. Each of us will bid on one warehouse, and we'll see who ultimately reaps the greater rewards. The loser shall never show their face before the winner again. Upon hearing such a resolute challenge, Chun Fei smote his forehead, finding the situation both amusing and bewildering. Will, there are only 5 warehouses in total. With your antics, do you not realize that others will be well aware that each of you must secure one warehouse? Are they not inclined to take advantage of you? Yet, he soon noticed Max's unsightly countenance, and a sudden spark of realization ignited within him, causing a smile to grace his lips. When did Will become so astute? No, it is likely that his reckless bravado unwittingly struck at the opponent's Achilles heel. Indeed, after a moment's hesitation, Max tossed his hand dismissively, exclaiming I shan't engage in such childish games. Ha ha ha, the frenzied Max is a hero, while here he stands as a coward, trembling before the astute Will. Upon witnessing Max's retreat, Will triumphantly swayed his hips and began to sing. Chun Fei discreetly took 2 steps back, distancing himself from this individual to avoid collateral damage when someone inevitably succumbed to the urge to strike him. After a brief wait, the rotund auctioneer, accompanied by his assistant, approached briskly, signaling the commencement of the warehouse auction. The first was a small warehouse. As the door swung open, a colossal mattress sprang forth, startling the individuals in the front row. What a foul stench. Cole, can you move that wretched mattress? It obstructs the view. I apologize, but the rules of the warehouse auction dictate that no items within the warehouse may be touched. Damn, whoever wishes to bid on this cursed warehouse may do so. I certainly shall not. The disgruntled individual muttered as he walked away, and soon it was Chun Fei's turn. Even before reaching the front, an odious odor wafted toward him. Covering his nose, he cast a glance. The warehouse was narrow, with the mattress blocking most of his line of sight, and the foul stench left no desire for further inspection. Very well, today as warehouse number 1, starting bid at $50. Is there anyone interested? $50, $50, $50. The auctioneer's voice was like a machine gun, and Will glanced at Max, who stood beside the auctioneer, defiantly lifting his chin in challenge. Max turned away with a look of disdain. All right, now $50, $50, is there 60? Noticing Max's refusal to engage, Will shrugged, spreading his arms. Coward, how dull. $50. Congratulations, Will. This warehouse is yours. What? What do you mean it's mine? Damn, I did nothing. Do not deny it, Will. You just nodded at me. Now, let us proceed to warehouse number 2. Will stood in stunned silence as he accepted the confirmation slip from the assistant. His expression one of bewilderment. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Max shouted even louder, Will, you novice. Do you not know that it is best to refrain from any superfluous gestures in front of the auctioneer? Otherwise, they will be interpreted as bids. Damn, damn. Max, do not run. I will make you pay. Oh, damn it. This fellow grimaced as he dragged the mattress away and tossed it aside, waiting for the stench to dissipate before he began to clean up. Trash, trash, trash. Upon seeing Chun Fei standing at a distance with his arms crossed, Will was on the verge of tears. Chun, this is the warehouse we partnered to acquire. All right, Chun Fei chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter as he slowly approached to assist Will in tidying up. The warehouse was brimming with clutter, and occasionally they encountered 1 or 2 malodorous plastic bags. After toiling for quite some time, they had yet to uncover a single valuable item. Poor Will. It seemed his record of kneeling would only increase. Max floated by from a distance, and upon catching sight of Will's gaze, he burst into laughter and hurried away. Then another figure drifted past, followed by yet another. Damn it. Will initially felt the urge to give them the middle finger, but soon lost even the interest to turn his head, merely burying himself in the task at hand. Suppressing his amusement, Chun Fei retrieved a long white box from atop a pile of battered furniture. Upon opening it, he let out a soft exclamation. Inside were several sealed vintage photographs, varying in size. The larger ones measured about 70 to 80 centimeters, depicting a grandstand and part of a racetrack, with the words Inglewood Hollywood Park Racetrack inscribed at the top. The smaller images predominantly showcased indoor scenes, along with a few photographs of oil paintings. Each photograph bore a signature in the lower right corner, dated September 8, 1938. Hey, Will, do you know who Jack Warner is? Of course. Jack Warner is the youngest of the Warner Brothers, one of the founders of Warner Brothers Studios and a former Hollywood mogul. What have you discovered? There are several signed photographs of his here. They might be worth something. Photos from 1938? Oh my goodness, we might finally stop losing money. Chun, you truly are my lucky star. Well, who knows how much they could sell for? Regardless, we only spent $50, right? After loading the junk onto a truck, Will took Chun Fei to the Hollywood Park Management Office. They had heard that the office possessed photographs of the Hollywood Park racetrack signed by Jack Warner from 1938, prompting the staff to summon the owner for them. These photographs were remnants from when the Warner Brothers constructed the racetrack in 1938, hiring renowned designers for the initial designs of the racetrack and grandstand. After completion, they commissioned famous artists to paint various oil artworks within the venue. However, due to a devastating fire, much was severely damaged, necessitating reconstruction. Thus, these signed photographs by Jack Warner had become the only remaining memorabilia in existence. Manager Aiden hurried over, filled with nostalgia, as he recounted the history of the photographs. While Chun Fei found himself captivated by a painting on the opposite wall, his gaze frequently drifting in that direction. Mr. Aiden, pardon my interruption. May I take a closer look at that painting? Aiden gestured graciously, then continued conversing with Will. These photographs are quite precious. Might you be interested in selling them? I can offer you a fair price. How much? Will's eyes sparkled with anticipation. $500,000. Will's breath suddenly tightened, but he quickly regained his composure. Mr. Aiton, these photographs belong to both of us, and I need to discuss this with him. Will approached Chun Fei and whispered, Did you hear that, buddy? He is willing to pay $500,000 for these photos. $500,000. Chun Fei was equally astonished. He never imagined these images were worth so much. However, the value of such things is often enigmatic, and it was evident that they had come to the right place today. I have no objections. What about you? Of course. Just as the two were about to shake hands to finalize the deal, Chun Fei suddenly interjected, Mr. Aidon, may I exchange these photographs for that ancient Chinese painting of yours? You know, I am of Chinese descent. Chapter 40. My apologies, but I must intrude on your business again. The ancient painting on the wall is Zhang Zhong's Wagtail, a renowned work from the Yuan dynasty, created in the year 1360. It is exceedingly precious. Zhang Zhong is celebrated as the foremost realist of the Yuan dynasty, and and his artistic style has greatly influenced later generations. The ink-and-wash floral paintings of prominent Ming dynasty artists such as Shenzhou, Zhou Zhimian, and Qin Shan have all inherited his techniques. Only a little over 10 of Zhang Zhong's works survive, most of which are housed in museums in Shanghai and the Bay North region. To encounter one here is indeed a stroke of luck. Manager Aidon, upon hearing Chun Fei's proposal for an exchange, gazed at him in surprise before glancing at the painting on the wall. He scratched his head in apparent dilemma. This painting was a gift from a friend, you know. I hadn't yet decided where to display these photographs, but now that's no longer a concern. Seeing Aidon nod in agreement, Chun Fei felt a surge of joy, yet maintained an impassive facade as he expressed his gratitude. As they exited the management office with the wagtail securely encased in its frame, what could no longer contain his curiosity. Chun, is this painting really valuable? Absolutely. At the 2013 Sotheby's auction, it fetched a staggering $17 million. Its current worth is hard to ascertain. Goodness, are you certain? Could it be that the value of our photographs actually surpasses $17 million? No, I won't be sharing the proceeds of this painting with you. However, without you, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire it. So I will honor our agreement and pay you a 10 commission, along with half of the photograph's value. That means I owe you $370,000. No, Chin. This is entirely two separate transactions. Your deal has nothing to do with me. Listen, you need not give me a single extra cent. Otherwise, it feels as though you don't consider me a brother. Noticing that Chun Fei was about to protest further, Will spoke with seriousness. If I want a commission, I will earn it through my own efforts. Chun, I'm not a paragon of virtue, but I only take what I deserve. Please respect my choice. Chun Fei shrugged. What could he say in response to such a friend? No, brother. Observing Chun Fei's resignation, Will joyfully embraced him. If you genuinely wish for me to earn a commission, there's an opportunity at hand. I wonder if you might be interested. Oh, what treasure do you speak of? A Paul Cezanne? Inexplicably, a name surfaced in Chun Fei's mind. Mount St. Victor. Could it be that painting? May I see it first? Certainly. Just a moment. Allow me to make a call. Soon, the call ended. Let us proceed directly. He happens to be at the seller's location. Meanwhile, at the Hollywood Park Management Office, Aiden perused the photographs once again, contemplating what benefits he could extract from the Warner Museum should he decide to part with them. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the adjacent vacant wall, prompting him to retrieve his phone. The two had quarreled over a project, leading Aiden to visit this place infrequently, and thus he had forgotten about the painting. Preoccupied with the potential advantages these photographs might yield, he had carelessly agreed to trade the painting. Now he found himself regretting that decision. He should have called to inquire before making such commitment. It was of no use to know now. It might lead the other party to misconstrue his intentions as a sign of yielding. Damn, I was not at fault in that matter. Why should I concede? As Chun Fei and Will drove towards their destination, they were oblivious to the intricacies involved. A rapid exchange, fraught with misunderstandings, left all parties satisfied. What more could one desire? The car rolled to a stop in front of a villa near MacArthur Park, where Will alighted and rang the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing not Klaus, but a middle-aged Caucasian man whom Chun Fei recognized from their previous encounter at the company while assessing an emerald gemstone. You must be friends of Klaus. Please come in. He is with me. The man stepped aside, and a hearty laughter resonated from within a room. Hey, Will, my dear. I've heard you've been having a streak of bad luck. Already down on your knees thrice. Are your shorts still intact? Ha ha ha. Damn it. That cursed Klaus. I should shove my shorts into that foul mouth of yours. Klaus, with his corpulent frame, laughed heartily as he embraced Will, engulfing the slender figure like a fledgling swamped by a mound of flesh, causing Chun Fei to grimace. Unexpectedly, the same misfortune soon befell him, as Klaus released Will and enveloped Chun Fei in a similar embrace. Oh damn, curse Klaus, remove your filthy hands from my backside. The group chuckled as they ventured into the living room, where Chun Fei's pupils suddenly constricted in surprise. A familiar face awaited him. David Brown. David stood, astonished, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dismay as he regarded Chun Fei, inwardly lamenting how he seemed to encounter this wretched individual everywhere. However, he soon noticed that Chun Fei had come alone. The young master of the Wilson family was conspicuously absent, prompting him to exhale a long sigh of relief and gradually regain his composure. Well, what a surprise to encounter you here, David. Have you recovered? Are you fit to testify? Our lawyer has been growing impatient. Chun, do not go too far. No. David, I never intentionally bully anyone unless I can no longer contain myself. Chun Fei shook his finger, his face adorned with a playful smirk. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. You still owe me an apology, and I have been waiting for it. David Brown fixed his gaze on Chun Fei, his expression shifting dramatically. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled deeply and murmured, "I'm sorry." "Speak up, I can't hear you." Chun Fei barked. "I'm sorry." I said I'm sorry. Was that clear enough this time? David Brown clenched his fists and shouted, his neck veined with strain, the humiliation and fury in his eyes nearly spilling over. Chun Fei leaned back with a dismissive air. All right, let us put that incident behind us. Quickly stow away that pitiful expression of yours. One might think I've been bullying you." David shot Chun Fei a resentful glance before angrily turning his head away. Chun Fei's lips curled into a cold smile as he diverted his gaze from David to the painting on the easel not far away. Accompanying David, Alan understood the situation well. Upon witnessing the conflict subside, he softly inquired, "David, shall we leave?" "Leave? Why will we leave? I'm not afraid of Collins. Come on, let's continue our discussion." The middle-aged man who had welcomed Chun Fei and the others, Mr. Brown, glanced back and forth between the two parties, his face displaying evident discomfort. "That's fine. You may continue your discussion. I will take a look at the painting first." Chun Fei smiled at him and stepped toward the easel, Whipple following closely behind, glaring fiercely at David Brown, though sadly, no one paid him any heed. Chun Fei halted in front of the easel, one arm propped on his elbow while the other supported his chin, silently scrutinizing the artwork. The painting was of medium size, approximately 65 centimeters in width and about 80 centimeters in height. The content of the piece was quite similar to the photograph he had seen that day. However, one fact was certain. The last painting by Paul Cezanne, Mont Saint-Victoire, was indeed housed in the Municipal Museum of Zurich, Switzerland. Thus, this painting was undoubtedly a replica. Yet, at this moment, Chun Fei experienced a peculiar sensation. He felt that this painting did not seem to pale in comparison to Cezanne's work. He even mused that placing the original Cezanne beside it might not definitively overshadow this piece. Previously, when viewing the photograph at the company, he had not felt this way. Could it be that this was a genuine painting, while that day he had only seen a photograph? For the vast majority of painted works, merely viewing photographs does not allow for a profound appreciation of their essence. The enigmatic quality cannot be conveyed through other means, no matter how well it is done. It remains ineffectual. Chun Fei shook his head slightly, realizing that mere visual inspection would not suffice. He would need to employ a powerful technique. He quietly activated the pearl and gem technique. The first thing that caught his eye was a faint circle of purple, followed by a brilliant ring of golden yellow. Encapsulated in the center was a vibrant circle of tender green, reminiscent of the fresh buds of early spring, seemingly fragile, yet brimming with life. The more advanced the skill of the creator, the more concentrated the essence. Thus the light becomes ever more dynamic. A tempest of emotions surged within Chun Fei. Although he had never encountered the authentic works of Paul Cezanne, he believed that even the true masterpieces would scarcely surpass this one under the scrutiny of the pearl light technique. Many less meticulously crafted pieces often paled in comparison to this. But who could have replicated it? After calming his tumultuous thoughts, he activated the appraisal technique once more. The insights flowed forth effortlessly, as if they were ingrained in his memory. Mont Saint-Victoire, 44, Paul Cezanne, 117 years ago. Chun Fei blinked in astonishment. This was bound to stir significant trouble. Cezanne devoted his life to the theme of Mont Saint-Victoire, producing a total of 44 oil paintings and 43 watercolors on the subject. This oil painting, numbered 44, dated back to 1906, and should indeed be his final piece, Mont Saint-Victoire. He turned to glance at David, who was engaged in a hushed conversation with Collins, a mischievous smirk creeping onto his lips. "My apologies, but it seems I must encroach upon your business once again." Chapter 41. Why do you have such audacity? David Brown was in a quandary. He was absolutely certain that this Mont Saint-Victoire was a forgery. Yet, with his professional discerning eye, he recognized that the skill of the forger was remarkably high, and the painting itself was executed with seamless precision. Such a work, if passed off as an original, would not be easy to sell, yet it was not an insurmountable task given his expertise and connections. The pressing question was, how could he acquire it at a bargain price? By chance, he had initially intended to avoid this endeavor, but he succumbed to Alan's persuasion and ultimately decided to proceed. His original plan was to unveil the truth about the original piece in Zurich, assess the quality of the forgery, and if satisfactory, casually expend a few hundred or $1,000 as if purchasing a mere decorative piece. Should the quality prove lacking, he would simply apologize and withdraw. However, upon witnessing the painting, he swiftly altered his course. Encountering such a convincingly replicated work warranted a more strategic approach, one he could not forgive himself for neglecting. Thus, he feigned ignorance of the painting's true nature and began haggling with Collins over the price. However, after the price was reduced from $6 million to $3,800,000, Collins remained obstinate, refusing to budge further. This amount was within the realm of his acceptance. Should he acquire it, he could potentially sell it as a genuine piece, with a chance of reaping 15 to 20 times the investment. Yet, everything remained contingent on possibilities. If the operation encountered unforeseen complications, would he not suffer a staggering loss of $3,800,000? Mr. Brown, I have already stated that I am not the owner of this painting. I am merely the agent for Torn Prince, and the authority granted to me is $3,800,000. David Brown rubbed his forehead in vexation. Shall I return tomorrow? Yet, postponing to the next day would complicate the negotiation further. What should he do? Mr. Collins, I must depart Los Angeles tomorrow, so I hope to resolve this matter before I leave. David racked his brain for yet another reason, preparing to exert more pressure when, suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Mr. Collins, would you mind enlightening me on the price of this oil painting? No, Mr. Chun. It will be my pleasure to assist you. Collins cast a glance at David, his round face beaming with a smile that nearly obscured his eyes. An opportunity had arisen. These two gentlemen were about to engage in a grand performance. If only he could capitalize on the discord between them. Mr. Chun, I must clarify that I am not the owner of this painting. The owner is Torion Prince, a player for the Lakers, and I am his agent. Mr. Chun suddenly understood. No wonder he had seen a towering African-American the other day. Torion is rather busy and has entrusted me with the sale. He informed me that the asking price is $6 million. Mr. Chun shook his head. That price is somewhat steep, Mr. Collins. I believe $2 million is a more reasonable offer. David Brown had initially intended to remain a mere spectator to Mr. Chen's antics, as he could not fathom any reason for Mr. Chen to be interested in the painting. Yet, now this fellow had brazenly made an offer. He had made an offer. Although the price was exceedingly low and Collins would never agree, the act of offering itself was a provocation against David Brown. Chun, are you certain you want to involve yourself? Mr. Chun looked bewildered. Mr. Collins, am I not allowed to make an offer? No, Mr. Chun. We welcome any earnest buyer. It's just at your price. Ah, I'm relieved to hear I can make an offer. You had me worried, thinking you had already finalized the deal. He then turned to David. My apologies, David. I simply have an interest in this piece. It is certainly not personal against you. Listening to the eerily familiar words and gazing at the irritatingly smug face before him, David felt his blood boil. He clenched his teeth, taking a moment to quell his rage. Chun, you said it was in the past. Indeed, it was in the past, which is why I mentioned earlier that I merely have an interest in this oil painting and it is not directed at you. Very well, you are quite something. $3,800,000. That was my previous offer. Dare to counter it. $3,900,000. $5 million. Chun, do not go too far. David nearly ground his teeth to dust, his anger causing waves of dizziness. If not for the last vestige of reason, he would have already thrown a punch. Mr. Collins, is my request excessive? No, not at all. Not a problem whatsoever. Oh, I nearly forgot. The person making this request should set an example. Please hold on a moment. Mr. Chun produced his phone, dialed Taylor's number. Taylor, I need money right now. Transfer $5 million to me immediately. Mr. Chun, where are you? Your newly issued gold card is in my possession. I'll bring it to you right away. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's tone, Taylor quickly grasped his intent, ensuring that the necessary cooperation would be provided. No need for that. Just transfer $5 million to me. Just as Mr. Chen was preparing to make a grand show of himself, David Brown's fury reached its zenith. However, upon hearing the name Taylor, all his fury melted away like ice meeting boiling water, disappearing without a trace. He cast a deep glance at Chen Fei, turned silently, and walked away. Mr. Brown, Mr. Collins, although David's previous offer seemed to carry the intent of price inflation, I am a man of my word. $9 million is acceptable. If not, I can only express my regrets. Mr. Chun, please hold on. I will call Torin. Mr. Chun, Torin has agreed to the transaction. After leaving the villa, Chun Fei made a detour to the bank, depositing his gains into the safe while retrieving the bronze sword. The sacred sword of Zinriomiwo, dating back 879 years. Chun Fei pondered over the name, but could not discern its true significance. Was it the sword once wielded by Dunba Zinriomiwo, the founder of the Yongzhongbin religion? Or was it merely a sword named after the founder? The latter date indeed aligns with the assertion that the Yongzhongbin religion was established 4,000 years ago. Yet this does not conclusively clarify anything. Just because I was founded 8,000 years ago does not preclude the existence of a sacred sword 4,000 years ago. Nevertheless, such details were of little consequence. The essence remained that it was functional. He certainly had no intention of flaunting this sword. After toying with the sacred blade and feeling his mood stabilize, Chun Fei approached a small tree, gripping the sword in one hand while resting the other upon the tree, silently initiating his cultivation technique. To his astonishment, he formed a cycle on both sides. As time drifted by, Chun Fei slowly opened his eyes. The foundational technique, the character recognition technique, and the appraisal technique had merged. So that initial one was called the foundational technique. He contemplated this for a while before rising to retrieve the pure silver jewelry box, focusing intently on it. A faint, nebulous light materialized before him, encircled by a soft green hue, with hints of pale yellow and lavender. Simultaneously, a thought emerged from the depths of his mind, as if innately understood. The embossed silver jewelry box with a rose and fruit motif dates back 83 years. There is damage to the lower right corner of the box's face, and the base of all four corners is severely compromised. At that moment, his phone, which he had tossed aside, suddenly rang. "Hello, Taylor. Didn't we agree there was no need to rush? Well, if you want to come over, then by all means." After tidying up the room briefly, Taylor arrived shortly. "Here, the VIP gold card from Wells Fargo, with a balance of..." Taylor scratched his head, tapping on his phone before looking up and saying, 426 billion minus 5 million leaves 421 billion. Chun Fei was hardly surprised by such mathematical prowess from the foreigner. It was astonishing that a graduate student needed a calculator for such simple arithmetic. He was truly in awe. Will my presence complicate the negotiations? It's as if they would inevitably invite many wealthy individuals from Huagua to auction Chinese artifacts. Taylor sheepishly scratched his head, admitting, in fact, it was the other party who expressed a desire to invite you. They assured that it would not affect the outcome of the negotiations. Chen understood that news cannot be contained. That night, David caused quite a commotion. Although he later emerged to clarify matters, the Declaration of Independence subsequently surfaced, explicitly indicating the exchange of cultural relics from Huagua. Chun Fei could only manage a bitter smile and a shake of his head, resigning himself to the journey ahead. "I have already purchased your plane ticket. If we depart now, we should arrive in Boston just in time for a late-night snack." Chun Fei nodded at Tyler, realizing that this fellow had evidently prepared a small bag well in advance. Upon reaching the airport, he suddenly recalled that Los Angeles lay in the southwest of the West Coast, while Boston was in the northeast of the East Coast. What a trek across the entire expanse of the United States. By 10 o'clock that evening, Chun Fei and Tyler finally arrived at the hotel. Just as they settled in, a young Caucasian man entered, the very individual who had descended from the helicopter that day. "Chun, this is my older brother Ryan, whom you have met. He is presiding over this negotiation." "Good evening, Mr. Wilson. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance." "No need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to Tyler instead." In fact, if it hadn't been for Tyler's insistence, I would have deemed myself a noble person even if the Declaration of Independence and those treasures amounted to a total of $50 million. Chapter 42. Why Are You So Arrogant? Part 2. Chun Fei was taken aback, and an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within him. "Mr. Wilson, what do you mean by that?" Noticing Tyler's anxious expression, desperately attempting to intervene, Ryan raised his right hand, signaling the two to remain calm. "Chun, I'm merely speaking the truth. If you cannot accept this fact, then I must say you are unworthy of being Tyler's friend." Gazing at Ryan's condescending demeanor, Chun Fei could not help but laugh in exasperation. How dare he employ such rhetoric in front of him? Why did he consider it rhetoric? Because refuting Ryan's statement would require the assumption that, without Tyler as a friend, Chun could still adeptly handle these matters. Yet, making such an assertion would inherently negate all of Tyler's efforts, inevitably wounding his feelings. The more Tyler invested, the greater the hurt. Thus, Ryan's concluding remark rang true. Chun was indeed unworthy of being Tyler's friend. Taking a deep breath to suppress his inner fury, Chun Fei smiled and embraced Tyler. "I choose Tyler." Ryan nodded in satisfaction, but Tyler was not having it. "Ryan, on what grounds do you criticize my friend? Even without me, Chun has other friends in his homeland. Why do you presume he cannot manage? Perhaps he could achieve even more." Ryan was taken aback by his foolish brother's outburst. Having initially thought that Chen's declaration of choosing Tyler demonstrated his awareness and willingness to concede for the sake of their friendship. However, it now seemed evident that Chen's words held a double meaning. His choice of Tyler could certainly be interpreted as a concession for the sake of camaraderie. but it could just as easily suggest that he anticipated Tyler would defend him. The very words that Ryan believed would hurt Tyler had, in fact, backfired and shattered his argument. All right, Tyler, I apologize. I underestimated Chun. Is that acceptable? Having spoken, he extended his right hand toward Chen Fei and said, My apologies. Chun, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Ryan Wilson, the elder brother of Tyler. It is a pleasure to meet you. The following day at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, Chen Fei and Tyler sat quietly in the conference room alongside Ryan's negotiation team, awaiting the arrival of the museum's director. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room, prompting both negotiation teams to rise in unison, directing their gazes toward the entrance. A balding, middle-aged Caucasian man entered, the 11th director in the museum's history, Matthew Teitelbaum. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, both parties took their respective seats, and Ryan solemnly introduced Chun Fei to the director. Good day, Mr. Chun. The main reason for your visit today is to discuss a particular matter. The director adjusted his glasses and inquired, May I ask how you intend to handle these artifacts once they are in your possession? Handle them? Well, Director, I've been raised in an antique family. Both my parents have been involved in professions related to antiques. Thus, I have developed a fondness for collecting these artifacts. I intend to keep the items acquired in this exchange for my own collection. A clear expression of surprise crossed the director's face. However, I was under the impression that you intended to donate them directly to the National Museum of China. Director, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I may have mentioned that one day I might consider donating some artifacts to the National Museum, but certainly not at this moment. Oh dear, the director lamented as he rubbed his forehead. Mr. Chun, we had also prepared several precious artifacts to donate alongside you to your National Museum. Chun Fei couldn't help but smirk inwardly, having anticipated their ulterior motives. So this was their plan, to casually select a few artifacts, hitch a ride on my coattails, and through vague rhetoric, transform themselves into esteemed allies of China. They would then bask in accolades and gratitude, all the while pocketing a hefty sum in donations. How brazen they must be. My apologies, Director, but the reason I specifically requested to exchange these 6 artifacts is due to my deep affection for them. Hence, I am unlikely to consider donating them in the near future. Very well, I shall reflect on this matter further. Mr. Ryan, I will take my leave now. Please continue your discussions. After seeing the director off, Ryan exchanged a few words with the other party's representative before sliding a thick stack of documents across the table to Chen Fei. Chun, here is the contract. Please review it, and if there are no issues, you may sign it directly. Chun Fei flipped to the page detailing the transaction, meticulously verifying the names and photographs of the items, and smiled. All is in order. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. As Tyler casually perused the contract, he inquired, Tyler, you truly are like a worm in my belly. Goodness. Tyler chuckled, playfully kicking Chun Fei, and then extended an invitation. Chun Fei shuddered, looking at Tyler in shock. Are we meeting your parents? Tyler, I never knew you were this kind of person. Get away from me, you insufferable pest. Goodness. The airplane once again traversed the North American continent, arriving in the picturesque city of San Francisco on the West Coast. As the two individuals stepped out of the airport, they were greeted by a driver adorned with white gloves who ushered them into a brand new sedan. What kind of vehicle is this? It seems unfamiliar. It must be a Cadillac Celestiq, an electric model that has yet to be released, correct, Tom? Indeed, sir. Your keen eyes impressive. Chun Fei smirked, pondering what else to say. The driver was simply being his authentic self. The car glided along the highway for over half an hour, eventually arriving at a mansion nestled on a hillside facing the sea. Upon parking in front of the main building, Chun Fei followed Taylor into the grand foyer. Aunt Jenny, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. I truly admire you, Taylor exclaimed. Ascending to the second floor, they approached a door, where Taylor gently knocked before pushing it open after receiving an invitation to enter. Welcome, Chun. Please have a seat. Thank you, Uncle. Chun Fei complied, taking a seat across from Taylor's father, who appeared remarkably youthful. One could easily believe he was in his 40s. However, there was a sternness about him, exuding an air of authority that even the lively Taylor now mirrored in his posture. The purpose of your visit today is primarily to express my gratitude in person. The Declaration of Independence has significantly aided our family, and I would also like to ask for your assistance in reviewing the artifacts we intend to donate to your country. Each locale possesses its own unique customs, and I am uncertain whether these items might inadvertently offend any sensibilities. After a brief exchange, the man rose and retrieved a substantial scroll from the bookshelf, presenting it to Chun Fei. This is a small gift for you. In the coming days, I would like Taylor to show you around San Francisco. As they exited the study, Taylor and Chun Fei simultaneously exhaled with relief, exchanging amused glances. Chun, quickly open it and see what marvelous treasure the old chap has bestowed upon you. It seems I have never laid eyes on it before. Chun Fei turned to evade the outstretched hand of his companion, playfully stating, "Your father said I shouldn't look," while unable to resist a furtive glance at the scroll using the jewel glimpse technique. Upon his first sight, he could not help but shudder. How extravagant! A gift valued at over $100 million, and he refers to it as a mere trinket? Chapter 43, An Astonishing Surprise, Part 1. Through the lens of the jewel glimpse technique, the yellowed scroll emanated a halo of iridescent light, and thoughts naturally flowed into his mind. The biographies of Lin Po and Lin Xiangru by Huang Tingjian, dating back 928 years. Chun, are you feeling cold? You seem to be trembling constantly. How could anyone not tremble while holding a potential ticking time bomb? The initial thrill of discovery had vanished, leaving only a profound sense of confusion and astonishment. Taylor's father's seemingly innocent gift was, in fact, a treacherous burden, one that could be life-threatening. For Chun Fei had suddenly recalled that Huang Tingjian's calligraphy of biographies of Lin Po and Lin Xiangru, valued at over $10 million, was part of the collection housed in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Chun Fei sensed an immense conspiracy stealthily approaching him, and in that fleeting moment, an impulsive urge to cast everything aside and flee surged within him. He pondered whether he could return this item to his uncle, for as the saying goes, one ought not to receive rewards without merit. At this juncture, Tyler's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he leaned closer to Chun Fei, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "A thought has just struck me. We have previously uncovered numerous Indian relics, yet I have never heard whispers of treasure being discovered. Could it be that they simply have not sought in the right places? What a fanciful daydream." Chun Fei retorted. "My interest in that altar was piqued by the possibility mentioned in the materials my mentor provided." "Not necessarily," Tyler exclaimed with growing enthusiasm, his footsteps becoming lighter. "I tell you, it is precisely us audacious youngsters, unafraid of the unknown, who might dare to explore. Had Professor Kelly and his colleagues discovered the altar first, it would have the audacity to approach it without unequivocal evidence." As Tyler's excitement escalated, he declared, "Chun, I have made up my mind. Let us jointly establish a treasure hunting company, starting with a clandestine survey of all existing Indian relics." Chun Fei regarded this overly exuberant individual, who appeared as if he had consumed an excess of vitality-enhancing elixirs, with a bemused expression. "Are you certain this course of action won't lead to dire consequences? Shaw, many of those relics have become tourist attractions. What formidable defenses could there possibly be?" Tyler dismissed Chun Fei's concerns. "You needn't worry about that. I will arrange for the company registration tomorrow. Just prepare to contribute financially." Having resolved this matter, Tyler seemed to suddenly recall the purpose of their expedition. "All right, I must first take you to view that collection of artifacts, and then we shall stroll through Chinatown." Without allowing Chun Fei a chance to object, Tyler whisked him down to the underground chamber, opening a heavy iron door and stepping inside. "This is a repository belonging to our family. In a couple of days, the treasures you possess will be stored here temporarily. Those artifacts, they're designated for donation. Take a look." Chun Fei nodded, curiously surveying his surroundings. The arrangement of this antique collection suggested it was intended for public viewing, as he noted the presence of a leisure area and an open display of antiquities, reminiscent of many exhibition spaces. Although the room was subterranean, it boasted excellent ventilation, with humidity and temperature meticulously regulated by specialized machinery. Yet, he wondered why the displayed antiquities were so few, perhaps only brought forth during moments of genuine exchange. The artifacts Tyler mentioned were arranged on a wall-mounted cabinet. There were merely 6 items on display, 5 pieces of porcelain and a paper scroll. Although few in number, the significance they bore was undeniably profound. Chun Fei examined each piece meticulously from left to right, quickly affirming his assessment. While these porcelain items might not fetch a high price, each was a treasure in the eyes of a museum. The first piece on the left was an original porcelain artifact from the Warring States period, followed by an early Eastern Han celadon, a primitive Western Han porcelain, a Tang Dynasty blue glaze jar adorned with bird-shaped knobs, and finally, an early Tang tricolor wine pot. As for that painting, it is a masterpiece known as the Scenic Beauty of Nanhu, inscribed by the Emperor Qianlong. Regardless of its artistic merit, its significance is unparalleled. If Chun Fei's memory serves him correctly, this should be a looted artifact from the Yuan Mingyuan, the old summer palace. Chun, what do you think? Chun Fei sincerely gave a thumbs up. The quality of the items was exceptional, and even more commendable was the thoughtfulness behind them. These treasures undoubtedly reflect the sincerity of the Wilson family, and you will surely be well received. That's wonderful. Let's go for a stroll in Chinatown and enjoy some Chinese cuisine while we're at it. San Francisco's Chinatown is the oldest in the United States and the largest in the West, rivaled only by New York's Chinatown in the East. Chun Fei had little interest in the so-called attractions, yet he found himself enchanted by the ordinary street scenes. I recall there's a pawn shop nearby, owned by our fellow countrymen. How about we take a look? Upon noticing Chun Fei's interest, Tyler's mind shifted to a particular place. A pawn shop? Sure. Let's check it out. Tyler led Chun Fei down the street for about 200 to 300 meters before turning into a nondescript alley. Deep within the alley, a modest storefront displayed a sign prominently featuring the characters for pawn shop. Stepping inside, Chun Fei observed that the interior was not much different from a typical general store, albeit somewhat larger. There were few patrons, only a handful scattered about, but that was to be expected. Who would visit a pawn shop without reason? A middle-aged Chinese man noticed their entrance and greeted them with a smile. How may I assist you, gentlemen? No need. We will browse on our own for now. We'll call you if we need anything. Very well. Please take your time. Chun Fei nodded and approached the counter, beginning to examine the items on display. Just then, a piercing screech of brakes echoed from outside, and as Chun Fei turned to look, 3 masked men armed with automatic rifles stormed in. Robbery. Everyone on the ground. Hands on your heads. Hurry. Chun Fei was taken aback, never expecting to encounter such a scene typically reserved for the silver screen. He stood frozen in shock. Hey, didn't you hear me? A dark barrel was pointed directly at him. Tyler yanked him down to the floor, but Chun Fei's gaze remained fixed on the chest of the assailant. The robber, noticing Chun Fei's defiance, lowered the gun and strode purposefully towards him. Stay down, shouted a man guarding the entrance, followed by, everyone, we're just after money and wish no harm, so please cooperate. We'll take a few things and leave. After being chastised, the robber named Motorcycle approached the counter to assist another thug, while the guard leveled his weapon at the store's interior. In no time, the group of robbers fled with 2 large bags, and only when the sound of their vehicle faded did the patrons finally rise, pale-faced. Chun, how could you be so bold just now? Those robbers are ruthless. Chun Fei let out a bitter laugh. Could he attribute this to a lack of experience? In the joyous land of America, gunfire echoed every day. How absurd. Previously, he had merely found it amusing, yet today it felt alarmingly close to home. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the fright you've endured. The police will arrive shortly. I kindly ask you to bear with us a moment longer to serve as witnesses for my humble establishment. An elderly Chinese man with a short beard emerged from behind the counter. Though his complexion was pale, he maintained a calm demeanor. However, Chun Fei could see the fury simmering in his eyes. Daj Wang, please assist Xiao Shui in assessing the losses. Iran, could you attend to our guests? The elder said this before pulling out his phone, dialing as he stepped outside. An hour later, after completing the report, Chun Fei and Tyler emerged from the pawn shop, exchanging rueful smiles. Chun, are you still interested in exploring? Or shall I invite you to a bar for a drink to calm your nerves? Is it always this chaotic around here? It seems both the shopkeeper and the robber are rather accustomed to such occurrences, or perhaps they simply fulfill their respective roles. Regardless, I can't shake this peculiar feeling. Who knows? But most robberies unfold like this. As long as one does not resist, there is little danger. Does that mean this is not your first encounter? Tyler draped an arm around Chun Fei's shoulder, urging him forward. Suddenly, Chun Fei's eyes narrowed as he spotted a figure in the crowd ahead. Don't speak. Follow that person. What? Which person? Tyler, momentarily bewildered, craned his neck in confusion. Don't look around. Just keep up with me, quickly. Without further explanation, Chun Fei hastened a few steps to blend into the crowd, feigning the demeanor of a tourist while keeping a watchful eye on the side ahead. What is happening, Chun? Tyler whispered, leaning in closer. That individual appears to be the robber who attempted to assault me earlier. I recognize the jade pendant he wears on his chest. Damn, Tyler muttered under his breath, staring at Chun Fei as if he were a monster. Don't tell me your reason for not ducking earlier was to observe the robber's features? What do you think? Chun Fei shot him a glance. Call the police. No, let us keep our eyes on him first. I'll summon my family. Tyler exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. How dare he point a gun at me? Soon, the call was made. Half an hour passed. What is the situation now? It seems that guy is just loitering around here. Do you think he might be gauging the police's response? That is unlikely. The police left long ago. At that moment, a rugged SUV roared into view, screeching to a halt at the street corner where the pawn shop stood before quickly disappearing around the bend. Chun Fei observed that the robber, feigning interest in a vendor's wares, was nonetheless fixated on the SUV until it vanished from sight. Before long, another van entered the narrow street, and the brute exhibited a similar reaction. Tyler, do Chinese gangs still exist in Chinatown? Tyler nodded. Indeed, and that shopkeeper is likely affiliated. His earlier composure was too unsettling. The two vehicles that had just arrived were undoubtedly reinforcements summoned by him. I believe I have discerned the intentions of the robber left behind here. This cannot be. I must relay this discovery to Kevin. As Taylor dialed the phone, he followed Chun Fei's movements. Chun Fei noticed the robber merely lingering nearby, so he opted for a stall where he could keep an eye on him, casually haggling with the vendor while donning a baseball cap. By the time 3 souvenirs were laid before him, another car drove into the alley where the previous one had entered, and after a full 5 minutes, no other vehicle followed. At this juncture, Chun Fei's large plastic bag was already brimming with a dozen assorted souvenirs. How much longer, Taylor? The guy seems ready to leave. Follow him. Kevin's group would require at least 5 more minutes. Hurry, he is truly about to depart. Chun Fei tossed 2 bills to the vendor, hoisted the plastic bag, and strode away, leaving the vendor utterly perplexed. What the hell? Just a moment ago, he was haggling over every cent, and now he is throwing down cash without waiting for change. What kind of madness is this? Oh no, the guy's about to flee. Quick, Taylor, call the police. As Chun Fei took a couple of steps, he suddenly noticed the robber approaching a motorcycle parked by the roadside. Without a second thought, the robber mounted the bike, prompting Chun Fei to break into a jog. Taylor seized him. Damn it, are you out of your mind? They have guns. Hearing this, Chun Fei hesitated, his mind racing. Shouting a warning would likely make the robber flee faster, and there would not be enough time to alert the police. He could only memorize the license plate number, though it was likely a fake. While he pondered, the robber had already ignited the motorcycle. To Chun Fei's astonishment, the man executed a sharp turn and headed directly toward their direction. Realizing the opportunity was slipping away, Chun Fei quickly devised a plan. He lunged forward, pretending to trip, letting the plastic bag slip from his grasp, which he hurled toward the robber's face. The screech of tires echoed, followed by startled gasps as the motorcycle collided with a bystander while attempting to evade the plastic bag. The robber quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing toward the direction from which the bag had come. Meanwhile, Taylor was bent down, aiding Chun Fei, so the robber failed to notice them, merely cursing as he righted his motorcycle, intent on fleeing again. You think you can escape without paying? Brothers, stop him. Get out of the way. If you don't want to die, then move. Seeing someone daring enough to obstruct him, the robber revved the engine to its maximum, and the thunderous roar forced those in front of the motorcycle to retreat hastily. However, one individual, undeterred, sidestepped the bike's front, gripping the robber's arm tightly. I got him. Quickly, lend a hand. The robber, now desperate, struggled to shake him off, but as he prepared to disregard everything and accelerate the motorcycle, Chun Fei arrived, delivering a powerful kick to the robber's groin, toppling both him and the bike to the ground. Observing the robber entangled with the individuals who had attempted to block the vehicle, Chun Fei approached the young black man lying on the ground, groaning. Are you all right? Do you need an ambulance? The groans abruptly ceased, as if the individual had not heard, and he rolled over, resuming his loud lamentations. Chun Fei furrowed his brow, poised to inquire further, when Taylor suddenly tugged at him, shaking his head with a smile. These fellows are just street thugs. Haven T, you notice they're preoccupied with extorting money over there? I suspect this guy is merely feigning. Upon hearing this, Chun Fei glanced once more at the young black man, only to find him surreptitiously watching the altercation, and it appeared he'd switched the leg he was nursing. A wry smile crept onto Chun Fei's face. Today had indeed been an eye-opener. Not only had he encountered a robbery, but he had also witnessed a local version of a scam. What to do next? Wait, of course. Neither party seemed inclined to involve the police. If this continued for a while longer, Kevin and his crew would arrive. With this thought, Chun Fei chuckled. Every dog has its day. Despite the earlier bravado of that robber, he was now sweating profusely and utterly at a loss. No matter how he struggled, he was perpetually ensnared by 5 or 6 hands, and those thugs occasionally delivered a sneaky blow, further exacerbating his fury while leaving him powerless. Damn it, I told you to take him to the hospital first. What more do you want? Huh, take him to the hospital? If you run off, who are we supposed to demand medical fees from? Exactly. If you truly want to leave, just leave the motorcycle behind. The robber, burning with rage, would have gladly drawn a gun to eliminate these brutes, but he was merely an observer in this scenario and had not come armed. To make matters worse, he had no money on him. He realized he could not linger any longer, Attracting the police would spell disaster. Fine, fine. You can have the motorcycle. Is that sufficient? No way. Just taking it like that would make us robbers. You need to write us a note. Chun Fei couldn't help but let out a laugh. Leaning towards Taylor and whispering, "Don't forget to tell Kevin to keep that fellow's badge." Taylor raised an eyebrow in confusion. And as Chun Fei was about to elaborate, he suddenly spotted an SUV speeding toward them. Before it had even come to a complete halt, two burly men leaped from the back seat and rushed to Taylor's side. Kevin nodded. "You two get in the car and leave. We'll handle things here." Inside the SUV, Taylor glanced at Chun Fei and lazily remarked, "Now, tell me, what else are you hiding from me?" "Hiding? Not a chance," Chun Fei retorted, shifting to a more comfortable position. "That badge he was wearing is likely an antique from 400 years ago. Is it valuable?" Taylor's eyes gleamed. "Do you really think I would lack for money?" "Huh. You may not lack money, but you certainly lack antiques. Chinese antiques." After clarifying everything, it was revealed that there were 4 robbers, devoid of any gang affiliation, roaming the country. This time, they targeted a particular antique in the store, with offers on the black market reaching up to $1 million. They were responsible for at least a dozen crimes. Having surveilled this pawn shop for over half a month in preparation for the heist, they had nearly succeeded, only to fall into the hands of this young man. Ironically, it was all due to his interest in their jade badge. Damn it. To commit robbery while adorned with such a distinct emblem was, without a doubt, an invitation to disaster. How can such a robber commit numerous crimes without being apprehended? The police seem rather inept, don't you think? Chun Fei let out a wry smile. Could he possibly speak in favor of that thief? Indeed, the individual bore a placard, albeit concealed beneath his clothing. He had noticed, albeit casually, that the man was wearing something around his chest. It was merely due to a fleeting glance amidst the crowd. Chapter 45. The King's Salt Cellar in the Black Market. "Taylor, what do you plan to do with that robber?" Chun Fei was genuinely curious about the robber's fate. He had only witnessed such scenarios on television before. How to handle it? Kevin contacted the pawn shop owner and handed the robber over to them. Chun Fei was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a resolution. And what about the police? Naturally, they left it to the pawn shop to resolve. "Chun, you are now in America. Many matters cannot be approached with the mindset of your homeland." Taylor patted Chun Fei's shoulder with vigor. "You are now considered affluent. You must endeavor to integrate into this society, and soon you will discover that it is indeed a paradise for the wealthy." Chun Fei rolled his eyes. Affluent individuals in his homeland also led comfortable lives. Yet to minimize troubles, one must not only possess wealth, but also wield influence. This principle is universally applicable. Given his current circumstances, it is merely a matter of time before he accumulates greater wealth. But acquiring influence poses a more formidable challenge. After dinner, Taylor leaned in mysteriously towards Chun Fei. "Chun, would you like to visit a fascinating place?" Instantly, a vivid image of a washroom flashed through Chun Fei's mind, and he shook his head, expressing disinterest. "Not interested? That shouldn't be the case. The place boasts numerous artifacts from our homeland." "Artifacts from our homeland?" "Taylor, where are you referring to?" "The black market. I just received news that there will be a black market auction at the night bar tonight. I managed to secure 2 entry tickets, and here you are, claiming disinterest. If that's the case, then it's settled. What did you think I was referring to?" Taylor bore a smirk, clearly relishing in his teasing. "Get lost. I initially thought you intended to lead me into debauchery. However, considering your earnestness, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. But an auction in a bar, so brazenly? What does that signify? Weapons, human trafficking, organ trade, and drugs all have their black markets. What does an antique black market amount to? Isn't it typically conducted online? Aren't you afraid of encountering issues by attending in person?" Taylor rolled his eyes. "Haven't I already advised you? Do not analyze certain matters through the lens of your homeland. Moreover, here is another piece of advice. Watch fewer movies." An hour later, accompanied by bodyguards, the two set off with 2 large bags. Each bag was brimming with cash, totaling an impressive $6 million. It was not that Chun Fei wished to carry more. Beyond a certain limit, they simply could not bear the weight. "Chun, trust me, with this amount of money, not only can you acquire the artifact from our homeland that you desire, but you could also sweep up every item at the auction without issue." The 4 individuals donned minimal makeup and oversized clothing, effectively concealing their figures. With masks and sunglasses in place, it would be quite challenging for acquaintances to recognize them. As their vehicle entered the bustling city, it swiftly parked in a lot behind a bar. Entering through the back door, a waiter guided them to a spacious private room. Inside stood several burly men, their minds seemingly as muscular as their physiques, currently patting down a corpulent Caucasian man. This rotund fellow, approximately in his 50s, resembled a veritable mountain of flesh, his body quivering as if the excess weight might cascade down at any moment. Beside him rested a small cart laden with 2 large bags, which, judging by their shape, likely contained cash. This man appeared quite familiar with the underworld, grumbling during his search about the overcautiousness of the boss, questioning why he was deemed untrustworthy. "Come, feel here, I've hidden 2 grenades," he jested, pointing to an area that nearly caused Chan Fei to lose his composure. Was he truly suggesting that grenades could be concealed in American-style trousers? The 2 burly men conducting the search seemed equally perturbed by his antics. After scanning him twice with their instruments, they merely patted a few key areas before allowing him to pass. Next, it was Chun Fei and Tyler's turn. The search was not overly stringent, slightly more rigorous than airport security. The primary focus was on the large bags of cash, which underwent meticulous scrutiny, with their contents ultimately being emptied for inspection. During their journey, Tyler had informed Chun of certain rules in the black auction scene, one being that if an item failed to meet the predetermined reserve price, the seller had the authority to withdraw it from bidding. Naturally, this reserve price remained undisclosed. This situation was unavoidable, as the number of participants in black auctions vastly differed from those in legitimate auctions, while even legitimate items sometimes failed to reach their expected bids. How could one expect otherwise in black auctions? However, this rule was seldom invoked, for it significantly tarnished the reputation of black auctions. Thus, the starting price of each item held considerable importance. 2 bodyguards were left behind, with arrangements to be made for them shortly. Both men retrieved their phones, handing them over to the guards before proceeding through the portal. Beyond the door lay an elongated corridor. After walking approximately 100 or 200 meters and navigating several turns, they arrived at an upward slanting passage. Upon traversing the passage, they entered a completely enclosed room, its walls draped in heavy black curtains, obscuring whatever lay beyond them. Gradually, 7 or 8 more individuals entered, and the large door shut behind them, 2 imposing figures standing sentinel, watching the crowd with keen eyes. At that moment, a diminutive elderly man emerged, welcoming everyone warmly. "I trust you have all received the news. This auction features a number of remarkable items. I do hope you have brought sufficient funds. Allow me to reiterate the auction rules. All transactions must be conducted in cash, with no credit extended. We do not guarantee the authenticity or provenance of the auctioned items. Once a bid is secured, it is final, with no recourse for refunds. Without further ado, let us proceed to the first auction item. Those interested may come forth to observe. You have 5 minutes." The black curtain swayed, revealing a resplendent sculpture cradled by an individual. This exquisite piece, oval in shape, measures approximately 40 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in height. At its pinnacle rest 2 reclining nude figures, one of which holds what appears to be a trident of the sea god. Beneath these figures lies a 2-tiered oval base adorned with enameled decorations, featuring a golden gate, a horse's head, and a tiger's head. Between the tiers are several reclining golden human sculptures. Could this object possibly be pure gold? A buzz of speculation arose from the crowd, and Taylor, intrigued, craned his neck for a better view. Chun Fei, though not particularly enamored with Western sculpture, instinctively cast a glance using his discerning eye for opulence. Merely this single glance cast doubt upon whether he had ventured to the right place today. Goodness, how could such a remarkable item appear at a black market auction? If it were to be cash only, the sum required would necessitate a vehicle for transport. However, a significant possibility sprang to mind. The organizers of this black market auction might not have recognized the value of this piece. Or perhaps they did recognize it, but doubted its authenticity. Come, let us take a closer look. He gently nudged Taylor, who regarded him with surprise. Had he not always shown a keen interest solely in artifacts from the One Nation, particularly in this setting with limited funds? Everyone was cautious with their bids at the start, ensuring they could afford any remarkable items that might emerge later. Thus, the initial offerings, while not the worst, were certainly limited in their quality. A large size does not necessarily equate to high value, and a golden hue does not guarantee pure gold. Enough of this banter. Shall we observe or not? If not, I shall proceed alone. Chun Fei rose and positioned himself at the end of the line, moving forward as the queue progressed. As he passed a row of seats, he unconsciously turned his head, narrowing his eyes in surprise. What an unexpected day this was, perhaps due to the need for observation. A young man seated there removed his sunglasses. This allowed Chun Fei to immediately recognize him as Lang, the individual with whom they had clashed during an archaeological expedition. Yet, Upon reflection, it made sense. The University of California, Berkeley, is situated not far from here, and being an archaeology student, his presence at this event was not entirely surprising. Judging by his demeanor, he likely recognized the piece, but was unsure of its authenticity, as evidenced by his current reaction. With an elderly gentleman controlling the timing, it was soon Chun Fei's turn. He once more gazed upon the sculpture, the Salt Cellar of Francis I, by Benvenuto Cellini, created 483 years ago. Chapter 46. The Struggle of the Black Market. Beginning in the 1520s, a wave of stylistic mannerism swept through the Italian art scene. Mannerist artists often consciously pursued extreme formal beauty, eager to portray complex figures and movements. Beniamino Vignola is a quintessential figure of the stylistic sculpture movement. His most outstanding work, the bronze sculpture Perseus and Medusa, is housed in the Louvre in Paris. Vignola is not merely a sculptor. He is also a goldsmith. To be precise, the piece known as Francis I's Salt Cellar is not a sculpture, but rather a piece of gold or enamel work. If it were to be presented at a formal auction, Chun Fei estimates that its starting price would be around $30 million. Now that it has appeared here, one can only wonder how much it might fetch. Having examined the item, I can unequivocally assert that this sculpture contains at least 2 kilograms of gold. Thus, the opening bid is set at $200,000. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than $10,000. Interested parties may now place their bids. The room fell silent for a moment when a middle-aged man in the front row raised his hand, seemingly activating a switch, as the price quickly escalated to $300,000. Following the $300,000 mark, the frequency of bids noticeably slowed, eventually stagnating at $350,000. Chun Fei surveyed the room, poised to place his bid, when he suddenly noticed another hand raised in the front row. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lang from Berkeley. Just as he was about to bid, a thought struck him, and he gently nudged Taylor, asking, "Do you know who is bidding now?" "Who?" Taylor, who had been somewhat disengaged, suddenly became intrigued. Chun Fei's inquiry indicated that the individual in question was indeed someone he recognized, likely an unexpected contender. "Do you recall that brawl during the excavation?" At the mention of the fight, Taylor erupted in anger. "Damn it, I was the one who got hit. Who's trying to buy the item in front of me? Not a chance." He abruptly stood up, tearing off his glasses and mask, and loudly declared a bid of $500,000. It wasn't only Taylor who had been struck during that altercation. Lang had also received a hefty blow from Chun Fei. More importantly, he not only endured that hit, but ultimately suffered humiliation. Although neither was struck by the other, this was indeed a confrontation between adversaries. $600,000. Lang spat out a figure through gritted teeth. "Is that all the courage you possess?" $1,000,000. "Come on, let me see the spirit of Berkeley." Chun Fei slapped his forehead, thinking, if you want to fight, then fight. What else with all the unnecessary chatter? Are you trying to conceal your intentions even more? Sure enough, Lang was undeterred, quickly raising his bid by another $500,000. $500,000. "Come on, you Los Angeles scum. How dare you come to our territory and act so brazenly? You won't get away with this." Witnessing the two bidders lock horns, the auctioneer beamed with delight. If he had gasoline at hand, he would have eagerly doused both with a generous amount. Other participants in the auction displayed expressions of interest, while bidding wars are common. Such confrontations in a black market auction are relatively rare. The primary reason being that black market auctions typically involve cash transactions, and participants carry limited amounts, making it difficult to engage in prolonged bidding wars. The current bid has soared to $5 million, and it is likely that one party will soon reach their limit, or both sides may find themselves in a similar predicament. Could it be that in a moment of impulsiveness, the bid exceeds the cash on hand? That would certainly be intriguing. The esteemed Mr. Du had long warned that exceeding the bid incurs a penalty of $500,000. Even the mightiest must not lose face. Upon witnessing Lang's increment of $500,000, Taylor, without a moment's hesitation, raised 2 fingers. $2 million. "Ha, you foolish fool, offering $2 million for something worth only $400,000. If you desire it so fervently, I shall grant it to you. Yet, what is truly frightening is that some may not possess such wealth. Then, the spectacle will be most entertaining." Taylor hefted the large bundle from the ground and, with a thud, tossed it onto the table. "Are you referring to yourself? Boy, do you dare to display your capital, and let me see if you truly have one." $5 million? Clearing his throat, he continued, "Now, the bid stands at $2 million. Is there anyone willing to continue bidding?" "Anyone?" If there are no further bids, I shall declare this sculpture the property of this gentleman. The elderly host, seeing that the two had ceased their bidding war, quickly interrupted their banter, posed a few brief inquiries, and promptly announced that the item belonged to Taylor, as if fearing that a delay might cause Taylor to withdraw. With the battle for the first item concluded, a burly man emerged from behind the curtain, cradling the gold piece and making his way directly to Taylor. Without hesitation, Taylor counted out 20 thick stacks of cash, piling them on the table like a small mountain. The burly man grinned at Taylor, bent down to place the item down, and waved his hand, summoning several figures from behind the curtain, all clutching cash-counting machines, who proceeded to tally the bills in an open space behind the crowd. At this moment, the second item was already being brought to the forefront. Shun, what can you say about this? Is it valuable? Shun Fei feigned ignorance. What do you mean? TCH, if this trinket held no significance, you wouldn't intentionally incite our rivalry. Are you concerned that a normal bid might arouse Mr. Du's suspicions, prompting him to invoke the reserve price clause? Hearing this, Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that none were truly foolish. I can't explain it all at once, so let me give you a figure. You can at least profit this much. Chun Fei held up 2 fingers, and Taylor disdainfully scoffed. Only 2 million? That's hardly enough to cover my effort in carrying that 2 million in cash. Better you than me. I meant 20 times. Taylor's mouth fell open in astonishment, and after a moment, he pointed at Chun Fei, saying, "All right, remember this. I won this item all on my own. You shall have no share in it. Now be gone." Chun Fei shot Taylor a glare, and seeing that the queue had dwindled, he stood and took his place at the end of the line. The second item was yet another Western antique, which did not particularly pique Chun Fei's interest. However, adhering to the principle that even the tiniest fly leg is still meat, he decided to show respect for these little treasures that could bring him wealth. Who knows, he might inadvertently encounter something of substantial value. At this moment, resting upon the table is a small bookshelf crafted from rosewood, approximately 40 centimeters in height. The cabinet front is divided into 3 sections, with 2 glass doors on either side revealing 2 layers of book compartments, while the central door is adorned with a screen embellished with gilded copper decorations. Who is Paolo Samani, you ask? How foolish of you. Paolo Samani was a carpenter born in 19th century Venice, who later established a factory in Paris named after himself, specializing in the production of Louis XV and Louis XVI style furniture, earning numerous gold medals at world exhibitions. What say you now? TCH, just a collection of worthless trinkets. Ah, my volatile temper at that moment. The auction for the second item commenced, with a starting bid of 30,000. Without even a glance, Taylor raised his right hand. As expected, Long S' voice quickly rang out, 100,000. Damn, is he determined to oppose me? 200,000. 300,000. Before the other bidders could comprehend the situation, these two had driven the value of an item worth at most 50,000 up to 300,000. Upon hearing Long announce 300,000, Taylor leaned back casually, gesturing towards Chun Fei with a nod. 300,000. What do you think? Quite valuable. ISNT it? Damn, you're extorting someone for 300,000 over this. Do you have no sense of conscience? Taylor chuckled slyly. Whether I have a conscience, I cannot say, but I suspect some may feel inclined to murder soon. Chun Fei felt the piercing gaze of someone from the front row, their suppressed fury and embarrassment prompting him to give Taylor a thumbs up. Well done. Should we pull another stunt on him later? Swiftly, the third item was presented on stage, and Chun Fei's demeanor turned serious. This was an artifact from Huagua, and even from a distance of 10 meters, he could detect the earthy scent emanating from it, inciting his ire. Clearly, this was an artifact that had only recently been unearthed, yet it had hastily found its way to America. Chapter 47. The treasures of the black market make their entrance. This was a Qing glazed porcelain plate from the Longquan kiln, with a flared rim and an unmarked base, entirely covered in a lustrous glaze that sparkled like jade, a quintessential example of pale green glaze. The design style appears to be from the Yuan dynasty. Moreover, the unglazed base reveals a fiery red protective glaze, and the body is thick and robust, characteristics typical of Longquan kiln wares from the Yuan dynasty. After examining it, Chun Fei employed the pearlescent treasure technique to confirm, and indeed, it was a Longquan glazed porcelain plate featuring an ox motif, dating back 682 years. The Yuan dynasty lasted from 1271 to 1368, suggesting this plate was produced in the first year of the Zhijing era. The last era of the final emperor of the Yuan Shun. Is that true? What is its worth? At first glance, this porcelain plate appeared exquisite, with unmistakable signs of having just been unearthed, indicating it was indeed a valuable artifact. The item is indeed genuine, but due to its abundant existence, it should not exceed 30,000. What? 30,000 is meaningless. The starting bid for this plate is 20,000, with increments of merely 1,000, giving Chun Fei the sensation of a warehouse auction. He casually raised his hand a few times, giving up before the price reached $30,000. Ultimately, the exquisite porcelain plate was acquired by another Chinese individual for $33,000. Boss Du, you had previously advised us to prepare more funds. Hurry, bring forth the valuable items, and let the less significant ones linger at the back for slower sales. As soon as the porcelain plate was sold, some bidders expressed their discontent, and Chun Fei noticed that the one speaking was the hefty man who had entered before them. The auctioneer, Boss Du, cleared his throat and summoned a burly man for a brief conversation, then turned to the crowd with renewed enthusiasm. Since there are objections, let us present a true treasure. The next item brought forth was yet another porcelain plate, but its impressive diameter of over 40 centimeters and the delicately wavy, diamond-patterned rim made Chun Fei immediately recognize this remarkable piece, a Yuan Dynasty blue-and-white diamond-patterned large plate. Although the design had yet to be revealed, if this were genuine, it would certainly be deemed a treasure. However, such a distinct item, with a price almost transparent, was it truly feasible to purchase it with cash? How much cash would that require? A ton of new bills valued at $100 would barely amount to over $90 million. Not to mention that they were all carrying old currency. How many kilograms could one person transport? Soon, it was Chun Fei's turn to examine the auction item. Without even needing to employ his spiritual techniques, he discerned the severe flaws in this blue and white plate and instantly understood why it had appeared here. The plate had a crack. A glaring fissure traversed the entire plate, evoking a deep sense of regret in Chun Fei. This Yuan blue and white plate, adorned with banana and bamboo motifs, dated back 720 years. The damage was extensive. Chun Fei silently calculated that 720 years ago was 1303, during the reign of Kublai Khan's grandson, the second emperor of the Yuan dynasty. Only during such a prosperous time could such exquisite craftsmanship be achieved. What a pity. He sighed softly, suddenly recalling the encounter with that Treberk at Wang Cheng's place, stirring a thought within him. Perhaps that individual might have a means to restore this plate. Chun Fei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Old grievances and new enmities were converging. To acquire anything further, he would need to strategize. The auction commenced swiftly, with the starting bid for the plate set at $300,000. Only 5 or 6 bidders participated, all of whom were cautious Chinese, each incrementally raising the bid by the minimum of $10,000. Chun, what do you think is a fair price? Anything below $800,000 would be considered reasonable. If this plate were in pristine condition, it would easily surpass $3 million at auction. A competent auctioneer could even push it to $4 million without much difficulty. The value of damaged items varies based on their completeness, generally fetching up to half of the intact piece's worth. Although the crack on this plate was alarming, upon closer inspection, one could see that the edges of the fissure were well preserved, with even some fine sharp fragments retained. However, larger damages are increasingly challenging to mend. Thus, Chun Fei estimated its worth at 20 of the entire piece. $800,000 then. After a moment of contemplation, Taylor raised his hand and audibly declared a price, $700,000. This announcement momentarily stilled the atmosphere, prompting everyone's gaze to converge on Lang. Lang couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering why all eyes were on him. He wasn't foolish. His previous bid on the piece of gold was motivated by genuine suspicion of its authenticity, a gamble worth taking given the gold's substantial weight as a safety net. However, this particular price was a different matter entirely. He could not afford to contest it. If he were to recklessly engage now, he might find himself ensnared by that cunning tailor, which could lead to serious repercussions. Besides, his primary objective for the day had yet to materialize. As the crowd lingered, witnessing Lang's lack of intent to counter, disappointment flickered across their faces as they turned their attention to Big Boss. This price was reasonable. It was time to announce the winner and proceed to the next item. At that moment, not only the crowd, but even Big Boss shared this sentiment. Just as he prepared to declare the winner, a hand shot up from the throng. $710,000. Big Boss beamed with delight and quickly announced the new price, eagerly glancing at Taylor. True to form, Taylor did not disappoint. 800,000. Once again, a figure seated nearby raised their hand. 810,000. 1,000,000. 120,000. Just when the crowd assumed this individual would merely increase the bid by 10,000, he unexpectedly surged forward with a swift $20,000 increment. Following his declaration, he turned to Taylor with a grin. You must be bidding on behalf of your friend beside you. However, I truly covet this item. Would you consider relinquishing it? I shall treat you to a drink another day. Taylor's eyes narrowed. He recognized the individual and was taken aback that this person would engage in such clandestine bidding. If you say that, Big Boss may not take kindly to it. I cannot afford to offend him. After all, what if I don't receive an invitation to the next auction? 1,221,000. Who is that? Do you know him? The son of another major shareholder at the bank, my brother's primary rival. I detest his pretentious demeanor, always appearing so composed and unruffled. Chun, how about I shatter that piece right in front of him and see how he reacts? Get lost. Just as the two thought they had the situation firmly in hand, another voice rang out. 1,300,000. Chun Fei's expression darkened. It was indeed that rascal Lang. Taylor, however, could not contain his laughter, a sound both raucous and unrestrained. He languidly stretched out his hand. I thought you might shy away from bidding, but here we are, 1,301,000. Judging by Chen's expression, this price had likely surpassed his threshold of tolerance. In a flash of thoughts racing through his mind, he ultimately shook his head. However, when the final item was presented, the atmosphere transformed, bubbling with excitement akin to boiling water. What emerged was an easel, upon which rested a canvas measuring approximately 13 meters in height and 16 meters in width. A grand oil painting. The canvas is entirely awash with a vibrant orange hue. At its center stand a young man adorned with a jester's cap, while the lower right corner boasts a flourish of elegant signatures. The circus clown, a renowned masterpiece from Picasso's Rose period, serves as a quintessential representation of his clown series. The crowd occasionally erupts in hushed gasps, and soon Chen Fei realizes the gravity of the situation. It is, in fact, a famous painting that had been stolen years ago. The Rose period refers to the years 1904 to 1906, a time when Picasso encountered his muse. During this era, he produced a plethora of works centered around the circus and clowns, including Boy with a Pipe, which astonishingly fetched a staggering $104 million at auction in 2004. Taylor's expression darkens. He had entered this auction on a whim and thus had not sought out any pertinent information. It now appeared that Bostu had advised his associates to prepare ample cash, presumably targeting this very painting. The majority of attendees seemed to have gathered with the same intention. Picasso was an extraordinarily prolific artist, with estimates suggesting he created nearly 37,000 works, of which 885 are oil paintings. His artistic style was remarkably diverse, with his life divided into several periods: blue, rose, cubism, and others, each characterized by a unique aesthetic, resulting in considerable price variances among his works. Chun Fei was uncertain of the exact worth of the circus clown, but judging by the reactions of those present, it was unlikely to be affordable. Taylor kicked the large bag at his feet. One compartment was already empty, and with only over 2 million remaining, it seemed unlikely he could contend for the painting. What a pity, he would have to settle for merely observing. The auction commenced swiftly, with the painting starting bid set at 1 million, and subsequent bids required to increase by no less than 50,000. A brief silence enveloped the room, as the previously enthusiastic bidders fell silent. Yet it was not long before a hand was raised to 0.5 million, to 1 million. The latest bidder was Lang. Taylor's eyes darted around before he raised his hand, declaring a bid of 2.7 million. Now 2.8 million. Gentlemen, acquiring this painting at this price would be an absolute steal. Bostu on stage continued to stoke the excitement. Bored by the incremental bidding, a voice suddenly boomed. I bid 5 million. The room erupted in astonishment, and all heads turned towards the source of the voice. The plump man wore a serene smile, acknowledging the onlookers with nods, as if greeting familiar faces. Lang's expression darkened. Bostu had previously instructed them to bring extra cash without disclosing the specific item up for bid. He had only brought 3 million based on past experiences and now found himself sidelined before the real competition had even begun. What to do? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he instinctively glanced towards Taylor. The young man who had just competed for the blue and white plate now shared Lang's sentiments, but appeared far more resolute. Taylor let out a cold snort, his nostrils flaring. It was evident what this fellow intended to do. Yet, to seek assistance with such an attitude, did he truly believe himself to be a young master? The man, resigned, had no choice but to bend over and hurry over, and before he could utter a word, Taylor extended 3 fingers to 69,000,003. Fatty, even if you manage to secure this painting, are you certain you can keep it? Allow me to handle this troublesome matter. 505 million. The man raised his hand to announce a new bid. Young Master Fu should be more concerned about whether he has enough funds. As for me, since I dare to bid, I fear no complications. Suddenly, another unfamiliar face called out a new price. Young Master Fu's eyes narrowed momentarily, but he quickly relaxed. Combined with the 269 million from Taylor, his cash on hand reached 669 million. Although he was unaware of how much that rotund fellow had brought, it should suffice to deal with the current adversary. 6 million. Young Master Fu is indeed affluent. This is becoming troublesome. Lao Tang. Why not withdraw and limit your funds? The individual who had just bid 5 million snorted disdainfully and turned away, not even sparing a glance at Fatty. It seems it's just you and me now. Well, I have brought 8 million, so I might as well throw it all in. Young Master Fu, if you exceed this price, it's yours. If not, well, I shall not hold back. Observing young Master Fu's grim countenance as he glared at Fatty, Taylor couldn't help but chuckle. To not secure the item and still incur a 30 interest. What a predicament. Chun Fei rolled his eyes. Taylor, I believe you could easily pass a Chinese proficiency test at level 10. Young Master Fu glared daggers at Fatty, wishing he could peel away a few layers of his flesh. However, auctions are governed by money rather than bravado, and ultimately, he could only sit down in indignation. Lang, speechless, shook his head in a wry smile. Had he known it would be this painting, he would have brought a cart like Fatty. Chapter 49. The Gambit of the Black Market Pearl, Part 1, Cursed Du Lauda. Perhaps he had tipped Fatty off in advance. $8 million for a stolen masterpiece. Taylor, is this truly without risk? Buddy, how many times must I reiterate? This is America. As long as it's not a locally stolen artifact, there will be absolutely no issues. Of course, one must wield some influence as well. Fatty is likely a mere front, though he could also have had arrangements made beforehand. Chun Fei blinked, trying to grasp what he meant by arrangements. Taylor chuckled. Let me provide an example. If I were to acquire this painting, I would donate it to the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. This way, I would gain tax exemptions, prestige, social connections, and, at the very least, a few admission slots at MIT and Harvard. Chun Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? The Boston Museum is fully aware that it is stolen property, yet still dares to accept it? They would ask for a penny. Why not? Worst case, they could keep it hidden for a few years, and gradually, it would become an officially recognized collection. You must understand that when it comes to dealing with the restitution of cultural relics, they possess unparalleled experience. I believe that the people of your nation must be particularly aware of this matter. Chun Fei was left speechless. Indeed, one could delay for years, or if absolutely necessary, for decades, until those involved are no longer present. What good would it do to present an abundance of evidence then? As the last item of the auction came to a close, the event itself had yet to conclude. This is because every time the esteemed Mr. Du holds an underground auction, he presents his guests with a small token of appreciation. These tokens are often items with an element of chance, such as raw crystal, jadeite, or even simply a blind box. I recall that the last gift was a piece of raw crystal, and I heard that someone had unveiled an exquisite green phantom. I fervently hope that this time it is a piece of jadeite. The last pick I made was ridiculed terribly, and this time I am determined to reclaim my pride. Listening to the discussions around him, Chun Fei blinked. Raw jadeite? Raw crystal? These are my forte. Taylor, will the gifts be distributed directly to each individual, or can they be chosen? Taylor gestured, indicating a large assortment from which to select. The final offerings are generally quite costly, and merely counting the money can take a considerable amount of time. Releasing the guests prematurely would increase the risk, and simply waiting would not provide a good experience. After all, these are affluent individuals. If they are not well served, who would return to participate in his auctions? Underground auctions? What of it? Even underground auctions must prioritize exceptional service. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again time for dessert. Can anyone guess what it will be this time? Guess correctly, and I shall reward you with an additional portion. Damn, Mr. Du, do you think we're children? Who among us is not worth billions? Who would be impressed by raw jadeite? Indeed, it must be raw jadeite. The crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by laughter and mockery at the unexpected twist. In that moment, a few individuals shouted their guesses, yet most simply smiled and observed. Very well. Allow me to reveal the answer. Mr. Du gestured for silence, and with a flutter of the curtains, two burly men emerged carrying a large basket. Oh damn, it actually is this. What was brought forth was a basket still dripping with water, filled to the brim with large seashells. Gambling on pearls, now that I like. We can hold a live draw to see who has the best luck. Mr. Du, from where did you procure these pearl shells? Surely they are not mere freshwater pearls bought from any random farm. That would be rather uninteresting. Tahiti's black pearls, alas, they're not entirely natural. Otherwise, Taylor rubbed his hands together, displaying an insatiable greed. Chun Fei rolled his eyes. After all, one must open 10,000 shells to harvest a single natural black pearl. While the statistic may seem exaggerated, can you truly discern between cultured and natural pearls? Of course. As early as 1976, the Gemological Institute of America affirmed that the cultivated black pearls from Tahiti possess natural color. Thus, anything from Tahiti can barely be considered natural. Chun Fei scoffed, noting the conceptual misrepresentation. The correct phrasing should be cultured pearls with natural coloration. The Great Han placed the wicker basket down and retrieved an inflatable bathtub, pouring all the black butterfly clams into it before gesturing for everyone to begin. Many remained seated, unmoving, while Tyler took Chun Fei by the hand and led him directly to the bathtub. Betting on pearls lacked finesse. The common methods available in the market were merely tricks of the trade. Chun Fei was uncertain whether the pearl radiance technique would be effective on these clams. So he casually picked one up and activated the technique. A faint blue glow illuminated the clam, revealing the identification result: farmed black butterfly clam. Chun Fei blinked in surprise. The identification was ineffective, yet the spiritual light proved its worth. His gaze swiftly scanned the black butterfly clams, and suddenly he fixed his eyes on one, lifting it up. This particular clam appeared dirtier than the others, but the rest showed no significant difference. However, the pearl radiance technique identified it as a semi-wild black butterfly clam. Since it was semi-wild, there existed a possibility of it nurturing a natural black pearl. The crucial factor was whether it had escaped before or after the nucleation process. Chun Fei suspected it had escaped before, for in the vision of the pearl radiance technique, the blue light emitted by this clam was much deeper and more vibrant than those he had previously examined. Even if it had undergone nucleation, it should still be considerably larger than those harvested on schedule. Have you made your choice? Tyler observed the vast array of black butterfly clams, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Why don't you help me pick one? Not a problem. Chun Fei casually selected another black butterfly clam from the bathtub and handed it to Tyler. This one. I've always had excellent luck. Really? Tyler gave him a skeptical glance before suddenly snatching the clam from his hand. Let us switch. Chun Fei chuckled and shook his head, amused by this fellow. Sometimes he exhibited a maturity that was frightening, while at other times he was simply a child at heart. Let us go and open the clams. Chapter 50. The Black Market Pearl Betting, Part 2. The two approached the stage and discovered that a line had already formed. Upon closer inspection, it was their acquaintance Lang. Tyler's eyes sparkled with mischief as he provocatively challenged. Hey kid, how about a bet? Let us see whose pearl is worth more. Sure, what shall we wager? Betting money is dull. How about this? Whoever loses must call the other big brother whenever they meet. What do you think? Lang hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, signaling Tyler to go first. Tyler handed the black butterfly clam to the clam opener, declaring, Kid, you're finished. I'll tell you, my luck is unparalleled. I've never lost in this endeavor. No sooner had he spoken than a gasp erupted from the other side. He quickly turned to gaze at his black butterfly clam. Within the shell that had just been pried open, a large bulge was visible at the base of the clam meat. Although the pearl was not yet seen, this bulge indicated that it must be of considerable size. Haha, I told you you're bound to lose. Puffed. Just because it's large doesn't mean it's valuable. Typically, big pearls have poor luster and shape. Lang feigned indifference, but inwardly he felt a twinge of anxiety. Heaven forbid it turns out to be a worthless pearl. That would be too humiliating. Soon, the pearl was extracted, and Lang's hopes were dashed. A mere glance revealed that the pearl's diameter exceeded 15 millimeters, and it was highly likely to be a rolling ball pearl. The crowd began to stir, and even those who had previously maintained composure could no longer sit still. Quick, bring the tools to measure it. Shortly thereafter, a specialized caliper for measuring pearls was brought forth. 182, 182, 182. Haha, the diameter's percentage difference is less than 10, perfectly round. Taylor exclaimed, pressing his fingernail against the pearl, where the reflection of his nail was clearly visible, its edges sharply defined. Do we have a flashlight? A powerful flashlight was handed to Taylor, illuminating the pearl with a bright, sharp, and uniformly glossy sheen, reaching a remarkable level of brilliance. And look at the flowing overtones. Simply stunning. Let me check the luster again. Haha, flawless. Kid, why not call out for your big brother to come listen? Lang's face turned ashen upon hearing this. He angrily tossed aside the black-lipped oyster in his hand and pushed his way through the crowd. All right, kid, how about I offer you 100,000 for it? Taylor cast a sidelong glance at the approaching young Master Fu. Not enough. 200,000. Haha, sorry, young Master Fu. I just remembered that I haven't bought my mother a gift in ages. You, young Master Fu, furious, turned to leave, but Taylor continued shouting, hey, don't go. When will you return my 5 million? Chun Fei shook his head in disbelief. At that moment, Taylor seemed possessed by some spirit, embodying a carefree insouciance. Perhaps one day, he should introduce the two of them to each other. What had begun as a casual endeavor to open oysters unexpectedly yielded a premium black pearl. And someone had even offered 200,000 on the spot, but to no avail. Although 200,000 was a trifling sum for these individuals, its significance was unparalleled. It was akin to finding treasure. As a result, the area surrounding the black-lipped oysters was crowded with people, the once aloof billionaires momentarily disregarding their dignity and decorum. For who would dare mock whom in such a setting? Standing on the periphery, Boss Du observed the bustling crowd. Although he wore a smile, his heart bled. Today, several auction items have failed to reach 100,000, yet a casually given gift was valued at 200,000. Who could bear such a disparity? Not to mention the risks he had taken, which would entail a substantial offering afterward. It was disheartening, frustrating, and utterly despairing. There was still one oyster left to be opened, one that I had personally selected. Taylor, brimming with enthusiasm, reached out and snatched the black-lipped oyster from Chun Fei's hands to present it to the opener. The shell was swiftly pried open, and while it did not yield a particularly large pearl, it revealed 8 small pearls, each approximately 8 millimeters in diameter. Hey, where did that guy who was supposed to call me Big Brother go? Never mind, let's just open his shell and see what's inside. It's embarrassing to act like a child at this age. Everyone heard that. This one counts as mine too. Today, fortune smiled upon me, and everything I touched seemed to yield splendid treasures. Chun Fei could not help but roll his eyes, increasingly resembling the scene. Did they truly believe that pearls were as common as cabbages? Suddenly, the previously boisterous crowd fell eerily silent, their expressions peculiar as they gazed at Taylor, before collectively turning to search for Lang, who was distanced from the throng. Not only the spectators, but even the individual responsible for opening the shells wore a look of astonishment, staring blankly at his palm. At that moment, he cradled a collection of uniformly sized, perfectly round and gleaming pearls, appearing even more exquisite than Chun Fei's shell. A single piece could suffice to create an entire necklace. A soft voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a wave of excitement and fervor. It turned out that the grand finale of the auction was not the last act, but this revelation. Taylor burst in a hearty laughter, while Lang, standing outside the crowd, wore a countenance as grim as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of foulness. He longed to approach and see what had been unveiled, yet felt too ashamed to do so, his face flushing with rage. Taylor, just wait. He seethed, and you too. Chun. Within the crowd, as Taylor carefully stowed the pearls, a dark, unassuming black butterfly shell was presented before him. He glanced at the individual in surprise, wondering, am I truly so well liked? Are you presenting me with pearls too? You just mentioned that everything you touch yields good fortune, came the reply. Taylor widened his eyes in disbelief. Did I truly say that? I have always been quite modest. Such arrogance is not in my nature. Beside him, several hands quietly emerged, each holding a black butterfly shell. I apologize, everyone. Today my luck has indeed been exceptional. However, having just opened 3 consecutively, I fear my fortune may have been exhausted. My sincerest apologies. He awkwardly squeezed through the crowd, then sauntered over to Lang, pacing back and forth while muttering, oh, what was the count of pearls from that shell? My memory fails me in my old age. Was it 8 millimeters or 9? Chapter 51, Pursuit in the Black Market. It seemed inappropriate. One ought to be rewarded for acquiring such high-quality black butterfly shells within budget. Yet, how could he find solace without delivering a beating? Boss Du pondered deeply, concluding that he would provide him with another sum to purchase shells of similar quality. Success would warrant a reward. Failure would result in severe punishment. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. In the parking lot, the bodyguards tossed 2 hefty bags filled with money into the trunk. while Chun Fei secured a tightly wrapped Yuan Qingwu plate in the back seat. The bodyguard in the driver's seat greeted him before driving off from the parking area. The car swiftly merged into the flow of traffic, and Taylor set aside the gold he had been holding, taking out the large pearl to toy with. Chun, it's fine, you handle it. Gift it to whomever you wish. However, before you do, I suggest you prepare a solution of tribromomethane for testing. I suspect this pearl may be entirely natural. Entirely natural? That cannot be true. What is impossible about it? To concoct a heavy liquid with a density of 272, natural seawater pearls with a density of 80 will rise, while cultured pearls with a density of 90 will sink. If a hole were drilled, it would be even more evident. One could simply observe for a demarcation line. Taylor pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. At that moment, the driver, a bodyguard, suddenly interjected, "Taylor, we're being followed." Taylor's expression darkened immediately. "Take them on a detour and call Kevin." The bodyguard in the passenger seat was already prepared with a phone. There were two vehicles, a silver Lexus sedan and a black Volvo urban SUV. "All right, I will lead them there. It should take approximately 12 minutes. Silence enveloped the cabin. And after a pause, Taylor let out a wry smile, gesturing with his hands. "Chun, do you think these fellows have mistaken their target? They should be pursuing that rotund individual instead." The rotund man only possessed that painting. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for his 3.5 million back. Puffed. Taylor coughed up blood. "Chun, has anyone ever told you that always speaking the truth can also be rather detrimental?" Just as Chun was about to respond, the driver suddenly announced, "There's only one vehicle left. The Volvo has vanished." "Are you certain? Could it be blocking us ahead?" The bodyguard shook his head. "It parked roadside just now and hasn't followed. It seems to have given up." Gray shrugged. "It was merely to attend that clandestine auction that I drove an inconspicuous Ford. Had I taken my usual vehicles, who would dare provoke us?" After proceeding a bit further, the bodyguard's phone rang. After a brief exchange, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped away. "Have Kevin and the others arrived?" Chun silently shook his head. "Taylor, do you often encounter such situations?" Taylor's gaze bore into Chun. "The events of today, including the earlier robbery, are entirely unprecedented for me. Chun, I suspect you possess a unique constitution. Consider the prior Declaration of Independence, archaeology, hunting. Before they transpired, I wouldn't have dared to dream of such occurrences. Moreover, we must account for that copper coin from Robert and today's black pearl. Oh my, if I hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized. Do you harbor some secrets for me?" Upon hearing Taylor's summary, Chun was taken aback, his mouth agape. Indeed, had it not been for this fellow's mention, he would not have ventured in that direction. He silently calculated. Besides these, one must also include the pearl of opulence, rubies, eggplants, and the sacred sword of Sinramiver. The most evident instance was the time he obtained a signed photograph of Jack Warner from the warehouse's treasure trove. For goodness sake, it was as if they were eagerly funneling wealth into his hands. All these occurrences seemed to have transpired densely over a month since acquiring the pearl of opulence. Could it be that this artifact alters one's fortune? No, one must not be led astray by this fellow. It is a classic case of the chicken and the egg. It is precisely because of possessing the pearl of opulence that one has been able to uncover such treasures. In truth, those treasures have always existed. It is precisely due to the discovery of those treasures and the subsequent alleviation of financial constraints that he displayed such nonchalance during the warehouse auction. Essentially, another individual would have behaved similarly. As for the treasures, it is a testament to my extensive knowledge and meticulous thought. Luck plays no role in this. While a fierce inner struggle ensued, Taylor's phone suddenly rang. After listening for a few moments, he cast a look of deep resentment towards Chun Fei. "Still in denial? For heaven's sake, they are practically crying and begging to hand over items to you." Chun Fei, utterly baffled, inquired what he meant. Upon questioning the stalker, it was revealed that the intent was not to rob us of our money, but rather to procure it through a more reasonable means. "Speak plainly." All right. The individual mentioned having several valuable items without a suitable venue for their disposal, intending to seek a buyer at Old Dew's clandestine auction. "Congratulations. He has set his sights on you. Damn, it has always been you who steals the spotlight at the auction. And Robert's initial discovery of that copper coin was also due to your efforts. Whether in archaeology or hunting, you have always been involved. Even during the robbery, you led me into it. Are you concealing some secret from me?" Chun Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation, now beginning to question whether he truly possessed some unique trait. "Well, that fellow is perpetually a bit slow, and this current chap is no better. Lily, too, is a bold woman capable of dressing Jodie Foster as if she were a Ming Dynasty princess." He subtly shrank back, surrounded by a group of rather foolish friends. Pondering how to avoid their contagion, urgently seeking guidance, he asked, "Shall we inspect the items now, or postpone until another day? Is it safe?" "Of course. This is the territory of the Wilson family," Taylor answered confidently, exuding the aura of a king in Los Angeles. "We are merely going to take a look. If we feel it is unsafe, we can always opt to call the police." Chun Fei let out a snort, edging further back until he was nearly pressed against the car door. He glanced at the time. Had he brought the items with him? If so, he should find a place to review them first. Chapter 52. The True Stolen Artifacts. An independent villa. This is an asset of the Wilson family, though not officially registered under their name. The individual he had been trailing had not carried those items with him. A quick trip to retrieve them was hardly a significant endeavor. At this moment, the items lay on the coffee table in the villa's living room. A Yuan Dynasty blue and white peony pattern vase with a cover. A Qing Dynasty Kangxi double-eared vase with a dragon motif. A Qing Dynasty Yongzheng blue and white vase adorned with seasonal floral patterns. And a pair of Qing Dynasty Qianlong vases decorated with gold detailing in the shape of gourds. In total, 5 pieces of porcelain, spanning the Qing Dynasty's 3 reigns plus 1 Yuan blue and white piece. Chun Fei silently calculated their worth, conservatively estimated at 100 million yuan. The auction price could potentially soar beyond 200 million. These porcelain pieces were well preserved, their glazes clean and luminous, devoid of any visible flaws. Clearly masterpieces of a bygone era. Yet, curiously, they all bore a peculiar earthy scent, as if freshly unearthed. What tomb could have preserved them so impeccably? It seemed impossible. His gaze shifted to the seller across from him. He was an utterly ordinary middle-aged man from Huagua, so unremarkable that he would vanish into the crowd without a trace. His expression was intriguing, marked by a blend of anxiety, excitement, and a hint of panic. Chun Fei sensed that this individual was likely not from their line of work, though it was difficult to ascertain. He possessed the audacity to follow them, and even managed to procure tickets for the clandestine auction hosted by the infamous Du. No one dared assert that his current demeanor was not a deliberate performance for their benefit. Where had these items come from? They originated from Huagua, with a friend of his having clandestinely crossed in Hong Kong and subsequently brought them over. Why not conduct the auction directly in Hong Kong? The earthy scent was too strong, and the auction houses would not accept the items. Were these recently unearthed? Yes, but also no. Noticing Chun Fei's look of confusion, the man hastily clarified, "These artifacts were buried by my friend's ancestors, presumably in the 1970s. To prevent them from being stolen, they were hidden in a secret location. Initially, my friend intended to handle them domestically, but someone advised him that the earthy odor was too pronounced, making them difficult to sell. Moreover, if reported, he could be arrested as a tomb raider. Thus, he sought my assistance." Chun Fei refrained from commenting, recognizing the internal logic of the tale. However, aside from the fact that these items had indeed been buried for some time, he believed none of it, although he had not heard any rumors. He deduced that the most plausible origin of these artifacts was from stolen items at a domestic museum. You might argue that if they were stolen from a museum, it would have caused a stir by now. Yet, that is not necessarily the case. A large museum houses thousands of items. The Forbidden City alone possesses nearly 2 million pieces. With such a vast collection, it is impossible for everything to be on display, necessitating storage in warehouses. Gradually, some artifacts become mere entries on paper. Disorganized accounts, cover-ups, and collusion have never been uncommon. Additionally, certain museum leaders are merely bureaucrats. As long as they ensure no scandals erupt during their tenure, they can play the game of passing the blame. Having formed a rough judgment in his mind, Chun Fei decided to acquire these artifacts. How do you wish to sell them? $20 million. Upon seeing Chun Fei shake his head, the man quickly added, "We consulted experts for an appraisal. They valued them at a minimum of $25 million. Chun Fei scoffed. "Then why not have that expert find you someone willing to pay $25 million? The man's embarrassment was palpable as he awkwardly forced a smile. His expression shifted, and he feigned a laugh. "These are truly not stolen artifacts. Let's forget it. I want to sell. Is that acceptable?" He began to rise to gather his things, but Taylor, who had remained silent until now, darkened his expression and sharply commanded, "Did I say you could leave? Sit down." The man looked at Taylor in horror, then glanced at the bodyguards behind him, his face nearly crumpling in despair. Taylor kicked the large bag on the floor. "You heard at the auction that there are 3.5 million inside. You can take the money and leave the items behind." Seeing that the man was still eager to speak, Taylor gently patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "As you have witnessed, Picasso's masterpieces scarcely fetched even a tenth of their actual value. What you possess is at least worth 1/6. What more could you possibly desire? You are being excessively unreasonable. I have already stated that this is not a stolen artifact. Are you preparing to resort to forceful seizure? Are you not afraid I will report you? The man could no longer contain his outrage. His face flushed crimson, eyes blazing with fury as he fixed a fierce glare upon Chun Fei. Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Do not look at me. Direct your gaze toward him. It is he who wishes to impose an unfair deal. I am merely negotiating a price I deem reasonable. Yet, the man continued to glare intently at Chun Fei. Chun Fei, feeling helpless, glanced at Taylor, questioning what to do. Taylor, while speaking, retrieved his phone, input 3 digits, and briefly displayed the screen to the man before decisively pressing the call button. Stop. You have 1.35 million it is. I concede. The man slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon. You. Taylor, maintaining a grave demeanor, appeared almost demonic to the man. Chapter 53. A Gift from Mr. Sun, Part 1. Did I perhaps go a bit too far? Why do I feel a twinge of pity? Those who evoke pity often harbor despicable traits. Taylor, please find someone to investigate him. If he truly is a corrupt official who has fled the country, devise a way to bring about his ruin. Taylor displayed a look of astonishment, then burst into laughter. Chun, you are truly ruthless, but I admire that. Yet, there was no hint of mirth on Chun Fei's face. The man's final actions had unmistakably confirmed his suspicions, and he likely was the mastermind behind it all. If he believes that a few stolen artifacts will allow him to live freely abroad, I can assure you, he is merely dreaming. He ought to contemplate how to preserve his own life. By the time they returned to the estate, it was already midnight. Taylor casually tossed an object toward Chun Fei, who recognized it midair as a jade pendant and hurriedly caught it. This is what Kevin just gave me. I fail to see what is so remarkable about it. It pales in comparison to my own piece of sheep jade. This jade pendant was crafted by Lu Zigong himself. For centuries, this craftsmanship has been referred to as Zigong jade, and he is revered as the patriarch of jade carving. Would you not agree that is impressive? Yet, if the resulting creation is unappealing, what value does it hold? I find Picasso and Cezanne's works unattractive as well. How superficial. How vulgar. By the way, Chun, Kevin mentioned that the pawnshop owner wishes to meet with us. What do you think? Are you interested? Chun Fei hesitated. While he genuinely wished to forge connections, he was somewhat apprehensive about the owner's gang affiliations. Perhaps we should meet. Snakes have their paths, and mice have theirs. Sometimes, it is quite convenient to enlist their help. Seeing Chun's indecision, Taylor encouraged him. Very well. Let us schedule a meeting for tomorrow. By the way, have all those robbers been apprehended? Kevin had not inquired further after handing over the individuals, yet since he found the leisure to meet with both of us, it must signify that matters have been resolved. It is indeed a relief. Conducting business in your vicinity is no trifling task. Shaw, as if your side is devoid of any robbers. The night passed in silence, and early the next morning, Kevin's call arrived. An arrangement had been made for a 10 o'clock meeting at the shop, followed by lunch together. Taylor approached Chun Fei to discuss the establishment of a treasure hunting company, ultimately deciding that they would each possess an equal share, with Taylor overseeing the operations while Chun Fei would be the laborer, moving wherever needed. Initially, the company would focus on exploring various Indian tribal relics, in addition to planning the acquisition of salvage equipment, with intentions to delve into shipwreck recovery. Salvage operations require a particular expertise, which both were unfamiliar with. Thus, they considered first acquiring a suitable salvage company, and should that prove elusive, they would recruit personnel to start from scratch. Naturally, all these responsibilities would fall to Taylor. Having managed these matters, it was nearly time. The two tidied up and then accompanied Kevin directly to the pawnshop. The proprietor of the pawnshop, the elderly man with a short beard named Shun Heading, was in charge of the shop's operations, while his son, Xiao Shui, assisted him. His daughter, Shun Iran, was currently studying at UC Berkeley and would occasionally help out at the shop. She happened to be present during the robbery yesterday. After a brief introduction, Shun Heading solemnly bowed to Taylor and Chun Fei, expressing his heartfelt gratitude, stating that should they ever require his assistance, he would do his utmost. Xiao Shui, Iran, come forth to greet your benefactors. The elder's gravitas made Chun Fei feel rather embarrassed. He graciously accepted the gesture with reluctance. You must be wondering why I am so earnest. The gravity of this incident is immense. Without your courageous intervention, I would have no face to present before my ancestors. Chun Fei and Taylor exchanged glances, pondering the severity of the situation. Yesterday, a friend visited, and, speaking of our ancestors, I took out the Shun family's heirloom for him to admire, only to have the robbers intrude at that moment. The old man's eyes glistened with tears as he rose to bow deeply once more, leaving Chun Fei in a state of helplessness, but finally understanding the elder's insistence on meeting them. The elder stood and received a scroll from his daughter's hands, carefully unfurling it. With rage surging, I lean against the railing as the rain falls softly. Chun Fei's eyes flickered with curiosity. The calligraphy of Man Jianghong was rather mediocre, suggesting the author was at best an accomplished hobbyist. Perhaps it was a treasured work of a notable ancestor of the Shun family, thus deemed a family heirloom. However, as he slowly read through the text and glanced at the signature, a tremor coursed through him. In this time of national peril, moved by the righteousness of Mr. Shenming, I am fortunate. The 17th day of the 8th month in the year of the Xinhai, presented by Sun Wen. Sun Wen. Chun Fei's eyes brimmed with confusion. Could it be the person he was contemplating? He then shifted his attention to the date inscribed. On the 17th day of the 8th month in the lunar calendar of the Xinhai year, the lunar calendar, along with the Huangdi calendar, the Zhuangshu calendar, the Yin calendar, the Zhou calendar, and the Lu calendar, collectively referred to as the ancient six calendars, is what we commonly know today as the lunar calendar. The Xinhai Revolution took place on October 10th, 1911, in the Gregorian calendar, which corresponds to the 19th day of the 8th month in the lunar calendar. This moment is set against the backdrop of the Xinhai Revolution, accompanied by a calligraphy gift from the esteemed Sun Yat-sen. This was a handwritten inscription that Mr. Sun specially crafted for my ancestor. In 1894, when Mr. Sun established the Xinzhong Association in Honolulu, my ancestor specifically traveled there to support him and subsequently worked closely alongside Mr. Sunday. One might ponder, if I were to misplace this inscription, how could I ever face the illustrious ancestors of the Shun family? In an instant, tears streamed down Shun Heading's face, while the others fell into a profound silence. Forgive me. Perhaps due to age, I find myself increasingly consumed by these matters, which may have caused some amusement among you. No, Mr. Shun, it is I, the younger generation, who has been disrespectful. Chun Fei rose and bowed solemnly. Since my childhood, I have been educated to appreciate that the happiness we enjoy today is hard-won through the sacrifices of countless revolutionary martyrs. I have never truly felt the weight of this until now. Chapter 54, A Gift from Mr. Sun, Part 2. Well said, Shun Heading exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, rising indignantly, and turning to his son and daughter. The heavy atmosphere lingered for quite some time before it was finally broken. At noon, Chun Fei, for the first time, drank over a bottle of white liquor, ultimately losing consciousness and nearly requiring a trip to the hospital for treatment. The following day, Chun Fei gradually regained consciousness, taking a moment to comprehend his surroundings, and gave a rueful shake of his head. How long has it been? This is the second time I've blacked out from drinking. I must refrain from such excess in the future. It is too detrimental to my health. What does it matter about health? You took such great advantage. I would have drunk too. What do you mean? Chun Fei asked, looking at Tyler, who leaned against the bedroom doorframe with a look of disdain. Do you genuinely not recall anything at all? Or are you merely pretending? What would I have to pretend about? Is there any necessity for that? Well, let me enlighten you. You promised me yesterday that you would lend me $200 million to speculate in futures, and you also agreed that from now on, all company matters will be decided by me. Tyler, unable to contain his laughter, looked at Chun Fei, who wore an expression of dark displeasure as if ready to leap across and strike him. Yesterday, you had your arm around Shun Heading's shoulders, insisting on calling others brother. The old gentleman was displeased and kept insisting that you call him father-in-law, as he intended to give his daughter to you as a wife. Oh, it was hilarious. You should have seen the expression on Shun Iran's face. Was old drunk too? I suspect neither of you were truly intoxicated. Get lost. Quickly tell me what else happened. You mentioned that your family runs an antique shop, but business has been tough, and it's nearly impossible to source quality items domestically. Shin confidently promised to help you procure a batch of goods, free of charge, as a gift to your future in-laws. Shin, when are you getting married? Remember to notify me in advance so I can prepare a bachelor party for you. Get lost. Chun Fei picked up a pillow and hurled it across the room. Initially, he had no recollection of the events from the previous evening's gathering, but upon Taylor's mention, fragmented memories began to resurface, and it seemed that the fellow's assertions were indeed accurate. This was undeniably an embarrassing spectacle, rendering him incapable of facing others. Chun Fei slapped his hands over his face, vigorously rubbing it, silently vowing never to indulge in alcohol again. Having just finished breakfast, he was pondering whether to call old Master Shun to clarify matters when suddenly the estate's gatekeeper phoned, informing him that someone had brought antiques and insisted on meeting him. Should he allow them entry? A cold sweat broke out on Chun Fei's forehead. It was indeed serious business, and old Master Shun was quite inconsiderate. The ones delivering the antiques were Shun Wangshui and Shun Iran. Upon seeing Chun Fei, Shun Wangshui's expression appeared somewhat displeased, while Shun Iran bore a peculiar countenance, her eyes flickering nervously. Please forgive me. I truly overindulged yesterday after a flurry of apologies. Chun Fei gestured towards the car filled with boxes of antiques, saying, I do have an antique shop at home and indeed have a need for inventory. However, this is certainly not the appropriate method for procurement. So do tell me honestly, is this batch of antiques for sale, or are you intending to keep them for yourselves? Shun Wangshui exchanged glances with Shun Iran before responding, Mr. Chun, to be candid, our pawn shop does engage in some antique dealings as well. Then selling is preferable. Let us not dwell on the delivery aspect. Allow me to call old Master Shun, and we can proceed from there. You must understand, friends are friends, and business is business. Chun Fei promptly dialed Shen Heading, and after a brief dispute, Shen Heading contacted Shun Wangshui. Only then did Chun Fei assist in bringing the antiques into the parlor. The siblings brought a total of 15 antiques, and Chun Fei began inspecting each box. Of these 15 pieces, 11 were porcelain. Among them was a Qianlong imitation Giao flared vase, folk kiln, which Chun Fei estimated to be worth approximately 50,000. The remaining items included a Qing Guangxu pink-colored ceremonial pearl box and a Republic-era imitation Kangxi blue and white warming pot, totaling 5 pieces from the late Qing dynasty and 5 from the Republic period, which he appraised at around 150,000. Additionally, there was a gilded coconut shell wine vessel from the Qing Tongji era, valued at 40,000. Lastly, a trio consisting of a jade snuff bottle, a thumb ring, and a feather tube from the Qing Guangxu period was estimated at 60,000. Calculating the total, Chun Fei felt reassured. Brother Shun, what would be the price range if these antiques were to be sold in your shop? Noticing Shun Wangshui's hesitation to respond, Chun Fei waved his hand dismissively, stating, We are discussing business now. If your price is reasonable, I shall take all of them. If not, I will select a few that are suitable. Let us refrain from discussing gifts. Such talk may jeopardize our friendship. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Wangshui quoted a price of 280,000 for the entire collection, with a wholesale discount of 20 if all were purchased. Recognizing the straightforwardness of the offer, Chun Fei, understanding his intent, chose not to expose it and continued to engage in the dialogue. The discounted price of 280,000 at 20 is 224,000. As this marks our initial transaction, I shall not hold back with Brother Shun. I will keep all these antiques. After bidding farewell to Shun Wangshui, Chun Fei exhaled a breath of relief, finally putting this matter behind him. In the future, he vowed never to indulge in such excess again. Has it truly been resolved? Perhaps not. Just as they were in the midst of their banter, Chun Fei's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was that rascal, Will. Haha, Chun. Can you guess where I am right now? Chun Fei was taken aback, perplexed by this childish game. Realizing the truth, he replied, You're in San Francisco, aren't you? No, I'm still in Los Angeles. Chun Fei felt a surge of frustration. What was there to guess about if he was in Los Angeles? He decided to endure this moment of irritation and would deal with him later. However, I am about to depart for San Francisco, as there is an auction there tomorrow morning. Chin, do you have time? Chapter 55, The True Black Market, Part 1. After a few exchanges, the plans for tomorrow's warehouse auction were set. Taylor pondered the day's agenda. Chun, do you genuinely need help sourcing goods for your family from here? If so, I have a place I could suggest. Oh, what place? Chun Fei's interest piqued. His financial situation had improved. If he could secure a stable source here, it would alleviate his father's constant worries. The genuine black market. The genuine black market? Yes, to be precise. What happened the other day should be referred to as a black auction. It differs somewhat from the black market. Chun Fei nodded, envisioning the black market as resembling a bustling marketplace. The previous experience could hardly be classified as a true black market, at least not in its entirety. On the street, Chun Fei gazed at the opulently decorated storefronts, observing the throngs of people entering and exiting, his expression one of disbelief. Is this what you call a black market? I've been through 9 years of compulsory education. Come on, once you step inside, you'll understand. Upon entering the store, Chun Fei surveyed his surroundings and discovered that it specialized in jewelry and ornaments, which relieved him. Now, that makes sense. I thought they were brazenly displaying everything out in the open. True to his expectations, Taylor did not linger on the first floor, but ascended directly to the second. The second floor was filled with an astonishing array of antiques. A mere glance revealed hundreds of items, diverse in type and design, leaving one in awe. Is this the black market you speak of? Taylor smiled mysteriously. You select first. Let me know when you find something you like. With a mind full of questions, Chun Fei began to browse attentively. Although the antiques appeared somewhat haphazardly arranged, they were indeed categorized. There were sections for Chinese artifacts, Asian antiques, European pieces, and so forth. Each area was further divided by the type of antiques, facilitating customers in swiftly locating their desired items. Naturally, Chun Fei's initial focus was on Chinese relics. A Song Dynasty Ding kiln black glazed bowl with fish and algae patterns, priced at 280,000. A Qing Dynasty Kangxi 5-color cup featuring a peony design, valued at 300,000. Chun Fei examined over a dozen exquisite porcelain pieces, all remarkable treasures. Yet the pricing left much to be desired. Are these items negotiable? He inquired. Taylor shook his head, advising him to take note of the pieces he favored for discussion later. Chun Fei, exasperated, gestured at him, perplexed by his mysterious demeanor at such a critical moment. Shaking his head, he chose to set aside thoughts of the price and continued his examination. As time passed, Chun Fei finally concluded his assessment of all the artifacts in the Huagua section. Glancing down at his list, he was astonished to find he had recorded 21 items. Most of these were porcelain, complemented by a few jade carvings and a couple of Tianshan Yellowstone sculptures. He had refrained from considering any calligraphy or paintings, as he was not versed in such matters. If he could procure all these items, his grandfather would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, the pricing remained a concern. He dismissed the excessively priced treasures from consideration. Given his grandfather's connections, dealing in items worth over $1 million was the limit, with $5 million being the utmost ceiling. Any higher, and finding a buyer would prove exceedingly difficult. Despite his efforts to select suitable items, the cumulative quotation for the 21 pieces exceeded $5 million, significantly surpassing domestic market prices. Let us see what Taylor has to say. Handing the list to Taylor, he watched as Taylor scanned it and signaled to a young man in the distance. White, are these items still available? The attendant approached, and Taylor first presented what appeared to be a banknote, which the attendant scrutinized carefully before handing over the list. After a quick glance, the attendant smiled, saying, Sir, everything displayed here is in stock. Items that are not available will not be shown. Excellent. Please lead us to see them, Taylor replied. The attendant, noticing the two empty-handed individuals, was about to speak when Taylor interjected, The funds are on hand. You may proceed with the arrangements. The attendant, smiling and slightly bowing, gestured for them to follow. The two followed the attendant into an underground parking lot, where Kevin emerged from a vehicle carrying 2 large bags and joined them. Subsequently, they boarded a nearby 7-seat SUV under the attendant's guidance. The SUV's rear seats had been modified to face each other, with an additional long table placed between them. Seated inside was a large man wearing a mask, who placed 3 thick black hoods on the table once they were settled. Apologies, gentlemen, please cooperate. Seeing Taylor don the hood without hesitation, Chun Fei followed suit, immediately enveloped in darkness. Once all 3 had donned their hoods, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle set off. Disoriented, Chun Fei lost track of time until he felt the car slow down and come to a halt. All right, gentlemen, you may remove your hoods now. Chun Fei lifted the hood, stepping out of the vehicle, and after adjusting to the light, he began to survey his surroundings. They found themselves in a spacious room, surrounded by heavy black curtains, with 5 square tables and several chairs arranged in the center. On 4 square tables, a myriad of porcelain wares is meticulously arranged, while 3 imposing figures, adorned with identical masks, stand alongside, their watchful eyes fixated upon them. Another table remains vacant, presumably reserved for the items they are to select. It is only at this moment that Taylor unveils the mystery. The establishment showcases an array of antiques with unblemished provenance, serving as samples. The presence of these samples suggests that they possess similar illicit goods for one to peruse leisurely. Once selections are made, negotiations on pricing can commence. Chun Fei nods in acknowledgement, having surmised as much even without Taylor's elucidation, contemplating the densely packed antiques displayed on the second floor. He cannot help but marvel at the enormity of the dark forces that could sustain such an extensive operation. The fact that such a grand establishment has remained untouched by misfortune speaks volumes of the prevailing darkness. Nonetheless, amidst his musings, he is determined to seize any advantageous opportunity. Approaching the table, he casts a cursory glance before meticulously examining each piece. A Ding Kiln white glazed cup stand, a Ding Kiln black glazed plum vase. On the list Chun Fei provided, he noted a Song Dynasty Ding Kiln black glazed bowl adorned with fish and algae patterns, and in response, they presented a staggering 5 pieces of Ding Kiln porcelain. Additionally, there was a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period white jade double elephant ear vase, a Qing Jiaqing period white jade carving of a spirit monkey offering longevity, and a stone Guanyin statue by Zhou Bin. Similarly, he merely listed 1 piece each of Hetian jade carving, jadeite carving, and Tianhuang stone carving, yet they astonishingly unveiled nearly 20 items. Such prowess rivals that of a small museum. As Chapter 56, The True Black Market, Part 2, unfolds, Chun Fei meticulously selects from the 2 tables, ultimately gathering a total of 28 assorted items onto the vacant table. After contemplation, he retrieves the Qianlong ear vase and the Zhou Bin Tianhuang stone carving, culminating in a precise total of 30 items. That will suffice. Please summon your boss. Taylor gestures towards one of the hulking figures, who, upon noticing the hefty bundle at Chun Fei's feet, retrieves his mobile phone. Moments later, a thick curtain is drawn aside, revealing another masked figure, this time accompanied by a strikingly voluptuous woman, also masked. The man holds a hefty album and approaches without a word, immediately beginning to compare items. As he flips through the album, he gestures towards the woman, who diligently records notes in her notebook. Their actions are swift. Within minutes, the comparison is complete. The woman then pulls out her phone, tapping furiously, before jotting down a price in her notebook, tearing it out, and handing it to Chun Fei. Upon receiving it, a fleeting look of astonishment crosses his eyes. Indeed, have they appraised it at a comparable value? The paper reveals the total price for the 30 antiques, $2 million. This figure, if excluding the 2 items Chun Fei had selected, barely equates to half the standard price of the remaining 28 pieces. However, should those 2 pieces be included, the other party would incur substantial losses. Each of those items, the ear vase and the Tianhuang stone carving, could easily fetch upwards of $8 million, if not more. Chun Fei felt he had overestimated them. He should have been bolder. Among the remaining items, there were still many valuable pieces. However, if he were to add more now, he would be better off with what he had in hand. Is there any discount on this price? The woman shook her head. Could I see the individual prices for each item? The woman hesitated, glancing at the burly man, who gave a slight nod. She then handed her notebook to Chun Fei. The Ding Kiln white glazed cup holder was priced at $150,000, which seemed rather steep. The prices varied, yet the vast majority aligned with the final discount percentage. Only the last 2 items displayed a staggering discrepancy. The Qing Dynasty Qianlong white jade double elephant ear cover vase, with a market value of $3 million, was quoted here for merely $250,000. Similarly, the Qing Dynasty Zhou Bin's Tianhuang stone Guanyin sculpture, also valued at $3 million in the market, was offered here for just $250,000. The enormity of this difference made Chun Fei question whether he had misread something. Were those 2 items, in fact, forgeries? No. He suddenly recalled his experience from the previous night. Could these 2 items also be tag stolen goods? Even if they were stolen, they shouldn't be so cheap. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, returned the notebook to the woman, and said, since there could be no discount, could you perhaps throw in an extra item for me? The burly man shook his head and muttered with a deep voice, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Chun Fei couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, pretending to peruse the remaining items before reaching for a Yongla blue and white flower and a fruit pattern pitcher. Such an item would easily start at $1 million at auction, yet here it was offered as a mere addition. Delightful. This one won't do? Chun Fei inquired, perplexed. This piece is priced at $800,000. If you want it, I can offer it to you for $700,000. Chun Fei shook his head, setting the pitcher down, and then reached for a Qianlong period sky blue glazed olive vase. This one was even pricier, without at least 6 or 7 million. One could only admire it from afar. Not this one either, he sighed, feeling disinclined to inquire further about prices. He had already discerned that their porcelain appraisals were undoubtedly reliable. He just wondered if they were equally trustworthy regarding jade and stone. Soon, he set his sights on a Qing Dynasty Daowang period jade beast ear incense burner adorned with Tao Tai patterns. This time, he merely pointed at the incense burner. Is this one acceptable? The burly man flipped through the catalog, scratched his head, and reluctantly nodded, Yes, it's fine. Chunfei finally realized that this man, or the appraiser they had consulted, clearly lacked understanding of jade and stone. However, there remained another possibility. Perhaps all these jade and stone items belonged to a single batch, the kind that posed significant complications. Such troubles could even prompt them, given their considerable influence, to hastily dispose of them at rock-bottom prices. The more he pondered, the more plausible this scenario seemed, causing Chun Fei to furrow his brow in contemplation. However, he soon recalled that renowned painting by Picasso, and with a firm resolve, he thought, fortune favors the bold. Without hesitation, he decided to pack up all the remaining jade stones. But wait, patience is a virtue. What if his assumptions were incorrect? Wouldn't such a move clearly signal his intentions to the other party? He suppressed the urge to gather all the remaining jade and stone ornaments on the table and instead pointed to the items before him, saying, "Please assist me in packing these." After speaking, Chun Fei rose to his feet, genuinely surprised by Tyler's generosity, needing to calm the exhilaration bubbling within him. However, upon seeing several robust men approach to collect the items for packing, his excitement quickly dissipated. "Never mind, I shall do it myself. You'll take considerable time counting the money anyway." As Chun Fei meticulously wrapped the porcelain one by one, several counterfeit detection machines whirred beside him, noisily tallying the cash. Time passed gradually, and at last, both sides finished their respective tasks. Kevin lifted a large bag, preparing to head to the vehicle when the masked man suddenly called out to Chun Fei, "What about those 2 pieces? Do you still want them?" Chun Fei paused, quickly realizing the man was referring to the Yongla blue and white vase and the Celadon glazed olive jar. He smiled and replied, "Too expensive. I cannot afford them." The man extended 3 fingers, both together, 3 million. Too costly. Chun Fei continued to shake his head, though he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. He had brought a total of $4 million in cash, divided into 2 large bundles, and had just emptied one. He doubted the man couldn't discern how much remained. Thus, the other party's actions seemed rather telling. Upon returning to the estate, Tyler could no longer contain his excitement. "Chun, did you strike it rich this time?" "Not excessively. Let me calculate. If these last 5 pieces sell as expected, I could earn around 15 million. The rest should be at regular prices." 15 million? Tyler gasped in astonishment. "Chun, is money truly that easy to earn?" "Well, that depends on who you ask," Chun Fei remarked, gesturing to his own eyes. "Do you know how much these eyes are worth?" "Cut it out. I remind you, Chun. This is the black market. Be cautious. Those pieces might be stolen goods." Chun Fei was unfazed by his warning. "As long as I can bring them out of the States. Tyler, you'll assist me. 1 TU? Helping you is not an issue. Just that shipping costs a bit much." "Fine, I'll give you a discount. 7.5 million. Get lost." Chapter 57, Van Gogh, Part 1. The next day, at the fog warehouse, as Chun Fei stepped out of the car, he immediately spotted a tall and stout figure, Will, standing beside him, appearing rather small, pitiable, and helpless. "Hey, Klaus. What brings you here?" The faux big shark, Klaus, laughed heartily as he approached. "Will is afraid of getting beaten, so he asked me to be his bodyguard." "Oh, come on, be gentle, Klaus." "Hey, Rich Boss Machine Guns, how are you all?" After greeting a few acquaintances in Klaus's embrace, Chun Fei firmly pushed him away and playfully thumped his nearly sagging chest. "Not bad. I've tested it. It's excellent padding material." Klaus displayed an exaggerated expression. "Chun, surely you cannot believe I am here to serve as Will's bodyguard?" "Haha, look, he actually thinks so." Chun Fei, exasperated, thought to himself that he could never truly grasp the humor of his friend. "Chun, I am here to claim the warehouse for myself, so you must be cautious. I shall not easily allow you to seize what rightfully belongs to me." Chun Fei responded with a dismissive gesture and introduced Taylor to the others. Before long, the auctioneer arrived with his assistant, and there were a total of 11 warehouses to bid on. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, the proceedings could stretch into the afternoon. Amidst the fervent bidding, each warehouse was sold off one by one. Initially, Taylor remained a passive observer alongside Chun Fei, but soon he could not resist pushing into the crowd. "Hey, well, don't mind that guy, Chun. We've already got 5 warehouses, and he hasn't let you place a single bid. What are you doing here? Trust me, there's treasure in that warehouse. Go after them. Overpower them." "Oh, Taylor." "But Chun, he's just waiting for someone else to pay," shouted the auctioneer. "Hey, auctioneer, over here. $1,000. Will bids $1,000. Amidst the clamor, Taylor successfully secured warehouse number 6 for $2,800, quickly followed by number 7 and number 8, achieving a remarkable trio of wins. "Oh my goodness. Chun Fei thought as he watched the equally excited Will, whose face was practically glowing. He finally witnessed the power of the so-called sledding fool. Let us hope you bring the same vigor when it comes time to open these warehouses. 3 warehouses. I fear we might not finish until nightfall. Fortunately, both of them exhibited some restraint and strategically abandoned the remaining 3 warehouses. Otherwise, Chun Fei surmised he would be deprived of sleep that night. A total of $9,800. Chun, you go pay the money. Will and I are about to start our treasure hunt. Ideally, payment should precede access to the warehouses, but given Will S.'s celebrity status, he enjoyed certain privileges. Very well. Seeing these two eager to shoulder the burdens, Chun Fei feigned reluctance while secretly reveling in their enthusiasm. He resolved to linger in the office a little longer. Turning slowly, he made his way to the warehouse office, where others who had successfully bid had already completed their payments and departed. Chun Fei was in no rush. As he processed the transaction, he casually surveyed his surroundings, hoping to find a topic to prolong his stay. Come, help me hang this painting here. Yes, right there. A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, he saw the portly warehouse manager directing a security guard to move a stool. The manager cradled a decorative painting depicting Van Gogh's sunflowers, with either 14 or 15 blooms. Do you need assistance? No, sir, we can manage just fine. The manager smiled and politely declined, casting an appraising glance at Chun Fei. May I ask, are you here to rent a warehouse? No, my associate just won 3 warehouses. Oh, a lavish spender indeed, the rotund manager remarked, handing the painting frame to the guard. A bit higher on the left. No, too high. Lowered a tad. Chun Fei stood idly by, arms crossed, observing the two of them as they fumbled about. But the longer he watched, the more he sensed something amiss. This painting seemed to harbor a peculiar anomaly. He extended his finger and began to count the sunflowers in the image, one by one. 1, 2, 3. Astonishingly, there were 16 sunflowers. Moreover, in the lower right corner of the canvas, a small inscription read, "The last one." Vincent van Gogh created a total of 11 still lives titled Sunflowers during his lifetime. Among these, 2 depicted 15 sunflowers, 1 portrayed 14, and 2 more featured 12. The rest contained fewer than 10. Goodness, 16 sunflowers. And labeled as the last one. Could it be that Van Gogh has returned from the dead? Suddenly, Chun Fei's mouth fell open in shock as he was startled by his own thoughts. He stared blankly at the sunflowers on the wall, which continued to be adjusted in height, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Under the discerning gaze of the pearl and gem method, the sunflowers emanated a halo of green, yellow, and purple light, with the intensity of the yellow aura even surpassing that of Paul Cézanne's Mont Saint-Victoire. Concurrently, the authentication results surfaced in Chun Fei's mind. Sunflowers, Vincent Willem van Gogh, created 134 years ago. He shook his head in disbelief. Had he not distractedly counted the sunflowers, he would have missed this opportunity. The quality of the painting was quite remarkable. Initially, he had thought it was merely a skilled imitation. However, to replicate 15, 14, or even 12 sunflowers was acceptable, but he had never heard of a version with 16, especially one so convincingly rendered. This piqued his interest considerably. Yet, even with his growing fascination, he dared not entertain the notion of such an outcome. A 12th sunflower, unheard of by the world, explicitly marked as the last one. Should this painting be authenticated as an original, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire art community. At this moment, a single thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Acquire it at any cost. He composed himself, feigning a bashful demeanor as he approached the portly manager, who was still directing the security personnel. Excuse me, sir, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. I've suddenly realized I have quite a fondness for this painting. Would you consider letting it go? The manager regarded him with surprise. This is merely a decorative piece I picked up casually at the gallery. If you're interested, I can provide you with the address. There are many more over there. Ah, sir, you may call me Francis. Oh, Mr. Francis, you see, I've come from Los Angeles to attend the warehouse auction, and I have 3 more warehouses awaiting my attention. Not to mention, I am unfamiliar with this area. Francis's brow furrowed. He instinctively sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Could it be that this painting held a secret? Chapter 58, The 12th Sunflower. Francis unconsciously shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the cash register when suddenly, a spark ignited within him, illuminating the crux of the matter. The other party had just mentioned that he was there to participate in a warehouse auction. When he pondered, would a rustic individual attending a warehouse auction possess such refined tastes? Abruptly, he realized his genuine affection for the painting. Was he being foolish or simply naive? Chun Fei, who had been closely observing Francis's reactions, silently cursed his own eagerness. He had revealed too much too soon. The other party was beginning to harbor doubts. It was imperative to swiftly redirect his attention. He must not let him suspect that there was anything amiss with the painting. Manager Francis, might we find a quieter place? Chun Fei inquired, while anxiously contemplating how to conceal his true intentions. A quieter place? Francis cast a half-smile at Chun Fei and nodded. Follow me. The warehouse's office accommodations were rather modest, with the manager only possessing a humble glass cubicle. However, instead of leading him into the office, Francis guided him to the adjacent reception area. Manager Francis, you see, as a warehouse hunter, to achieve fruitful results, one must possess extensive channels of information. Therefore, Francis's eyes widened in realization. This young man was indeed targeting his interests. Who did he think he was? His expression darkened. Sir, are you questioning my professional integrity? No, Mr. Francis, Chun Fei hastened to clarify. I understand that every industry has its own rules, and I would never dream of compelling you to violate your principles. I merely hope that the next time you have a warehouse auction, you might give me a call in advance. A call in advance? Francis repeated, perplexed. Is that truly such an unreasonable request? Must it be made so convoluted? Indeed, there is no need to disclose which warehouse might hold valuable items. Simply notifying me of the auction would suffice. At last, Francis comprehended the underlying implication. This individual was still after his interests. Receiving a notification from him would imply that the warehouse contained items of value. A hint of disdain flickered across Francis's visage. As a warehouse manager, he was quite familiar with the auction industry. Prior to each auction, rumors would abound. Yet, they never considered that if it were indeed possible to ascertain the presence of treasures, how could they ever hope to seize them? Mr. Francis, no reminders are necessary, nor any precise information. A simple call from you, inviting a warehouse hunter to participate in the auction, is that not a normal request? Francis furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly raising an eyebrow. $10,000, sir. That sunflower was acquired for $10,000. No, $3,000. That painting is worth at most $3,000. Moments later, Chun Fei carefully cradled the frame as he swiftly exited the office, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth that he could scarcely contain. May I inquire, what would it feel like to acquire a world-class masterpiece, likely worth billions? For mere $6,000? Not yet, but the day when its fame resonates throughout the world is drawing near. Chun, are you mocking us? Mocking? Chun Fei was taken aback, gazing at Tyler, who resembled a scavenger, and could not help but burst into laughter. No, I'm certainly not mocking you. Truly. Do not come closer. Keep your distance from this painting. Tyler, who was advancing eagerly, halted upon hearing this. A painting? What painting? Have you stumbled upon another treasure? He circled around Chun Fei to catch a glimpse of the artwork, sneering, Humph, I thought it was something valuable. Whatever you want for this piece, I will pay you, as long as you name your price. Are you certain? Chun Fei turned the painting to face Tyler. Here is another chance for you. Take a good look. Tyler scrutinized Chun Fei's expression, then focused intently on the painting for a moment. This is merely an ordinary decorative piece, at best a well-crafted imitation. What else could it possibly be? Oh dear, you two, stop making excuses and slacking off. Chun, do you want to exhaust your deer wool? Oh, for heaven's sake. This wretched trash. Both Chun Fei and Tyler rolled their eyes in unison. Go, quickly assist while in tidying up. And what about you? Tyler's voice was low, resembling a deep growl from a Samoyed. I must keep a close watch on this painting. It could very well be worth billions. Puffed. Tyler burst out laughing, astonished by Chun Fei's audacity. What a brazen face to concoct such an absurd lie just to shirk this bit of work. Yet, upon seeing Chun Fei's earnest gaze, he couldn't help but shudder. Are you serious? Chun Fei nodded. Count the sunflowers. 123, 16 sunflowers. For heaven's sake. Chun, are you playing with me? Use that brain of yours. 15 or 14 sunflowers could still be imitated from the original, but who else could attain this style and level with 16? Oh my God. Tyler finally became serious. His expertise in oil painting far surpassed Chun Fei's, and with newfound focus he discerned the issue. This painting, even if not an original by Van Gogh, was undoubtedly created by a masterful hand. Look again at the signature in this phrase. Which adept artist would leave the original creator's name after forging a piece? Wouldn't that be self-sabotage? Oh my God, allow me a moment of silence. Tyler, disregarding the dirty gloves that had long lost their original appearance, slowly covered his face and rubbed it vigorously. Ugh, ite reich. After a while, He regained his composure, immediately recognizing the power of this trash, and hurriedly ran to fetch a bottle of water to rinse off. Chun, if this painting is authentic, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall continue to trade it. I will seek out whichever establishment possesses artifacts lost from the old summer palace. And if negotiations fail, I shall pursue another. Ahem, may I discuss something with you? Speak. Chun Fei exuded an air of dominance, surveying his surroundings with a commanding presence. This time, I wish to exchange some of our family's treasured Chinese artifacts with you. My father has a profound admiration for Van Gogh, although we do not possess any of the lost relics from the old summer palace. No problem. After all, we are family. Your father is akin to my uncle. Since he has such an affinity, it's only natural that the treasures should come to you first. By the way, would you be so kind as to reveal what precious items your family has in its collection? Chapter 59, Van Gogh, Part 2. The thought of the artifacts in the Taylor family's collection that were prepared for donation made Chun Fei's mouth water. Scram, you should first prove that this painting is an authentic Van Gogh before you speak. How dare he covet our family's treasures, claiming kinship? The truth was revealed with a simple test. What an ingrate. Damn it, little Taylor, you've taken things to a new level this time. Watch my swift kick from San Francisco. After a prolonged effort until dusk, the three of them finally organized the entire warehouse. Alas, another loss. Chun sighed. Just a few $1,000s, forget it all. Come on, Taylor, I'll treat you to a grand feast, complete with a post-meal extravaganza to mend your wounded heart. In the Manor's collection room, Ian Wilson gazed gravely at the painting of sunflowers before him. His expertise in Van Gogh's work surpassed that of young Taylor by leaps and bounds. Yet, even with his discerning eye, he could find no flaw in this piece. Could it truly be, as those two young men suggested, Van Gogh's 12th sunflower? He took out his phone and dialed. Hey, old friend, could you help me get in touch with Daniels? I have a suspected Van Gogh that requires his expertise. Yes, as soon as possible. Thomas Daniels is universally acknowledged as the foremost expert in authenticating Van Gogh's works. However, he was in the Netherlands, and despite the urgency, Ian Wilson did not believe he could arrive in San Francisco in a short time. His plan was to contact him and then take the painting over. Therefore, when he awoke the next day to find Thomas Daniels having breakfast with his old friend in the dining room, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Sir, it was Mr. Daniels who instructed me not to inform you, Jenny explained with a smile. No matter, go check if those two rascals are awake yet. If not, wake them. Daniels elegantly tore off a piece of bread, chewed it thoughtfully, swallowed, and then sipped some French mushroom soup before wiping his mouth and speaking with gravity. Mr. Wilson, do you know why I rushed over as soon as I received the news? Ian shook his head, pulling out a chair to sit opposite the elderly gentleman. Based on the timeline of the diaries, we have long suspected the existence of a 12th sunflower, likely comprising 16 blooms. Therefore, the elder spread his hands. I hope to see it at the earliest opportunity. You know, my time is limited, and I would prefer not to face my maker with such a lingering question. Perhaps I may encounter Van Gogh there, but by then, I fear I will still feel regret. Ian chuckled and shook his head. Thomas, you hardly resemble an octogenarian. I believe you will certainly surpass a century. Hence, your desire to meet Van Gogh promptly seems unrealistic. Ian led a few individuals into the family's collection room, where Daniel stood transfixed upon beholding the painting, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. My instincts whispered to me that this was undoubtedly an authentic Van Gogh. Yet, we require evidence, my old friend. Do not fret. I shall soon provide proof that you are the very enigma I seek. Observe the graceful, yet paradoxical lines. The colors as striking as poppies. Every inch radiates the artist's inner turmoil, a beauty steeped in despair. The elder extended his hand, prompting his assistant to promptly present a high-powered magnifying glass and a strong flashlight. The current dilemma is how to extract it without causing any harm, utilizing the flashlight's brightness. The elder scrutinized the painting and soon made a discovery. He handed the magnifying glass to Ian, directing him to a specific area. Do you see it? There lies a strand of red hair, deeply embedded beneath layers of oil paint, surely the hair of the artist himself. If we can extract it and compare its DNA with that of Van Gogh's descendants, we shall authenticate the lineage of this artwork. Although I am now entirely convinced that this is Van Gogh's 12th and most exceptional piece of sunflowers, I have no desire to engage in a quarrel with those obstinate old-timers. Let us set that aside for the moment and examine the canvas. Indeed, the canvas appears to belong to the same batch as the others. Chun Fei and Tyler stood behind the group, attentively absorbing the elder's assessments and evaluations. Chun Fei remained indifferent, pondering what treasures he might exchange for this time, while Tyler inwardly bemoaned their misfortune. What abysmal luck. Next time, there is a warehouse auction. I must be at the forefront to secure my bid. In the Indian temple, he had not even considered the altar. It was only after discovering the gold bricks within the altar that Chen first thought of those dark bricks laid upon the ground. Fortunately, he and that enviable fellow were brothers, having formed a company together. We shall seek a skilled individual to restore this painting and carefully extract the hair. Alas, my age renders my hands unsteady. Otherwise, how could I possibly miss this grand opportunity? After sending Daniels and Denier to the guest room for rest, Ian invited Chun Fei to the study. Chun, I trust Tyler has briefed you? Pray tell, what do you wish to exchange this time? Bronzeware. I hope to acquire some significant bronze artifacts. Or, do you have any recommendations, my uncle? After a pause, he suddenly added, Chun, I have some differing views regarding the exchange of cultural relics, and I hope to discuss them with you. Chapter 60, Lily's New Client. Ian's expression turned grave. Chun, I have reviewed some documents indicating that after the founding of your nation, due to a severe shortage of foreign currency, numerous state-owned cultural relic shops were established incrementally. According to statistics, from the 1960s until 1990, the total quantity of cultural relics exported from our nation in various forms ranged between 15 to 20 million pieces. This figure is indeed alarming. The efforts of a single individual might scarcely make a dent in this vast number. Therefore, why persist in such endeavors? Would it not be more prudent to utilize your resources to exchange for more valuable assets or cherished collectibles? Chun Fei smiled wryly and shook his head. Uncle, I comprehend your perspective. My aspirations have never been tethered to the nearly 20 million relics exported through legitimate channels. Regardless of the number of regrettable items within, I do not feel sorrow or loss. The choices we make to endure come at any cost. This is our own decision. I firmly believe that one day we will grow formidable enough to compel those individuals to willingly return our treasures. Only then will we truly stand tall among the great nations of the world. I believe this sentiment resonates with all of us in our homeland. After a fortnight of continuous archaeological endeavors, the school granted them a 5-day holiday, which has now extended beyond its limit. This only heightened his anticipation for the emergence of the next exquisite item. What kind of secrets will be unveiled next? Hey, wake up. What are you daydreaming about? You're drooling. He chuckled softly and embraced Tyler tightly. This was his greatest gain, its significance rivaling that of any precious gem. Ugh, let go of me. I'm getting goosebumps. That's beside the point. Thank you, Tyler. Cut it out. Don't think that flattering me will exempt you from your shipping fees. In fact, I just received some rather unfortunate news, which compelled me to disturb you. Unfortunate news? I had someone investigate. And do you recall the theft incident at the Grand Corrupt Nation Museum last August? Chun Fei nodded. The incident, which erupted at the end of August, involved the theft of nearly 2,000 relics and ultimately led to the resignation of the museum's director. In truth, these nearly 2,000 artifacts were not stolen in one fell swoop. Rather, they were pilfered gradually from 2009 to 2018, only to be disclosed this August. But what does this theft have to do with him? It is of great relevance. The double elephant ear cup, the Tian Huang stone guanyin, and the azure-glazed olive jar you purchased from the black market are all listed among the stolen items. Wasn't it reported that the stolen artifacts were primarily concentrated in the Greek and Roman galleries and consisted mainly of jewels and gemstones? Do you really trust the publicly available information? Of course. I am a scion of the Wilson family. Then this news isn't too dire, is it? Haha, certainly not. Upon arriving home, Chun Fei's first action was to check on the little tree. He noticed that, aside from its leaves appearing even more verdant, there were no significant changes. After contemplating, he decided to take another look. As he activated the precious gem technique, an unexpected transformation caused him to widen his eyes in astonishment. This time, he astonishingly identified the name of the little tree. It was the divine tree. Yet, this name seemed rather familiar. Goodness, isn't this the name he had given to the little tree? This implies that the tree originally bore no name, and it was solely because he had named it that it came to be called thus. Chun Fei found himself in a mix of laughter and tears. Had he known earlier, he would have simply named it the ginseng fruit tree. If that were too much, he could have settled for the peach tree. After a brief tidying up, Chun Fei set out once more. He needed to check on Lily and see how those wild girls had transformed Judy Foster. After all, he still bore the title of consultant. Chun, you finally made an appearance. I thought you had been buried in an ancient tomb. Lily was, as always, brimming with youthful vitality. After exchanging a few words, she mysteriously produced a notebook, turned the screen, and pushed it in front of Chun Fei. What does this mean? Chunfei inquired as he glanced at the screen. Just a fleeting look left him gaping in astonishment, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously. What was he seeing? On the computer screen was a beaming blonde woman, but that familiar array of jewels nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. You all have already wreaked havoc on that elderly Judy Foster, and now you have the audacity to target Taylor Swift as well. Is Taylor here too? Chunfei shot her a disdainful glance. You deliberately showcased this while Taylor was present, didn't you? His face darkened as he perused the photos, scratching his head in confusion. One could hardly blame Lily for this. It was a mutual agreement. If Taylor Swift was unwilling, could Lily truly force those adornments upon her? Yet, this was precisely what puzzled him. These items had little market in their homeland. How could these Hollywood starlets be so enamored? Could it be that the aesthetic sensibilities of East and West differ so vastly? Chun, your upcoming tasks are substantial. Although you has annotated each item, you know that. The University of Los Angeles operates on a 3-semester system, with fall, winter, and spring semesters, which correspondingly brings about winter, spring, and summer breaks. The winter vacation typically spans from mid-December to early January, with yearly variations that are not too disparate. This year, the break commences on December 15th and resumes on January 2nd. It won't interfere with your studies. Chun, could you lend a hand? Seeing the pleading glimmer in Lily's big eyes, Chunfei could only nod helplessly. Chun, you're truly a good person. Lily, oblivious to Chunfei's expression, joyfully presented a list. These are the clients I plan to develop next. There may be more than just Ming Dynasty jewelry. Chunfei took the list, glanced at it, and couldn't help but shiver. Scarlett Johansson, Emma Watson, Margot Robbie. Lily, are you attempting to capture the entire essence of Hollywood? Chapter 61. Am I poor again? Startled and fleeing in disarray from Lily, Chunfei found himself ensnared in the grand pursuit of wrestling with textbooks in the days that followed. Chun, your matter has surfaced. Accompany me for a moment. As Chunfei sought refuge in the library, engrossed in research, Tyler approached and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Chunfei looked up in astonishment, casting a glance at the mischievous Tyler. What is it? Goodness, do you not follow the news? It's your painting, Sunflower, that has turned the entire collecting community upside down. Oh, the DNA test results have emerged. It has been confirmed as a work of Van Gogh. Chunfei remained composed, with the Declaration of Independence as a precedent. How significant could a mere sunflower be? Is such exaggeration truly necessary? This is different, Chun. The Declaration of Independence was universally acknowledged as beyond their reach. Thus it merely stirred a brief commotion. However, this sunflower is different. Experts predict that if it goes to auction, it could very well shatter the record set by Koenig's Exchange. Chunfei gasped in shock. Koenig's Exchange had fetched an astronomical sum of $500 million. Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated? Initially, my father had prepared the exchange catalog, but now he feels it's somewhat unpresentable. You have indeed posed a significant dilemma for him. Chun? Chunfei shrugged in silence, unable to blame him. At the Wilson family estate, the hurriedly arrived Chunfei and Tyler were promptly summoned into Ian Wilson's study. Chun, several renowned auction houses have appraised your sunflower, averaging around $400 million. I shan't take advantage of you. I am prepared to offer you $5 billion for the transaction. Chunfei nodded calmly, yet internally he was seething. Damn it, Tyler and I unearthed such a vast Indian treasure. And the ultimate yield pales in comparison to this modest oil painting? What sort of world is this? This $5 billion. I intend to offset with your country's antiques. If that falls short, regrettably, I shall have to provide you with cash. Is this proposal acceptable to you? Chunfei nodded. Whether he agreed or not, there was no alternative. The willingness to part with $5 billion to retain the painting spoke volumes of the other party's admiration for Van Gogh. Furthermore, given their relationship, how could he possibly refuse? Very well. Take a look at this catalog. I've had marked any items that might potentially be artifacts from the old summer palace. Were it not for the treasure we discovered enriching the family, my father would be loath to spend such a sum to keep this painting. Chunfei looked at this fellow with an air of incredulity. Indeed, he was of the same blood. Otherwise, he might have been in peril at any moment. Preferring to ignore the boorish individual, he settled down to peruse the exquisite catalog in his hands. This catalog was meticulously crafted, employing double-sided copperplate paper of 16K size, with an overall thickness exceeding 8 centimeters, encompassing an astounding 625 pages. Each page featured a single artifact, and the total count of items in this catalog reached a staggering 250. How long would it take to sift through all of this? Chun Fei's expression grew serious as he turned to the first page, and in an instant, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. Before him lay a magnificent bronze artifact. The entire form resembled a grand bell, adorned with 4 vertical intersecting ridges. The left and right ridges took the shape of 9 serpentine dragons, while the front and back featured 5 dragons and a phoenix. Moreover, the lower half of the vessel was meticulously inscribed with several lines of text, showcasing the distinctive script of the Qin dynasty. Upon examining the artifact, Chun Fei's gaze descended to the introduction provided in the catalog. It was indeed a bronze vessel from the Qin state during the spring and autumn period, known as the Qin Gongbo. The entire piece stood at an impressive height of 853 centimeters, with the vessel itself measuring 64 centimeters and weighing 725 kilograms. The inscriptions on the lower half comprised an astonishing 155 characters. It is widely acknowledged that the collectible value of a bronze artifact is primarily assessed through its form, decoration, and inscriptions. From a morphological perspective, ritual bronze vessels are deemed the most valuable for collectors, particularly those bearing inscriptions. Such inscriptions hold significant historical value, as they can complement and verify ancient history, serving as invaluable resources for historical research. Furthermore, the style, layout, and content of inscriptions evolve with the passage of time, making them crucial references for dating bronze artifacts. The inscriptions on ritual bronze vessels are indeed worth their weight in gold. This Qin Gongbo, with its 155-character inscription, is a remarkable example of such a vessel. Without even considering its monetary worth, the historical value it embodies is truly immeasurable. Moreover, the catalog explicitly noted that this was a lost relic from the old summer palace. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chun Fei continued to leaf through the pages. He encountered various significant artifacts, including the Shang Dynasty bronze square zun with Taotai motifs, the Western Zhou heavy Gui pan with 133 inscriptions, and the late spring and autumn period Meng Jiang pot with 143 inscriptions. Each item was a treasure in its own right, and most crucially, these bronze vessels were meticulously documented in the 4 treasures of the Qin dynasty. The 4 treasures refers to the 4 volumes, Ancient Mirrors of the Qin dynasty, Continued Ancient Mirrors of the Qin dynasty A, Continued Ancient Mirrors of the Qin dynasty B, and Ningshou Ancient Mirrors, all compiled under the decree of Emperor Qianlong of the Qin dynasty, which cataloged over 4,000 bronze artifacts. Thus, it implied that these were once part of the imperial collection and very likely lost treasures from the old summer palace. After dedicating an entire day to studying the catalog, Chun Fei selected 32 bronze artifacts, of which 7 could be definitively identified as relics from the old summer palace, while the remaining 25 were merely suspected. Chun, you cannot choose like this, Ian Wilson remarked, examining the list Chun Fei had provided. After calculating the prices with a calculator, he shook his head. You must have assessed the value of these bronze artifacts, and indeed, it aligns with my offer. However, have you contemplated the tax implications? Bartering is also a transaction. Both parties will be regarded as selling goods, and sales will incur taxes. Moreover, for individuals, substantial personal income tax will also apply. Chun Fei was taken aback, as he had not considered the tax matters at all, primarily because he had previously been a struggling student, essentially a mere consumer. What about that previous item? The Declaration of Independence? I presumed you were already aware, but fret not. We have endeavored to minimize the valuation of the transaction. The substantial sum you acquire from the treasure is sufficient to cover the tax liabilities. However, with the addition of this transaction, Ian shook his head, warning that you might not only end up destitute, but potentially owe a considerable sum to the U.S. government as well. Chapter 62. The Game of Wealth. Owe a substantial sum to the U.S. government? Chun Fei was taken aback, nearly leaping from his seat. After all, he had obtained a staggering 42.6 billion from the treasure. How could he possibly be in debt? Chun, that amount is before taxes. Taylor interjected with a somber tone. Chun Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had previously been a mere impoverished student, wholly unaware of such matters. The U.S. personal income tax encompasses federal income tax, state income tax, and local income tax, with the highest rate currently standing at 35. While numerous exemptions exist, it was evident that none pertain to your situation. This means that from the 42.6 billion alone, you would owe approximately 1.5 billion in personal income taxes. As for the transaction involving the Declaration of Independence, the appraisal agency has valued it at 300 million, resulting in a sales tax of 30 million and 270 million in personal income tax, amounting to 9. $45 million. The current valuation of the sunflower is $400 million, leading to a sales tax of $40 million in 12. $6 billion in personal income tax. Altogether, these taxes accumulate to a staggering $4 billion. Dear Chun, in the end, you would find yourself owing the government $14 million. And this does not account for various minor tax categories that I am not entirely familiar with. Moreover, in your country, the importation of antiques necessitates the payment of value-added tax and consumption tax, with a VAT rate of 13, while the consumption tax varies based on the type of antique. As Taylor elaborated, Chun Fei's jaw gradually dropped in disbelief. My goodness, are you robbing me? No, this isn't even robbery. I've never seen such severity. Can you even manage to extract a debt like this? He had merely exchanged a few artifacts, and not only had the $42.6 billion vanished, but he was also left indebted. What kind of logic is this? Chun, nobility comes at a price, but do not worry. The antiques you acquire from the black market will suffice to cover your debts. Damn it. Taylor, you must be jesting, right? I'm afraid not, Chun. In the U.S., the only certainties in life are death and taxes. Oh my goodness. Chun Fei lamented, slapping his forehead. Though he was not particularly avaricious, this was beyond unbearable for anyone. All right, Taylor, stop frightening Chun. Please share the specific solutions. Chun Fei's eyes sparkled. Ah, you were indeed trying to scare me. No. Chun, I am absolutely not trying to intimidate you. Based on your current operations, that is indeed the tax you would need to pay. Naturally, if everyone adhered to this operational model, the use would not have such a multitude of billionaires. Hence, we have devised a rather reasonable tax avoidance strategy, charitable donations. Charitable donations can be deducted from taxable income up to a remarkable 60. To illustrate your current income, which includes the Declaration of Independence and sunflower, amounts to a staggering $112.6 billion. Consequently, your taxable income would be approximately $400 million. And with the 60 deduction, it would be reduced to $160 million. This truly represents a strategic interplay between us and the U.S. government. Chun, you must adapt your mindset promptly, for you are now considered one of us. So, how exactly should one proceed? Is it sufficient to establish a charitable foundation? First, create a company and transfer a portion of your assets under its name, as corporate tax rates are generally lower than individual income tax, making it easier to offset tax liabilities. Then, establish a charitable foundation to donate those assets. For tax matters, it is imperative to engage a law firm or an accounting firm to assist you, as the intricacies are beyond the grasp of anyone but seasoned professionals. After navigating through this process, your final taxable amount could potentially drop below $100 million. Goodness, I never imagined that being wealthy could be so challenging. Taylor shrugged, saying, No, Chun, you are mistaken. You simply have yet to acclimate to your new status. Once you familiarize yourself with the rules of this game, you'll discover, damn, I absolutely adore this game. Leaving the study, Taylor mischievously draped his arm over Chun Fei's shoulder. Chun, do you know how to establish a company? Chun Fei scratched his head. Find a law firm or an accounting firm. Bingo. Which one do you plan to approach? Chun Fei immediately thought of Maxey, Howard & Bede law firm. Allow me to introduce you to my accounting firm. Follow me. PricewaterhouseCoopers, San Francisco branch. Hi, Larry. I truly dislike seeing you because every time I do, I am reminded of the substantial tax bill I have yet to settle. Haha, Taylor, without me, you would owe even more. All right. Today I bring you a client. This fellow is a super rich individual. After a brief introduction, Chun Fei spent approximately half an hour detailing his current situation, awaiting the proposed solution. Mr. Chun, your case is quite manageable. Firstly, I recommend registering your company in Oregon or Montana, as there is no sales tax in those states. Secondly, it would be advantageous for you to acquire U.S. citizenship. Chun Fei shook his head. Engaging a game of wealth is one thing, but U.S. citizenship is another matter altogether. Well, that is not crucial. Now, Mr. Chun, I require some documents from you. Upon receiving Chun Fei's documents, Larry smiled and escorted them out of the office. In a week, we will have everything sorted out. Await my good news. By the way, Mr. Chun, our firm has offices in major cities across your country, and we can also handle customs duties and VAT matters for you, potentially maximizing your refund. Standing on the steps of the PricewaterhouseCoopers office, watching the bustling street, a faint smile curled upon Chun Fei's lips. Unexpectedly, he is quickly qualified to join this so-called game of wealth. Chapter 63, Advancing to the NBA. Chun, do you have time today? Klaus inquired. Tory Prince would like to invite you to dinner. Tory Prince? Who is that? Chun Fei thought the name sounded somewhat familiar. He's the guy from whom you purchased that oil painting Yes, the player from the Lakers. Chun Fei suddenly recalled. Why would one invite me for dinner out of the blue? I heard from Klaus that he probably wants to thank you for helping him resolve a significant issue, and it seems he has some other matters to discuss with you. Chun Fei hesitated for a moment. He was indeed curious about how that painting, St. Victor Mountain, ended up in Prince's possession. However, he felt they were not well acquainted, and with so many recent events, he had almost forgotten about it. Since the opportunity had presented itself, he thought it might be worthwhile to meet. At the Grand Reserve Club restaurant, a high-end establishment located within the Staples Center, the agreed-upon meeting place was here. It was not a game day, and the restaurant was relatively empty. Upon entering, Chun Fei spotted a tall figure and then noticed Klaus and the agent Collins beside him. Hi, Klaus Collins. Good to see you. You must be Prince. Hello, I am Chun Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you, Chun. You truly are my angel. Prince responded with a hearty smile, fist-bumping and embracing Chun Fei. He then turned to Will and lifted him off the ground in a playful hug, leaving Will utterly bewildered. Hey, big guy, I'm just a bit on the slender side, not a child. As they all settled down, Prince produced 2 basketballs from beneath the table. Chun, Will, these are our game balls, signed by LeBron and Davis. Signed basketballs from King James and the Brow. Chun Fei expressed genuine interest as he took the ball from Prince's hands, examining it carefully and offering his sincere thanks. Will, on the other hand, was already exuberantly exclaiming. And had it not been for Prince's gesture, the restaurant staff might have approached to escort him out. This small gift swiftly lightened the atmosphere. And after sharing a few amusing anecdotes from the NBA, Prince gradually steered the conversation towards the painting's St. Victor Mountain. Chun, you might not be aware, but most NBA players do not enjoy the glamorous lives people imagine. A recent survey revealed that over half of retired players struggle to make ends meet, including some well-known stars. Chun Fei shrugged. You all seem to indulge in extravagance, and coupled with the fact that few of you possess skills beyond basketball. Isn't it quite normal to be financially challenged after retirement? It's not as you might think. In reality, the vast majority of players do not earn substantial sums while playing. Moreover, many retire with numerous injuries, and those who had the foresight to purchase insurance fare somewhat better. Prince shook his head, reflecting on how, after achieving success, a throng of fair-weather friends would invariably swarm around, along with a multitude of relatives seeking to leech off their fortune. Those lacking resolve and foresight often faced dire consequences. So, you're contemplating investing in art? Indeed, the risks associated with stocks and futures are quite formidable, and lacking the acumen for tangible enterprises, we are apprehensive of being deceived. Thus, art appears to be a more stable option. Chun Fei chuckled. Who informed you that art is a safe investment? It ought to be one of the riskiest ventures. My agent, no, not Collins, but my previous one, shared numerous success stories of profiting from art investments and introduced me to several art intermediaries. You see, we hardly have the time to manage these mundane affairs and place considerable trust in our agent. Chun Fei nodded, curiosity piqued. Is that how you acquired your piece, Mont Saint Victoire? Indeed. At that time, Marshall, my former agent, provided me with a comprehensive art investment consultation report and a market survey on Paul Cezanne's works. He shrugged, reminiscing about his youthful optimism, firmly believing that he would amass great wealth in the future. Can you still contact the person who sold you that painting? Prince shook his head. Marshall handled everything. Meeting you was my stroke of luck. You may be unaware that Collins and I had approached several appraisal organizations, all of which condemned my painting, yet you recognized its true value. Ha ha! Are you trying to make me regret it? Although I have confidence in my judgment, even the most discerning I can falter in the realm of art. No, Chun, I firmly believe that the truth is always held by a select few. Chun Fei shook his head in exasperation. Fine, you are indeed fortunate. Had it not been for his innate talents, he would have unhesitatingly condemned that painting as well. Chun, I invited you today not only to express my gratitude for your assistance, but also to request a favor. I have a few retired comrades whose circumstances have deteriorated, leading them to consider liquidating some previously invested artworks, yet they struggle to find suitable channels. What about the original channel through which they made their purchases? It was all managed by Marshall, but that fellow is now incarcerated. Cursed be he deceived many. Was it all under the purview of that former agent? Having experienced the black market twice, Chun Fei had his suspicions about Marshall's connections. Only such channels could procure pieces like Mont Saint Victoire. Considering that even esteemed institutions like the British Museum have faced theft, the appearance of their collections in the black market is hardly surprising. However, retaining such items serves little purpose. He is not a die-hard devotee like Tyler's father. His intent in acquiring Mont Saint Victoire was to maximize its value. It simply cannot remain hidden. However, there exists a clandestine approach to operations that must remain in the shadows. It seems an opportunity to venture to Zurich is in order, if the situation there is not yet unraveled. Concealing this matter may indeed yield some unexpected advantages for the other party. In a flash, Chun Fei comprehended the intricacies of the situation, and his interest in the items held by Prince's associates began to peak. No problem, if they are genuinely inclined to proceed, I can attempt to inquire on their behalf. Though I must first see the items, he remarked. I am truly grateful to you. Chun, do you have a moment later? They are currently in Los Angeles, and I can summon them with a mere phone call. Chun Fei nodded with a smile, having long harbored suspicions regarding Prince's intentions. Initially, he surmised that the other party might have additional items to manage. While his conjecture had shifted slightly, it remained largely accurate. As for whether he was being perceived as a naive fool, that was of little consequence. After all, business is inherently a matter of calculated exchanges. And while the other party was astute, he was no fool himself. Chun, this is Larry, who retired from the Clippers 2 years ago. This is Joseph, my guide into the NBA, retired for 5 years now. And this gentleman is... Chapter 64. Could he not be so blind once more? The 4 individuals were all towering figures, each exceeding 6 feet tall, with 2 of them maintaining commendable physiques. The remaining duo could rival Klaus in girth, standing there like 2 colossal mountains of flesh. Larry had brought with him 2 oil paintings, while the other 2 each carried one, and the last gentleman, named Jones, cradled a large cardboard box containing several boxes of varying sizes. After a brief introduction, Chun Fei accepted the frame handed to him by Larry and carefully scrutinized it on the easel. Is this a Mary Cassatt? He mused, recognizing one of the most eminent female painters in American and global art history. The painting depicted a mother and child, a signature theme for Cassatt. Active from the late 19th to the early 20th century, she was not only one of the most significant American artists of her time, but also a muse to renowned impressionists such as Cezanne, Monet, and Renoir, captivating even Gauguin and Zola with her charm. Regrettably, her works were not valued as highly as those of her illustrious peers. How much did you acquire this painting for? Chun Fei inquired. Larry scratched his bald head. They told me it was 2 million. They claim Cassatt is the most outstanding female painter in American history, and her reputation extends far into Europe as well. I even had someone verify it. They were not lying. Indeed, they were truthful. This painting is a work from Cassatt's mature period, representing her pinnacle of artistry. However, Chun Fei shook his head. You might consider approaching Sotheby's or Christie's for a sale. If managed adeptly, it could fetch around 5 million, but should fortune not favor you, it may only yield a little over 1 million. What? Is it really that low? I recall that the highest price for a Cassatt piece was merely 9 million. Larry, you may not be well versed in the realm of art collection. Even with masters such as Van Gogh and Picasso, not every painting commands a high value. You only witness their works casually fetching over 100 million. Yet the reality is that most of their creations are worth only a few million, or even less. Numerous uncontrollable factors play a role, and even the most renowned auction houses hesitate to provide guarantees. Larry, his hands clasped over his head, wore an expression of disbelief. But Chun Fei felt his reaction was somewhat exaggerated. However, this was quite normal. Prior to this, they must have sought assistance from others and likely had already prepared themselves mentally. He was merely adding another nail to their proverbial coffin. Disregarding the reactions of those around him, Chun Fei continued to examine another oil painting brought by Larry. This piece was signed by Edgar Degas, one of the most significant impressionist painters, whose works have fetched as much as 16 million at auction. Interestingly, Degas and Cassatt had a mentor-student relationship that gradually transformed into friendship and eventually even rumors of a romantic involvement. Noticing Chun Fei's high regard for Degas, Larry became animated, his eyes gleaming almost as brightly as his bald head. Chun, I paid 6 million for this painting. What is it worth now? Could it exceed 10 million? Chun Fei cast a glance at him, thinking what a fanciful notion. This piece was inferior to the previous one, while the earlier painting would undoubtedly incur a loss. At least it was an authentic work. This one, however, was undoubtedly a forgery. Oh no, this cannot be. Larry's despair was palpable, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. That damn Marshall, I want to kill him. Chun Fei regarded him with sympathy. Marshall could easily pocket 10 million from these 2 paintings, which was indeed infuriating. On what charges was Marshall imprisoned? Smuggling and fraud. You could also sue him, ensuring he remains incarcerated for a few more years. He has already been sentenced to 82 years. Chun Fei, speechless, patted Larry on the shoulder. When it comes to investment, it is prudent to avoid areas with which you are unfamiliar, especially in the realm of art. It is fraught with complexities, and even many experts have made mistakes. Unsure of what else to say, Chun Fei pondered whether he should, like some domestic experts, feign uncertainty to leave them with a glimmer of hope. But was that necessary? He was not the only appraiser in existence. Shaking his head, he moved on to inspect another oil painting brought by a different individual. At first glance, without even employing any special techniques, Chun Fei surmised that this piece was likely another forgery. He sighed. How much is this one? For million or 5 million? The owner's voice trembled as he replied. It's 3.58 million, Chun. Is this also a forgery? Consider this a lesson learned. It would be best to avoid such items in the future. Where's the future when one can scarcely afford a meal? At least Prince still has a salary to rely on, while we, the retired players with little renown, struggle daily to earn enough for our medications. The atmosphere in the room has become unbearably stagnant, and Prince wears an expression of helplessness. They were not entirely unprepared for this outcome. Yet who could have anticipated that the painting Mont Saint-Victoire would reignite their hopes? If there had been no hope at all, it would have been easier to bear. Time would gradually soothe all wounds. What people find most intolerable is the fleeting glimpse of hope, only to witness its extinguishment before their very eyes. Moreover, there is a fortunate soul among them. They were all in this together, so why should he not only escape loss but also gain $100,000? Especially when his piece was clearly a forgery. Chun, couldn't he have been blind just once more? Soon enough, Chun Fei cruelly hammered another nail into their coffin. The third individual brought yet another forgery, another $4 million down the drain. The former NBA players were left numb, while we gaped in disbelief. It was tragic. Nearly $20 million had been spent, and only one piece was authentic, and even that was of little value. Did you not consult experts before purchasing these paintings? We procured them from an auction where many vied for these works. In hindsight, it seems it was a trap set specifically for us. It was Marshall who introduced us to this opportunity, and he recommended these purchases. I remember 2 years later, shortly after I signed a lucrative contract, Marshall brought someone to purchase the cassette piece I owned. I could have made $1 million had I sold it then, but I had just secured a significant deal. Subsequently, on his advice, I acquired Degas's painting. Even Chun Fei was taken aback. What a cunning maneuver! Will's voice trembled with fear. It was truly terrifying. Was his sentence inclusive of your losses? The group collectively shook their heads, leaving Will's mouth agape in disbelief. Just how much did that man swindle? Chapter 65. How wonderful. The blindness has returned. The amount the agent deceived them for had no bearing on Chun Fei. He was indifferent to the players' misfortunes. Though Prince insisted they earned little during their careers, it is all relative. When compared to those stars who rake in tens of millions annually, these players indeed earn modest sums. However, juxtaposed with ordinary individuals, a salary of at least several $100,000 a year hardly qualifies as meager. There's a saying, where there is pity, there is also something to disdain. The tears shed now are merely the result of foolish choices made in the past. Chun Fei listened to their discussions while dragging over a large cardboard box from the side. He had long since abandoned hope for the collection of these individuals, having once believed that each piece would be as advantageous as those from Prince. To his dismay, he discovered they were merely replicas. Never mind, he thought. It was best to hastily finish his examination and depart. Prolonged exposure to such a low-pressure environment could jeopardize his health. He casually retrieved a small box from the larger container. Inside were 2 tall porcelain wine goblets, and without needing to inspect them closely, the sheen of the inner walls and the glaze assured Chun Fei that these were undoubtedly modern ceramics. He pushed the box aside and began to extract and open all the boxes from the large carton, revealing a complete set of 16 pieces of dinnerware. This included a teapot, a tea kettle, 2 tall wine goblets, 2 covered tea bowls with saucers, 2 covered porcelain bowls, 2 fabric plates, 2 spoons, a toothpick holder, and a pepper shaker. All of these porcelain pieces were crafted from semi-thin clay, appearing flawlessly white and lustrous, akin to exquisite jade. The designs were adorned with peach-red plum blossoms, each flower vividly colored and strikingly lifelike, indicative of a master craftsman's work. Regrettably, the modern characteristics were too conspicuous. It cannot be said that contemporary porcelain masters' works lack value. However, the absence of time's patina strips away a certain indescribable charm. This historical allure is precisely why many individuals are drawn to antique collecting. What a pity. How much did you pay for this set? I didn't acquire this along with the others. A friend introduced it to me for $100,000. That was the total cost, Joseph replied. his tone laced with a hint of relief, having observed Chun Fei's earlier expression, which clearly suggested that this was yet another set of fakes. Yet what of it? It was merely a trivial sum of 100,000. Humanity is indeed a peculiar species. Ordinarily, a loss of such magnitude would incite outrage, but in this environment, he found himself experiencing a modicum of secret satisfaction. This set was likely a product of a modern Chinese porcelain master, though the specific artisan remained unknown. It should possess some collectible value. As Chun Fei held the porcelain bowl, he stroked its surface repeatedly, having initially dismissed the need for gloves due to its apparent falseness. This oversight revealed another advantage of the ceramics: their exquisite tactile quality, delicate and lightweight, smooth and lustrous. He would dare assert that over 90% of jade ornaments could not match this level of tactile pleasure. And what is its value? How much is it worth? How much is it worth? If it were mine, I might offer. As Chun Fei spoke, he activated his luminous treasure technique to take a glance, and his heart raced, though his expression remained composed as he continued. 100,000, Joseph. If it were mine, I would gladly acquire this batch of porcelain at your original price. Oh my gosh. Chun has finally lost his sight again. The porcelain in question had indeed been inspected by others. Yet those individuals merely glanced at it before declaring it to be a collection of modern gift porcelain, utterly devoid of value. Now, astonishingly, Chun has expressed his willingness to invest 100,000 to acquire this batch of porcelain. Although a mere 100,000 might seem trivial, he had not only failed to profit, but had also expended considerable time and effort. However, the comparison is crucial. His old companions suffered significant losses, while he found himself engulfed in a wave of exhilaration, reminiscent of the time he scored the decisive basket, surrounded by teammates celebrating in jubilation. Once again, he was enveloped by that ineffable sensation. Chun, you will indeed take this on, won't you? Please tell me you are eager to spend 100,000 to procure this porcelain. Oh my goodness, you truly are a wonderful person, a truly great person. Chun Fei glanced at the now somewhat incoherent Joseph and shrugged. Indeed, he would take it on. Not only would he not hesitate at the mention of 100,000, but even at 1,000,000, he would embrace the opportunity without a second thought. This porcelain is 7,501 porcelain. It is the porcelain reserved for the great leaders, renowned as the Red Official Porcelain. Its standing in the annals of Chinese porcelain history is akin to that of Ru, where from the Song dynasty, blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, and Douzai from the Ming dynasty. This porcelain was specifically crafted for the great leader by the central office, and the project was regarded as the most significant undertaking of 1975, thus bearing the codename Project 7501. The products developed from this project are consequently referred to as 7,501 porcelain. Ultimately, a total of 103 pieces were fired, but due to a mere 30 pass rate, only around 200 were deemed satisfactory. Of these, just over 1,000 were sent to the capital, while nearly 3,000 remained sealed on site. Following the leader's passing, the sealed porcelain was distributed as welfare to the employees of the Porcelain Research Institute, resulting in the circulation of nearly 3,000 pieces of rough porcelain into the market. Theoretically, only about 2,000 pieces of rough porcelain still exist today, making them exceedingly rare. To unexpectedly encounter a complete set of 16 pieces here, Chun Fei felt his luck was beyond measure. Furthermore, what delighted him even more was the absence of any need for cunning negotiations. The seller seemed eager to thrust the items into his arms, as if the game were nearing its end, and their team trailed by a point. With these porcelain pieces symbolizing the basketball ready to be shot, initially intending to haggle, he reconsidered. After all, how could he deny them a glimmer of hope? Without offering them a semblance of encouragement, who would wish to continue in the realm of collecting? If no one engages in collecting, where would he find the hidden treasures? How would he seek suitable buyers for his own possessions? Witnessing Chun Fei's willingness to spend 100,000 on Joseph's porcelain, Larry and the others were nearly astounded. Although they could not appreciate most artworks, rendering them susceptible to manipulation, this certainly did not apply to Joseph's exquisite porcelain set. This exquisite porcelain set is so evidently modern that even a blind person could discern its nature. They exchanged glances, each finding hope reflected in the other's eyes. The opportunity had arrived, and Chun feigned ignorance once more. Chapter 66. I have never taken advantage of others. Observing Chun Fei calmly pushing a check for 100,000 towards Joseph. Larry rubbed his hands together, sporting an eager smile as he approached. Chun, we also have some items similar to Joseph's. I wonder if you could wait for us a moment. We will retrieve them shortly. Oh, more? Chun Fei glanced at the time, reassured that there was still ample opportunity. Please, bring them all. Larry's heart leaped with excitement, akin to a referee awarding him a controversial call. Oh, how he longed to weep at this long-missed sensation. While the significant investments were gone, he still had a few smaller items. Seeing the eagerness of the crowd, Will could hardly contain his curiosity. While others may not understand Chun Fei, he certainly did. Anything that caught Chin's eye was bound to be of exceptional quality. However, he glanced at Klaus beside him, scratched his head, and was about to rise and pace a few circles to calm his nerves when he suddenly looked up, startled by the sight before him. A massive photograph of a fruit-themed maiden was approaching. This life-sized image depicted a completely nude blonde woman standing with her back turned, her head slightly tilted to reveal half of her charming visage. Her slender figure and alluring contours were accentuated by sun-kissed skin, which outlined a distinct panty line. A soft sound was heard as someone lowered the photograph, revealing Collins behind the frame. Chun, this is a piece by Robert Coppola. Could you assist in appraising its value? Chun Fei had already taken note of the enormous photograph, though he had yet to ascertain its true nature. Pop art? That didn't seem right. While pop art employs photographs, it often creates eclectic patterns through collage. He stood up and approached for a closer inspection, and suddenly, a realization struck him. This was an ultra-realistic artwork. Ultra-realism, also known as photorealism, creates works that are indistinguishable from photographs. Although Chun Fei had not studied the market for such pieces abroad, he was aware of the esteemed domestic artist, Master Lung Bing. His most expensive work, the design of the Mona Lisa smile, had once fetched an astounding 80 million renminbi. What? Chun, you claim this is a painting? Will exclaimed, incredulous. Had he not known better, he might have been tempted to touch it, for it appeared to be a mere photograph. This was an ultra-realistic piece. The essence of this style lies in its flawless mechanical reproduction. The closer it resembles a photograph, the higher the skill involved. Then why not simply take a photograph? The intrinsic value of ultra-realism lies in the fact that humanity can achieve it. For instance, a sports car undoubtedly surpasses Usain Bolt in speed. Thus, one might ponder the significance of the Olympics. The answer is simple. Humanity is capable of achieving greatness. As the faux great shark Klaus stood before the painting, he squinted at it for a moment, then turned with a serious expression to Will. All right, Will. Allow me to pose a question. Playing in a nightclub is undoubtedly more enjoyable than at home. So, what then is the purpose of your girlfriend? Goodness. Klaus, are you trying to court danger? Chun Fei shook his head, choosing to disregard the antics of these two clowns. He turned to Prince, who had just descended the staircase. Prince, this painting is indeed a work by Robert Coppola. However, I am entirely unfamiliar with him and have not followed the market for such artworks. I apologize. Prince gestured for Collins to place the painting against the wall and set the box he was holding onto the table. Robert Coppola is a tenured professor at the Paris School of Fine Arts, and after retirement, he has resided at the School of Visual Arts in New York. This piece cost me $50,000 at the time. Chun, after this, I truly cannot afford to delve into this realm again. Therefore, $50,000, no, $40,000. I only need $40,000. What do you think? Prince, listen to me. First, the quality of this painting is commendable and possesses a certain collectible value. Second, while I may not be well versed in this market, I sense that acquiring this piece for $50,000 is indeed a fair investment. Given a few more years, its value could appreciate significantly. If you sell it to me for $40,000 now, you may very well regret it later. You might not be aware, but I have never been one to take advantage of others. As Chun Fei eloquently articulated his points, Will discreetly rolled his eyes. Right? You are absolutely correct. You never take advantage of anyone because when you do, it hardly makes you human. No, Chun. You mustn't say such things. Moments later, under Prince's earnest persuasion, Chun Fei, who had never been one for exploiting others, purchased the Grand Fruit Girl painting for $50,000. Indeed, he had never been one to take advantage. Hadn't the other party already lowered the price to $40,000? Yet he still paid $50,000. A sheen of satisfaction appeared on Prince's large face. Chun was truly a generous soul. He had previously sought an appraisal for this painting, with estimates reaching a maximum of $30,000. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had profited by $20,000. Absolutely delightful. What? You say it was originally bought for 50,000. May I inquire if your mathematics was taught by a physical education teacher? Purchasing for 50,000 only to sell for 30,000. Now, someone is willing to take it off your hands for 50,000. How is that not a profit? Cautiously accepting the 50,000 check from Chun Fei, Prince felt that he had never handled money with such solemnity. When the painting Mont Saint Victoire was sold previously, he had not yet grasped the industry's harsh realities. Now, with every penny he extracted from this field, he felt the weight of its significance. This was likely the hard-earned culmination of countless individuals who had invested in this industry. He carefully stored the check, then pushed the box he had just carried out in front of Chun Fei. Chun, please take another look at these for me, if possible. I don't want to keep a single item. Chun Fei shook his head, thinking that this approach seemed rather counterproductive. However, he decided to let it go. It was hard to dissuade a determined fool, so he might as well continue his treasure-hunting endeavors. Just as he was about to examine the small items in the box, an urgent knocking resounded at the door. Collins hurried over to open it, and everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance. Make way, a familiar voice echoed. And soon, a gigantic photograph of a fruit girl appeared at the doorway, striding towards them step by step. Chapter 67. Disturbing the Nest of the Fruit Girl. This was yet another life-sized artwork featuring the same model, albeit from a slightly different angle. Will and Klaus gaped at the exquisitely detailed female figure in the painting, feeling that publications like Playboy and Penthouse paled in comparison. Those magazines typically published photos in a coy manner, attempting to obscure rather than reveal, whereas this piece offered an unambiguous and colossal depiction. Even though such images were plentiful online, how many could boast such grand proportions? And this was a respectable woman. After all, truly, when it comes to audacity, one must look to these artists. Chun, come help me assess this painting. I fought tooth and nail to snatch it from a bunch of LSPs, Joseph said with a knowing grin, then noticed another painting leaning against the wall, his eyes widening in surprise. Damn, Prince, you LSP. He then proudly declared, Chun, that piece of his is utterly mundane. Look at mine. Every detail is so clear you could count the hairs. Chun Fei rolled his eyes in exasperation. This is art. It's terrifying how uncultured you are. Is the value of art measured by the visibility of individual hairs? Prince, how much did you pay for yours? $50,000? Huh, mine only cost $40,000. Ha. You fool. Prince's face darkened to the point where it seemed he might weep. You're the fool, enjoying being duped. You deserve it. Observing Joseph's exaggerated antics, Chun Fei felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. All right, it seems this is a series of works. If I manage to collect them all, the value might increase. I suppose I can reluctantly accept it. After all, it's only a few $1,000s. If it turns out to be a loss, I'll just consider it compensation for acquiring that set of porcelain. Chun, you truly are a good person. By the way, I still have some items to bring in. Wait a moment. Joseph hurriedly dashed back outside, and before long, footsteps echoed again at the door. Everyone looked up, their mouths agape in astonishment. No way, there's more. The figure at the doorway was yet another framed image of the fruit girl, though this one was not as large as the previous. Merely a half-body portrait from a different angle. Greetings, my friends. Allow me to present to you my cherished collection, a true treasure that I seldom permit others to touch. A familiar voice emanated from behind the frame. Larry, goodness, how could you possess such a magnificent piece here? That wretched Murphy had the audacity to deceive me into believing that this was a one-of-a-kind item. He was not entirely incorrect. Yours is indeed unique. For each of us possesses a distinct version. Another voice chimed in, prompting the group to lift their heads, their expressions transforming into a peculiar tableau of astonishment. Oh my! Observing the myriad reactions within the living room, Chun Fei couldn't help but question the heavens. Had he inadvertently stumbled into the den of the fruit girl? Wait, let me gather my thoughts. Each of us has one, all acquired from Murphy, that scoundrel. I've heard that Dyson also possesses a piece, which he added with a melancholic tone. I am aware that Hill has a similar one. He even invited me to view it. It seems Ryan may have one as well. As several voices echoed in a relay-like fashion, they exchanged glances, subsequently turning in unison to gaze at Chun Fei. Although each painting was merely worth tens of thousands, the sudden appearance of so many was indeed extraordinary. Larry and the others simultaneously exhaled a sigh of relief, joyously turning to high-five one another in celebration. Suddenly, the smile on Larry's face froze. What on earth was he so jubilant about? He had just suffered a loss of $10 million on those two oil paintings. Shouldn't he be wallowing in despair? One by one, checks were filled out, totaling $180,000 to acquire these 5 works of the fruit girl. Chun Fei then began to scrutinize the trinkets brought by the others. How much did this cost? 170,000? Congratulations, Prince. This emerald's quality is quite commendable. It should fetch around 120,000. Lost 50,000. And yet you congratulate? Chun, you are merely rubbing salt into our wounds. Furthermore, in comparison to Larry's worthless gem, you ought to be elated. His stone was undoubtedly a poor investment. Look closely with a magnifying glass, and you shall discern the enormous fissure within. Larry exclaimed, "Why is it always me?" The total purchase price of these items exceeded $2 million. Chun Fei meticulously assessed each piece, estimating their value to be approximately $1,500,000. Including a few items whose worth he was uncertain of, it seemed these unfortunate souls would not incur a loss. Nonetheless, even if they did, it paled in comparison to the earlier oil paintings. Heaven forbid, Chun, how splendid it would have been had we met earlier. Blast it, those despicable swindlers. Let me not encounter them again, or each one shall meet their demise. That Chun, my acquaintances possess similar items to varying degrees. May I suggest they seek you out? Please. Yes, some of my friends also have a few pieces, and, judging by the current situation, they likely have been deceived as well. We must extend our assistance to them. Indeed, should they believe they still have an escape route, continuing their hedonistic ways, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, we must embrace this responsibility. Observing the suddenly righteous individuals around him, Chun Fei could not help but roll his eyes. Was it because they felt uncomfortable only since they were the ones deceived? After all, the joy of one cannot compare to the joy of many. It is undoubtedly sorrowful to be deceived, but when numerous individuals share that misfortune, the collective grief merges into a river, and a small stream of sadness gradually loses its potency. Chapter 68. A chance encounter at the airport. It remains a mystery how these individuals communicated, but over the next few days, Chun Fei received 7 additional nude paintings, each priced similarly to the previous ones. However, among these 7 artworks, 6 featured a different model, with only one sharing the same subject as the prior 5. Are these 2 separate series? Never mind. I shall pay a visit to that Robert Coppola when time permits. The quality of these paintings seems quite commendable. The immediate priority is to navigate through the exam week first. Hey Chun, how did you fare in your religious archaeology exam? If it's not too difficult, I might consider enrolling next semester. Mary's hair had grown long, her golden ponytail swaying gently behind her. Yet upon seeing her, Chun Fei couldn't help but recall that bottle of essential oil. Professor Sheck was rather lenient, merely requiring me to write 8 short essays to pass. Just as he finished tidying up, Taylor arrived. Chun Fei shrugged. It was to be expected. If he had a client whose transactions reached billions in just a few months, he would be willing to make a special trip for them without hesitation. It seems to be that way indeed. The fact that his son is deemed less important than money. I am the one delivering funds to your father, while you are the one asking him for money, all the while eyeing his inheritance. Goodness. Chun, I feel you're becoming less endearing. Clearly, speaking the truth is not always the best habit, yet I am unapologetically honest. At the airport, Lu Shiran cast an envious glance at the graceful Huang Sini. Sini, you are truly wise. We have no idea when old Yi will strike it rich. Relying on them to prosper is far less promising than depending on ourselves. Shiran, you are not without admirers. Why cling to that crooked tree? I tell you, those foreigners are not only wealthy, but their lives are simply delightful. Look at this. Huang Sini lifted her wrist, revealing a watch. Vacheron Constantine. This timepiece alone could sustain my parents for several years. Sigh, my situation differs. I have been with old Yi since our days in the homeland. Consider your own path. Initially, I thought Chun Fei was quite decent, but as I witnessed more, I realized that while emotions are undeniably important, one cannot expect a mother to thrive merely on feelings. As Huang Sini earnestly advised her friend, Lu Shiran suddenly poked her in the side. Chun Fei. Chun Fei is over there. Where? Just as Huang Sini turned to look, she was startled to see Chun Fei approaching, dragging a suitcase in his wake. She was only overcome by a fleeting sense of insecurity when she suddenly felt the force with which Lu Shiran tugged at her. Unable to suppress her defiance, she straightened her chest and thought, why hide? It's merely an ex-boyfriend. Seeing the current version of me, he ought to feel shame. A grown man who cannot afford a woman a good life deserves to be cast aside, having seemingly convinced herself. Her gaze towards Chun Fei transformed instantly from one of trepidation to one filled with confidence and provocation. Yet, she was taken aback when Chun Fei indeed approached. But as he passed her by, it appeared he did not even notice her, casually dragging his suitcase along as he walked past. Oof. A worthless man remains worthless. He doesn't even dare to glance at me. Huang Xini coldly snorted, raising her head even higher. Observing his attire, devoid of any designer labels and his suitcase in tatters, she felt a sense of relief at her own cleverness for having changed course in time. But wait, Xini thought. That seems to be the entrance for charter flights. Chun Fei did see Huang Xini, yet he found that he felt no lingering attachments. Not even the anger and indignation he had experienced upon discovering the betrayal had vanished without a trace. She appeared to him as nothing more than a mere passerby, a flamboyantly dressed individual with a modicum of charm. Had it not been for this, he might not have even noticed her at all. If she were to learn that he currently possessed a fortune exceeding billions, with any single item from his dilapidated suitcase far surpassing the value of her entire outfit. One could only imagine her reaction. Taylor glanced back, his eyes filled with disdain and aversion. As someone from a prestigious family, he found nothing more irritating than such materialistic women. What her reaction is to me is of no concern. How could it not be? Chun, you haven't had a girlfriend for several months now. Are you still go on? Say it. You're a year older than I am. Where's your girlfriend? Taylor shrugged. Someone like me wouldn't dare to casually pursue a girlfriend. What if she clings on and I can't shake her off? Chun Fei rolled his eyes at him. Are you afraid of me, yet not afraid of yourself? As the two whispered among themselves, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, they saw a group of tall, robust men striding briskly towards them. Hey Chun, we're surprised to find you here, Prince exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he stepped out from the crowd to give Chun Fei a big hug. He then pointed to a burly man with a full beard beside him. LeBron was just mentioning to me that I should find time to introduce you. Not far away, watching the little emperor grinning and bending down to embrace Chun Fei, Huang Xini's eyes nearly bulged out of her sockets. It was evident that a single word from him could determine the future of many NBA players, let alone college athletes like Sam Blanco. That infuriating Chun Fei had never mentioned to her that he knew James, and they appeared to be so familiar. Chapter 69. I'm truly not showing off. Not only can James command the court, but he is also a genuine victor in the realm of investments. The Blaze Pizza brand, in which he has invested, has now evolved into the second largest pizza chain in the United States. Additionally, he has also invested in 4 football teams, including Liverpool and AC Milan. The shares of Liverpool, purchased in 2011 for $6.5 million, have now skyrocketed in value to over $80 million. Such a person is undoubtedly a coveted figure in the eyes of many, and it is hardly surprising that art dealers would seek him out. James is looking for Chun Fei precisely because of the collections he possesses. Chun Fei is well aware of this and is also eager to see those collections. Who is James? His team comprises only the most elite talents, and the circles he can access are far beyond what someone like Prin could ever dream of. Yet, it is peculiar that such individuals are often more susceptible to being deceived. Do they truly believe that those exorbitantly priced artworks can be casually acquired? Behind every piece of expensive art lies a multitude of overt and covert forces at play, engaged in a struggle. If the secrets were fully revealed, the drama would rival that of the annual blockbuster dramas aired by CCTV. It could even be said that the intricate dealings surrounding these artworks constitute a grand scheme, targeting outsiders like James. Meanwhile, Chun Fei is engaging warmly with James, while rumors of his generous yet occasionally misguided spending are circulating among other players. Gradually, the looks directed at Chun Fei from some individuals take on a peculiar quality. Contrary to his rugged exterior, James exemplifies the ideal of how an NBA player should conduct himself. Chun Fei humbly exchanges pleasantries before both part ways, heading towards their respective boarding gates. This fellow must possess quite a few treasures, but extracting them from him will not be an easy task. Taylor glances at James's retreating figure. He is indifferent to these so-called stars, who, no matter how wealthy, do not belong to his kind in his eyes. Not necessarily. Oh, you have a way? Chun Fei shakes his head, referring to your previous statement. Previous statement? Taylor rubs his chin. Are you suggesting that this guy could also be deceived? That seems unlikely. His investment team is top-notch. Sometimes, the more confident one is the harder the fall. Haha. Chun, are you referring to yourself? Perhaps. Which is why you've noticed my cautious demeanor. Oh, come on. Can you even call that cautious? The plane ascends amidst their banter, soon arriving at San Francisco Airport. After a 2-day stay in San Francisco, Chun Fei promptly updates PwC on several recent transactions and discreetly acquires 2 pieces of late Qing porcelain for Shenheading. Once everything is in order, He boards the Wilson family's private jet with a substantial collection of precious antiques. At the Pangaean Antiques Market, Qin Yurong watches the three individuals across from her engaging in animated discussion, her expression tinged with bitterness and helplessness. Business has become increasingly challenging in recent years, with the most pressing issue being the inability to procure goods. Relying solely on those high-quality replicas for sustenance each day, sometimes the earnings barely suffice to cover daily expenses. Old Chen, are you still worried about your business? There's really no need. The adage, 3 years without a single sale, yet one can eat for 3 years, might sound exaggerated, but this is indeed a business that demands patience and endurance through solitude. A corpulent man with a round belly spoke while gently patting his stomach. The indoor heating was quite intense, and coupled with everyone sipping tea, the group was dressed rather lightly. The plump man even rolled up his undershirt, exposing his pale, protruding belly. TCH, you, standing there and talking without a care. You thrive on that overseas channel, while my friends here are left starving. How about you share a few of your goods with us, so we can make a little fortune? A middle-aged man with glasses and a gaunt face unceremoniously slapped the fat man's belly twice, causing ripples of flesh to ripple outward. No problem. I've mentioned this to you before. It's you who chose not to act. Come on at the price you offer. You wouldn't even be able to sell it for that much yourself. I've seen through your true colors. All right. Must we always dwell on these matters? Is it really that entertaining? A serious-looking, dark-skinned, middle-aged man rapped his knuckles on the table and bent down to retrieve a box from beneath it, grinning as he said, "Recently, I've acquired something splendid and would like to ask you brothers to help me spread the word. I don't deal much in porcelain, and my clients aren't usually able to pay high prices. Old Chun, don't say I don't take care of my brothers. If you can help me find a satisfactory buyer, the commission will be generously rewarded." Wow. Yongxian blue and white porcelain. After 3 years of silence, Old Su, you have certainly been holding on to something remarkable. Wang Pink-Eye, the hefty man, immediately straightened up. Though he primarily dealt in calligraphy and painting, he was also well-versed in porcelain and recognized the extraordinary piece at once. Get lost. You've never uttered anything of value before. If I could speak of value, would I be here idling with you? I would have long since thrived and indulged in luxuries. Eat. All you think about is food. I foresee that you'll eventually meet your end in this manner. As several friends exchanged banter, Qin Yurong, who had remained silent thus far, cautiously picked up the Yongxian blue and white porcelain piece. Yongxian blue and white is a specialized term in the realm of ancient ceramics, specifically referring to the blue and white porcelain produced during the Ming dynasty's Yongle and Xuande reigns. The blue and white porcelain crafted during the 30 years of the Yongle and Xuande periods stands as a rare treasure in the history of blue and white porcelain making. Its exotic stylistic forms, vibrant and rich colors, and transcendent patterns have been lauded by posterity as unprecedented in antiquity and a marvel of its era. This time, the dark-skinned Su Mingchun presented a blue and white ewer adorned with cloud and dragon motifs. This ewer, not only exquisite in shape, but also masterfully crafted, displayed a deep, lush, and brilliant blue hue, with the characteristic blackish-blue crystalline spots scattered throughout. These are unmistakable traits of Yongxian blue and white porcelain. Moreover, it is particularly remarkable that the design on the ewer features a cloud and dragon motif, signifying its origin from an official kiln and suggesting it may indeed be a piece from the imperial kiln. Qin Yurong examined the ewer repeatedly, eventually shaking his head and sighing, "What a pity. In Chapter 70, Yongle blue and white? Surely we possess such items as well." Although Su Mingchen and his companions were engaged in light-hearted banter, their attention was decidedly elsewhere. Their eyes frequently darted towards the ewer in Qin Yurong's hands, making his every action the focal point of their interest. They too dabbled in porcelain, yet when it came to the art of appreciation, Qin Yurong, with his lifetime of experience, undoubtedly surpassed them all. Hence, when Su Mingchen first produced an item, the stout Wang Pink-Eye, despite his fervent reaction, refrained from immediately reaching for it. At that moment, observing Qin Yurong's demeanor, not only Su Mingchen but the other two also felt a rush of tension. "Old Chun, don't frighten me. I went to great lengths to acquire this, if there's an issue." Upon witnessing the expressions of his friends, Qin Yurong couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "I never claimed there was a problem. This is indeed a genuine Yongle blue and white piece. However, if only it weren't for this slight chip on the spout and had a matching lid, it would be perfect. Goodness, you nearly scare me to death." Su Mingchen exhaled sharply. "If it weren't for that tiny chip and had a lid, do you think this treasure would have fallen in my hands? Be content. We are but humble figures, Fortunate to glean a few scraps from the grate, he added with a grin. Indeed, I see you're clearly envious, old Chun. The atmosphere lightened instantly, and Wang Pink-Eye promptly seized the ewer, admiring it fervently. Old Su, here has something you might not want to hear. But I too find that chip rather bothersome. Scram. Su Mingchen's eyes nearly bulged out. Had it not been for the fact that the stout fellow held his treasure, he would have been tempted to kick him. Just then, Chen Yurong's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, the delighted voice of his mother resonated through. You all. Seeing his friends hurriedly dressing and searching for shoes, Chen Yurong felt a surge of irritation. Well, old Chun, you have a point. This lad grew up right under our noses. The shops of the Su and Chun families were merely a few steps apart. Thus they soon encountered Chen Fei. Ah, Uncle Wang, you seem to have gained some weight. It appears life is treating you well. Get lost, you little rascal. Chen Fei chuckled heartily, greeting Su Mingchen and Li Junyan before wrapping an arm around his father's shoulder as they entered the shop together. Upon entering, Chen Yurong's gaze fell upon a large wooden box tucked away in the corner. What is this? Chen Mother's eyes flickered, momentarily at a loss for words, and ultimately shifted the burden onto her son. All eyes turned towards Chen Fei. With a wry smile, he remarked, Fortunately, I acted swiftly earlier. This is the only box left. Otherwise, today's events would have been quite troublesome. Although these individuals are all friends of my father, the age-old principle of discretion regarding wealth holds true in our nation. By fortunate chance, I became acquainted with the Chinese proprietor of a pawn shop, and thus entrusted him with the acquisition of some items. Well done, young man. You've made quite the connections, mingling with foreign magnates. Pray tell, what treasures have you unearthed? Just a moment ago, old Chen nearly drooled at the sight of this Yongla blue and white porcelain. You mustn't disappoint your father. Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, although Su Mingchen had a stern visage and typically carried himself with gravity. Those who knew him well were aware of his penchant for ostentation. If he possessed anything of value, it would not be long before the entire market was made aware of it. Nevertheless, this time, Chen Fei smiled as he accepted the box from Su Mingchen's hands. The Yongla blue and white porcelain is indeed a remarkable piece. Allow me to admire it first. As he spoke, he placed the box on the coffee table and carefully unveiled the exquisite blue and white ewer. Upon a mere glance, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. This item seemed oddly familiar. It appeared that the Chun family possessed a similar piece. In comparison, while his own bore the more common floral and fruit motifs. Lacking the imperial cloud and dragon design, it was unmarred and accompanied by its original lid. More importantly, his piece bore the inscription Nifu, denoting it as courtware, rivaling the significance of the cloud and dragon adorned item before him. Among the surviving Yongla blue and white wares, those inscribed with Nifu are exceedingly rare, with known examples only including a pair of Yongla blue and white covered vases that had long since departed from the palace. From this perspective, even if the other piece were flawless, it would not surpass his own in value. Well, Xiaofei, what do you think? ISNT this item from your uncle, Su, quite remarkable. There are hardly any of these left in existence. As old Su commenced another round of boasting, Chun and the others shook their heads in unison. Old Su has many admirable qualities, but this tendency to show off is hardly appropriate for a child. Uncle Su, the piece is indeed commendable. However, if it only had the spout and an accompanying lid, it would be perfect. Goodness, you two truly are cut from the same cloth, uttering the same words without a single deviation. I tell you, Xiaofei, there certainly exist Yongla blue and white ewers without spouts, but to find one with its original lid, well, it's a different story. Su Mingchen waved his hand dismissively, asserting that even the one recently auctioned for an astronomical sum of 7 billion lacked a lid. In this world, no Yongla blue and white ewer comes with a lid. Ah, Uncle Su, your assertion seems somewhat presumptuous. Presumptuous? Young man, if you have the ability, conjure one for me. I assure you, your Uncle Su has more experience than you can imagine. Chen Fei, slightly embarrassed, interjected, Actually, Uncle Su, I believe I possess a piece that does have a lid. Chapter 71. Are you stealing from a museum? At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. What? What are you saying? Surely you haven't been deceived? A covered Yongla blue and white ewer. Do you have any idea of its price? Selling my father's shop would not suffice to acquire it. Su Shu, I possess a modicum of discernment. As Chen Fei spoke, he approached the large wooden chest in the corner and lifted the lid with a swift motion. During the customs inspection, these chests had been opened and subsequently left unsealed, thus facilitating his retrieval of the items within. The box containing the blue and white ewer was quite distinctive, and Chen Fei spotted it immediately. Here it is, father. Please take a look. He opened the box, carefully extracting the tightly wrapped lid before gently presenting the ewer adorned with floral and fruit motifs. This piece, Chen Yurong examined the ewer closely, noting that aside from the differing patterns, both the clay quality and the hue of the blue and white glaze were nearly indistinguishable from the previously observed cloud dragon ewer. Moreover, this piece was in even better condition than Su Mingchen's, with a more lustrous and radiant glaze, endowing it with a brighter and more refreshed appearance. The base of the ewer bore no markings, yet the interior of the lid featured a red circle, within which were inscribed two characters in vermilion ink, Nifu. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was customary to mark imperial reign years on porcelain, a practice that began with Yongle. The only inscription used was the 4-character seal script for Yongle. However, not every imperial kiln piece bore a mark, and it was exceedingly rare on blue and white wares. To date, only one blue and white lotus cup has been recorded with a mark, and it was not located on the bottom of the cup, but rather in the center, where glaze was also applied. That piece is now a treasured artifact in the Palace Museum, classified as a first-grade relic. Old Chen, what do you think? A collective gasp echoed through the room. For other rare porcelain, Chen Yurong might have overlooked it, but with the unmistakable and renowned characteristics of Yongle blue and white porcelain, a connoisseur like him would never be mistaken. Yet, it was either an absence or the sudden appearance of two pieces, which rendered the situation remarkably enigmatic. Su Mingchen scrutinized the ewer for a while, and then compared it with his own, instinctively scratching his cheek. Do you think everyone will coddle you like old Chen? Ha ha ha. At this, laughter erupted among the crowd, with the chubby man eagerly pointing at the large wooden chest, urging, "Hurry, let us take everything out." Having already dealt old Su a stinging rebuke, we might as well go all out. Yes, a collective slap might sting for a moment, but otherwise, enduring a daily rebuke would be unbearable for old Su. Damn it, you two rascals, I shall sever ties with you. Observing the older men engaging in playful banter, Chen Fei couldn't help but chuckle. As he prepared to rise and retrieve the items, a large hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, declaring, "This treasure chest opening task is not for you. Let me handle it." Chen Fei, taken aback, touched his nose. This was no mere jest. This old man was indeed the real deal. Golden inlaid coconut shell wine vessel, Qing Guangshu pastel beaded box, white jade carving of a spirit monkey presenting longevity. One by one, exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts quickly adorned the tea table, as a few old acquaintances transitioned from curiosity and astonishment to sheer numbness. In total, there were 20 pieces. Li Junyan, whose primary focus was on jewelry and jade, held a white jade carving of a spirit monkey presenting longevity from the Qianlong era with great affection. Just this single piece alone is worth nearly 20 million. Xiao Chun, have you pilfered from Old Mi's museum? Chen Fei chuckled at the remark, noting that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. There were still 50 pieces upstairs, including several suspected stolen artifacts from some domestic museum, all securely resting in a bank vault in America. The most significant aspect, however, was that these items were nothing compared to the 38 pieces he intended to donate, which were the true masterpieces. Those treasures, had he not fortuitously acquired the Declaration of Independence and sunflowers, would only ever be glimpsed in a museum. Moreover, with the addition of the Holy Sword, Mount St. Victor, the King's Salt Cellar, and a cracked Ming Dynasty blue and white plate, this collection eclipsed that of a small museum. It was astounding. Even Chen Fei felt disoriented by the sheer volume of wealth he had amassed in such a short time. Oh, and he almost forgot about a scroll by Huang Tingjian titled The Biography of Lin Pe and Lin Xiangru. The mere thought of it induced a headache. It must be quite the burden to have something that even old Tyler found troublesome. Su Mingchen and the others continued to linger in the shop for nearly an hour, reluctantly departing under Chen Mu's stern gaze. He chuckled, aware that those seasoned in the art world could hardly tear themselves away from such treasures. Chen Yurong responded with a few polite laughs, turning to hang the closed sign at the door. Xiao Fei, you must have quite a bit to explain to your mother and me, do you not? Ha! Old Chen, you may not be aware, but your son possesses considerable prowess. There are still 3 such boxes upstairs. With a startling clatter, Chen Yurong, who was attempting to pull down the rolling curtain with a hook, fumbled and dropped it. There are more upstairs? Are they all antiques? Xiao Fei, you haven't truly robbed a museum, have you? Hee, a few pieces did indeed come from a museum. But it wasn't theft. They insisted on bringing them to me, crying and pleading. Upon hearing Chen Fei's earnest nonsense, Chen Mu raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, retorting, "Why don't you tell them that they begged on their knees to give it to you? You are just spouting nonsense like your father." Chen Yurong rolled her eyes, wondering what it had to do with her. Dad, Mom, here's the thing. Do you know about the Declaration of Independence from America? As the family conversed while ascending to the second floor, the silence of the tightly shut shop was intermittently broken by incredulous gasps. After a while, the astonished exclamations ceased, replaced by a serious voice. Xiao Fei, I believe your donation cannot proceed in this manner. This matter requires careful deliberation. Oh, why is that?